Chapter 1. The Naval Tradition. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle, at the naval headquarters in Marinford, Shura, donning an exaggerated naval cap and draped in a long cloak, concealed his face with a white cloth. With his hands plunged into his pockets, his piercing gaze swept back and forth over the 300 naval cadets before him. After a prolonged silence, he emitted a discontented sound, standing at the forefront of the cadet formation, wordless. A gentle breeze swept through, rendering the atmosphere in the grand parade ground exceedingly heavy, where the sound of falling leaves could be discerned. Beneath the blazing sun, the naval cadets stood in 3 neat formations, their eyes unwaveringly fixed ahead. No one dared to make a sound at this moment, fearful that a careless utterance might provoke the peculiar-looking naval colonel before them. "Ahem, Mr. Shura, it would be splendid if you could say something. The newcomers are eagerly awaiting your address," observed Major Blanru, who was accompanying Shura. He quickly cleared his throat and discreetly leaned closer to Shura, gently nudging him to speak. "Haha, speak? Blanru, do you truly wish for me to speak? Let me clarify that I harbor no kind words within me." In response to Blanru's prompt, Colonel Shura merely offered a dismissive smile, his slender eyes narrowing slightly as he raised his chin towards the cadets. This demeanor clearly indicated that he regarded the 300 cadet sailors before him with disdain. "Colonel Shura." Major Blanru furrowed his brow and called out to Colonel Shura in a hushed tone, appearing quite displeased with Zion's attitude. Though he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he was powerless to act, for neither in rank nor in prowess could Blanru compare with the colonel before him. At this moment, a ceremony was underway for the naval cadets' promotion to full-fledged sailors. This ceremony was supposed to be presided over by Colonel Shura, who was also responsible for delivering the speech. Yet, for reasons unknown, this colonel displayed a marked impatience towards these soon-to official sailors. Not a single capable individual among them. Yet they expect me to address them? Is this the new blood of the Navy? What a joke. It is precisely this that allows those damned pirates to be so rampant in the Grand Line. Before the assembled cadets, Colonel Shura did not conceal his inner disappointment. Even the most docile of clay figurines would still exhibit some ire, how much more so a group of impassioned youths? Hearing Colonel Zion's disparaging remarks, the cadets could hardly contain their frustration, their eyes widening as they glared at him. This was a silent rebellion. Oh, quite the spirited gaze. Meeting those stubborn stares, Colonel Shura felt an unexpected surge of pleasure instead of anger, a glimmer of appreciation appearing in his eyes for the first time. The corners of his mouth, hidden beneath the cloth, subtly curled upwards, revealing a hint of smile. Very well. Let me enlighten you about the harsh realities of the world." With his narrow eyes narrowed further, Shura disregarded Major Blanru's admonishing gaze, extending a hand from his pocket and contemptuously beckoning the more than 300 cadets with a curl of his finger. "Come now, you damn little brats. If even one among you can land a blow on me or damage my clothing, I shall admit that I, Shura, have misjudged otherwise." Hith. Such simple words carried a mocking weight. For the naval cadets, this taunt was like adding fuel to the flames, their anger surging to its zenith. Initially, they had many reservations, but at that moment, spurred by Zion's words, their minds ignited, and they disregarded all caution. Youth is ever prone to impulsivity. "Charge! Charge!" It began with one voice, a hesitant shout, followed by 10, then 50, then 100. The cacophony of over 300 cadets drew immediate attention across the Grand Parade ground. In the administrative area of the naval headquarters, an elderly woman with silver hair was startled, causing ink from her pen to spill onto her desk. "Peach Rabbit, what is happening?" Furrowing her brow, the elderly woman wiped the ink stains from her desk and inquired of another person in the room, her tone imbued with curiosity. "Advisor Crane, it is the commotion from the Grand Parade ground. Judging by the timing, it must be the induction ceremony for the new recruits." General Peach Rabbit's response cleared the confusion from Crane's mind. Once she understood the situation, she paid it no further heed and resumed her focus on the documents before her. She knew that such uproar was typical during the induction of new naval recruits, instigated by naval officers to stimulate them. At the edge of the Grand Parade ground, several idle naval officers watched with keen interest as Shura and Blanru engaged in their performance, commenting as they observed. "Haha, Zion's acting is truly lacking." Major Yukimura chuckled, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Having just returned from the Grand Line to Marinford, he had not anticipated witnessing such a spectacle at headquarters. However, he could not help but critique Zion's lack of skill. Indeed, if I may say, Major Blanru's performance is far superior. Following Yukimura's remark, another voice chimed in. this time affirming Blanrus' acting prowess. I think it would be best not to escalate this too much. These recruits are the Navy's invaluable lifeblood, and we hope there will be no injuries. In contrast to the thrill-seeking Yukimura and others, Colonel T-Bone looked on with concern, his focus solely on the safety of the cadets. Haha, T-Bone, you're too kind. Allowing these recruits to taste blood now will benefit them in their future naval careers. After all, those damn pirates do not care for their lives. With a cold sneer, Major Yukimura spoke disdainfully of the scum of the seas, unconsciously stroking the hilt of his sword, a flicker of revulsion crossing his eyes. What is happening? What is all this ruckus? Let me have a look. Suddenly, a hearty voice drew the attention of all the naval officers present. Upon hearing that voice, all naval officers, including Yukimura, instinctively swallowed hard, straightening their postures, shedding their previous laziness and casualness, and saluting the newcomer with utmost respect. Mr. Karp. Hearing their greeting, Karp, who was munching on a rice cracker, let out a hearty laugh, casually waving his hand to ease their formality. He then directed his gaze towards the lively scene at the Grand Parade Ground. Oh, another batch of recruits, haha. Let me see if there are any exceptional talents among them. Karp laughed heartily as he settled down cross-legged, watching the activity in the Grand Parade Ground, the sound of him crunching the rice cracker echoing. The other naval officers exchanged glances, involuntarily displaying faint smiles of resignation. They then stood behind Karp, hands clasped behind their backs, legs apart, forming a sort of guard around him. Before this naval hero, they dared not overstep. As the battle in the Grand Parade Ground intensified, most of the cadets unleashed their full potential. The air crackled with the sound of fists flying and shouts resonating. Colonel Shioen, however, moved through the throng of cadets with an air of nonchalance, his demeanor only serving to further inflame their fury. Damn it, is this the strength of a colonel? I can't even touch him. The naval cadet who had been knocked down pounded the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. For these cadets, the power of a naval colonel loomed like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on their chests, nearly suffocating them. Please, just one person, let them tear his clothes. As more and more cadets fell, none could land even a scratch on Colonel Shioen. They silently prayed that one among them would rise to settle the score. Now is the time. Just as despair threatened to engulf the cadets, Longi's dark eyes gleamed with determination. Seizing the chaos, he stealthily maneuvered into Zioen's blind spot and unhesitatingly swung his naval saber. The fierce wind howled, the blade sliced through the air. The sudden shift in airflow alerted Colonel Shioen. While casually dodging attacks from the cadets, a flicker of danger surged within Shioen. The sound of wind rushing from behind prompted a swift step to the side, narrowly evading Longi's blade. Good lad, you hit well. You nearly caught me off guard. Having evaded Longi's strike, Colonel Shioen smiled instead of fuming, his eyes glimmering with surprise. He turned to gaze at Longi's youthful face, feeling increasingly satisfied. What a fine child, your swordsmanship foundation is quite solid. The naval officers observing from the sidelines also witnessed this scene, expressing their admiration in unison. Long-E's swift and decisive strike left a profound impression on their minds. Haha, quite impressive. Kapu, seated cross-legged, displayed no extraordinary reaction. With his vast experience, he dismissed such childlike skirmishes as mere games. His response to Long-E's performance was casual, after which he resumed his carefree munching on rice crackers. TSK, missed your chance, did you? As the party involved, Long-E remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the naval officers. After failing to land a hit, he retreated slightly, focusing intently on every movement of Colonel Shioen, adjusting his stance for the next strike. Come now, little brat. Show me what you can do. Observing Long-E standing firm with his sword, Colonel Shioen smiled amiably, beckoning him with a gentle wave of his fingers. The rookie soldiers paused momentarily, then instinctively took a step back, voluntarily clearing the area for Long-E and Colonel Shioen. A towering naval colonel faced off against a somewhat slender youth. The two stood in stark contrast. Long-E, go for it. Some of the rookie soldiers, upon recognizing the young figure, erupted with excitement, cheering loudly. Following their initial shout, the other recruits seemed to find their courage, raising their voices in a chorus of encouragement for Long-E. In an instant, an abundance of saliva-flecked shouts filled the training ground. Heh, it seems this little brat has garnered some fame. Colonel Shioen cracked his knuckles, the corners of his mouth concealed beneath a white cloth, curling upward. Discovering such a prodigious talent like Long-E among this batch of recruits was indeed a pleasant surprise. According to protocol, he had the privilege of choosing first, and the addition of such an elite soldier under his command brought him immense satisfaction. However, The weight of expectation from the many rookie soldiers bore down on Long E, who felt a surge of anxiety. He fixated intently on every movement of Colonel Shuen, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Impressive. It appears he is unguarded, yet there are no flaws in his stance. Is it possible that he is merely a naval colonel? Long E's mouth felt parched as he pondered in disbelief. He could hardly accept that someone of Colonel Shuen's caliber was simply a naval colonel. After all, in the original One Piece manga, characters of a naval colonel rank were mere background figures, appearing for only a page or two. Just as Long E stood frozen, caught between action and inaction, an inaudible voice suddenly pierced his mind. "Hey, Ant, do you wish for my power?" Chapter 2. The Demonic God of Destruction, Kazan. As the whisper echoed, silence enveloped everything. In Long E's perception, whether it was Colonel Shuen smiling provocatively or the enthusiastic rookie soldiers cheering from the sidelines, they were all ensnared by an invisible force, as if frozen in place. "And submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you the power to surpass all." The whisper lingered in his ears, and the abrupt turn of events left Long E momentarily disoriented. Just as he contemplated speaking to uncover the truth, a tremendous force yanked at his body, causing him to stumble backward uncontrollably. In an instant, panic, chaos, and fear surged through Long E's mind. He attempted to cry out, only to find his throat rendered mute. He struggled to resist, yet his body felt utterly powerless. A wave of helplessness washed over him as he succumbed to the force, crashing down onto the training ground surface. Strangely, at the moment of his fall, he felt no pain. It was as if he had collapsed, not onto a solid stone floor, but rather into a viscous liquid. Odd, it doesn't hurt? As Long E grappled with confusion, a cracking sound resonated beside him. Following the noise, he gazed in disbelief, his eyes widening as he realized the space around him was fracturing like a shattered mirror, black spiderweb-like cracks creeping across. The speed of the spatial rupture was astonishing in the blink of an eye. The black fissures expanded, and the space around him crumbled entirely. Long E's body, akin to a ragged sack, plummeted downward. As he fell, it felt as if he were being drawn into an infinite black hole, an endless void devouring him whole. His senses began to fade, and the spark of vitality in his once bright eyes dimmed. In the face of such darkness, no one could resist. "When all things in the world are severed, I shall command your heart." Amidst the boundless darkness, a deep, raspy voice emerged, and with its utterance, the whispers that had lingered in Long E's ears abruptly vanished. The voice reached his ears, restoring a flicker of consciousness, and his eyes regained their luster. Instinctively, his pupils contracted, and he beheld a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opening before him. In that moment of eye contact, Long E instinctively held his breath, his heart racing wildly. He saw clearly that within those dim, crimson pupils lay an indescribable frenzy, a despairing wail, and an unquenchable desire to annihilate everything, all silently screaming. Long E was certain that such eyes could not belong to a mere human. Only the demons lurking in the depths of hell could possess such madness. "I am the demonic god of destruction, Kazan." As if a great bell tolled, heralding the apocalypse, Long E found himself momentarily paralyzed by Kazan's words, losing the ability to think. Once spoken, the true form of the demonic god materialized before Hema, towering, muscular figure. His visage was fearsome, and within his fiery red eyes danced an uncontrollable mania. With long golden hair and tattered armor, his sun-kissed skin was marred with scars and wounds from arrows. His powerful arms wielded two different deadly weapons, a beheading sword and a bloodied axe. A wave of crimson demonic energy roiled around him, akin to countless souls wailing in silent lament. This was the frenzied demonic god, the harbinger of destruction, the blade soul Kazan. Demonic god, Kazan? Long E stared at Kazan, mentally repeating his name over and over. After a brief moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled that the so-called demonic god Kazan was indeed one of the 16 great demonic gods from DNF. The once mighty general of the Empire, a terrifying entity responsible for the creation of the Phantom Swordmaster profession, posed a final ultimatum: surrender or perish. Ignoring Long Yi's astonished gaze, Kazan squinted, exuding an aura of disdain as he loomed over Long Yi. Noticing Long Yi's lack of response, a flicker of displeasure crossed Kazan's face, and the bloodied axe in his right hand hovered ominously above Long Yi's head. An overwhelming pressure emerged abruptly, enveloping Long Yi like a tidal wave, plunging him from astonishment into a torment more agonizing than death itself. Wait, tormented by unending pain, Long Yi found himself unable to contemplate, instinctively. He was about to concede, to submit to Kazan's might. Yet, before the words could escape his lips, he found himself momentarily frozen, grappling with an internal dialogue. Is this truly the right path? The agony persisted, and after much hesitation, the words of surrender remained unspoken. In the blink of an eye, his fragile spirit, besieged by excruciating pain, approached its limits. His consciousness began to waver, and after a haze clouded his vision, he was drawn into deep reminiscence. Upon his initial arrival, he had felt lost and fearful. In that moment, the sole source of his belief was the sword in his hand. Vivid scenes of his arduous training replayed before him. And Longy recalled that throughout these 2 years, he had exerted relentless effort, never once slacking. Only with the sword firmly in hand could he find solace. It was through the sweat and toil that he truly recognized the essence of living. It was precisely because of his ordinariness that he refused to languish in silence. It was due to having nothing that he cherished all the more. He had grown weary of the disquiet, tired of the feeling of being unable to grasp his own fate. The hardships of the past 2 years were not endured to serve another. He would never yield. Kazan's oppressive force ignited the stubbornness within Long Yi's very core. Though his body cried out in despair and weak thoughts clamored within, he gritted his teeth, choosing to withstand Kazan's pressure with unwavering resolve. This was his ultimate defiance. Kazan, taken aback, had initially expected Long Yi to utter words of submission, but in an instant, the young man's demeanor transformed into one of resolute defiance. However, Long Yi's defiance only stoked Kazan's ire, as the harbinger of destruction. He would not tolerate anyone challenging his authority. Very well, then, you shall perish. The axe, stained with dark crimson, fell with tremendous force, feeling the fierce wind above him. Long Yi's eyes widened in terror. He strained to lift his head, fixating on the blade descending ever closer, his slender frame trembling. Yet his countenance betrayed no hint of weakness. Ah! A voice hoarse with fear erupted from Long Yi's throat, mingled with a sense of indignation as he roared defiantly. This was his final act of resistance. Just as the axe was about to strike, Long Yi did not flinch, his tear-filled eyes locked onto Kazan's deadly weapon. Boom! As the axe fell, Long Yi remained unscathed, yet the surroundings underwent a cataclysmic transformation. In an instant, the space surrounding Long Yi transformed from darkness into a paradise reminiscent of a celestial utopia. The resounding echoes of creation reverberated in his ears, amidst the tumultuous upheaval. He scarcely had time to be astonished before Kazan, standing opposite him, spoke again. You have a bit of spirit, I'll grant you that, which barely satisfies me. Very well. I shall lend you my power for the time being, but do be cautious, we shall meet again. With a sly grin directed at Long Yi, Kazan's imposing figure vanished without waiting for Long Yi's response. The palpable menace and threat of death that had just surrounded them felt as if it had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. What on earth is happening? The bewildering events left Long Yi enveloped in confusion, as countless questions clamored for answers within him. Positioned at the heart of the sacred land, he began to mutter to himself. Just as Long Yi was grappling with his bewilderment, a delicate voice emerged from nowhere, filling his mind with a cascade of enigmatic information. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully resisting the encroachment of the ghostly Kazan. The system has been activated. Chapter 3. The sword shocks Marinford. What's wrong, little one? Why are you lost in thought? Colonel Shura observed Long Yi's dazed expression and furrowed his brow. In the blink of an eye, the talented individual he esteemed was distracted in battle, a rather disappointing display of weakness. As if stirred by Colonel Shioen's call, Long Yi murmured and trembled slightly, suddenly regaining his consciousness. With a newfound clarity, he shook his head vigorously, surveying the familiar surroundings. Upon confirming that he had indeed returned from that otherworldly realm to reality, he exhaled a long, heavy sigh, a smile gradually spreading across his face, culminating in an involuntary laugh. None could fathom the reason behind Long Yi's laughter. Yet as he chuckled, the cadets could no longer contain themselves and erupted into cheers. Long Yi, what are you laughing about? Show him the spirit of us cadets. Please. Long Yi, we're counting on you. Go for it, Long Yi. The cacophony of encouragement from the cadets jolted Long Yi back to reality. As he felt the latent power etched deep within his mind, an invigorating surge coursed through him, igniting a fierce determination in his heart. With a resolute gaze, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, fixing his eyes once more on Colonel Shioen. The battle was only just beginning. Humph. Now this is more like it. Perceiving the fighting spirit emanating from Long Yi, Colonel Shioen nodded approvingly and beckoned him with a finger, the challenge unmistakable. Upon observing the situation, Long Yi took a measured step forward, inhaling deeply as he endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. He fixated intently on every minuscule movement of Colonel Xiuan, striving to discern an opportune moment to strike. However, the colonel's prowess surpassed Long Yi's expectations. As he scrutinized for an extended period without uncovering any vulnerabilities, the anxious gazes surrounding him only intensified the pressure in his heart, leading him, reluctantly, to opt for a decisive offensive. With a fierce shout, after a brief stalemate, Long Yi propelled himself forward with explosive force akin to a cannonball. Simultaneously, he swung his naval cutlass with great vigor, the blade's swift arc tracing a flawless curve in the air. Upon witnessing Long Yi's swift and decisive assault, Colonel Xiuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although such an attack was trivial for a naval officer of his caliber, from the perspective of a Marine, Long Yi undeniably stood out as a paragon of excellence. In response to Long Yi's strike, Colonel Xiuan chose not to evade. With bare hands, he stood his ground, meeting the blade's edge with his fist. The collision resonated with a thunderous clang of metal meeting metal, devoid of the sanguine spectacle Long Yi had anticipated. Long Yi gazed in disbelief at Colonel Xiuan's fist, astonished to find that his opponent had effortlessly caught his strike with bare hands. This unexpected outcome left Long Yi in a state of denial. In a fit of urgency, he altered his sword technique, recalling the skills inherited from the Sea of Consciousness. Long Yi sheathed his sword momentarily to gather momentum, then lunged forward with a powerful thrust. Continuous thrust, he declared aloud, his gaze sharpening as the Marine's sword shot forth with lightning speed. Quite impressive, his foundational swordsmanship was solid, and he demonstrated an adeptness for adaptation. The sudden shift in tactics by Long Yi caught the attention of the observing naval officers. Among these rather disinterested officials, many of whom were skilled swordsmen, Long Yi's adaptability elicited quite a commendable response. Meanwhile, Colonel Xiuan, who had initially received Long Yi's slashing attack, found himself unable to jest with Long Yi before he was met with the sharp thrust of the latter's blade. The series of thrusts executed by Long Yi took Colonel Xiuan by surprise. However, with his prowess, he easily evaded them. Although both rapid strikes met only the air, Long Yi's performance increasingly satisfied Colonel Xiuan. "You little rascal, take this." Perhaps feeling the need to show Long Yi a lesson, Colonel Xiuan, instead of retreating after dodging Long Yi's blade, surged forward and delivered a powerful punch towards the boy's youthful face. Even before the fist reached him, Long Yi could feel the force of the punch slicing through the air like a knife, bringing with it an almost suffocating pressure. As blood surged through his veins. Akin to a beast cornered in desperation, Long Yi's expression contorted, and a hoarse cry erupted from his throat. His mind scarcely had time to register the danger before his body instinctively reacted. He lowered the sword's stance and suddenly thrust upward. No one could have anticipated that Long Yi would manage such a counterattack against a Navy colonel. The onlooking cadets held their breath, their eyes fixed on the clash between Long Yi's blade and Colonel Xiuan's fist. How could this kid, Colonel Xiuan, caught in the midst of the assault, couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had to retract his punch. From his experience, if he continued his attack, his arm would undoubtedly collide with Long Yi's blade. And even if he managed to strike, he would suffer considerable repercussions. With a swift motion, Colonel Xiuan retreated, yet the admiration in his eyes reached its zenith. For a cadet to force back a Navy colonel was no small feat. The observing officers mentally branded Long Yi as a potential talent, their thoughts unconsciously shifting. Such a prodigy should not fall into the hands of that fellow Xiuan. I shall personally mentor him. Many of the watching officers mused inwardly. Breathing heavily, Long Yi appeared quite exhausted. Despite having repelled Xiuan's attack, he felt no joy. The moment Colonel Xiuan had launched his assault, Long Yi's mind nearly succumbed to a lack of oxygen. Had it not been for the instincts honed over 2 years, he might not have survived the strike. Roar. Well done, Long Yi. Go for it. The brief skirmish left the cadets in a frenzy, and only when Long Yi, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath did they erupt in thunderous cheers. I must admit, among you cadets, there are indeed some spirited individuals. In such an atmosphere, Colonel Xiuan feigned profundity. And as he spoke, the cheers grew even louder, echoing across the training grounds, resonating through a good part of Marinford. Long Yi actively ignored the cacophony, only aware of his own heartbeat. After repelling Xiuan, he entered a peculiar state, although his rational mind insisted that this was unrealistic. Every cell in his body craved the victory he sought. A voice within him screamed, yearning to triumph in this battle. With nothing but the desire to conquer occupying his heart, he took a deep breath, made a decision, gently closed his eyes, and whispered, "O deity of destruction, heed my call." As he spoke, the atmosphere in the training ground shifted dramatically. Colonel Shura intended to exchange a few words with Long Yi and conclude this not-so-serious skirmish. But when he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt a seismic shift in Long Yi's aura. Crimson demonic energy visibly surged behind Long Yi as the blood-red aura emerged. All present gazed at him in astonishment, jaws agape. The ancient deities awakened at that moment. "Empower me, Blade Spirit Kazan." With a mighty shout, Long Yi's eyes snapped open. And in that instant, two beams of crimson light shot forth from his gaze, piercing the heavens. The blood-red energy solidified, revealing a fearsome spectral figure behind him. The harbinger of the world's end, the deity of destruction, Blade Spirit Kazan. What in the world is that? A devil fruit? Upon witnessing Long Yi summon Kazan's apparition, the observing Navy officers could no longer maintain their composure, their anxiety palpable. The unknown transformation enveloping Long Yi stirred tumultuous waves of concern within their hearts. This is intriguing. How delightful. The straightforward Karp laughed heartily, setting down his sunbae and intently watching Long Yi. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his seemingly ordinary gaze. This is the power of the deities. After receiving the Blade Spirit's blessing, Long Yi felt as though he could soar into the sky. His strength and speed significantly enhanced. Yet, simultaneously, the cost of summoning Kazan was steep. Unbeknownst to him, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Only one strike remains. Whispering to himself, Long Yi locked onto Colonel Shura, no longer hesitating. He drew his sword to his side and thrust forward with blinding speed. The force of this strike was leagues apart from his previous attempts. What is happening? Is this kid a monster? Facing Long Yi's determined strike, for the first time, a serious expression crossed Colonel Shura's face. His gaze sharpened, and as he anticipated the trajectory of Long Yi's blade, he emitted a strange energy. Rusty fruit, activate. In an instant, the outcome was sealed. Long Yi's blade was corroded and rusted by Colonel Shura's hands, transforming the well-maintained Navy sword into a cloud of iron dust. This little brat actually. Colonel Shura clenched his fists, concealing his hands behind him. Unbeknownst to others, a tiny wound had suddenly appeared in his palm, crimson blood seeping from it. What? How could this be? Watching the swirling iron dust, Long Yi despondently knelt, his mind in turmoil. Little did he know, the astonishment of those around him far eclipsed his own. After the outcome was determined, the training grounds fell into a profound silence. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the sound of applause shattered the stillness. The crowd instinctively turned to see a robust elder, adorned with the insignia of a hero, slowly approaching Long Yi while clapping. It was the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Karp. "Hey kid, you did well. Follow me, and I shall personally teach you what justice is." The resounding laughter echoed throughout the Naval Academy, leaving everyone, including Long Yi and Karp, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of Marinford, an elderly man clad in a white kimono, adorned with round spectacles, gently caressed the faintly ominous katana in his grasp. The blade emitted a soft hum, reflecting the complexity of his emotions. Chapter 4. Heroes, Marshals, and the Five Elders. The commotion at the Academy far exceeded Long Yi's expectations. The terrifying specter soon reached the ears of the high-ranking officials at Marinford. However, this was of little concern to Long Yi. After hastily concluding the promotion ceremony for the naval recruits, he was closely guarded by Karp, never straying far from his side. At that moment, Long Yi stood respectfully before the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku. As he encountered the Fleet Admiral for the first time, Long Yi's body stiffened involuntarily, and he found himself too anxious even to breathe. "Yes, I understand the situation you described, Karp. You acted rightly," Sengoku affirmed, his fingers interlaced on the table, nodding slightly toward Karp, who lounged on the sofa. It was evident that he fully supported Karp's decisive action to protect Long Yi. Yet, a closer observation revealed that the esteemed Fleet Admiral was not as composed as he appeared, with visible veins throbbing on his forehead. "Not at all, it is my duty," Karp exclaimed, his hearty laughter resonating throughout the room. Unbeknownst to him, Sengoku's patience was nearing its breaking point, teetering on the edge of eruption. "But that does not justify you breaking down my door. Damn it, Karp, you scared away my goat." Despite Sengoku's best efforts to restrain himself, the two old friends, having known each other for decades, soon found themselves embroiled in a heated argument, their voices escalating as the prospect of physical confrontation loomed. Long Yi, witnessing the escalating tension, felt a chill run down his spine, well aware of the potential chaos that could ensue if these two were to engage in a brawl. With the entire Marineford at risk of destruction, cough, cough, Excuse me. Just as Karp and Sengoku were locked in their dispute, a clear cough interrupted them. To Long Yi's astonishment, upon hearing this sound, both Karp and Sengoku suddenly turned their heads toward the entrance with wide, disbelieving eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. At the damaged wooden door stood a frail, bald elder, dressed in a plain white kimono, wooden clogs on his feet, round glasses perched on his nose, and a long katana cradled in his arms. F5 elders. What brings you here? Long Yi gasped internally upon recognizing the visitor. The imposing figure before him was none other than one of the 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government. Overwhelmed by surprise, Long Yi's expression grew slightly rigid. Lord Taisan, Sengoku spoke, his respect evident as he momentarily paused his argument with Karp, forcing down his emotions to greet the elder. Heh. Karp offered a subtle nod in acknowledgement, his demeanor unperturbed by the presence of the world's highest authority. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Karp, may I enter? The bald elder, referred to as Lord Taisan, maintained a calm demeanor, casting a casual glance at Long Yi before addressing Sengoku and Karp. Of course, Lord Taisan, please come in. Sengoku had no valid reason to deny a 5 elder entry. After welcoming the elder, he returned to his seat behind the desk with a composed expression. Karp, unusually silent, leaned back on the sofa, munching on some snacks he had brought along. The elder, unfazed by their attitudes, casually found a chair and sat down, disregarding Karp and Sengoku as he focused his gaze intently on Long Yi. Feeling the weight of the elder's stare, Long Yi grew increasingly uneasy, uncertain why this 5 elder displayed such keen interest in him. Just as he pondered this, Sengoku's deep voice broke the silence. So, Lord Taisan, what brings you here today? In contrast to Long Yi, the presence of the 5 elders held significant weight in Sengoku's mind. Setting aside Long Yi's inquiries, he adjusted his glasses and began to question the elder about his purpose. I am simply quite intrigued by this young man. The elder spoke candidly, revealing his interest in Long Yi without hesitation. Upon hearing the elder's response, both Sengoku and Karp exchanged glances, their expressions remaining neutral despite the stirrings within. They nodded subtly in understanding. In that case, please make yourself comfortable, my lord. As the dialogue between Sengoku and the elder concluded, their focus shifted back to Long Yi. After a silent appraisal of him, Sengoku tapped rhythmically on the table and spoke in a grave tone. Private Long Yi. Yes. Responding almost instinctively. Long Yi straightened his posture and answered loudly. The discipline of 2 years had molded him into a standard marine. Sengoku and Karp were pleased with the young man's reaction. Yet the subsequent query would prove pivotal. Private Long Yi, answer me. Have you consumed a devil fruit? Realizing the gravity of the question, Long Yi understood that the moment of truth had arrived. He was aware that his impulsive actions during the earlier commotion could not escape the notice of the observant, and his forthcoming answer would determine his fate. Reporting to the Admiral, I have not consumed a devil fruit. Long Yi had anticipated various inquiries during his journey to this point, and he had adequately prepared for this particular question. Not at all. Both Karp and Sengoku displayed expressions of astonishment at Long Yi's emphatic declaration. Particularly Karp, who had witnessed Long Yi summon the power of Kazan, furrowed his brow in disbelief. As their attention was captivated by Long Yi's response, they failed to notice that the elder, upon hearing Long Yi's assertion, unconsciously tightened his grip on the slender katana he held. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp, I assure you I have not consumed any devil fruit. Regarding the peculiar abilities I possess, I cannot explain how it came to be, but I am capable of wielding that unknown power. Dragon Yi responded decisively. Without a hint of hesitation, skillfully steering the peculiarities he exhibited toward an inexplicable direction. Are you suggesting that this could be your innate talent? The renowned strategist, Marshal Sengoku, aptly named for his wisdom, rapidly processed the information in his mind under Dragon Yi's deliberate guidance, soon arriving at the legendary, ethereal concept of talent. Indeed, there exists a phenomenon in this world known as talent, which is neither the power of devil fruits nor the so-called haki, but rather an inherent force. The most illustrious pirate king, Gold, Roger, was rumored to possess such an ability, one that allowed him to hear the voices of all things in the world. Are you implying that you can communicate with some unknown entities? Upon hearing Dragon Yi's words, Marshal Sengoku's breath quickened, his gaze fixed intently on Dragon Yi's eyes, seeking answers to his inquiries. It would be disingenuous to claim that being scrutinized by such a formidable figure did not induce tension, yet Dragon Yi persevered against the pressure. Nodding earnestly and meeting Sengoku's gaze, he spoke softly. Report, Marshal, I shall refer to it as the power to command the spirits. Could you Allow us to witness it? At that moment, the previously silent bald elder suddenly interjected. Hidden behind his round glasses, Dragony found it somewhat difficult to discern his expression. However, under the scrutinizing eyes of both Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp, he nodded in acquiescence. "O spirits of destruction, heed my call," with a whispered invocation. The atmosphere in the Marshal's chamber shifted dramatically, disregarding the astonished gazes of the three elders, as the latent power of the spirits within Dragon E surged forth once more. "Empower me, Spirit of the Blade, Kazan." With a resonant hum, the ethereal visage of Kazan materialized behind Dragon E. Even Sengoku, seasoned by countless storms, could not suppress a gulp as he fixated on the fierce phantom looming behind Dragon E. Naturally, this was merely a demonstration. Following the manifestation of Kazan's shadow, Dragon E swiftly relinquished the spirit's power, the crimson aura dissipating without a trace, rendering the spectacle akin to a mere illusion. To be honest, this is the first time Marshal Sengoku has encountered such a situation, leaving the astute strategist somewhat at a loss for words. Haha, Sengoku. Let this lad accompany me from now on. After a few years of my tutelage, he will undoubtedly possess the combat prowess of a vice admiral, rivaling that of Kazan and Borsellino. Karp's thought process diverged from the norm. Though initially astonished by Dragon Yi's spirit power, he now behaved as if unfazed, proactively discussing Dragon Yi's future with Marshal Sengoku. Cough, cough. The hesitant Sengoku had yet to reach a decision when the bald elder suddenly cleared his throat. Ignoring the astonished gazes of Sengoku and Karp, he rose slowly, cradling his katana, and approached Dragon E with a serious demeanor. "Child, your talent is astonishingly potent. It is a gift bestowed upon you by the heavens. Thus, take up the name of the Night Blade God and become my grandson." Chapter 5. The Dispute of Belonging in This World. There exists a powerful pirate who delights in taking others as his sons, thus offering protection to those he admires. However, being asked to become someone's grandson was a first for Dragon E. Even with a robust capacity for psychological endurance, he could not help but feel a wave of incredulity wash over him at the bald elder's proposition. Excuse me, what did you just say?" Longy initially thought there was a problem with his hearing. As he met the serious gaze of the bald elder, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown and stammered his inquiry. To his astonishment, the bald elder repeated his earlier statement word for word. "Long E, bearing the name of the Night Blade God family, become my grandson." Wait, Lord Taizen. Once he grasped the elder's implication, Long Yi's mind spiraled into chaos. Before he could articulate a response, the calm demeanor of Sengoku and Karp was shattered. The two exchanged wary glances filled with apprehension. "Sengoku, what is the matter?" The bald elder remained unperturbed despite Sengoku's interruption, adjusting his glasses with an air of tranquility. Sengoku pondered for several moments, seemingly in search of the right words. During his silence, Karp could no longer contain himself. "Hey, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to take my navy's talents to guard your doors?" Karp's eyes narrowed dangerously as he glared at the bald elder. As a man unafraid of the heavens or the earth, he would not bow to the so-called five elders, regardless of their noble lineage. If they sought to seize someone he valued, they would first have to contend with his fists. "Karp, you must not be disrespectful to Lord Taizen." Upon hearing Karp's outburst, Sengoku's heart raced with urgency. He was well aware of his old friend's temperament. When Karp threatened to strike, he was most assuredly serious. However, as the fleet admiral, Sengoku could not allow Karp to engage in conflict with the highest authority of the world government. Should such an incident occur, it would render the Navy and the world government a laughingstock. "Admiral Karp, are you serious?" The bald elder straightened slightly, his pristine kimono billowing as if caught in a breeze, revealing an underlying sharpness akin to a legendary sword. Admiral Karp and this esteemed gentleman, perhaps you should both calm yourselves." Just as the bald elder and Karp stood their ground, a timid voice broke through, revealing Long E attempting to mediate. "Karp, you are going too far." Perhaps encouraged by Long Yi's intervention, the bald elder spoke softly, using this opportunity to diffuse the tension and restore his usual composure. Karp, however, scoffed disdainfully, cracking his knuckles as if still contemplating the prospect of a brawl. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Observing the standoff between Karp and the bald elder, Sengoku placed a hand on his forehead, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation. "In any case, I will not allow you to take this child away. He is a precious asset to the Navy. Under my guidance, within a decade, no, in 7 years, I assure you, he will emerge as a powerhouse of admiral caliber." Karp boldly declared, Having recognized Long Yi's potential, he would not allow him to join the Night Blade God family. Destined to become a frivolous celestial dragon, what can you teach him? The 6 styles? Hockey? The Night Blade God family can impart those lessons as well. Karp. Do not forget that you are merely a brawler. This child will receive the finest education within my household. The bald elder, subtly reminding Karp of his brutish nature, lifted the great sword he held and smiled gently. Upon hearing this, Karp's spirit flared defiantly. With arms crossed, he shot a glance at the visibly anxious Long Yi and retorted, "Swordsmanship? Do not jest. I will not teach him such superficial skills. I will instill in him the essence of justice." Pausing, he disregarded the elder's darkening gaze and continued, "Humph. Becoming a celestial dragon would squander this child's inherent talents. I do not wish for one capable of upholding justice to ultimately transform into a mere tyrant." Though he had his counter-arguments, the bald elder found himself momentarily speechless. Karp's assertions bore some truth. Among the so-called noble families, or celestial dragons, apart from a select few elite individuals, most were indeed simply worthless wastrels. Yet, let it be known that his desire for Long Yi to join the Night Blade God family was not a mere pretext to shield these wastrels. He sincerely wished for Long Yi to become the family's successor. As he had stated, this was Long Yi's destiny, and also the choice of Guiche. May I speak? The overwhelming presence of the 2 top-tier warriors left Long Yi unable to lift his head. Seizing the brief lull in their confrontation, he finally found the opportunity to voice his thoughts. "Of course, my child." Strangely enough, while the bald elder displayed the haughtiness characteristic of nobility towards Karp, he adopted a more approachable demeanor when addressing Long Yi. "Humph, what nonsense. Kid, do not be fooled by that bald man. No good comes from him." Karp expressed his discontent with the elder's attitude, solemnly warning Long Yi not to fall for the allure of noble lineage. "Hey, Karp, perhaps you should hold your tongue and let Long Yi speak." Sengoku, who had been silent in the background, feared that further conflict might arise now that the 2 formidable figures had momentarily calmed. The reputation of the Navy and the world government was at stake. Damn, if only I were not still the fleet admiral. Long ago, the resentment harbored by the Marshal of the Warring States remained unknown to others. Yet, his words undeniably held a certain weight. Upon their utterance, Karp indeed fell silent, patiently awaiting Long Yi's response. Exhaling a long, deep breath, Long Yi seemed intent on releasing all the pressures that had accumulated within him, confronted by 3 formidable figures who could easily extinguish his existence. He felt a tumult of emotions. However, having spent 2 years training at the naval base, his mindset was notably exceptional, allowing him to maintain a semblance of composure and dignity. Esteemed Lord Tai-san, he began, gathering his thoughts before seeking clarity on the bald elder's statement. The elder nodded slightly, continuing to await Long Yi's elaboration. "Although I am unaware of your true identity, the deference shown by the Marshal and the Vice Admiral suggests that you are indeed a remarkable individual, and the disparity between our statuses is vast. Therefore, someone as humble as I lacks the merit to join your esteemed family as your grandson. While I regret this, I have resolved to remain within the Navy, advocating for justice on behalf of common folk like myself." As Karp and the bald elder exchanged pointed remarks, Long Yi was not idle. He pondered his course of action. Truth be told, the elder's words had taken him by surprise, the allure of noble lineage tempting him greatly. Yet, after careful contemplation, he reaffirmed his commitment to his principles, aspiring to become a true powerhouse and etch his name in history, rather than succumb to the role of a celestial dragon, oppressing the common people and wielding power for personal gain. Aha, that is precisely the spirit. Truly, you are a talent of the Navy. I assure you, under my guidance, you shall be molded into a general within a few years. Long Yi's response brought great joy to Karp, who felt that Long Yi was indeed a promising student. Admiral Sengoku, upon hearing Long Yi's words, nodded in agreement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The bald elder chuckled wryly, although Long Yi had clearly rejected him. The young man's steadfastness only deepened the elder's admiration. This admiration was not directed at Long Yi's talent, but rather at his character. To cultivate the sword, one must first cultivate the heart. What an exceptional child he is. Given this, I cannot afford to miss the opportunity. I must ensure he joins the Night Sword God family. With a firm resolve, the bald elder's eyes gleamed with determination. Unbeknownst to Long Yi, his candid expression had an unintended effect. The elder gently shook his head, opting for action over words to convey his intentions. Under the incredulous gazes of Karp and Sengoku, he placed the long sword into Long Yi's embrace. I have said before, this is your destiny. It is not I who chose you, but it chose you. Strangely enough, as the slender sword drew near to Long Yi, it emitted a faint sound, resonating softly as if the very essence of hellish demons were silently howling, sending chills down one's spine. You wretched bald head, how dare you let this child come into contact with the cursed blade? The elder's sudden action triggered Karp's instincts. He assumed that Long Yi had offended the elder, leading the old man to threaten his life. Fuming, Karp instinctively prepared to strike the elder, but was firmly restrained by Admiral Sengoku. Wait, Karp. Look. At Sengoku's words, Karp managed to regain his composure and turned to gaze at Long Yi, only to be struck with a look of sheer horror. The cursed blade quivered gently in Long Yi's arms, a faint purplish aura spreading slowly around it. Yet Long Yi himself remained oblivious, wearing an expression of confusion. Thus, it was not I who designated the heir of the Night Sword God family. Rather, the cursed blade chose its next master. With a deep sigh, the bald elder regarded the bewildered Long Yi once more, reiterating, So, Long Yi, take up the name of the Night Sword God family and become my grandson. Haha. In that case, Long Yi, accept this. Henceforth, the cursed blade shall be your sword and a source of protection for the Navy. As his thoughts shifted, a glint of cunning appeared in Sengoku's eyes, and he too began to persuade Long Yi. In the eyes of this strategic mind, it seemed a venture that would yield nothing but profit. Chapter 6. Secrets and Ambitions. Long Yi departed, following Karp out of the room where Admiral Sengoku resided. Until the very end, he was unable to provide a definitive answer. Confronted by the penetrating gazes of the bald elder and Admiral Sengoku, he implored them for a day's time to ponder before reaching his final decision. The bald elder and Admiral Sengoku expressed their understanding of Long Yi's request. Although he exhibited extraordinary talent, they recognized that he was merely a child. Joining the Night Blade God family was a significant matter that warranted careful consideration. Once Long Yi had left, the atmosphere in the spacious room grew somewhat oppressive, leaving only Admiral Sengoku and the bald elder. Clearing his throat, Sengoku refrained from further conversation with the elder and returned to his seat. He contacted a subordinate in the Marine Corps via the telephone snail on the table. Before long, a comprehensive dossier on Long Yi appeared on his desk. A native of the North Sea, a survivor of the massacre in Barrack, an orphan from Mosmar village. For the past 2 years, he had been honing his swordsmanship in Marinford, demonstrating an unusual zeal and a deep-seated hatred for pirates. As Sengoku perused Long Yi's file, he nodded thoughtfully. Judging solely by this document, Long Yi's background posed no issues. He belonged to the direct lineage nurtured by Marinford, undeniably of noble descent. Truth be told, Marinford had taken in many orphans like Long Yi. These children, having endured profound suffering, often exhibited greater diligence than their contemporaries in the Marine Corps, making them more likely to succeed. Within them resided not only aspirations for a brighter future, but also an intense loathing for pirates. From weakness springs hatred, and from hatred emerges strength. It seemed that Long Yi embodied this philosophy as well. If he were an orphan, being adopted into the Night Blade God family would enhance his prospects significantly. As Admiral Sengoku quietly read through Long Yi's profile, the bald elder listened intently. After hearing about Long Yi's origins, he seemed to ponder deeply before involuntarily uttering a remark. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's forehead creased with 3 black lines. However, he maintained a facade of politeness in the presence of the 5 elder stars. Adjusting his glasses, Sengoku suppressed his emotions and addressed the bald elder, Lord Taisan. Long Yi has already left with Karp. His underlying message was clear. Since the child you favored has departed, you too may take your leave. Yet, whether the bald elder failed to grasp Sengoku's implication or was feigning ignorance, he remained silent, sitting quietly on the sofa, reluctant to depart. Damn the 5 elder stars. Sengoku cursed inwardly, feeling powerless against the elder's obstinacy, as he had to consider the face of both the world government and the Navy. Do you understand why I am so insistent on accepting Long Yi as the heir to the Night Blade God family? Just as Sengoku was lost in thought, the bald elder spoke, his tone somber. Is it because of Jitru's choice? Sengoku ventured to inquire. Indeed, Jitru's selection is part of the reason, but not the entirety. To be frank, it is due to the matter of succession, the bald elder replied gently, a hint of sorrow in his voice. The Night Blade God family is a prestigious lineage, abundant in descendants. While the direct bloodline continues, I recall that you, Lord Taisan, also have a direct blood relative. His name is Yato God Gensher, if I am not mistaken. Although Sengoku was not well versed in the intricacies of the Night Blade God family, he had heard whispers, which led him to hesitate when mentioning the name. Yes, my son is indeed named Gensher. A glimmer of sadness crossed the bald elder's eyes as he spoke of his direct lineage, but after a brief moment, he suppressed his emotions and continued to address Sengoku. However, you may not know that my son has long severed ties with the Nightblade God family, retreating to the East Blue with his wife, and has not contacted me in ages. Hearing this familial revelation, Sengoku furrowed his brow, filled with questions yet unsure of how to broach the subject, leaving him in silent contemplation. And not long ago, my only granddaughter, Kuina, tragically passed away. The direct bloodline of the Nightblade God family has now been severed. Ignoring Sengoku's expression, the bald elder continued calmly, his voice steady despite the grief underlying his words. At this moment, Taisan was no longer the legendary figure of the world government's 5 elder stars, but had transformed into an ordinary elder, profoundly mournful over the untimely death of his granddaughter. Lord Taisan, please accept my condolences. Sengoku, at a loss for how to comfort the elderly man, could only sigh softly, offering his sympathies. It is of no concern, do not worry about me. A sudden shift occurred, and the heavy aura returned to the bald elder. As the head of the world government, he could not display weakness. Looking into Sengoku's eyes behind his glasses, he earnestly stated, "The reason I share this with you is to convey that I have no intention of jeopardizing the Navy's talents. Jichiru requires a master who can suppress him, and the Nightblade God family needs Longyi." With that, the bald elder ceased speaking and took his leave, leaving Admiral Sengoku alone in the room, holding Longyi's dossier, lost in thought. After Longyi followed Karp back to his residence in Marinford, he promptly locked himself in the room assigned to him. After confirming that there were no anomalies within, he eagerly summoned his system. Due to the tumultuous events in the training grounds, Longyi had only hastily acquired the skills within the system and had not had the opportunity to fully comprehend his abilities before being brought before Fleet Admiral Sengoku by Karp. Now, however, was the perfect moment to thoroughly understand his system. With a silent incantation in his heart, Longyi felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and his consciousness swiftly detached from his body, transporting him to a sanctuary that resembled a paradise untouched by the world. Casually sitting cross-legged upon the ground, Longyi softly spoke, displayed data. Upon his utterance, as if responding to his command, a plethora of unfamiliar information flooded his mind. The data revealed the current status of the host as follows. Host, Longyi faction, Navy level, 5, private, reputation, 30 unlocked profession, Demon Sword Master, basic, unlocked skills, rising / level 8. Rapid thrust, level 1, blade spirit of Kazan, level 1. Aerial combo / level 1, block, level 1, silver light falling blade, level 1. Demon / level 1, unlocked abilities, none unlocked achievements, glamorous debut due to the appearance of the demon goddess power causing a significant uproar in Marineford. It garnered the attention of the higher-ups, completing the glamorous debut. Lottery chances, 1 evaluation. You are merely at the beginning of your journey in this world. Contemplating the displayed data, Longyi found himself deep in thought. However, upon noticing one particularly perplexing entry, he felt a sense of curiosity and could not help but inquire of the system, what does this lottery mean? Upon hearing Longyi's question, the system promptly provided a clear answer. The lottery system is bound to experience points. Since the system was activated, each time you level up, you gain 1 lottery chance. The prizes are defaulted to correspond with the host's level, allowing you to choose from weapons or items for the lottery. Longyi felt a surge of novelty at the system's explanation and thought that since he had the time, he might as well experiment a little. Oh, is that so? Can I draw now? Certainly. Then I'll choose the weapon category and test my luck. Host has selected lottery type, weapon. Commencing lottery. The lottery process lasted only a few seconds, and the system's result materialized directly within Longyi's mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following item: katana, ordinary, type, Tachi attributes, none special abilities, none item description. This is a rather common katana, while it may be prevalent. It remains a sharp weapon. Inscribed somewhere on the blade is a nonsensical phrase. A katana must never be inferior to a cumbersome giant sword. Longyi gazed at the slender katana in his hand, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. It appeared that this system not only enabled him to master the skills of a full-fledged demon sword master, but also granted him access to the arsenal of weapons and items within the dungeon. Although he had only unlocked the foundational skills of the demon sword master thus far, Longyi was confident that, through relentless pursuit of strength, he would ultimately achieve the remarkable awakening of all 4 major professions. Just imagine, when Longyi wields the sword of the king and grips the cursed blade Muramasa. executing the transcendent sword techniques of the sword god, while summoning the cataclysmic thunderclouds of the celestial emperor and harnessing the power of the 16 demon gods. He would be able to transform into the blood demon at will. In such moments, what could possibly stand in his way? The 7 warlords? The 4 emperors? The 3 admirals? Mere trifles. In his previous life, he led an ordinary existence. However, in this life, he is destined to ascend to the pinnacle, ensuring his name resonates throughout the world. The seed of ambition quietly took root in Long Yi's heart, awaiting its moment to blossom. Chapter 7. True intent. One must consume heartily and tread each path with purpose. Although the potential of Long Yi's system is boundless, at present, he is merely a disposable character, easily extinguished by a stronger foe, belonging to that category of beings in manga who lack even the privilege of a face. Thus, after exiting the system, Long Yi steadied his tumultuous emotions, caressing the warrior's sword he had just acquired, and began contemplating his future course. First and foremost, he must elevate his own strength. He remains too weak, incapable of surviving in this world with such feeble capabilities. Secondly, he must choose his allegiance. Although he had always aimed for the upper echelons of the Navy, the prospect of becoming a celestial dragon seemed appealing. Clearly, the words of the bald elder had profoundly unsettled Long Yi's inner thoughts. While he despised those who wielded power to oppress others and even harbored a desire to stab those detestable celestial dragons as an outlet for his frustration, the privileges associated with becoming one made him waver. In matters of right and wrong, Long Yi was no saint. He found himself struggling against the temptations that beckoned. "Hey, kid, dinner's ready." Just as Long Yi lay tossing and turning on his bed, the voice of Karp resonated from beyond the door, interrupting his contemplations. Upon hearing this, Long Yi let out a bitter smile, inwardly chiding himself. How could he, of all people, be lured by the privileges of the celestial dragons? Just not long ago, he had vowed to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, but now, on the brink of stepping out, he found himself vanquished by this sugary enticement. This simply would not do. Long Yi, you must withstand the trial. Firmly slapping his own face, he abandoned further contemplation. As he pushed open the door, he happened to catch sight of Karp, his energetic visage radiating vigor. "Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about? It's time to eat," Karp exclaimed. And before Long Yi could even react, this eccentric elder had swiftly seated himself at the dining table, devouring food with an exuberance that was nothing short of extravagant. Delicious. This is delightful. In the blink of an eye, the spread before them had been ravaged, much to Long Yi's alarm. It must be said, this meal was the most hurried he had ever experienced since arriving in this world. Accustomed to dining in the Navy's mess hall, he could hardly fathom that one day he would need to adopt such a competitive approach to fill his belly. "Ah, I've had my fill," Karp declared, a contented smile gracing his face as he clutched his noticeably expanded belly. To Long Yi's surprise, this naval hero began to impart wisdom. "I say, your eating speed is far too slow. Remember, young one, the dining table is akin to a battlefield. To become an exemplary sailor, you must seize the moment to eat when the opportunity arises and sleep when." In the midst of his speech, Karp fell silent, and Long Yi stared in disbelief at the snoring figure before him. He could not help but acknowledge the remarkable resilience of the D family's bloodline. Capable of dozing off while conversing and feasting, such a feat was not for the faint of heart. "Karp, Admiral? Karp, Admiral." With no other choice, Long Yi gently shook Karp's shoulder, rousing the formidable elder. Upon waking, Karp appeared a bit dazed, but as soon as he spotted Long Yi's exasperated expression, the elder abruptly recalled his unfinished thought. "Oh right, to sleep when?" Seeing Karp slip back into slumber yet again, Long Yi pressed his forehead in frustration. Overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of helplessness, he even began to contemplate whether he should acquiesce to the bald elder's request and join the Nightblade family. For the thought of being mentored by such an unpredictable figure was truly a test of one's nerves. "Ah, my apologies, I dozed off again." This time, it was not Long Yi's intervention that stirred Karp, but the sound of his own snoring that roused him. Upon noticing Long Yi's expression, Karp erupted into hearty laughter, displaying not a hint of embarrassment. "Karp, Admiral, I am somewhat fatigued. May I retire for the day?" Listening to Karp's boisterous laughter, Long Yi forced a smile and pretended to rise, intending to return to his room. "Wait a moment, Long Yi." Just as Long Yi was about to turn away, Karp's tone shifted to one of seriousness, halting the youth's departure. "Karp, Admiral?" The sudden gravity in Karp's demeanor caught Long Yi off guard, prompting him to inquire in confusion, only to be met with Karp's earnest gaze. "You were contemplating that bald man's words, are you not? Tell me, do you wish to join the Nightblade family? Hearing Karp's inquiry, Longy froze, abandoning his earlier intention to leave, and instead returned to his seat, lost in thought. Noticing Longy's reaction, Karp refrained from pressing further. Simply observing the youth's inner turmoil. It is all right. Do not feel apprehensive. I wish to hear your true thoughts. In that moment, Karp resembled a seasoned life mentor, his steady voice imparting an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Though Longy continually reminded himself that it was merely an illusion, he sighed and eventually confided in Karp. Karp, Admiral. In truth, I wish to remain with the Navy and serve it faithfully. However, the words of Lord Tyson are indeed tempting. The demon blade, Kachiro, is a sword that every swordsman aspires to possess. Even though I hail from humble beginnings, I have heard tales of the myriad privileges enjoyed by the celestial dragons. My heart yearns to join the Nightblade family. Yet I find myself grappling with the fear of being looked down upon. Longy's inner turmoil was laid bare without the slightest concealment as he confided in Karp. Upon hearing these words, Karp was elated by Longy's candid attitude. He clapped Longy on the shoulder and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a fuss over nothing. You, young lad, are perhaps overthinking it. If you aspire to be a celestial dragon, cast aside your doubts and disregard the opinions of others. As long as you uphold the justice in your heart, you shall forever be a soldier of the Navy." Longy, tell me, does justice dwell within your heart? The notion of justice echoed in Longy's ears like the resounding chime of a great bell, awakening him from his reverie. Longy is overly concerned about the opinions of others. Despite knowing that joining the Yado god family would be more advantageous for his development in this world, he remains preoccupied with the fear of facing disdain and deprecation, shouldering unnecessary insults. At times, he even fears becoming intoxicated by the privileges of the celestial dragons, forgetting his original intentions, which is why he hesitates to join the Yado god family. He masquerades this hesitation as careful consideration, but in truth, he is ensnared by it. Report, Vice Admiral Karp. Justice resides within my heart. Rising to attention, Longy performed a flawlessly executed naval salute to Karp. A vivid memory flashed before him. Images of the pirate massacre from 2 years ago. Ever since he merged with the original Longy's memories, he inherited the hatred for pirates and the resolve to uphold justice, vowing to defend the innocent. Very well, Private Longy, tell me, what does justice mean to you? Upon witnessing Longy's reaction, Karp adopted a solemn demeanor and inquired loudly. The justice in my heart is to punish the wicked and uplift the virtuous. It is to protect the weak. As Long spoke each word deliberately, he reminisced about the countless moments spent tirelessly honing his swordsmanship, regardless of the seasons. My sense of justice manifests when others are in dire need. I draw my sword to support the vulnerable commoners. My justice instills such fear in malevolent pirates that they tremble at the mere mention of my name, fleeing in terror. My justice is neither impulsive nor unwaveringly rigid. It transcends neutrality, guided solely by the purity of my heart. Laughter erupted from Karp, tears streaming down his face, thoroughly pleased with Long's response. The more he observed Long, the more fondness he felt, surpassing even that for his own son. If only my grandson could embody the qualities of this remarkable youth, Karp mused silently. Gazing at Long's earnest expression, he couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration when he thought of his restless grandson. Despite his efforts to instill in him the virtues of an exemplary Marine, the boy persistently yearned to become a pirate, much to Karp's dismay. Yet, fate had gifted him a prodigious talent in Long, soothing his wounded spirit. Very well, I have noted your sense of justice. However, should you ever betray your words, even if you were to ascend to become a celestial dragon, my iron fists shall not relent, Karp declared with a cold smirk, cracking his knuckles with an audible pop. His seriousness unprecedented. Indeed, Vice Admiral Karp, Dragon replied with a grave expression, call me master. Karp playfully delivered a light punch to Dragon's head, his face breaking into a joyful smile as he laughed heartily. Yes, Master Karp. Longy endured the pain, yet dared not resist the tyranny of Karp, exclaiming loudly, call me Grandpa Karp. Another thump landed on his head, visibly swelling 2 large bumps. Yes, Grandpa Karp. Tears began to well up in his eyes, his face flushed. Yet his tone remained unwavering. Call me. Just as Karp began to speak, Longy swiftly retreated 3 paces, evading the reach of Karp's fist. His expression alert as he observed Karp. Ha. In that case, join the Nightblade god family, Longy. But remember, even after accepting that old man's favor, You are still my disciple, Monkey D, Karp. Once you've reaped the benefits, come aboard my ship, and I shall teach you how to uphold the justice in your heart. Yes, Grandpa Karp. Although the throbbing in his head persisted, Longy felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. What did it matter if he became a celestial dragon, enduring the cold gazes and baseless insults of the world? As long as he held fast to the justice within, he would forever be the Long-E who tirelessly trained himself in pursuit of righteousness. To remain true to one's original intention is to attain the ultimate goal. Chapter 8. Upright and honorable on the boundless sea, a naval warship sailed slowly, the gentle breeze billowing the seagull-shaped flag. Unlike ordinary warships, the prow of this vessel bore the image of a hound clutching a bone. Though somewhat ridiculous, it struck terror into the hearts of all pirates traversing the Grand Line. The appearance of this ship signified that those pirates would soon encounter the most formidable presence, the legendary Marine, Monkey D. Karp. Yet at this moment, the naval hero seemed utterly unaffected by his own fame. He reclined comfortably on a deck chair, hands behind his head, bellowing at a youth not far away. Too slow. Long-E. This is unacceptable. Another 200 sets of sprints. Yes, Master Karp. If one were to find a word to describe Long-Yi's current feelings, it would undoubtedly be akin to suffering a fate worse than death. Hearing Karp's rebuke, drenched in sweat, Long-E dared not voice a single complaint, responding only with a loud affirmation. At that moment, he finally grasped the sentiment that Luffy must have felt when Karp personally cast him down the cliff. The training he had undergone at the naval base now seemed like mere child's play in comparison. Karp clearly had no regard for the physical condition of miners. He relentlessly trained Long-E in his own manner. To break through human limits, this level should be a breeze. Karp shouted, watching Long-E resume his sprints, spittle flying. Meanwhile, the naval officers stationed aboard gathered in small clusters, whispering among themselves. Mr. Karp is truly strict. Long-E is still just a child. Indeed. It has been a week now. It's remarkable that Long-E has managed to endure. Well, regardless, Long-E is certainly Mr. Karp's disciple. Achieving this level is to be expected. Oh, you speak so boldly. Why don't you give it a try? Perhaps not. Since boarding the ship, Long-Yi's efforts had not gone unnoticed by the naval officers. This black-haired youth quickly earned the respect of everyone aboard through his extraordinary perseverance and dedication. The murmurs around him buzzed like countless flies, and Karp, observing the idle officers, sneered coldly. Hey, do you all wish to be trained by me as well? Upon hearing Karp's words, the naval officers hastily shook their heads, scattering like frightened birds, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Humph. A bunch of little brats. A faint smile curled at the corner of Karp's mouth as he disregarded the officers, focusing intently on Long-E in the distance. Break through, human limits. With these phrases echoing in his mind, Long-E gradually forgot everything around him. As he continuously sprinted back and forth across the deck, his strength began to wane, and his spirit reached its breaking point. Yet his body showed no signs of stopping. Through prolonged mechanical motion, he had grown accustomed to the rhythm of his actions. Watching Long-E drenched in sweat, Karp's gaze was intense. Mastering one of the Marine's 6 styles within 2 weeks necessitated such rigorous training. The call of seagulls drifted faintly, and Karp looked up at the sky, squinting slightly. His thoughts suddenly returning to that day, a week prior, in the room of Admiral Sengoku. Long-E, are you truly serious? Long-Yi's affirmative response brought immense joy to the bald elder, alleviating the burden from his heart. As one of the 5 elders, he tightly grasped the sword in his hand, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Haha, what a delightful occasion. Congratulations. Sengoku chuckled, a glimmer of brilliance fleetingly appearing in his eyes behind his glasses. He was genuinely pleased with Long-Yi's decision. For his affiliation with the Navy meant that a stronger Long-E would bolster the Navy's power to protect the seas. Humph. Bald old man, let me make this clear. Long-E has recognized me as his master. He is now my disciple. If any of you from the Knight Sword God family dare to bully him, my fists will not stand idly by. Karp glared at the jubilant bald elder, his tone grave. Though often seen as scatterbrained, he was fiercely protective. Having regarded Long-E as his disciple, he would not tolerate any bullying against him. What? Long-E, you actually acknowledged such a brash fellow. Well, as long as you diligently practice your swordsmanship, you'll surely forget about such a person. After Long-E agreed to join the Knight Sword God family, the bald elder's attitude toward him became infinitely more amiable, treating him as if he were a cherished grandson. adjusting his round glasses. He disregarded Karp's stern expression and spoke to Long Yi with a benevolent demeanor. Wait a moment. What does brash fellow mean? Karp could not ignore the insult directed at him. His fiery temperament was about to spark a confrontation with the bald elder when Long Yi, wearing a wry smile, intervened to restrain him. In truth, both Karp and the bald elder were quite affectionate toward Long Yi, and he could sense their genuine concern. Thus, even though he was reluctant, he found himself mediating between the two, urging patience. Then, Your Excellency Kazan, does Long Yi need to adhere to the Knight Sword God family's entrance rules like everyone else? At that moment, Sengoku, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing the term rules, Long Yi's interest was piqued, while Karp and the bald elder fell silent, returning to their usual demeanor. There is no need for such elaborate procedures. Long Yi is my personally accepted successor, the designated heir of the Knight Sword God family by Kazan himself. Who dares to object? The bald elder's expression turned serious, a hint of a cold smile playing on his lips, his pristine kimono billowing without wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. Wait, what are the entrance rules of the Knight Sword God family? Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity, and upon hearing something that pertained to his future, Long Yi felt compelled to inquire further. Seeing Long Yi's question, the bald elder hesitated for a moment. After thoughtful consideration, he ultimately revealed the truth to Long Yi. The Knight Sword God family, renowned for its swordsmanship, had countless individuals traveling from all over the world to learn. To avoid complications, the family established a rule. Only those who have achieved notable accomplishments would be eligible for assessment and consideration for membership in the outer ranks of the family. However, Long Yi's situation was distinct. He was the current head of the family and the recognized heir by Kazan. Given his strength and absolute authority, it was unlikely that any petty individual would dare to speak against him. After absorbing the bald elder's explanation of the Knight Sword God family's rules, Long Yi fell into contemplation. Under the watchful gaze of the three elders, he pondered for over 10 seconds before arriving at his decision. In that case, please allow me to undergo the entrance ceremony according to the Knight Sword God family's rules. I believe that at my age, excluding the notorious deeds of the North Sea pirates, my accomplishments should suffice. Upon hearing Long Yi's words, Sengoku's heart stirred, and he hesitantly inquired, Long Yi, are you suggesting the one-eyed Bellic? In response to Sengoku's question, Long Yi's reply was resolute. Over the past 2 years, he had been relentlessly tormented by hatred, and his obsession with avenging himself against Bellic had become ingrained in his very being. This opportunity would allow him to resolve a long-standing grievance. Think carefully. I recall that the one-eyed Bellic is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million buries. With your current strength, it may be. Though Sengoku's words trailed off, everyone present understood his implication. Facing a pirate with a bounty of 20 million buries with the strength of a mere third-class soldier was tantamount to throwing oneself against a boulder. One must embrace challenges to achieve true merit, right? Having decided to join the Knight Sword God family, I intend to stride in with dignity. Long Yi chuckled lightly. Upon hearing the counsel of the warring states, rather than feeling disheartened, it ignited the fervor of battle within him. The bald elder parted his lips, seemingly intending to dissuade Long Yi, yet before he could utter a single word, he was interrupted by Karp's hearty laughter. Ha! Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple. In that case, I shall escort you back to the Northern Sea. However, to bolster your strength and safeguard your life, you must be prepared for a rigorous training regimen in hell during the 2 weeks leading up to our journey to the Northern Sea. Upon hearing this, Long Yi's face revealed a trace of delight. He nodded without hesitation and exclaimed, Yes, Master Karp. The fervent exchange between the master and disciple rendered both Sengoku and the bald elder speechless, exchanging a glance before falling into silence. Continue. Don't stop. Long Yi, you must go faster. The stern reprimand of Karp resonated across the deck of the warship, pulling Long Yi's thoughts back to the present. Despite the vigorous exertion he was enduring, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Observing the bewilderment in Long Yi's eyes, yet noting his unprecedented speed, Karp nodded gently to himself, contemplating. Indeed, at this rate of comprehension, Long Yi should grasp the threshold of Soru within a week. Chapter 9. Karp's training method. The Navy's 6 styles consist of Soru, Tekai, Shurgon, Jep, Rankyaku, and Kami-e, all of which can only be mastered by transcending human limits. Although aided by a system, Long Yi was not so presumptuous as to believe he could master all 6 styles within the fortnight heading to the North Sea. After much contemplation, he resolved to focus primarily on Soru among the 6 styles. Soru is essentially a method of rapid movement, utilizing explosive power over a brief period to maneuver, rendering the enemy incapable of perceiving his trajectory. The more pure the power, the more formidable it becomes. Mastering such explosive speed could potentially double Long Yi's combat abilities, granting him a greater chance of survival in the perilous North Sea. However, mastering the Navy's 6 styles is no simple feat. Many devote their entire lives and still fail to grasp all 6. Aside from the system's assistance, Long Yi was evidently within the realm of an ordinary human, and he found the practice of Soru exceedingly strenuous. Throughout that week, under Karp's grueling training regimen, Long Yi exerted every ounce of effort, barely brushing the threshold of human limits. Yet he found himself unable to take a single step forward in comprehending the essence of Soru. As the warship drew ever closer to the North Sea, his training in the 6 styles reached a bottleneck. Anxious and somewhat despondent, Long Yi lay sprawled on the deck, gazing up at the azure sky, feeling as though he had merged with the vast expanse of blue. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, leading him into a trance. "Hey, how long are you going to rest?" Just then, a jarring shout pierced through the tranquility, pulling Long Yi back from his reverie. Feeling the weight of exhaustion enveloping him, he mustered his strength to sit up and turned to see Karp, his expression grave, not far away. "Master Karp." Ryuichi's voice emerged with palpable timidity, betraying an exhaustion that seemed to have hollowed his very being. Though each day's hellish training regimen was invariably followed by copious nutritional supplements, inexplicably, his vitality refused to return, leaving him draped in an aura of listlessness. "What's the matter, brat? Contemplating surrender? It's never too late to quit, you know." Observing Ryuichi's demeanor, Karp sneered as he spoke. Though his face bore a smile, the glacial edge in his tone sent an involuntary shiver down Ryuichi's spine. "Reporting, Vice Admiral Karp. I have no intention of giving up." With a resounding slap to his own cheeks, Ryuichi seemed determined to purge all traces of weakness from his mind. Rising to his feet, he straightened his posture and responded to Karp with a thunderous declaration. "There are no free meals in this world. Even if Ryuichi could rely on his system to master devastating techniques and wield weapons capable of shaking the heavens and startling ghosts without the baptism of sweat, he would never forge the indomitable heart of a true warrior. The stubbornness ingrained in his bones refused to let him concede defeat. Even if it meant being battered and bruised, he would push beyond his limits." "Haha. Excellent." Witnessing the unyielding resolve in Ryuichi's eyes, Karp felt a swell of satisfaction. This world teemed with individuals harboring the potential for greatness, yet few possessed the relentless diligence that Ryuichi displayed. Upon hearing Karp's approval, Ryuichi remained silent. Just as he steeled himself for another 500 sets of shuttle runs, Karp uttered words that caught him completely off guard. "I see you've brushed against the precipice of your physical limits. Further training would yield diminishing returns. We now transition to the second phase. After lunch, your regimen will change. I shall personally guide you in mastering the essence of Soru." As he spoke, Karp clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. Noticing Ryuichi's bewildered and stunned expression, the corner of his lips curled into a smirk laced with mischief. Long Yi was previously puzzled about the meaning of personally helping one grasp the essence of the shave. It was only after he received 3 or 4 hefty blows from Karp to the head that he truly comprehended the implication of those words. "Too slow, Long Yi. If your speed remains at this level, you shan't expect to rest easy tonight." Karp laughed heartily, brandishing his fist that was slightly emitting wisps of smoke, while Long Yi, with tears welling in his eyes, felt a surge of indignation. "How infuriating. I will definitely evade the next strike." Despite the absence of hockey in Karp's fist and his deliberate restraint and force, the impact of that iron-like fist upon Long Yi's head was a pain beyond ordinary description. "Haha, let us see you try." Karp sneered as he vanished from Long Yi's line of sight. Upon witnessing this, Long Yi dared not take it lightly. Just as he intended to evade, a menacing aura surged from behind him. Following a muffled thud, predictably, a sizable bump appeared on Long Yi's head. "Haha. The 5th one." Kapu laughed triumphantly, puffing away the smoke rising from his clenched fist as he gazed at Long Yi, resembling the Buddha with his multitude of lumps. This eccentric old man found amusement in the spectacle. However, the indignation was palpable. No one could endure such humiliation, and Long Yi was no exception. Wincing in pain, he even began to ponder whether Kapu's peculiar method of striking heads was the true cause of Luffy's foolishness. "Are you angry? Then come and hit me, you fool." "Kapu, devoid of any dignified description, danced awkwardly while pulling faces, a testament to his lack of respect for age. After a round of mockery, he effortlessly ignited the flames of fury within Long E. In his once dark eyes, a fierce blaze flickered ominously. Haha, do not overthink it. Unleash all your power. Show me your true potential. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Kapu's eyes. As he yearned to witness the progress Long E had made over these past days, this was his true intention. Master Kapu, this is what you yourself proclaimed. Early in the morning, Ryuichi was already irritated by Garp's incessant knocking. Upon hearing Garp's demand, he unhesitatingly drew the katana at his waist, an eerie aura faintly rising around him. Everyone, step aside. I wish to spar with my disciple. Seeing the seriousness in Ryuichi's eyes, Garp burst into laughter. With a booming shout, he dismissed the surrounding naval officers who had gathered to watch, leaving only himself and Ryuichi standing opposite each other on the deck. Brat, use everything you've got. Don't worry about hurting me. Cracking his neck with a series of light pops, Garp grinned at Ryuichi, whose form was now wreathed in ghostly energy, and beckoned with a slight curl of his fingers. I know I can't harm you, Master Garp, but still blade spirit. Kazan. A silent roar of the spectral warrior echoed in the minds of every naval officer present. For most of them, this was the first time witnessing Ryuichi harness the power of the vengeful spirits. As the terrifying, grotesque phantom materialized behind him, their eyes widened in shock, mouths agape, rendered utterly speechless. That's it, Ryuichi. Show me your strength. Garp laughed heartily. A man who thrived in battle. This was his first encounter with someone wielding the power of the spirits. Though Ryuichi was his disciple, the prospect of this duel stirred an undeniable excitement within him. Master Garp, please be careful. Consecutive thrust. With a sharp exhale, Ryuichi unleashed a rapid flurry of piercing strikes. His technique had improved since his duel with Captain Shine at the academy. The razor-sharp tip of his blade darting toward Garp's vital points without hesitation. Not bad, not bad. Your sword is faster than before. Garp shifted his footing lightly. To Ryuichi's eyes, he barely moved, yet effortlessly evaded every thrust, gritting his teeth. Ryuichi felt a flicker of frustration. Garp's evasion technique was precisely the sorrow he had been striving to master. Then how about this? Undeterred by the failed assault, Ryuichi, empowered by Kazan's blessing, altered his stance mid-motion. With a twist of his wrist, he executed an uppercut slash. Though a fundamental technique in swordsmanship, its potency in critical moments was undeniable. Even Garp's expression softened with approval at Ryuichi's adaptability, though the cunning strike still failed to graze him. Again, Garp beckoned once more, his demeanor as relaxed as ever. While Ryuichi's swordsmanship was exceptional among his peers, in Garp's eyes, it still lacked refinement. Upon witnessing the situation, Long E let out a fierce shout. Drawing upon the explosive power he had cultivated over the past week, he leapt into the air. The blade shimmered with silver light as he executed a downward strike, a technique reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky. In an instant, his attack was upon Karp. Quite intriguing, Karp thought, his eyes glinting with admiration as he observed Long Yi's swordsmanship. Yet, while appreciation lingered, he was acutely aware that should he be bested by such a technique, he would surely become the subject of ridicule among his peers. Once again, Long Yi vanished from sight, and his silver blade failed to find its mark. However, as he landed and steadied himself, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes, and he unleashed his next strike without hesitation. The ghost slash emerged, enveloped in a purple aura, as if an otherworldly flame danced upon the edge of his katana. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of surprise flickering in Karp's eyes. Karp, having endured 4 or 5 of your punches, I have deciphered your movements. Long E mused internally, his gaze ablaze with fervor, nearly bursting from the intensity within him. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my master's disciple. Karp's face radiated pride at Long Yi's strike. Only such a student could validate his devoted teachings. Yet, a cold smirk crossed Karp's lips as he shifted the tone of the conversation. In the face of absolute power, all struggles are in vain. In an instant, his dark, armored haki enveloped his fist. To Long Yi's astonishment, the venerable naval hero chose not to evade or defend against the ghost slash, but rather responded with a singular brute force. An undeniable aura of lethal intent descended upon Long E, sending a chill racing up his spine. He gazed at Karp's somewhat menacing smile, his heart roiling with tumultuous waves of fear. How could this be? Is Master Karp truly intent on killing me? No, this is not the time for such thoughts. A blow from that fist would surely be fatal. Should I sheathe my sword and defend? No, there is no time. Thoughts raced through his mind in the blink of an eye. Before his brain could process the situation, Long Yi's body instinctively reacted. In Karp's unwavering gaze, he suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself on a distant section of the deck, breathless and kneeling, drenched in sweat. See, it was quite simple to learn, Karp remarked nonchalantly, observing Long Yi, who appeared as if he had just emerged from the depths of the sea. The menacing aura dissipated as Karp returned to his usual demeanor, chuckling as he casually picked his nose. Truly a madman. Long Yi reflected on the instantaneous sensation that coursed through him like an electric current. Yet, even now, he felt a lingering unease from Karp's life-threatening challenge. He shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired had he not experienced that moment of clarity. Master Karp, had I not evaded your fist just now? He hesitated, a troubling suspicion creeping into his mind. Oh, fret not. You would not have perished. How could I strike my beloved disciple down? However, a recuperation period of 7 or 8 months is unavoidable. As the saying goes, greater risks yield greater rewards. See, you've learned to shave, haven't you? Ha! Karp answered Long Yi's inquiry without a hint of remorse, bursting into hearty laughter after his candid response. Hearing this, Long Yi could only slump onto the deck, letting out a hoarse chuckle as sweat dripped down his face. That was a close call. Chapter 10. Return to the North Sea. Although Karp's unconventional training had enabled Long Yi to grasp the technique of shaving, such a sudden insight could not be seamlessly transitioned into practical combat. Thus, in the remaining days, apart from engaging in rigorous training, Long Yi devoted himself to contemplating how to integrate the speed gained from shaving into his swordsmanship. 2 weeks may seem neither long nor short. When the ship finally came to a halt, Long Yi realized he had returned to his homeland, the North Sea. Come on, little brat. We've arrived at the North Sea, Karp remarked, disdainfully waving his hand as if Long Yi had been a considerable burden to him. Upon witnessing the scene, Long Yi merely smiled lightly. After spending this time together, how could he not understand that this eccentric old man struggled to articulate his feelings, often speaking in contradictions? While he urged Long Yi to depart hastily, his heart was undoubtedly filled with concern. Leaping off the gangplank and landing on the ground, Long Yi stood firm and waved at the people on the warship, calling out loudly, "Farewell, everyone. Thank you for your care during this time." After a pause, Long Yi glanced towards Karp, who was surreptitiously stealing glances in his direction, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. Master Karp, await the good news about me in the newspapers. And please, take care not to catch a cold. Upon entering this world, aside from the bald elder, Karp was the most stern yet affectionate figure in Long Yi's life. Although their time together was brief, it in no way diminished the bond between them. TCH. That noisy brat, Karp muttered, warm filling his heart upon hearing Long Yi's words, yet he instinctively turned his head away. The surrounding naval officers wore expressions of suppressed laughter, their faces flushed with barely contained mirth. Having bid farewell to those on the ship, Long Yi intended to leave, but just as he turned away, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air, aimed directly at the back of his head. Startled, Long Yi instinctively turned and reached out, only to find himself grasping a canvas backpack. On the warship, Karp maintained his throwing stance, and upon seeing Long Yi successfully catch the backpack, he puffed out his chest, arms crossed, and called out loudly, "Long Yi, go forth and uphold the justice in your heart. I shall await your good news. And, don't die?" With those parting words, Karp did not wait for Long Yi's response before departing the deck, ordering a return to Marinford, leaving Long Yi momentarily stunned on the shore. It wasn't until the Hound warship slowly began to move, gradually disappearing over the horizon, that Long Yi withdrew his gaze. A faint smile gracing his lips as he opened the backpack Karp had thrown to him. Inside lay a pristine white coat, quietly resting within. Upon seeing it, Long Yi's eyes brightened with surprise as he unfurled the coat. As anticipated, it was indeed a standard naval uniform, designated exclusively for officers. However, the shoulder insignia bore the rank of a private, which seemed somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, it must be said that this coat was the finest gift Long Yi had ever received. As he caressed the characters for justice emblazoned on the garment, a resolute determination began to shine in his eyes. He vowed that if he did not make a name for himself this time, he would never return to Marinford. In the remote town of Croker, tranquility reigned as usual. Within the town's sole tavern, lively sounds erupted intermittently. "Hey, Long Yi, bring 2 more mugs of ale. Long Yi, I'm counting on you here. Hey, kid, where's my snack?" The slightly inebriated patrons clamored loudly, causing the wooden tables to creak under their enthusiasm. "Here it comes. The ale is here." Responding to the shouts of the customers, Long Yi wore a smile as radiant as sunshine. With nimble steps, he swiftly delivered several mugs of ale and some snacks, effectively silencing the rowdy drinkers. Once he had attended to the patrons, Long Yi returned to the kitchen, where he was met with the warm smile of the bearded proprietor. "You've worked hard, Long Yi." Upon hearing this, Long smiled and shook his head, yet his body did not pause. He continued to attend to other tasks within the shop. Observing Long's diligent figure, the bearded manager nodded with a smile. Long Yi arrived in the quaint little town not long ago, his eyes gleaming with hunger. After the kind-hearted shopkeeper with the bushy beard generously offered him a meal, Long Yi pledged to work there for a time as an act of gratitude. What began as a simple, unintentional act of kindness blossomed into a remarkable partnership, as Long Yi proved to be an incredibly diligent assistant, bringing genuine delight to the shopkeeper. Indeed, within just a few days, Long Yi earned a splendid reputation in the town, having parted ways with Karp. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Long Yi strolled through this unfamiliar locale. It was only after a while that he suddenly realized Karp had not provided him with any money, or rather, aside from that striking naval uniform, Karp had equipped him with nothing else. What a predicament! With a head full of dark thoughts, Long Yi muttered to himself before embarking on his trial journey. Whether it was due to his misfortune or other reasons, after being left by Karp on an uncharted land, he walked for 3 days before finally spotting a small town. Accustomed to feasting on sumptuous meals, Long Yi had to survive on wild fruits and dew for 3 days, with his only source of meat being a few ill-fated hares and sparrows. Yet, that meager amount was hardly sufficient to satisfy his hunger. After enjoying a hearty meal at the bearded tavern keeper's establishment, he began his humble life of labor with a heart full of gratitude. Fortunately, his honed strength and speed made the tasks at the tavern quite manageable, and it wasn't long before his reputation spread throughout the town. His exceptional service led to a significant increase in the tavern's profits, fulfilling his initial desire to repay the tavern keeper's kindness. Although he worked diligently at the tavern, Long Yi did not forget the true purpose of his journey to the North Sea, to exact revenge on the one-eyed Bellic. However, before that, he needed to accumulate enough wealth to cover his daily expenses. His plan was to first repay the tavern keeper's kindness, then take on a few easier bounties, simultaneously pursuing the whereabouts of the one-eyed Bellic while working as a bounty hunter. Entering the world was a form of cultivation. Prolonged solitary training could hinder the advancement of his swordsmanship. Thus, during this journey to the North Sea, Long Yi intended to refine his character and observe the myriad aspects of life. While he pondered his plans amidst his duties, a sudden commotion erupted within the tavern. The noise, distinct from the usual chatter of patrons, sent a chill down Long Yi's spine, prompting him to realize that trouble was brewing outside. Inside the tavern, 4 or 5 ruffians, exuding an air of menace, were sneering as their leader seized the bearded tavern keeper by the collar, threatening the gentle old man with malevolence. "Hey, uncle, are you even listening to me?" The tavern keeper's face flushed crimson, though he wished to resist. A glance at the knives and clubs in the hands of the ruffians made his heart quail, robbing him of the courage to fight back. Not receiving a response from the tavern keeper only emboldened the ruffian leader, who contorted his face into a mocking grimace, spitting saliva onto the tavern keeper's face. Hey, are you looking down on us? Do you dare to disrespect the Jike family?" At the mention of the Jike family, the patron's eyes flickered with disdain and alarm. The Jike family was a gang of petty criminals in the town, rumored to have ties with local bandits, making them a source of fear for the honest townsfolk. "No, I didn't." The honest tavern keeper attempted to defend himself, but was suddenly struck in the face by the ruffian leader, collapsing onto the cold floor. The other thugs jeered and mocked him, their laughter sharp and piercing, while the assailant wore a smug expression, playing with his knife with an air of arrogance. "Hey, uncle, I heard you've been making quite a bit of money lately. What, don't you plan to share some with us?" At this point, the ruffian leader revealed his true intentions. Having been tempted by the tavern's booming business, seeking to extort some money for his own indulgences, under the glares of the surrounding thugs, the bearded tavern keeper struggled to rise, his teeth clenched in determination. Just as he was about to pay off his troubles, a voice, youthful yet chilling, echoed from the kitchen. "Stop!" Everyone in the tavern was taken aback, instinctively drawn to the voice, turning to see the young man who had been helping at the tavern. "What did you say? I can't hear you." The ruffian leader, upon seeing Long Yi, smirked with derision, sauntering over to him, exaggeratedly cupping his ear as if he were oblivious to any threat. Given Long Yi's age and appearance, he did not exude a sense of danger. The other thugs erupted in laughter, believing their leader to be ruthless, even targeting a child. In response to the ruffian leader's provocation, Long Yi's reaction was straightforward. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he harnessed his explosive power, delivering a swift kick that sent the ruffian leader flying 5 or 6 meters away, crashing outside the tavern. A thunderous crash echoed down the street, abruptly silencing the raucous laughter of the thugs. The tavern fell into a stunned silence. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and after confirming that it was not an illusion, they realized that Long Yi, who had always worn a bright smile, was indeed the most formidable presence in the tavern. Do you understand now, scum? Long Yi's demeanor remained calm as he patiently responded to the gang leader's inquiries, as if he were not the one who had just sent the leader sprawling. The remaining thugs, upon hearing his words, suddenly snapped to attention, gazing at the not-so-imposing figure of Long Yi, and began to tremble uncontrollably. In their eyes, he was no longer an innocuous youth, but rather a malevolent specter. Chapter 11. Whispers within. In places where humanity gathers, conflict and tyranny inevitably arise. While there are indeed many virtuous individuals in this world, such as the benevolent shopkeeper, there are also numerous scoundrels and miscreants who wield power to oppress the weak. The law of the jungle prevails, a relentless truth. Whether they be pirates, bandits, or local gangsters, those who abandon their principles and moral boundaries relentlessly bully and exploit those who merely wish to lead peaceful lives. Ultimately, it is the innocent and timid civilians who bear the brunt of such torment. The flames of Mosmar village blazed fiercely in Long Yi's eyes, and he would forever remember the maniacal laughter of the pirates mingled with the villagers' desperate cries for mercy. A seething anger welled up within him as he surveyed the scene before him. Do you know who we are? Facing Long Yi's icy gaze, the quaking thugs finally regained their composure, attempting to feign bravado with hollow threats, yet their voices betrayed them, trembling uncontrollably. I do not wish to know who you are, nor do I care. Long Yi's expressionless response sent chills down the spines of the ruffians, watching as they huddled together in terror. He gently drew the katana from his waist. No, please, don't. The moment the sword was gripped in Long Yi's hand, an aura of lethal intent surged within him. The ruffians, who were accustomed to bullying in their small domain, had never encountered such a presence. They began to utter pleas for mercy and incomprehensible sounds, their foreheads glistening with sweat as they beheld Long Yi approaching them with deliberate strides, their bodies trembling like leaves in a tempest. The rhythmic sound of their hearts pounding resonated in the air, a steady and ominous beat. Long approached the trembling scoundrels with an impassive demeanor, step by measured step. Observing the way these ruffians quaked beneath his blade, he felt not the slightest ripple of emotion within. Whether it was the fortitude cultivated through his relentless training that rendered him indifferent to the tension preceding the act of taking life, or the fusion of divine powers that had altered his human resolve, remained uncertain. Nevertheless, his current state of mind was one of profound tranquility, so serene that it surprised even him, though deep within, there lingered a faint trace of fear. Long Yi was merely a novice in the Navy, not a remorseless butcher. Yet, at this moment, his murderous intent surged with unprecedented intensity as he yearned to witness blood splattering upon his blade. Good and evil, right and wrong. Long Yi chose not to ponder these notions. Or perhaps, some insidious force deliberately hindered his thoughts. Power should not be shackled. By slaying them, you may attain rebirth. The seductive whispers echoed in his ears, a faint aura of malevolence emanating from his being. Without Long Yi's summons, the ethereal figure of the blade spirit Kazan materialized behind him, once under Long Yi's command, now seemingly possessing its own will. Its eyes glowing with a deep crimson light, and its silent laughter serving as undeniable proof. Stop it, Long Yi. Suddenly, a voice, urgent and laced with a hint of fear, pierced through Long Yi's mind, instantly dispelling the whispers surrounding him, instinctively halting his actions. He became aware that the blade of his katana hovered less than an inch from the heads of the thugs before him. Observing the thugs, now fainted from terror, and the fearful gazes of the patrons around him, Long Yi retreated 3 steps, straining to prevent himself from collapsing onto the ground. Kazan, the curse of the blade spirit, he muttered repeatedly, an expression of profound dread crossing his face. He had assumed that the influence of Kazan had been eradicated by the system, yet he was unprepared for the whispers of the spirit that had lingered in his mind. Waiting for a moment of weakness in his defenses, witnessing the thuggish leader's bullying of the mustachioed shopkeeper, Long Yi was inevitably drawn to memories of an unbearable past. Mosmal village remained an unhealable wound in his heart, and Kazan seized upon this opportunity, attempting to lead him to murder these thugs, ensnaring him deeper into the curse of the spirit. With trembling hands, Long Yi cast a bitter smile at the hilt of his blade. If I had truly struck them down, how would I differ from them? All, wielders of the blade, executioners. Long Yi was engulfed in profound trepidation and contemplation. The atmosphere within the tavern had turned as silent as death. The awe inspired by the supernatural power had yet to dissipate completely. The patrons could hardly reconcile the icy gaze of the merciless figure before them, one who would take a life at the slightest provocation, with the joyous youth who had graced them with radiant smiles just days before. Ultimately, the so-called Jike family managed to preserve their lives at the hands of Long Yi. Those thuggish individuals who had fainted, along with their earlier vanquished leader, were callously discarded by Long Yi in a refuse-laden alleyway. As for Long Yi's deeds, they gradually spread throughout the entire town of Croker through the lips of the tavern's patrons. That night, within the tavern, the supernatural power exhibited by Long Yi has instilled such fear that the townsfolk no longer dare to visit the tavern owned by the bearded proprietor. The once vibrant establishment now lies in disarray. Long Yi sits across from the bearded owner, enveloped in a heavy silence. After a prolonged pause, their gaze is fixed on the flickering candlelight. It is Long Yi who finally breaks the stillness. Owner, I am aware that my presence has caused you significant distress, and I sincerely apologize. You are a good man. I assure you, I shall not jeopardize your business. Rest assured, I will leave by tomorrow. A sense of shame and guilt brews within Long Yi, for he had intended to repay a kindness by assisting here, yet his actions inadvertently disrupted the tavern's affairs, burdening the well-meaning bearded proprietor. Observing the self-reproach etched on Long Yi's face, the bearded owner hesitates, grappling with his choice of words. Ultimately, he exhales deeply and asserts, Long Yi, this is not your fault. Noticing Long Yi's look of surprise, the proprietor pauses before continuing, do not blame yourself. The incident at the tavern bears no connection to you. In fact, I owe you a debt of gratitude for standing up for me. With a light-hearted chuckle, the bearded proprietor gazes into Long Yi's eyes and rises to bow respectfully. Thank you, Long Yi. What? That is too much. I cannot accept such gratitude. Faced with his benefactor, Long Yi instinctively steps back, hastily preventing the bowing proprietor from continuing, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. This is a well-deserved expression of thanks. You have aided me and safeguarded the tavern, even if the damage to the door cannot be overlooked. Regardless, I thank you, Long Yi. The bearded owner laughs heartily, finally casting aside his previous reservations and barriers. After all, to harbor trepidation towards someone akin to a hero of the tavern would be excessively impolite. However, as Long Yi absorbs the heartfelt gratitude of the proprietor, his feelings of guilt diminish somewhat. Yet, the thought of the patrons frightened away by his supernatural prowess darkens his expression once more. For the first time, he grapples with fear and confusion regarding his own abilities. Seeing the shift in Long Yi's demeanor, the bearded proprietor approaches him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Long Yi, to be honest, we fear you more than those petty thugs, but this is not your fault. It is simply human nature. We are afraid of anything possessing great power. After all, we are but weak beings. With a self-deprecating smile, the proprietor gazes at Long Yi's youthful visage and continues, whether it be you or those ruffians, both have the potential to inflict harm upon us. Which is why we fear. This fear is not aimed at you, but rather at the strength you wield. We are weak, thus we are afraid. As he finishes, a sincere smile graces the bearded proprietor's face as he quietly observes the downcast Long Yi. I understand that your actions were driven by a desire to protect me, yet children like you should not bear such burdens. I apologize for my cowardice. Please, do not. Long Yi waved his hands repeatedly, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the words of the bearded proprietor. It was true that he wished to protect the bearded man, and equally true that he had nearly fallen victim to the enslavement of malevolent forces. He could not bear the weight of the other's apology. Long Yi, do you understand? We fear those who wield great power, as they may oppress us, leaving us defenseless. Yet, we sincerely hope that such powerful individuals will safeguard us, granting us peace of mind. It is clear to me whether you wish to harm or to protect me. Therefore the bearded proprietor wore a broad smile. Yet before he could utter the words, "You may stay," the sounds of wailing and cries erupted from outside the tavern. Long Yi and the bearded innkeeper were momentarily taken aback. After exchanging a glance, they hurriedly rushed outside the tavern, only to behold a sky ablaze with crimson light and thick smoke billowing throughout the town. Fire, he whispered, as memories began to meld with the present moment. Long, he found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze transforming into a blood-red fury. Madness surged within him, his blood boiling. The demonic entities from another realm were gradually awakening. Those marauding brigands attacking the town would never fathom the kind of turmoil their vengeful actions would invite. Chapter 12. Standing before the masses, marauders, the brigands of the mountains, differ vastly from pirates. Unlike their oceanic counterparts, these unscrupulous scoundrels do not venture to sea but instead establish their lairs in the hills, preying upon the hapless travelers and merchants that pass by. The Gubwa gang is the largest band of marauders near Croker Town, boasting around 30 members, thus positioning themselves as the most formidable illegal armed force in that remote area. They typically gather amidst the mountains, controlling the surrounding roads and engaging in the treacherous trade of murder and plunder. The notorious arrival of these brigands in the town is intrinsically linked to the local delinquents. The previously unconscious leader of the local thugs, Jike, regained consciousness in a dim alley reeking of filth. Upon awakening, he spent 3 minutes piecing together the events that had transpired. Fragments of memory flashed before him like a fleeting panorama, leaving him in profound confusion. Finally, the scene crystallized around Long Yi's icy gaze, and he recollected his ordeal, instinctively shivering as an inferno of rage consumed his entire being. Having always wielded power in Croker Town, he had never before endured such humiliation. Jike seethed with anger, but was also gripped by a profound fear of Long Yi's capabilities. Beneath the guise of that seemingly harmless youth lay a demon he could never hope to defeat. Yet, a sinister smile crept upon Jike's face. What he could not accomplish did not preclude others from doing so. After all, he had the backing of the most formidable marauding gang in the vicinity. Gubwa, a cruel and cunning bandit leader, had even secured a place on the Navy's bounty list. In Jike's eyes, he was a genuine heavyweight. Although he felt it was somewhat excessive to involve Gubwa over an insignificant child, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Casting a resentful glance at the tavern's sign, Jike hobbled away, ignoring his still unconscious subordinates, gradually disappearing into the shadows of the alley. Departing with vengeance in his heart, he vowed to return with calamity. Listen up, my minions. Seize every valuable item you can find. Gubwa commanded from atop a gaunt steed, his voice booming over the galloping marauders, his triangular eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Adorned with a tattered robe and a patterned leather hat, he sported a wide belt, and his waist was equipped with a curved dagger and a firearm. Although the scar on his left cheek added a touch of ferocity, it could not mask his lecherous demeanor. Gubwa, Gubwa, Jike, limping, called out as he maneuvered through the marauders surrounding Gubwa, plastering a sycophantic grin on his face as he approached the bandit leader. Disregarding the mocking expressions of the other brigands, he bowed repeatedly in reverence. Ha ha ha, my Jike, you have delivered me a splendid gift this time, Gubwa exclaimed, relishing the presence of Jike, who had transformed into a guide. After all, this assault on Croker Town could be credited, at least in part, to him. Gubwa had previously avoided conflict with the town, deeming it too insignificant to warrant his attention. However, after hearing Jike's embellished account, he felt compelled to raid the town, lest he dishonor his noble profession. Ha ha, Gubwa, I shall follow you from now on, Jike proclaimed, his face adorned with a fawning smile, drawing the disgusted glances of bystanders, yet pleasing Gubwa immensely. Rest assured, you will not be left wanting. Gubwa laughed heartily, raising his whip in the air. Driven by desire, he led the remaining marauders into a frenzied gallop through Croker Town. This was to be their night of plunder. The townsfolk trembled in fear, daring only to peep through the cracks of their windows to observe the unfolding chaos. They fervently prayed that their homes would not become targets for the marauders. Some, aware of the situation, began to silently curse the instigator of this calamity, Long Yi, harboring the misguided belief that he had brought ruin upon the town. Upon the silvery blade, the tainted blood dripped. Long stood resolutely on the main road of the small town, while at his feet lay 4 lifeless corpses, the very bodies of the bandits who had previously invaded the town, wreaking havoc and setting fires. Be careful. That little devil is not to be trifled with. Nervously swallowing, the remaining bandits cautiously braced themselves against Long, fearful of any aggressive moves he might make. Just moments ago, they had been unable to discern how Long had drawn his sword before 4 of their companions fell, and among the remaining bandits, no one wished to follow in the footsteps of their fallen comrades. You are doomed. The eyes of Long Yi shimmered with a crimson glow, an eerie sight amidst the darkness. Though he had not summoned the powers of the supernatural, a chilling aura clung to him and his blade, exuding an oppressive malevolence. Hey, little ghost. We are the subordinates of the great Gubwa. Indeed, we serve the notorious bandit leader, Gubwa. If you value your life, you'd better step aside. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, we might consider sparing you. Feigning strength with grandiose claims was the specialty of these bandit lackeys. Their palpable fear of Long Yi's prowess compelled them to resort to intimidation. Little did they know, their words fell upon Long Yi's ears as a cacophony, only fueling his murderous intent further. Silent and resolute, Long Yi did not utter a word. Instead, he sprang into action. With a sudden surge of power beneath his feet, he executed a swift maneuver, and before the bandits could comprehend the unfolding events, the razor-sharp edge of his katana had already claimed their wicked lives. One by one, the bandits fell, their blood spilling forth like blossoms of death erupting in the night. At the center of this macabre floral display, Long Yi harbored an indescribable fury within him, his body yearning for more carnage. Despite having faced a similar ordeal before, the onslaught of the bandits stirred his emotions, once again thrusting him to the precipice of oblivion. The tragic demise of his subordinates was witnessed in its entirety by Gubwa, who had galloped over on horseback. Initially taken aback, he soon glared at the bloodthirsty Long Yi, his rage boiling over. Damned little ghost. Who the hell are you? Upon hearing Gubwa's inquiry, Long Yi lifted his head, his voice low yet resolute. His otherworldly crimson eyes locked onto Gubwa's gaze, tightening the latter's heart with unease. I am Long Yi. The eerie red eyes and tone of Long Yi sent shivers down Gubwa's spine. Coupled with the sight of the bandit corpses strewn across the ground, the bandit leader felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Naturally cunning, he would not underestimate Long Yi due to his youthful appearance. Adhering to the principle of striking first, he unhesitatingly drew the firearm from his waist and aimed a shot directly at Long Yi's head. Bang! In a flash of fire, the bullet was propelled forward. In a state of confusion, Long Yi instinctively employed a technique to vanish from sight, narrowly evading Gubwa's lethal strike. What? Gubwa's mind was thrown into chaos. Unable to fathom that a human could react faster than the speed of a gunshot. Instinctively, he considered fleeing, but in that fleeting moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual about Long Yi. This is bad. A wave of alarm surged through Long Yi's heart. The six styles represented a physical prowess that transcended human limits, and at his current level, Long Yi could not wield it with ease. After using the technique 3 times in quick succession, his body's endurance had finally reached its limit, plunging him into an unavoidable state of rigidity. Only after a period of recovery would his body return to normal. Though unaware of what was transpiring within Long Yi, Gubwa could see from his expression that this was an opportune moment to strike. With a loud shout, he commanded his bandits to raise their firearms, all aimed at the defenseless Long Yi. A crisis was imminent. Stop. At that critical juncture, a loud voice rang out from nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, Long Yi stiffened, turned his head. He beheld the burly shopkeeper, brandishing a kitchen knife and carrying a pot on his head, panting heavily as he rushed forward, fearlessly placing himself in front of Long Yi, exposing his body to the gun muzzles. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? You must leave. Witnessing the shopkeeper's brave stance, Long Yi's clarity of mind surged forth, suppressing the whispers of despair. He spoke haltingly, urging this somewhat timid, good-natured man to swiftly vacate this perilous place. A battlefield unfit for the likes of him. Long Yi, what foolishness are you uttering? How could I abandon you? Despite his trembling form and the tears and snot streaming down his face from fear, the shopkeeper steadfastly stood before Long Yi like an unyielding fortress. Shopkeeper. Long Yi's face was etched with urgency, and just as he was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the resolute voice of the bearded shopkeeper. Long Yi, listen closely. No matter how feeble I may seem, I cannot allow a child like you to bear the burden of facing danger on our behalf. This is the responsibility of us adults. Stay behind me and watch as I protect you and our town. The shopkeeper's words were nearly a roar, driven by fear, echoing through the main street and reaching the ears of townsfolk peering through the cracks of their windows. As his words settled, a brief silence enveloped the small town. Well said. Drive the bandits away. Croker Town belongs to us. It was as if emotions were brewing within a powder keg, and the shopkeeper's fierce declaration ignited a fervor among the townspeople. Those once timid finally made their choice. Inspired by the shopkeeper, they resolved to confront the impending crisis. With no option left to retreat, they had no choice but to rise in defiance to defend their home. You're doing great, kid. Now, leave the rest to us adults. Bandits, get out of Croker Town. All of you, leave at once. Forgive me, Long Yi. I had secretly blamed you before. Looking back now, it seems foolish. We cannot continue to evade our responsibilities. The crowd gathered, gradually shielding Long Yi's frozen figure behind them. The shopkeeper was right. This was a matter for the adults, and they could not let a child stand in their way. As Long Yi observed the not-so-tall figures forming a wall before him, he felt something within him thaw. These townspeople, who had lived in weakness all their lives, finally awakened in their moment of reckoning. Relying on heaven and earth is futile. One must defend their own home with their own hands. What are you fools waiting for? Fire your guns. Gubwa's voice had taken on a different tone, desperately suppressing the fear within him. The townspeople outnumbered the bandits by dozens. If they had chosen to remain passive as they usually did, it could have been excused. But now, having awakened, the bandits would find themselves utterly devoured. Let anyone dare. The townspeople's final awakening shattered the mental barrier that had plagued Long Yi, allowing him to suppress the whispers of the demons and regain his composure. He stepped forward, placing himself at the forefront, his heart heavy as he aimed his sword at the bandits. Thank you for showing me the true meaning of protection. With a smile, he whispered to the townsfolk, his eyes flickering with relief. However, I am sorry, but I cannot be protected by you, for I bear the name of justice. Empower me, Blade Spirit Kazan. With a resounding hum, crimson demonic energy surged forth, instantly intimidating the bandits who dared to seize the moment. The menacing phantom of the demon loomed behind Long Yi. And perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt that Kazan's spirit was more vibrant than ever. I swear to eradicate you completely. The townspeople will be protected by me, Long Yi. Scum, bring it on. Bearing the mantle of justice, one must stand before the crowd. Chapter 13, Blade of the Shura. Swift resolution was the sole thought occupying Long Yi's mind, as it was imperative for him to act. Although the power of the demon had significantly enhanced his abilities, it simultaneously drained his stamina. Having previously used the technique Shave, his energy was already sparse, and now, calling upon Blade Spirit Kazan. How unfortunate that I can only last half a minute. His grip on the hilt grew tight, knuckles whitening from the strain. With furrowed brows and a face dark as a storm cloud, he fixed his gaze on Gubwa, hidden among the bandits. Feeling a weight in his heart as he contemplated deeply, calculating the time it would take to rush from here to there, he realized he could only execute one strike. After that, they would surely react. Thus, he had to pour everything into this one strike. It was his only chance at victory. A matter of life and death. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Long Yi focused intensely. After one strike, the outcome would be clear. Long Yi, come back. Child. Do not push yourself. Leave the rest to us. Everyone, we will fight the bandits. As Long Yi stood there, the shouts of the townsfolk gradually faded away. Prepared to determine the victor with a single stroke, he fell into a wondrous state. Free from thoughts and self, the clamor of the world receded into the distance. The only sounds he could perceive were the rapid thumping of his heart and the weighty rhythm of his breath. Hey, what are you useless fools waiting for? Open fire. Shoot that little brat. The sudden apparition of a ghostly figure behind Long Yi struck fear into Gubbo's heart. The cunning bandit leader instinctively shrank back, carefully concealing himself behind his subordinates. With a strained voice, he bellowed insistently for them to open fire at once. Though he had heard tales of beings endowed with formidable powers through the consumption of devil fruits, he never imagined encountering one in such a remote town. No matter how powerful he is just a brat. We have guns. Open fire and turn him into a sieve. Upon hearing Gubbo's vehement command, the bandits snapped to attention, their eyes drawn to the terrifying visage of Kazan looming behind Long Yi. They could not help but swallow hard, their hearts sinking. No longer hesitating, they grimly pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The flashes of gunfire filled the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. As flames roared within the chambers, unleashing a volley of speeding bullets, time seemed to freeze for an instant. In the aftermath of the gunfire, the panic of the townsfolk starkly contrasted with the fierce expressions of the bandits. Yet, Long Yi's perception was distinctly different from that of the others. Upon witnessing the bandits fire their weapons, his pupils contracted, and his body tensed in an instant. Without the luxury of exhaling the stagnant air from his lungs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. The burst of speed was even swifter than the bullets fired by the bandits. Braving the hail of gunfire, Long Yi charged forth with unyielding ferocity. Before him stood the marauding bandits, ruthless in their plunder, while behind him were the inherently timid yet good-hearted townsfolk. The figure of Long Yi, wielding a sword, surged forward, positioned between the two opposing factions. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and the rapid flight of bullets, the scene resembled a profoundly evocative painting. His entire being was intensely focused, and the incoming bullets appeared to freeze in time within Long Yi's perception. With a sharp gaze, he instinctively sought to evade the onslaught, yet a sudden realization compelled him to raise his katana, shielding his vital points. Long Yi resolutely refused to allow the bullets aimed at him to strike the innocent townsfolk. He would leave it to fate. With a silent mantra of block, he gritted his teeth and pressed forward with unwavering determination. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, he employed his blocking skill to deflect 3 lethal attacks. However, a greater number of bullets, as the bandits intended, found their mark on his body, sending excruciating pain coursing through his mind, nearly causing him to faint. Yet, his indomitable will sustained him, and he did not falter. After sustaining gunshot wounds, he merely let out a few muffled grunts before continuing his advance, hardly slowing his pace. The chaos unfolded in a flash, from the bandits opening fire, to the townsfolk gasping in horror, to Long Yi being struck and blood bursting forth. Block him! Stop him! Gu Bo's voice trembled with desperation as his dreadful premonition materialized into harsh reality. Feeling the relentless murderous intent directed at him, the bandit leader finally comprehended the true aim of his adversary. He seeks to behead me. He intends to kill me. His mind screamed in panic, while every cell in his body urged him to flee. Nevertheless, fear consumed him entirely, rendering his body as rigid as rusted iron. This ruthless and cunning bandit leader, confronted with an authentic life-or-death crisis, transformed into a feeble, quivering quail, cowering behind his subordinates. The agonizing pain mingled with overwhelming murderous intent surged within Long Yi's chest, manifesting as a thunderous roar. Despite the numerous bandit lackeys attempting to obstruct him, he paid them no heed. In their astonished gazes, Long Yi harnessed the momentum of his assault, exerting his final reserves of strength, and leaped high above the wall of bandits. Die. With his murderous intent locked in, the sword's blade descended with lethal brilliance. Long Yi's form resembled a meteor plummeting from the heavens. This sword technique was one of the skills inherited from the system, Silver Light Blade. In a flash, he reached Gu Bo, who was still reeling from the shock, and unleashed a powerful kick on Gu Bo's shoulders, sending him staggering backward. Before Gu Bo could react or defend himself, the sharp blade pierced his heart. The final wail was stifled in his throat, and within Gu Bo's fading eyes lingered a lingering reluctance to accept death, as life swiftly ebbed from his form. This once feared bandit leader ultimately met his demise beneath Long Yi's blade, receiving the retribution he so richly deserved. Boom! The tremendous impact kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the figures of Long Yi and Gu Bo. The bandits and townsfolk gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The entire sequence, from Long Yi's strike to the successful execution, unfolded in mere seconds, leaving their minds struggling to process that the boy who always bore a radiant smile had accomplished the seemingly impossible instant kill. As the dust settled, Long Yi withdrew the blade lodged in Gu Bo's chest, finally releasing the pent-up breath he had held. A relieved smile graced his face as he looked down at the lifeless body beneath him, a wave of fatigue washing over him. As if he might collapse at any moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dust began to dissipate, and Long Yi stood resolutely with his sword in hand. In stark contrast, the once mighty bandit leader Gu Bo lay lifeless, his eyes wide open in terror and resentment, a ghostly victim of Long Yi's blade. Gu Bo is dead. The leader has been slain. The bandits cried out in disbelief, their faces reflecting shock and fear. Trembling, they began to distance themselves from Long Yi, their terror coalescing into a palpable force. The blood-soaked figure of the young man had morphed into their greatest nightmare. Get away from me. Long Yi's gaze remained tranquil, his tone unembellished. Yet, this understated remark resonated like the tolling of a great bell in the ears of the bandits, instilling terror within their hearts. The clattering of firearms and weapons echoed as they cascaded to the ground, the bandits gasping in fear, utterly daunted by Long Yi, apprehensive that he might choose them as his next target. The infamous marauders scattered like a frenzied pack of hares, disappearing from the streets of Croaker Town in mere moments. I cannot succumb just yet. The bandits have not retreated far. The effects of blood loss began to take their toll, but Long Yi gritted his teeth, steadfast with his sword in hand. Time slipped away, and eventually, darkness enveloped him, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. Bathed in moonlight, Long Yi appeared as a blood-soaked specter, reminiscent of a vengeful deity reborn. The remnants of his murderous intent and the grotesque wounds on his body led the townsfolk to forget his tender age. perceiving him only as a formidable warrior. With a mix of awe and respect, the townspeople gazed at him standing amidst the pool of blood, instinctively bowing their heads in reverence to his strength. "Hey, why are you all standing there in a daze? Someone help!" In the midst of their turmoil, the townsfolk failed to notice that Long Yi had already collapsed into unconsciousness. It was only upon the urging of the bearded innkeeper that they hastily rushed toward Long Yi, who had fainted from excessive blood loss. As dawn broke, the sun peaked above the horizon. The gentle morning light illuminated Long Yi's battered face and the flustered townspeople who were shouting in panic. Daylight had arrived. Chapter 14. The spoils of war awakening in a hazy state. The first thing that came into view was the familiar ceiling of an inn room. Here, Long Yi found himself in his lodging at the tavern. Observing the well-known surroundings, the tension within him eased, and his frayed nerves gradually relaxed. The fact that he had awakened here signified that the threat of the bandits had been vanquished. Exhaling softly, Long Yi appeared to attempt to release the weight of his burdens, yet inadvertently stirred his wounds, causing tears to spring to his eyes from the pain. It hurts terribly, but to still be alive is truly a blessing. Recalling the barrage of gunfire, he instinctively recoiled, a wave of dread washing over him. Had his fortune been slightly worse, had he been struck in a vital area by the bandits, his life might have ended in this inconspicuous little town, and all his ambitions would have dissipated into nothingness with his demise. Fortunately, he had persevered. Not only had he successfully quelled the whispers of the demonic, but he had also eliminated the bandits who had come to pillage. Though the ordeal had been quite arduous, he had ultimately emerged unscathed. The room was devoid of any presence, leaving Long Yi uncertain of how long he had been unconscious. After sipping some water placed on the nightstand, he reclined steadily, contemplating before entering the recesses of his mind to access his system. Within the realm of his consciousness, a sacred aura enveloped him. Upon entering his mental sanctuary, Long Yi gently called forth his system. "System, display my current data." As Long Yi's words faded, a wealth of clear information flooded into his mind. The data revealed the current status of the host as follows. Host, Long Yi faction, Navy level, 10, private, reputation, 120 unlocked profession, demon swordmaster, basic, unlocked skills, upward/proficient. Piercing thrust, level 2, blade soul of Kazan, level 3, aerial/level 1, block, level 2, silver light falling blade, level 2, demon/level 1. Mountain shatter strike, level 1, wave split/level 1. Unlocked ability, Navy 6 forms, Saru, unlocked achievements, grand debut, due to the manifestation of the demon goddess power. A considerable uproar was stirred in Marinford, drawing the attention of higher authorities and culminating in a grand debut. Savior of the town, you vanquished the notorious bandit leader intent on plundering, thereby saving Crocker Town and earning the title of its savior. Lottery chances, 5 evaluation. Your name has first emerged in this world. Though it is merely a remote town in the North Sea, one day you shall be renowned across the globe. Upon witnessing the considerable changes in the data, Long Yi felt a surge of elation. Under the rigorous training of Karp over the past fortnight, he not only mastered one of the 6 forms but also made significant advancements in skills and level. Furthermore, having slain the infamous bandit nearby, his reputation and unlocked achievements underwent notable transformations. Long Yi could distinctly sense his gradual empowerment. There was nothing more exquisite than this sensation. System, I wish to draw a lottery. In a buoyant mood, Long Yi decided to tempt fate with a stroke of luck. Pondering the possibility of acquiring an extraordinary weapon or item to bolster his current strength. Please select the type of lottery. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Long Yi contemplated and focused on the category of items he had yet to explore. Selecting item category. Host has chosen the lottery type, item. Commencing draw. The lottery process lasted a mere 2 or 3 seconds, culminating in the result manifesting directly within Long Yi's mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained item 1. Item details are as follows. Wild strawberry, consumable, type, recovery effect. Consuming it restores a minute amount of the user's vitality. Item description, a commonly found fruit in the wild. Though its restorative effect is negligible, its taste is delightfully tangy and sweet. Gazing at the suddenly materialized red strawberry before him, Long Yi was overwhelmed with exasperation, unable to contain his incredulity as he vocally questioned the system. Hey, what is this? I'm already at level 10. Level 10, mind you. Is a wild strawberry the equivalent item for a level 10? The items corresponding to the host's level imply that they are usable by the host. With a level disparity not exceeding 10, rather than being of the same level as the host. Upon receiving the system's further elucidation, Long Yi began to grasp the intricate rules governing the lottery. Simultaneously, an intense sense of unease surged within him. If this were the case, the lottery function of the system was far beyond the reach of someone like him, a misfortunate individual. This is dire. Under such rules, in the future, will I never encounter legendary items like the Demon Blade Muramesa or the Sword of Kings? At the onset, Long found himself plagued by doubts regarding his future. Despite his steadfast patience and accumulation of lottery chances, the system's propensity for trickery rendered the prospect of acquiring top-tier epic weapons virtually unattainable. The host had yet to reach the requisite level or unlock the prestige system's functionality. Upon activation of the prestige system, the host would be able to exchange prestige points for additional lottery chances. As if sensing Long's waning hope, the system benevolently offered this clarification, rekindling his courage for life. Given this, it became evident that the higher his prestige, the more lottery chances he would accrue thus. Opportunities were not entirely absent. Pondering while stroking his smooth chin, Long felt an inkling that the system was deliberately steering him, subtly hinting at a path, yet untraveled. However, now was not the time for such musings. The wild strawberries before him sparked an indomitable spirit within him. He refused to believe that his remaining 4 lottery chances would yield nothing but wild strawberries. When the results of the lottery emerged, Long's expectations were met with satisfaction. After 3 consecutive draws of item-type rewards, the shadow of the wild strawberries had finally vanished. Yet, the items he received were hardly impressive, an assortment of bizarre leaves. A small loaf of bread and a spherical green fruit appeared before him. Ah, rami leaves, hard black bread, and skytree fruit. Gazing at these low-grade items, Long lowered his head in resignation, surrendering to the futility of his situation. The arcane did not save the mundane, nor did expenditure alter fate. I still have one last chance. System, I choose weaponry. Ultimately, Long relinquished the item-type lottery, perceiving it as an abyss devoid of hope, preferring the practicality of weaponry instead. His initial experience with the katana had imbued him with confidence regarding weapon-type items. The host selected the lottery type, weapon. The lottery commenced. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following item: Infantry Greatsword, Ordinary. Type, Greatsword. Attributes, none. Special abilities, none. Item description, standard weapon used by the Imperial Infantry. Boasting exceptional quality and considerable heft. However, due to its weight, it is frequently criticized by trainees who struggle to lift it, let alone wield it effectively. The item itself was decent, but the crux of the matter was, I cannot wield it. Staring at the great sword, which towered over him, Long's spirit dulled to numbness. With his current physique, it was entirely impossible to use this infantry greatsword, much less engage in combat. Perhaps it would suffice as a burden to carry. In the end, Long found solace in this reasoning, gritting his teeth and accepting the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. When the bearded shopkeeper, concerned for Long's well-being, gently pushed open the door, he discovered Long seated calmly on the bed, a look of desolation on his face as he sipped water and gnawed on the hard bread in his hand. Long, you're awake. This is splendid. Wait, where did that black bread come from? Upon hearing the words of the bearded shopkeeper, Long turned his head, revealing a bitter smile. He swallowed the last morsel of bread and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a leaf and a vibrant red strawberry from seemingly nowhere. Shopkeeper, you have arrived. As Long Yi chuckled, he stuffed the rami flower leaves into his mouth under the bewildered gaze of the bearded shopkeeper, raising a wild strawberry high and indistinctly inquiring, would you like to taste a strawberry? It's delightfully sweet and sour. The bearded shopkeeper remained speechless. Chapter 15. Vine Tiger. A smile after that night, significant changes unfolded in the town of Krokle. With the disappearance of the nearby bandit gang, the safety of the townsfolk was no longer at risk, and their inherently simple nature blossomed into relaxed smiles. The bearded shopkeeper's tavern regained its former liveliness, bustling with patrons coming and going. The local thug gang had disbanded, and a small-time thug named Jik vanished without a trace. However, no one cared about the whereabouts of such scum. Even now, the residents of Krokle and Long Yi remained unaware that it was Jik who had lured the bandits there. The town returned to its usual tranquility, and after a week of recuperation, it was time for Long Yi to set off. Long Yi, is your wound all right? Do you need? Well, I wish you a safe journey. Before the town of Krokle, the bearded shopkeeper and a large group of townsfolk who had come to bid farewell wore expressions of reluctance. Their hearts filled with words they pondered but ultimately did not voice. They understood that someone like Long Yi would never confine himself to this remote town for a lifetime. A colorful, vast world was the true stage for this young man. It's all right. The hard bread and wild strawberries have done wonders for my recovery. My wounds have nearly healed. Thank you, shopkeeper, and everyone, for your care during this time. Bowing to the bearded shopkeeper and the townsfolk, Long Yi revealed a radiant smile, sprinting forward a few steps before turning back to wave vigorously. Farewell. Take care of yourselves. In that fleeting moment, everything that had transpired in Krokul flashed before Long Yi's eyes, and in the end, he buried all those memories deep within his heart, transforming them into the motivation to forge ahead. The road he had to travel was still long. Watching Long Yi's gradually disappearing figure, the bearded shopkeeper felt a tinge of sadness. Although Long Yi's stay in the town was brief, he left an indelible impact on Krokul. Many years later, when Long Yi held the title of the strongest in the world, the townsfolk of Krokul would proudly recount the tale of how he swiftly dispatched the bandit leader on that fateful night. As the birthplace of the legendary ghost god, Krokul also became a sacred site, akin to Rog Town, attracting countless visitors, significantly enhancing the lives of its residents. Half a month later, in the port city of Urubaya, as a coastal city, Urubaya's prosperity was worlds apart from that of the inland town. Although it lacked the grandeur of the royal capital, in terms of vibrancy, Urubaya was not to be outdone. However, due to the massive influx of people, the city was rife with hidden dangers for public safety. In the shadowy corners of the city, gamblers, swindlers, thieves, and even pirates congregated. What a dreadful place. It's infuriating. I could just set it ablaze. On the bustling street, a burly man clad in a red short coat, sporting a sailor's hat, glared at the stalls on either side with a fierce expression. Brother Frame, please don't act impulsively. This is the territory of the government navy. Two distinctly subordinate ruffians behind him hastily cautioned, lowering their heads submissively. Upon hearing the words government navy, Frame let out a disdainful laugh, his contempt unabashedly evident in his eyes. In the Grand Line, the government navy might have posed some threat to pirates like them, but here in the North Sea, the most chaotic region with the highest number of pirates, the corrupt navy officers mingled with scoundrels like them, rendering them nothing to fear. Yet, recalling his leader's admonitions, Frame suppressed his temper and refrained from causing trouble on the street. However, just because he didn't seek conflict didn't mean trouble wouldn't find him. As he turned a corner, intending to take his underlings to the underground casino in search of his leader, a figure bearing an odd massive sword blocked their path. The person wore a hood that obscured their face, appearing significantly shorter than Frame, and behind them was an extraordinarily heavy-looking great sword, lending an almost absurd quality to their presence. Are you Frame? The Frame of the burning pirate crew? The hooded figure spoke slowly, their voice lacking the gravitas of an adult, sounding rather juvenile. This voice caught Frame off guard, and after a momentary lapse, he burst into laughter. Ha! What a tiny brat has come to be a bounty hunter now. Hey, you little rascal, are you seeking death? As a notorious pirate who had roamed the seas for 7 or 8 years, Frame never imagined he would one day be threatened by a mere child. It felt as ridiculous as a rabbit confronting a lion without fleeing, instead baring its teeth at the beast. Seeing their leader laugh so heartily, Frame's 2 lackeys quickly followed suit, filling the narrow street with their raucous laughter. Meanwhile, the figure before them remained silent, unperturbed by their mockery. Once Frame and his crew had laughed to their heart's content, the hooded youth removed the hood, revealing an astonishingly youthful face. I don't need so many people, Just leave one behind. Ignoring Frame's derisive gaze, the youth did not reach for the heavy sword on his back, but instead drew a katana from his waist. Hey, little brat, swinging a sword carelessly could get you hurt. Even then, Frame and his crew failed to grasp the nature of their adversary, still wearing their mocking smiles, with one of the lackeys even offering a friendly warning. Worry about yourselves. A cold smile curled on the youth's lips as he vanished from their sight in an instant. A second later, Frame's smile froze, his face turning crimson as though someone had grasped his throat. He stared in disbelief at his previously boisterous lackeys as they crumpled to the ground, fear washing over him, shaking the blood from the edge of his sword. Long Yi sighed deeply. The burning pirate crew was notorious for their wicked deeds, reveling in murder and arson. He felt not an ounce of mercy for these scoundrels. He lamented the unfortunate reality that these insignificant shrimps bore no bounty. Turning around, Long Yi gazed up at the towering frame of Frame, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Upon feeling Long Yi's icy stare, the previously arrogant Frame involuntarily retreated 3 or 4 steps. In his fluster, he inadvertently lost his balance and fell backward. Terror-stricken, he watched as Longy approached him with steady strides, tears and snot streaming from his eyes and nose. The shadow of death loomed ominously over his heart, and his fear reached an almost unbearable peak. Judging by Long Yi's earlier display of prowess, Frame was certain that his escape speed would never surpass the swiftness of the opponent's sword. This meant that his life and death rested solely upon the whim of his adversary. I have no desire for idle chatter. Where is the arsonist, Gels? Speak up obediently. And I. Long Yi spoke calmly, looking down at the crumpled figure of Frame, who had not yet had the chance to utter the words, "I'll give you a quick end," when Frame's mental defenses completely shattered, spilling the whereabouts of his boss in detail. The notorious leader Gels was at an underground casino just 2 streets away, accessible through a hidden door at the end of the bar. I swear I am telling the truth. I've revealed everything. I beg you, spare my life. Observing Frame's extraordinary cooperation, Long Yi felt 3 dark lines form on his forehead. After contemplating for a few moments, he ultimately chose to knock the pirate unconscious and turn to leave the alley. "Excuse me, sir, it seems there has been a fatal incident inside, and a pirate claiming to be from the burning pirate crew has fainted. Could you kindly inform the patrolling navy?" Upon exiting the alley, Long Yi casually stopped a familiar-looking older man, disregarding the man's astonished and puzzled expression, and slowly made his way toward the underground casino mentioned by Frame. This marked the 7th day of Long Yi's arrival in Urubaya, having taken on the role of a bounty hunter. Before departing from Croker Town, he had declined to collect the bounty for the body of Gubwa. Consequently, the kind-hearted townsfolk and the shopkeeper had pooled together a small amount of funds to ensure he did not arrive in Urubaya empty-handed. However, those funds had long been depleted by daily expenses, leaving Long Yi with no choice but to embark on a life of hunting pirates. Though he remained officially part of the Navy headquarters, he decided to conceal his identity for the entry test of the Yado god family. He planned to return to the Navy only after avenging the one-eyed Balek. Yet, as the adage goes, money enables one to traverse the world, while its absence restricts movement. After leaving the headquarters, Long Yi fully grasped the significance of Balek. The pirates listed on the bounty posters became his primary source of income. For instance, he was currently pursuing the leader of the burning pirate crew, the arsonist Gels, whose bounty amounted to 2 million berries, sufficient to sustain Long Yi's expenses in Urubaya for an extended period. Following Frame's information, Long Yi successfully arrived at the bar at the end of the street. Lacking significant tips, he relied on the sharpness of his blade. Under the threat of his sword, the bartender overlooked Long Yi's age and permitted him entry into the so-called underground casino. However, as he stepped into the underground casino, he was nearly overwhelmed by the stench of smoke and sweat. The place was dark and suffocating, filled with gamblers whose eyes glowed red as they shouted excitedly. Frowning tightly, he held his breath and began searching for his target, navigating through the frenzied gamblers. Long Yi patrolled the underground casino until he finally spotted the person he sought in a corner, the arsonist Gels. Just as he was about to approach, he was taken aback by the sight of an individual seated across from Gels, engaged in a game of chance. A wooden cane sword, a purple kimono, a grotesque cross-scarred face, and, notably, the signature blind eyes belonged to none other than Admiral Fujitora. Long Yi swallowed hard, finally confirming the man's identity. The robust blind man was destined to become the Navy Admiral, codenamed Fujitora. What was he doing here? Stroking his smooth chin, Long Yi suppressed his murderous intent, gripping the hilt of his sword as he quietly made his way toward the corner. At that moment, Fujitora's ears perked up, and he turned his head slightly, his clouded eyes coincidentally gazing in Long Yi's direction. Chapter 16. Dare to gamble with me, hey, blind man. What are you staring at? Are you going to play this hand or not? Gel sneered, clutching a set of inferior playing cards, a coarse cigarette dangling from his mouth as he squinted at the opposite Fujitora with a smirk. Several stacks of thick bills lay beside him, indicating a substantial wager for this round. My apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Hearing Gel's voice, Fujitora snapped back to attention. After a slight smile, he pushed aside his doubts and refocused on the game at hand. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Fujitora spoke softly. Then, I shall call. With a gentle push, he slid all the cash and coins in front of him to the center of the table. Such a bold call was undeniably impressive, even causing Gels to startle. Haha, you blind man, how refreshing. After a brief shock, Gels burst into unrestrained joy, his grin stretching ear to ear. Gazing at the money on the table, he let out a loud laugh and slammed his cards down. Reveal. I have a straight flush. You've lost this round. Gel's loud proclamation drew the attention of many onlookers, but upon seeing his revealed hand, they exchanged knowing smirks, silently agreeing to remain quiet. On the table, Gel's had not shown a straight flush as claimed, but a mismatched hand. It appeared he had long intended to swindle this blind man, who, despite his lack of sight, dared to gamble. A straight flush? Upon hearing Gel's words, Fujitora frowned slightly, cautiously extending his hand as if to feel the cards on the table and verify their authenticity. However, before his hand could reach the surface, a menacing remark halted his movement. Hey, blind man, if I say it's a straight flush, then it is a straight flush. Do you not believe me? Gel sneered, fixing a cold glare on Fujitora as he produced a dagger from his pocket, driving it into the edge of the table, precisely where Fujitora's hand would fall. A silent threat. I suggest you keep your money on the table and return home obediently. This isn't a place for someone like you to play. With an exaggerated shrug, Gel's feigned goodwill, eliciting a chorus of low chuckles from the spectators, who were all too eager to witness such entertainment. There was no mercy in this casino. Only the raw laws of survival prevailed. That is clearly not a straight flush. Just when everyone assumed Gel's, the villain, was on the verge of claiming everything, an abrupt voice rang out from not far away. The atmosphere in the underground casino froze, plunging into a momentary silence. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Longi remained unfazed by the gazes of the gamblers. In the midst of their scrutiny, he leisurely approached the corner where Tang Tiger and Gel's were situated, tilting his head and stating matter-of-factly, "This is not a flush, uncle. You are deceiving us." Gel's, his veins bulging, flushed with embarrassment at having his lie exposed. However, upon realizing Long Yi's youth, a cruel expression replaced his initial demeanor. He unsheathed a dagger from the table, playing with it in his hand as he sneered, "You little brat, while you may indiscriminately consume whatever you wish, you must not speak carelessly, or else, well, you might just lose your life." In the face of such a crude threat, Long Yi was hardly concerned. He raised his chin to meet Gel's fierce gaze, purposely adopting an innocent demeanor, and repeated each word with clarity. "I said, this is not a flush, uncle. Did you hear me clearly? Is your hearing impaired?" With the innocent eyes characteristic of youth, Long Yi earnestly inquired. Unbeknownst to Gel's, however, a hint of coldness lurked beneath Long Yi's facade. "You damned little brat, this is your own doing. Prepare to die." After repeatedly being humiliated, Gel's patience had reached its limit. In his worldview, there was no creed of respecting the elderly or cherishing the young. Thus, despite Long Yi's tender age, he bellowed and lunged forward with the dagger in hand. At that moment, Tang Tiger, who had remained silent until now, sighed and was about to activate his gravitational manipulation ability to save Long Yi, but halted just a second before doing so. "This is quite interesting," he mused with an enigmatic smile, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama. In an instant, a flash of silver glinted. Gel's, who had aimed to strike Long Yi, collapsed into a pool of blood. Disbelief and profound resentment etched on his face as the dagger slipped from his grasp with a distinct clatter. Meanwhile, Long Yi maintained a serene demeanor, as though the one who had just drawn the blade was not him at all, even in death. "I must assert that this is not a flush," he remarked, shaking his head gently. He wiped the blood from the blade and, under the astonished gazes of the gamblers, sheathed his weapon. While the gamblers remained in a daze, Long Yi nonchalantly gathered several bills left behind by Gel's on the table and strode to the center of the underground casino. Everyone saw that this fellow struck first. "I merely acted in self-defense. I do apologize for displaying something unpleasant, so consider this money as compensation," he declared. With that, he tossed the bills into the air, the slightly blood-stained berries fluttering down like snowflakes. It was only when the bills landed on the faces of the gamblers that they snapped back to reality, frantically reaching for the drifting currency, the glimmering berries beckoning to them. Who had the luxury to concern themselves with the blood that had just been spilled? Chaos erupted in the underground casino. Seizing the moment of confusion, Long Yi evaded the attention of the casino's enforcers, dragging Gel's lifeless body away from the scene. "Oh, this should be my money," he mused, accurately snatching a floating bill and tucking it into his pocket. Tang Tiger, having gathered the valuables from the table, followed closely behind him as they exited the casino. "At the North Sea Navy's 6th branch, this is a bounty of 3 million berries. Please take it," Long Yi stated, having deposited Gel's body at the bounty office. After verifying Gel's identity, the station Navy personnel marked a large red cross on Gel's bounty poster. Annoyed, he tossed a hefty bag of bills to Long Yi and ordered him to leave promptly, noting that Gel's bounty had been 320,000. Long Yi furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Little brat, 3 million is 3 million. Are you daring to challenge the authority of the government navy? The station navy personnel regarded Long Yi with a sardonic smile, while the patrolling naval guards sneered, their hands resting on their firearms. I advise you to leave quietly. Otherwise, you may not even be able to take away that 3 million. The practice of withholding bounties was a well-known custom among the navy ranks, and it was only because Long Yi was still young that the station navy was willing to engage him in conversation. Otherwise, fine, I understand. I shall take my leave. Suddenly, as if transformed, Long Yi's expression shifted from rage to tranquility. He effortlessly slung the bag filled with cash over his shoulder and strode out of the navy branch without looking back. You're quite perceptive, little brat. Lighting a cigarette. The station navy took a deep drag, muttering to himself as he tucked away the short-barreled pistol he had discreetly drawn. Walking along the uneven path, Long Yi wore a solemn expression. Although he had long heard of the rampant corruption within the navy branch and its dubious connections with pirates, witnessing it firsthand surpassed his expectations of their moral decay. This was no longer a government navy upholding peace and justice. It was a band of robbers hiding behind the facade of righteousness. The government navy had indeed fallen from grace. He pondered whether true justice still existed in the world. Halfway through his thoughts, a low sigh suddenly echoed in his ears. Unperturbed, he raised his head and gazed ahead. Not far away, Fujitora leaned against a large tree with his cane sword, as if he had been waiting for him for quite some time. I am Fujitora. With his chaotic gaze, attempted to introduce himself, but Long Yi interrupted him. Uncle Ishiao, I know who you are, and I am aware of your purpose for seeking me. Here, take these. With a light-hearted smile, Long Yi tossed the bag at Fujitora's feet. Though I haven't counted it precisely, I assure you it surpasses what you have. Kicking the bag, Fujitora's expression turned peculiar. He was certain he had never encountered this youth before. Yet it felt as though Long Yi could see straight through to his innermost thoughts. After pondering for a while without arriving at an answer, Fujitora smiled in resignation and pulled out several playing cards from his pocket, casually tossing them onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, they formed a perfect straight flush. You are quite special. I cannot decipher you. Shaking his head, Fujitora was at a loss for words. Since their meeting, Long Yi had consistently dictated the pace of their conversation. If I cannot understand you, so be it. I am no villain. However, since I have settled your debt. Uncle Ishiao, are you daring to gamble with me once more? Upon hearing this, Fujitora was momentarily taken aback. Yet, being a gambling enthusiast, he had no intention of declining Long Yi's proposition. He aimed to probe into Long Yi's capabilities during their wager. Uncle Ishiao, I know you are a formidable individual. It is not unfounded to call you a monster. Therefore, I wish to wager with you. Stand still and see if I can defeat you within 3 moves. Fujitora was taken aback by Long Yi's unexpected challenge. Little brat, since you are aware of my strength, you should also know that even an admiral cannot defeat me in 3 moves. To be frank, you have already lost from the outset. After a moment as contemplation, Fujitora decided to inform Long Yi directly that this was a fundamentally unfair gamble. What an admiral cannot accomplish, I shall. Long Yi exclaimed. What say you, Uncle Ishiao? Are you afraid? Long Yi smiled gently, confident that Fujitora would not abandon such a wager. Curiosity served as the sweetest bait, luring Fujitora step by step into his trap. Afraid? He chuckled. Very well, I accept this wager. Pray tell, what is the stake? Fujitora responded with an easy smile, calmly embracing Long Yi's challenge. Since defeat was not an option, what was there to fear? If I emerge victorious, Uncle Yi, you shall teach me the art of mastering observation hockey. As Long Yi spoke, he unsheathed his sword. Sensing Long Yi's movement, Fujitora nodded and then inquired once more. I never expected a mere child like you to be aware of the existence of hockey. So, if I emerge victorious, what will you offer in return? With a hearty laugh, he declared, haha, you are destined to lose, my friend. Long Yi did not respond. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh, focusing intently on Fujitora before decisively unsheathing his sword. With a mighty strike, he unleashed the crushing mountain blow. His legs surged with power, driving the sword downward, its edge gleaming with lethal intent, capable of shattering mountains. Long Yi's swordplay elicited a slight smile from Fujitora. This technique could be deemed exquisite, yet it proved insufficient in his presence. With a deft flick of his sword, and without even resorting to the powers of the devil fruit, Fujitora skillfully neutralized Long Yi's mountain-crushing strike. Undeterred by the failure of his first blow, Long E swiftly readjusted his stance and launched another attack. Oni slash. The air surged with malevolent energy as a violet demon flame ignited upon the blade. Long E raised his sword high above his head, delivering a devastating strike with the force of a mountain. At the moment the demonic flames blazed, Fujitora's expression shifted ever so slightly. However, this formidable onslaught was deftly parried by a sword, dissipating all of its power. With 2 exchanges completed, Fujitora pondered the possibility of a devil fruit. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Long E seemed shrouded in an impenetrable mist, leaving one unable to discern his true nature. How formidable, indeed, he is. Uncle Isao, it appears that with my current strength, I stand no chance of defeating you. Therefore, dear uncle, do exercise caution, for I shall resort to some unorthodox methods. Long E intended to speak to Fujitora, but suddenly realized that there was still a considerable distance before a smile could ascend to the rank of Admiral. However, at that moment, he had no time to ponder his verbal misstep. With a mischievous grin, Long E retrieved a peculiar green fruit from his pocket, deciding, "You shall be the one, Skytree fruit." With a single arm, he forcefully hurled the fruit to the ground at Fujitora's feet in a remarkably precise manner. As perceived by Fujitora, "Kid, do you really think?" Fujitora chuckled softly, just about to inform Long E of the fruit's futility when it unexpectedly detonated, releasing a visible shockwave. His unfinished words were abruptly silenced as Fujitora's expression shifted dramatically, his robust frame uncontrollably toppling backward. "I told you, I cannot be defeated." Silently reveling in his triumph, Long E squinted at the fallen Fujitora, resembling a cunning little fox that had just pilfered a chicken. Chapter 17. Words like blades. Hearts of steel. As Fujitora trudged through the streets of Urabaya, he could hardly believe that he had been bested by a child not yet 15 years of age. Nevertheless, after a deep sigh, he reluctantly accepted this reality in his heart. The principle of willing to wager, willing to lose was a tenet of his gambler's ethos. "Hey, Uncle Isao, I'm hungry." Following closely behind Fujitora, Long E tugged at the purple kimono he wore, gesturing towards a restaurant on the side of the street. After such a prolonged ordeal, his stomach had begun to protest. "I wonder, why do you feel the need to tell me such things? You overly familiar little brat?" Fujitora gently pressed his forehead. A look of exasperation etched across his face. Yet, despite his words, he found himself following Long Yi's lead. Taking steps toward the direction of the restaurant, Long Yi chuckled and hurriedly took a few steps to catch up with Fujitora, who was walking ahead. Inside the Misumi restaurant, Fujitora, while sipping his sake, turned to Long Yi and inquired in a low voice, "So, my young friend, who exactly are you?" Despite having spent a considerable amount of time together, Fujitora still found himself utterly ignorant of Long Yi's true identity. My name is Long Yi. I'm a third-class soldier in the government navy," adhering to his principle of indulging in hearty meals. Long Yi stuffed his mouth with food after the dishes were served, resulting in a somewhat garbled response to Fujitora's question. Though Fujitora found Long Yi's behavior perplexing, he astutely gleaned the information he sought from the young man's words. "You? Government navy?" Fujitora stroked his coarse beard, inwardly skeptical. The navy he knew was not represented by a child like Long Yi. "Ah, this is delicious. Uncle, I truly am part of the navy. But my circumstances are rather unique, and I'm currently not affiliated with the Navy's ranks." Patting his gradually rounding belly, Long Yi finally felt somewhat satiated. Perhaps due to the burden of carrying a massive infantry sword coupled with his growth spurts, his appetite had been increasing significantly. Reminiscent of the infamous eating habits of the Karp family. "How do you know about me? And if you're aware of my capabilities, aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Although Long Yi had responded to his inquiries, Fujitora's confusion remained unabated. A thick veil of mystery shrouded the young man before him. Upon hearing Fujitora's question, Long Yi chuckled again, but chose to remain silent. He certainly could not disclose that his knowledge of this affable elder stemmed from a comic. Truth be told, had it not been for Fujitora's gentle and upright demeanor, Long Yi would not have dared to be so audacious with such a formidable figure. "Kill me? Uncle, you certainly wouldn't. After all, I'm just a child." Now well fed, Long Yi felt emboldened to banter with Fujitora, fully leveraging his youthful innocence. He wore an expression of navet, gazing at Fujitora with earnest and pure eyes. However, he overlooked the fact that while Fujitora could sense the emotions and actions of others, he could not discern the expressions on their faces, rendering Long Yi's efforts futile. Spare me your antics. Aside from you, I have never encountered a child who could kill so cleanly and efficiently." Fujitora scoffed, unfazed. The scene of Long Yi dispatching gels in the casino had left a lasting impression on him. TCH, that was a pirate, not a human. Realizing his expression was wasted, Long Yi let out an annoyed sound and casually uttered something rather chilling. "Hey kid, do you even know what you're saying?" Long Yi's unabashed disdain for pirates and his callous disregard for life caused Fujitora to furrow his brow deeply. Previously, he held a favorable impression of Long Yi, but now, his perspective had shifted. No one, aside from madmen and ambitious schemers, would find favor with a butcher. Noticing the change in Fujitora's expression, Long Yi instantly discerned the old man's thoughts. Given his subsequent actions of kneeling an apology on behalf of the Navy and allowing the Straw Hat crew to depart from Dressrosa, it was evident that this gentleman possessed an unusually righteous worldview. Such a flippant disregard for life would naturally provoke his aversion. However, Long Yi remained indifferent to Fujitora's opinions. Though he appeared youthful, he bore the mindset of an adult, possessing his own moral compass. "Ah, dear uncle, do you know? The pirate I dispatched. The arsonist gels once plundered 5 coastal villages, leaving each one in ruins with not a single survivor." Long's demeanor remained calm, his expression unyielding. Opposite him, Fujitora fell silent. "In truth, I too am a survivor of the pirate massacre. I understand the essence of true suffering. In my heart, those pirates who take lives can no longer be regarded as human. I would bear no moral burden in their demise." With a gesture of resignation, Long expressed his innermost thoughts to Fujitora. The resentment harbored by the original owner of this body, intertwined with the influence of demonic powers, has shaped Long's current character. His tolerance for those ruthless pirates who trample upon lives is non-existent. "I am a Navy officer, burdened with the mantle of justice. If I show mercy to pirates, who will take responsibility for the innocent civilians?" Gazing intently into Fujitora's chaotic eyes, Long's gaze burned with intensity. He knew that Fujitora would surely comprehend his sentiments. After all, the man before him is the embodiment of the justice Long holds dear. "Since you are part of the Navy, you must recognize that there are indeed scoundrels among your ranks." Doubt has begun to creep into Fujitora's heart. He admits that he resonates with Long's words. Yet, he yearns to hear more from this self-proclaimed Navy youth regarding his views on the parasites within their midst. Clothed in the guise of justice, yet engaging in deception, such individuals ought to be doubly punished. However, at this moment, I am not in a position to influence their affairs. "You know, I am still too young." Long Yi chuckled lightly, and although he expressed such thoughts verbally, he resolutely resolved in his heart. Should he attain sufficient power in the future, he would undoubtedly rectify those scoundrels who hide behind the guise of justice. However, you ultimately possess no authority to judge the transgressions of others. It is likely that Long Yi's rationale would not persuade Fujitora. His voice remained somber as he steadfastly refused to relent. "The wickedness of the sinner is judged by the devil, while I am solely responsible for delivering them to hell." Long Yi had no desire to delve too deeply into this topic with Fujitora, for the question of who shall judge evil is fundamentally one without an answer. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, one inevitably encounters adversaries that cannot be overcome. In Fujitora's gaze lay a profound chaos, his words seemingly imbued with hidden significance. "Then I shall continuously grow stronger, until there are no rivals left." Long remained steadfast, clinging to his convictions. The two were locked in a stalemate for approximately 10 seconds, until Fujitora let out a deep sigh. "Indeed, that is a commendable response. Perhaps you are right." After draining his cup, he fell into silence. An air of quietude enveloped them. "My visit to Beihai was primarily to seek vengeance against the pirates. Little did I expect to encounter you, Uncle Ishiel. It seems we are quite fated." Ultimately, it was Long who broke the silence, a radiant smile illuminating his face, revealing genuine delight. "Haha, what an odd little fellow you are." With a relieved smile, Fujitora ceased to dwell on the earlier matter. Though he was blind, his perception was exceedingly acute. Long's emotions did not escape his observation haki, and he instinctively sensed no malice within him. "Uncle Ishiel, you will come to know my story in due time. However, for now, I seek your guidance on mastering observation haki." Gazing at Fujitora, Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was well known that aside from his formidable meteor summoning technique, Fujitora excelled in the application of observation haki. He had reached an extraordinary level of mastery, capable of sensing the movements of clouds above and discerning the positions of celestial meteors. "Very well, I shall instruct you in the ways of observation haki. But whether you can truly grasp it remains uncertain. The awakening of haki necessitates extensive training, and even Fujitora could not guarantee that Long would master such formidable power. Rest assured, I am fully prepared for this challenge. With a resolute pat on his chest, Long responded decisively. Observation hockey was an essential strength he yearned to acquire, eagerly anticipating the sparks that would ignite when it intertwined with the Ashura's eye technique. 3 days later, in the woods outside Yura Bay City, this modest grove became the venue for Fujitora to guide Long in awakening his haki, employing a method surprisingly similar to that of Karp. The approach was simple: fight. Too weak, Long. Is this all the resolve you possess? Fujitora bellowed, perceiving Long collapsed on the ground. The awakening of haki indeed required rigorous training, a necessary trial. For no one ascends to greatness in a single leap. Damn it, again! Spitting out bloodied saliva, Long trembled as he rose from the ground. He was immensely grateful for the strength bestowed upon him through his habitual weight training. Without it, enduring 3 consecutive days of beatings would have been insurmountable. Excellent. Focus on sensing the flow of the air. I am coming at you. The indomitable spirit of Long elicited a fleeting smile from Fujitora. In this young man, he perceived a reflection of his own youth. With a cloth bandage wrapped around his eyes, Long held his sword with utmost caution, ever vigilant. In a moment of reverie, he recalled the swordsman Shura, who had willingly forsaken his sight to perceive the fluctuations of all things. To be the eye, to have the heart as the eye, is to see all. Gradually calming himself, Longy began to breathe in a rhythmic manner, slightly twitching his ears. Truly, this remarkable young lad had managed to grasp the threshold of observation hockey in merely 3 days. The transformations within Long did not escape Fujitora's keen perception. He silently admired his progress, yet his hands remained unwavering in their actions. He can see it, although his eyes were covered with the cloth. Longy managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of the shadow behind him. Though it was but a mere fragment, it represented a crucial step forward. With a sudden forceful push of his feet, in a moment of desperation, Long executed a shave, evading Fujitora's attack for the first time. However, before he could revel in his success, a deafening crash echoed, causing him to stifle a groan as tears welled up in his eyes. It turned out that while he had dodged Fujitora's strike, he had failed to sense his surroundings and collided with a massive tree. You still have much to learn. Little one, Fujitora remarked, resting his sword staff on his shoulder, a hint of amusement flickering across his rugged visage. Chapter 18. Willing to sacrifice oneself to suppress a generation. No one is born to be revered. Longy understood this sentiment profoundly. During the 2 years prior to activating the system, he had diligently trained at the naval base, enduring the relentless passage of seasons. Thus, when Kazan first possessed him, he could withstand the whispers of malevolent spirits through sheer tenacity of will. Subsequently, even after acquiring the system, his training never ceased. 2 weeks of grueling training enabled him to master the shave, and after winning a colossal infantry sword in a lottery, he treated the sword, which towered over him, as a weight to bear, never allowing it to stray from his side. Now, his pursuit of mastering observation hockey mirrored this dedication. Fujitora may not be the most conventional of teachers, yet he undoubtedly stands as an authority on observation hockey. The fact that he, despite his blindness, has ascended to the ranks of an admiral is attributable not only to his devil fruit abilities and impeccable swordsmanship, but also to his formidable prowess in observation hockey. Longy was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to train alongside such a formidable individual, especially since time was no longer on his side. It was now the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, with only 2 years remaining until Luffy set sail. 2 years hence, the pinnacle of the great pirate era would commence. The worst generation emerged from the Sabati archipelago, igniting the largest rebellion in Impel Down's history, resulting in countless casualties during the Marinford War. Blackbeard, possessing the powers of 2 devil fruits, rose to prominence with formidable strength. Overall, the power of the pirates was continually expanding. However, what of the Marines? This force, renowned as the Kings of the Sea, resorted to courting pirates in a desperate bid to counter the might of the 4 emperors, establishing the so-called Shichibukai organization. They granted the Shichibukai the legal authority to plunder and delineated their territories, all in a bid to balance the power of the 4 emperors. While this strategy was undoubtedly a last resort, Longy deemed it a disgrace for the Marines. Different positions naturally yield divergent perspectives. In his previous life, Longy was an ordinary individual, merely an observer. He would marvel at Mihawk's prowess and be captivated by the beauty of the Empress. Yet now, he stood as a Marine, bearing the weight of justice. After the Marineford War, Marine headquarters lay in ruins. Although the Marines successfully eliminated Whitebeard and Ace, thereby extinguishing the bloodline of the pirate king and vanquishing the long-standing tyrant of the seas, Whitebeard, and proclaiming the absolute strength of the Marines. From the perspectives of Sengoku and Akainu, such choices were undoubtedly justified. But was it truly effective? The seas, bereft of Whitebeard, immediately descended into chaos, and the ultimate victims remained the innocent civilians. Ascending to the throne of the four emperors, Blackbeard and his marauding crew brought even greater turmoil and suffering to the world. They had removed the aging lion only to invite the ambitious wolf. Ultimately, the issue lay in the insufficiency of the Marines' power. Take the nascent forces as an example. Aside from Kobe and Bairume Bay, Longi was scarcely aware of any other promising Marine recruits. Despite the vastness of the Marine organization, excluding the likes of Smoker and Rob Lucci, there were indeed some exceptional new bloods. Yet, on the surface, the new strength of the Marines paled in comparison to that of the pirates. In the future, the Marines would still rely on those veteran powerhouses to maintain their presence. Karp, Sengoku, Tsuru. Though their strength was undeniable, they had experienced an entire era and were now aging. So, who would bear the banner of justice in the forthcoming world? The steadfast Akainu, with his unwavering belief in absolute justice? No, he was far too arrogant and obstinate. Anything that bore the title of absolute would inevitably lead to transformation. What of the indifferent and leisurely Kazuru, who adhered to a path of neutrality? No, he would make an excellent admiral, yet he was inherently unsuited to be the standard bearer. As for Akiji, who had departed from the Marines, he was even less likely to be the answer. Regardless of his reasons, he ultimately joined Blackbeard's crew. Even if he harbored a sense of justice in his heart, it would forever stain his existence. In Long Yi's heart, only Fujitora truly embodied the individual who could shoulder the burden of justice. However, relying on others was not as prudent as depending on oneself. Long Yi seeks to grow stronger, driven by the desire to resolve the obsessions within his heart, to exact revenge, and to fulfill his ambition of becoming renowned across the world. In the name of justice, he is determined to enhance his strength. He yearns to suppress the 11 supernova pirates solely through his own might. He aims to convey to the world that although a new generation of pirates is emerging, the Navy's fresh blood, with him alone, suffices. Are you certain you do not wish to rest for a moment? Or perhaps set aside the colossal sword at your back? Strength is accumulated gradually, and one must understand the principle of moderation, Fujitora remarked, his expression wavering as he pondered whether to halt the sparring. Since dawn, he had engaged in battle with Long Yi without sustenance for an entire day. Under the intense training, Long Yi's body bore countless bruises, yet he remained resolute, gritting his teeth and persisting. "It's all right, Uncle Ishiao. I am beginning to see things more clearly," he replied, sweat soaking his garments, clinging to him as the throbbing pain from his injuries gradually dulled into numbness. Despite being battered and bruised, Long Yi's spirit soared. In his perception, the surrounding environment grew increasingly distinct, and he had fully adapted to this combat style reliant on awareness. "No, continuing like this will harm your body. This shall be the end for today." After deep contemplation, Fujitora spoke in a commanding tone, forcibly bringing Long Yi's training to a halt. With no choice left, as Fujitora ceased to cooperate, Long Yi sat cross-legged, removed the blindfold from his eyes, and slowly opened them. It took him quite some time to adjust to the sunlight he had not seen in ages. At this moment, the sun was setting. Sweat gleamed on Long Yi's body, as if he were cloaked in a golden sheen. Once his taut spirit relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue and soreness washed over him. Even with the restorative abilities bestowed by the system commensurate with his level, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Sensing Long Yi's condition, Fujitora shook his head and sat beside him, speaking in a low voice. "Young lad, using hatred as your motivation will ultimately consume both body and mind." Clearly, Fujitora regarded Long Yi as an extreme youth willing to go to any lengths for vengeance. "Uncle Ishiao, I do wish for revenge. I dream of making those scoundrels pay. But, it hurts." Before he could finish his thought, the pain surged and interrupted Long Yi's musings. Observing this, Fujitora sighed in resignation and handed Long Yi a portable iron flask. "Thank you, Uncle Ishiao," Long Yi replied with a grin. Long Yi welcomed all without reservation. After expressing his gratitude, he accepted the wine jug, twisted off the cap, and took a hearty swig. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat into his stomach, evoking a sensation akin to swallowing a blade. Observing Long Yi's actions, Tung Hu's expression gradually stiffened. His original intention was for Long Yi to use the alcohol to massage his wounds, alleviating the bruises adorning his body. Little did he expect this boy to be so audacious. Ah, how fiery. But thanks to you, uncle, I feel a bit lightheaded now, and the pain has vanished. Watching Long Yi's silly grin and his unsteady demeanor, Tung Hu suspected that someone must have given him a good beating in the past. Otherwise he wouldn't appear so dazed. That was meant for you. Never mind, give me the jug. Forcefully snatching the wine jug from Long Yi's grasp, Tung Hu sighed in exasperation. Ignoring Long Yi's protests, he tore away the boy's clothing, revealing a robust torso marred with bruises and several scars. His rough palm brushed over the gunshot wound inflicted by bandits, and Tung Hu's expression became solemn. Have you been shot before? Pecked by a bird. After a futile response from Long Yi, he ceased his inquiries and began to drink the strong liquor, hoping to invigorate Long Yi's circulation. Ouch! Could you be gentler? The force applied by Fujitora was considerable. His rough palm pressed against Long Yi's body, causing him to grimace in pain. Coupled with the fiery sensation from the alcohol, it was an indescribable discomfort. Nevertheless, after a brief session to invigorate his blood flow, Long Yi's condition did indeed improve, rendering the experience a bittersweet one. I have never encountered a more tenacious youth than you. You are still young. There is ample time ahead, so there is no need to rush. Fujitora found himself perplexed by Long Yi's mindset. Though Long Yi claimed to be unclouded by hatred, his relentless training surpassed that of anyone else. Fujitora was curious about the source of Long Yi's unwavering determination. Heh, uncle. You wouldn't understand, hic. I am a Navy man. The potency of Fujitora's liquor soon took its toll, and after gulping down a substantial amount, Long Yi found himself somewhat inebriated, his speech becoming slurred. Navy? You little brat, you're drunk. Although he had heard Long Yi mention it before, Fujitora remained skeptical. As far as he knew, no sailor could leave their post without permission. I am Private Long Yi of the Navy, disciple of the hero Karp, a man who must bear the weight of justice. Upon hearing Long Yi's declaration, Fujitora chuckled and couldn't resist giving him a light tap on the head. Huh, do you even know what justice is, little brat? You prattle on about carrying justice, rubbing the sore spot on his head. Long Yi's eyes brimmed with tears as he vehemently retorted, Of course I know. I know. Long Yi's unwillingness to concede sparked the interest of Fujitora, who revealed a hint of a smile on his rugged face and posed a counter-question to Long Yi. Then tell me, what is justice? Upon hearing Fujitora's inquiry, Long Yi instinctively grasped the hilt of his blade, his expression turning solemn as he earnestly declared, My justice is to protect the weak with my own strength and to deliver divine retribution to the tyrants. Fujitora was taken aback by Long Yi's response. What he initially intended as a jest transformed into a serious contemplation, and his gaze towards Long Yi acquired an unusual quality. Though simplistic, it leaves me without rebuttal. Long Yi, I hope you can steadfastly uphold the justice in your heart. Haha, indeed. Long Yi replied with enthusiasm, yet ultimately, he succumbed to fatigue and exhaustion, inadvertently collapsing backward into a deep slumber. The faint sound of his snoring filled the air as Fujitora sat cross-legged for a considerable time under the setting sun. The Navy doesn't seem too bad, he murmured, lifting Long Yi onto his back as he faced the golden rays of the sunset. Slowly, Fujitora made his way towards Urabaya City, feeling a profound stir within him due to Long Yi's presence. Reflecting on Long Yi's words and actions, he, who had traversed the mortal realm, experienced his first desire to realize his own ambitions. Urabaya City. Extra. Extra. A newsboy sprinted through the streets, raising the freshly printed newspaper in his hand, shouting at the top of his lungs. Papers fluttered through the air. The front page boldly emblazoned with the headline, The One-Eyed Balik Fleet Has Formed. Chapter 19. A surge of turmoil. There is a saying that plans are always outpaced by change. When a lucid Long Yi glimpsed the latest edition of the newspaper, he realized he could no longer continue learning the observation hockey from Fujitora. News of Balik reignited the flames of vengeance within him, a relentless urge to set forth and resolve his grievances. That morning, Fujitora waited outside the inn as was his custom, but suddenly sensed something amiss with Long Yi. Today, Long Yi appeared particularly burdened, even his breath unsteady. More importantly, he was carrying a backpack, suggesting he was about to depart. Fujitora, who had initially worn a relaxed expression, felt a shift in his demeanor and quietly inquired, Long Yi, where are you going? Upon noticing Fujitora's silhouette, Long Yi halted, momentarily dazed, then responded, "It's Uncle Yixiao. Thank you for your care during these days. But I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave." Gripping the newspaper tightly, Long Yi attempted to feign calmness. Yet the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. "Tell me why." Fujitora's tone deepened. During their time together, he had come to regard Long Yi as a dear friend across generations. The emotions subtly conveyed in Long Yi's tone did not escape his perception. This sometimes decisive, sometimes erratic youth had long secured a place in his heart. Upon hearing Fujitora's inquiry, Long Yi momentarily fell silent, initially intending to fabricate a casual excuse to evade the question. However, as he opened his mouth, he was met with Fujitora's chaotic gaze. Those eyes, devoid of light, exuded an overwhelming pressure that rendered Long Yi incapable of uttering any dismissive words. I have found my nemesis, and I intend to take my revenge." Forcing a light-hearted smile, Long Yi cast aside the newspaper in his hand and revealed the truth of the matter. He had expected that finding Baylike in the vast North Sea would take at least a year or two, but he had not anticipated that the pirate would create such a tumultuous stir, allowing Long Yi to easily trace his whereabouts. "Is that so?" Fujitora responded softly, momentarily speechless. He felt he had no right to hinder a man from severing the obsessions that plagued his heart. Nodding slightly, Long Yi solemnly bowed to Fujitora. Though they did not share the title of master and disciple, he would never forget Fujitora's kindness in teaching him the art of observation haki. "Until we meet again, Uncle Yixiao." After casting a lingering glance at Fujitora, Long Yi turned to leave. "Wait, do you need my assistance?" After a moment of contemplation, Fujitora resolved to express his goodwill before Long Yi departed. Although this might wound Long Yi's pride, he could not remain indifferent while a friend faced distress. If Uncle Yixiao intervenes, any pirate would be effortlessly dispatched, wouldn't he they? But no, this is my own affair, and I must resolve it personally. With a gentle smile, Long Yi chose silence and waved farewell to Fujitora. Bearing his burdens and the weight of his great sword, his figure gradually faded from Fujitora's perception. Gazing in the direction Long Yi had vanished, Fujitora stood at the inn's entrance, motionless for quite some time, lost in thought. It was not until the innkeeper noticed something unusual at the door and stepped out to investigate that he returned to his senses. Bending down, he picked up the newspaper discarded by Long Yi, and with his rough palms, he carefully smoothed out the crumpled sheet, softly requesting the innkeeper beside him. "Could you please read the contents of this for me?" Taking the wrinkled newspaper, the innkeeper, intimidated by Fujitora's imposing aura, did not dare to refuse. Clearing his throat, he began to read the words on the paper in a halting manner. 1 week prior, the pirate known as One-Eyed Baylike, leading the Baylike pirate crew, successively annexed the Iron Hook pirate crew and the Mad Blade pirate crew. The Baylike fleet was established, and the bounty on One-Eyed Baylike has risen to 35 million. Reflecting on the headline, Long Yi's expression darkened. The news of the Baylike pirate crew ignited an urgency within him. After subjugating 2 pirate crews, Baylike and his crew had become a formidable force. Even within the North Sea, they represented a power that should not be underestimated. Not to mention the lackeys. Even One-Eyed Baylike alone possessed the combat strength of a Navy lieutenant commander, making him a daunting adversary for Long Yi at present. Without unforeseen circumstances, it was improbable that Long Yi could best them now. An impulsive quest for vengeance would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yet, he ultimately could not restrain his emotions. The flames of that catastrophic fire from 2 years ago reignited within him, and every cell in his body burned with fervor. Before his mind could fully contemplate, his body had already begun to act. This was the instinct deeply embedded within Long Yi's being. An obsession that the original owner of his body could never extinguish. I am surely doomed. With a self-deprecating smile, Long Yi's pace quickened, culminating in a wild sprint through the streets of Urubaya. However, before he could escape the city, a flying shadow at the tavern's entrance forced him to halt. It was a drunken man, thrown out of the tavern after a beating by the bouncers for failing to pay his tab, and he landed squarely before Long Yi. Long Yi had no intention of paying him any heed. Yet, just as he was about to walk away, he caught sight of the drunken man's right hand. It was not a normal hand, but a rusty iron hook. An iron hook? Like a bolt of lightning, this realization struck Long Yi, and he momentarily froze in astonishment. But he quickly regained his composure and scrutinized the drunken man's features. Recalling the wanted poster he had seen, he was astonished to recognize that this inebriated wretch was none other than the notorious pirate, Iron Hook Bayos, who had a bounty on his head. However, the Bayas in Long Yi's memory was far more formidable than the pitiful figure before him. The brazen gaze and sharp iron hook depicted on the bounty notice clearly indicated that he was a true marauder. Yet, had it not been for the distinctive iron hook revealing Bayas's identity, Long Yi might not have recognized the disheveled captain of the Iron Hook pirate crew. Damn pirate! Cursing inwardly, Long Yi unsheathed the katana at his waist without hesitation. Utilizing his considerable strength, he forcibly dragged the drunken Bayas into a secluded alley, pressing the blade against his neck, demanding loudly, "Bayas! Iron Hook Bayas! Wake up!" After a barrage of inquiries, he was taken aback to find that Bayas remained indifferent, continuing to snore with the empty bottle clutched in his grasp. "Hey, wake up!" A flash of determination crossed his eyes as Long Yi grasped Bayas's filthy collar and shook him vigorously. After much effort, Bayas finally stirred, blinking as he met Long Yi's cold gaze. "Heh, you little brat, are you itching for trouble?" Although Bayas was awake, his mind remained clouded. The effects of alcohol dulled his senses, and he failed to perceive the cold steel at his throat. "I have no patience right now. Answer my questions truthfully, or you shall die." The urgency for revenge stripped away the last remnants of patience within Long Yi. To acquire the information he sought, he was willing to resort to inhumane measures against the wretch before him. It was only when Bayas sensed the chill in Long Yi's tone that he grasped his precarious situation. After a moment of instinctive panic, he ceased to resist, instead offering a resigned smile as he spoke to Long Yi. "So, you're a bounty hunter, huh? I never thought a kid like you would make it this far. I must be getting old." The sorrow of a heart resigned to despair was profound. After the Iron Hook pirate crew was vanquished by the Baylike pirate crew, Bayas had lost all his former arrogance and ambition. "Do as you wish. Use me to collect the bounty. It will be quite a sum." With a hollow laugh, Bayas tilted his head, gazing into Long Yi's face with eyes dimmed of light, completely surrendering to the futility of resistance. "Let me make it clear. I care not for the money. What I seek is information about Baylike. That, damned, information about Baylike." As his agitation mounted, Long Yi felt a fierce blaze burning within him. By the time he concluded his words, he was nearly roaring in front of Bayas. "Baylike, do you know where he is? Tell me everything you know now." With a slight pressure of his hand, the sharp edge of the knife grazed Bayas's throat, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Bayas swallowed hard, regarding the frenzied Long Yi, and slowly began to speak. I do not know where he is." "Do not know?" At this response, Long Yi erupted into a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the former captain of the pirate crew, resembling a beast poised to strike. "Yes, I truly do not know. No matter how much you threaten me, I have no answers. Since that day, I have lost everything: my ship, my crew, my treasure map." Upon hearing this, Long Yi's expression shifted, the ferocity fading as he pressed Bayas once more. "Repeat that. What did you lose?" Bayas, unsure of Long Yi's sudden reaction, but fearing for his own safety, reiterated his previous statement. "My ship, my crew, my treasure map." "Quickly, where is your treasure map marked?" Long Yi's breath quickened involuntarily, his heart racing. He had a premonition that he would soon cross paths with the one-eyed Baylike once more. Chapter 20. Dark clouds gather in the North Sea, upon an unnamed isle. That night, a full moon hung high in the sky. Typically deserted, the island was unexpectedly graced by a gathering of over 100 distinctive guests. These individuals exuded a fierce demeanor, their eyes defiant, armed with curved sabers and flintlock pistols, their faces betraying a brazen expression. They were pirates, members of Baylike's pirate crew. Old Bayas has quite the stash, enough to keep the brethren merry for a time. The first mate of Baylike could not help but laugh heartily at the sight of the numerous large chests they had just unearthed. Though much would be surrendered to their illustrious captain, the remaining spoils were sufficient to keep them dreaming joyfully. "Lord Dolok, please take good care of the brothers on the ship in the days to come." Seizing the moment when the first mate was in good spirits, several newly recruited members of the Iron Hook pirate crew approached Dolok, offering a toast while discreetly slipping a small pouch of coins into his pocket. He gladly. Feeling the weight of the pouch, Dolok's face glowed with satisfaction. Casting a keen glance at the sycophantic pirates, he nodded slightly. These clever fellows knew how to conduct themselves. Should an opportunity arise, a small promotion would not be out of the question. Downing his drink in one gulp, Dolok had never felt better. With the growth of Baylike's pirate crew, his status as first mate had also risen correspondingly. After absorbing two similarly matched crews, Baylike's gang had firmly established themselves as one of the leading pirate forces in the North Sea. With the first mate in high spirits, the crew naturally showered him with smiles, and a grand feast commenced. The once pristine beach quickly became a chaotic scene, filled with the raucous cries of pirates. Just as the revelry reached its peak, the appearance of a solitary figure abruptly halted the jubilant atmosphere. Clad in a tattered dark red coat, the garment, though worn, still suggested a quality fabric. However, the plain shirt and fine linen trousers beneath detracted from the overall elegance. Yet, the man seemed indifferent to his attire for him. The flintlock and curved saber at his side were paramount, the essence of his very existence. The flickering firelight illuminated his face, casting a somewhat sinister visage. A twisted smile crept across his lips, and a glimmer of arrogance flickered in his lone remaining eye. He was Balak, the one-eyed captain, the leader of all present pirates. "Captain Balak, you have arrived. Come, have a drink." Dolok grinned broadly, personally filling a large cup with rum and respectfully handing it to Balak. At this moment, the distinction between the new and old members of Balak's crew became apparent. The recently joined pirates displayed palpable tension in Balak's presence, having only recently transitioned from adversaries to allies. "Do not mind me. Continue drinking," Balak waved dismissively, having relished the awe of his subordinates. Though unnecessary, he took pleasure in asserting his authority before them. "Captain has spoken. Continue drinking." Dolok, possessing a keen sense of awareness, quickly shouted, signaling to a few close confidants nearby. Prompted by the first mate's cue, the pirates resumed their exuberant revelry, restoring the lively atmosphere that had prevailed before Balak's arrival. "Hee, Captain, let us toast." Dolok approached Balak, clinking their cups together. Having grown up in the same village, their bond was naturally closer than with others. "Good," Balak replied, taking a hearty swig. Squinting his one eye at the raucous crew, he suddenly broke into a smile. "Dolok, our ambitions are finally within reach." Dolok paused at Balak's words, momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with uncontainable excitement. "Captain, do you mean?" Balak did not respond directly, but instead took another drink. His fingers brushing against his eye patch, his tone contemplative. "Indeed, it is time to venture onto the Grand Line once more." Balak's words stirred memories of their early days, when the crew had been far from their current strength, yet they had boldly chosen to challenge the Grand Line. The outcome had been disastrous, with over 30 crew members. Only Balak and Dolok managing to return alive, Balak losing an eye in the process. "We were too weak before, but now we are different. We have men, wealth, and strength. We must not shy away from the Grand Line. Let us contend for the throne of the Pirate King." Downing the last of his drink, Balak's ambition blazed fiercely within him. It had taken him 3 years of meticulous planning to prepare for another challenge to the Grand Line. During this time, he had raided far and wide, skillfully evading the Navy's pursuit while secretly building his strength. Finally, seizing the opportunity during the conflict between the Iron Hook and Mad Blade pirate crews, he absorbed the power of both, significantly amplifying the might of Balak's crew. Acquiring Bayas's treasure was merely the first step in his grand scheme. "Next, here," Balak said, pulling out a nautical chart from his pocket, upon which a prominent red mark stood out. According to intelligence gathered by the Mad Blade pirate crew, it seemed that a devil fruit had been discovered in this village. He chuckled. "Those foolish villagers are planning to sell it at a high price to the Navy. This fruit, I intend to give to you." Upon hearing Balak's words, Dolok excitedly licked his lips. What a splendid name, devil fruit. If he were to possess the power of a devil fruit, the Balak pirate crew would have 2 fruit users among them. "Boss, I toast to you," Dolok exclaimed, raising his glass to express his respect for Balak. Balak laughed heartily, casually tossing the nautical chart aside, and the two began to revel in their drinks. The flickering flames silently illuminated the red mark on the chart. There, a feast of plunder was about to unfold. Embarking on a voyage without sailing experience is akin to a death wish. In the perilous sea, not only were there marauding pirates, but also various ferocious beasts lurking beneath the surface, posing significant dangers. However, none of these factors mattered to Long E. No danger could deter his resolve to set sail. After handing over the defenseless Bayas to the Navy branch and receiving a handsome bounty in return, Long E purchased a small wooden sailboat at the port of Urubaya. With the kind guidance of the ship's captain, he stocked up on ample provisions and fresh water, and acquired a simple compass along with several nearby nautical charts, preparing thoroughly for his departure. "Kid, good luck," the captain sincerely wished Long E, who was of a similar age to his own child, silently praying that the sea would not claim the boy's life. "Thank you, uncle." With the anchor raised and sails unfurled, Long E waved goodbye to the captain on the dock, slowly steering his wooden vessel towards the open sea. "Don't let yourself die. Kid, The captain muttered under his breath, taking one last drag from his cigarette before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. He squinted at the dark dot on the horizon before shaking his head and turning away. Every competent Navy sailor possesses fundamental navigational knowledge. Identifying directions and maneuvering a sailboat was certainly no challenge for Long E, a former third-class Navy soldier trained for 2 years. Based on Bayas's account, Long E marked a spot on the nautical chart with a pencil. The treasure was not far from Urubaya, and at his current speed, he could reach it in about a day. Sitting quietly on the boat, Long E allowed the sea breeze to tousle his black hair. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his demeanor was not as calm as it appeared, as his right hand continually caressed the hilt of his sword. The thrill of vengeance and the fear of the unknown intertwined within him, creating a suffocating sensation. Breathing in the slightly briny air, he stared blankly at the sea ahead. Long E had envisioned countless scenarios of vengeance in his dreams, yet when the day of reckoning finally arrived, it unfolded with an unexpected swiftness. To be candid, he was not adequately prepared. At present, he possessed little more than the strength of a naval sergeant, and to challenge Balik, an officer of considerable prowess, was tantamount to courting disaster. He even harbored doubts about whether he would ever lay eyes on Balik, fearing that he might perish at the hands of the minions from 3 pirate crews. How he wished he had mastered observation hockey, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. His knuckles turned pale. If only he had the assistance of observation hockey, his predicament would be vastly improved. Alas, there are no ifs in life. From the perspective of others, Long E's current actions were undoubtedly foolish. He could have secretly amassed strength, methodically consolidating his power with the system's aid, ultimately achieving a level of might that transcended all. In such a scenario, seeking vengeance at sea would be a mere formality. He had contemplated this path. Yet in the end, he chose to embark upon the ocean. On the road to becoming a formidable warrior, Long E would not permit himself to evade any challenges. Even in the face of death, he would confront everything head-on. This was the last vestige of his stubborn spirit, unyielding unto death. If I were to perish at the hands of those pirates, it would signify that I was no more than that. And what right would I have to speak of ambitions to conquer the world? Taking a deep breath, Long E steeled himself for the inevitability of death. Balik, I am coming. Chapter 21. The weight of justice. As Long E set foot on the Nameless Isle, he was greeted by a scene of utter devastation. After drifting for an entire day and night, he had ultimately arrived too late, missing the pirates who had long since set sail. As he sifted through the ashes left by the pirates, a frown creased his brow. The remnants still held a faint warmth, indicating that the Balik pirate crew had not departed long ago. Yet, Long E dared not recklessly pursue them, for he was oblivious to the direction in which the pirates had fled. Cursed be this fate. Having gone an entire night without sleep, Long E's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists in frustration, the bitterness within him nearly bursting forth. Standing on the chaotic beach, he felt a profound sense of loss. The North Sea was vast, and having missed this opportunity, where could he possibly seek out Balik again? The sea breeze gently caressed him as Long E exhaled the turmoil from his chest, closing his eyes in a moment of reflection. Suddenly, as he awaited the calming of his thoughts, a faint sound drew his attention. Something had blown to his feet. Long E was momentarily taken aback, instinctively opening his eyes. As he focused, he was astonished to find a tattered sea chart at his feet. A sea chart? He muttered to himself as he picked it up, and the large red markings immediately caught his attention. Upon seeing the prominent cross-shaped mark, an inexplicable tightness gripped his heart, and his breath quickened. Gazing intently at the mark, he softly uttered the name of the place, Gaia Village. Please, let nothing happen. Having hastily departed from the Nameless Isle, Long E promptly followed the chart's guidance towards the so-called Gaia Village. Staring at the horizon of the sea, his face was etched with fatigue. The prolonged voyage had pushed his spirit to its limits. Yet, he dared not relax, fearing that his weariness might cause him to miss yet another opportunity to thwart the Balik pirate crew. My ship is small but swift. I should be able to reach Gaia Village before the Balik fleet. Imagining the speed and departure time of the Balik fleet, Long E felt a flicker of hope. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not bear to witness another village suffer at the hands of Balik. Mosmal village remained in everlasting pain in his heart, and he wished for no one else to endure such anguish. To lighten the load on his vessel and increase its speed, Long E resolutely discarded all food and fresh water, retaining only his weapon and the backpack gifted to him by Kapu before his departure. As he rummaged through the bag and pulled out a coat, he gently stroked the characters for justice embroidered on its back, a peculiar light beginning to glimmer in his eyes. Balik, this time I will stop you. Gritting his teeth, Long E cast aside the backpack and donned the coat. Despite its lightweight fabric, he felt an inexplicable weight upon his shoulders. That sensation was called responsibility. Gaia Village, a coastal hamlet that thrived on fishing and hunting. Nestled in a remote area, it was at least an hour's journey from the nearest port town. Though life was meager, the villagers were content, for nothing was more gratifying than a peaceful existence. Recently, the village's youth returned from the depths of the forest with a peculiar fruit, further brightening the smiles of the villagers. According to the village chief, who had once ventured to sea in his youth, the strange fruit was known as a devil fruit, a treasure of the ocean, worth a fortune. After much deliberation, the villagers resolved to sell the devil fruit, intending to use the proceeds to improve their lives. However, over 10 days had passed, and the chief had yet to finalize a deal with the Navy's representative, leaving the villagers in a state of regret over the unsold treasure. On this day, the villagers busied themselves as usual, when the appearance of a young man abruptly shattered their tranquility. Cough, cough, cough. It seems I have made it just in time. Clearing his throat, Long Yi's eyes were filled with profound exhaustion. After 2 days and nights of relentless sailing, he had finally arrived at the marked Gaia village before the Balik fleet. I must quickly warn the villagers. In a state of severe dehydration and utter weakness, Long Yi's consciousness began to waver. Yet, he clung to the purpose of his visit. He needed to inform the villagers of the impending arrival of the Balik pirate crew. Quickly, you must flee. The pirates are about to attack here. With a hoarse voice, Long Yi raced towards Gaia village, but as he stepped into the village, he stumbled and fell forward. A few villagers at the entrance, busy drying their nets, gasped and hurried to his side. Upon seeing his pallid complexion and cracked lips, they were taken aback and shouted in alarm. Hey, go fetch some water. This child is dehydrated. Lying on the ground, Long Yi's consciousness began to blur. Summoning his willpower, he bit down on his tongue to regain clarity. Leaning against a villager's pant leg, he implored, Uncle, you must flee. The pirates are coming. The villagers froze at Long Yi's words. After exchanging glances, one villager knelt down, gently patting Long Yi's back, reassuring him not to move, his water would arrive shortly. The villager's kindness only heightened Long Yi's anxiety. He had not endured the relentless journey just to beg for water. The Balik fleet could arrive at any moment. And given the pirate's nature, this small village would not be left with any survivors. Struggling to rise, he spat out blood. Long Yi intended to forcefully push the villagers aside, but a wave of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse once more. Just as Long Yi and the well-meaning villagers were at an impasse, the villager who had gone to fetch water returned, accompanied by an elderly man with a beard. Water is here. Water is here. Handing a clay jar of water to Long Yi, he was at a loss for words. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and took a large gulp from the jar. After being deprived of hydration for so long, his body gradually began to recover, and after a fit of coughing, he finally felt some relief from his weakness. Run. The Balik pirate crew is coming. With his condition slightly improved, Long Yi resumed urging the villagers to take refuge. He would not naively believe that the red cross marked on the sea chart was merely a jest. Seeing the sincerity in Long Yi's expression, the villagers began to waver in their resolve. Just as they were about to inquire further, the bearded elder suddenly narrowed his eyes and struck the ground with his cane. Humph, it's you greedy Navy folk again. Last time, we couldn't agree on a price, and now you come to feign sympathy and deceive us. This elder, leaning on his cane, was none other than the village chief of Gaia. After failing to negotiate the sale of the devil fruit to the Navy, he had feared that possessing such a treasure would make them targets. He never expected that a schemer would arrive today. Stop your charade, you brat. You think you can trick us into leaving the village and then seize our treasure? Huh. The elder's expression was one of disbelief, leaving Long Yi utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend the old man's words. Creating chaos at this moment was trivializing the lives of these villagers. Old man, I speak the truth. This is the sea chart left behind by the Balik pirate crew. Your village is marked as a target, and you are in grave danger. In a state of agitation, Long Yi found himself at a loss for time to elucidate his predicament. The Balik pirate crew was en route, and every fleeting second was of paramount importance. Haha. Little brat, you think such tricks can deceive me? Perhaps next time, you should first remove your uniform, sneered the bearded elder, his eyes glinting with arrogance. In his youth, he had traversed the seas aboard merchant vessels and had long been acquainted with the Navy's shameless demeanor. To attempt to dupe him with such a pretext was utterly futile. Damn it, I speak the truth. Long Yi's frustration mounted as he gazed at the self-satisfied elder, who had stubbornly branded him a spy sent by the Navy to pilfer their treasures, refusing to entertain any of his assertions. The village chief, an undisputed authority among the villagers, had cast a shadow of doubt upon Long E's character, causing the simple folk to regard him with newfound suspicion, whispering insinuations about his integrity. The villagers' reaction sent a chill through Long E's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless amidst a tempest of emotions. Get out. Their discontent erupted into action, transforming them from viewing Long E as a mere child to perceiving him as a deceitful thief intent on stealing their bounty. Leave. The treasure belongs to us. Gaia Village does not welcome swindlers. They shouted, gathering stones from the ground to hurl at him. As the stones soared through the air, Long E's resolve began to waver. He could not fathom what he had done wrong. His only intention had been to avert a tragedy from repeating itself. Why had it come to this? The speed of the stones was trivial, and he could have easily evaded them, yet he found himself devoid of the will to dodge. His heart was in disarray. One stone struck him with a thud, opening a gash on his forehead. Blood trickled down, blurring his vision, yet he remained unresponsive, staring blankly at the villagers who assaulted him with their projectiles. An unspeakable sorrow spread within him. Upon witnessing Long E bleeding, the villagers seemed to suddenly remember that he was merely a child. They halted their actions, appearing bewildered. Look, what is that? At that moment, a sharp-eyed villager spotted a large sailboat on the distant sea. The ship bore a black flag, and a skull with an eye patch was emblazoned across its enormous sails. Pirates. Recognizing the pirate ship, the villagers were rendered speechless, and it dawned upon them that Long E had been warning them since his arrival. The sight of the pirate ship sent the villagers into a state of panic, and Long E, wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand, slowly turned away from them, choosing not to engage further. Wait. Before he could take more than a couple of steps, the pale-faced village chief called out to him. As Long E turned around, he gazed calmly at the trembling village chief, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy. Little ghost. No. Child, where are you going? Upon hearing the chief's inquiry, Long E offered no reply. Instead, he silently drew his katana from his waist, pointing the blade towards the distant pirate ship. Do you intend to face the pirates alone? But just a moment ago, who exactly are you? The village chief's heart was overwhelmed with guilt, yet his well-meaning warning was met with cold indifference. They had branded Long E a swindler and a villain, yet now, the very villain they condemned was resolved to confront the impending pirates alone. I am a third-class Navy soldier, Long E. With a gentle smile, Long E turned away, his step slow and heavy. Under the sunlight, the word justice emblazoned on his back was deeply etched into the villagers' minds. Those two characters, carried upon the shoulders of the youth, felt as weighty as a mountain. Chapter 22. Crossing this line means death. The wound on his forehead throbbed painfully, yet Long E's heart remained tranquil. As he walked along the path leading to the shore, his steps were slow and somber. He couldn't help but inwardly question why. Despite being misunderstood and insulted, he still chose to stand before these villagers. Perhaps this was the price of being a Navy soldier. After all, I donned this uniform. With a self-deprecating smile, Long E murmured softly to himself. Truth be told, he had no desire to be a hero. He simply could not remain indifferent when the weak needed protection. Gazing at the pirate ship approaching the shore, Long E took a deep breath and quietly summoned his system within. System, inform me of my remaining lottery chances. Though not fully immersed in the sea of consciousness, Long E could still utilize his system abilities normally. Current remaining lottery chances. 4. Receiving the system's feedback, Long E promptly issued his command. Lottery, all item selections. Lottery type selected, item. Commencing lottery. In just a few seconds, Long E learned the results of his lottery, extracting the items from the system's spatial storage. He let out a bitter laugh as he stuffed the hard bread and blue flour into his mouth, followed by a gulp of the entire red potion. The tough bread and novice HP potion could restore stamina, while the magical flour could replenish spirit. Although the effects were not significantly pronounced, it was better than nothing. Wiping the remnants of the red potion from the corner of his mouth, Long E finally halted his steps. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the heavy infantry greatsword from his spatial storage. If only the spatial storage only held system items, I wouldn't have to be so disheveled these past couple of days. Licking his dry lips, Long E switched his katana to his left hand while grasping the hefty greatsword with his right. With a sharp exhale, he swung the greatsword, cleaving a menacing gash into the ground. This was the last line he wished to protect. Dropping the greatsword, Long E returned his right hand to the katana. Gripping the hilt tightly, he fixed his gaze on the pirates disembarking. He exhaled the pent-up frustration within him. Come forth, scum. Let us settle this. Boss Doma. We are almost ashore. The sight of the nearby shoreline exhilarated the pirates, who waved their curved blades and firearms, shouting loudly to their leader. Damn it, I know. Your shouting is deafening. Look at how pathetic you all are. Pirate Captain Doma chuckled and scolded, fingers resting on the grip of his gun, a restless expression upon his face. This marked his first time leading a crew independently. Originally the captain of the Barrick Pirates, Doma had the opportunity to command his own ship after the Barrick Pirates absorbed 2 other crews. The task of raiding Gaia Village was one he had proactively sought through bribery with first mate Dolok. A village of the elderly, weak, and sick was practically a gift. Although he felt a twinge of pain recalling the gold coins discreetly given to Dolok, he had no regrets about volunteering for this mission. Because while the Barrick Pirates adhered to a hierarchy, they also believed in the principle of might makes right. To be honest, while Doma possessed some strength, he was not at the pinnacle of martial prowess. In the past, he had relied on his previous achievements to maintain a place on the Barrick ship. However, with the addition of 2 pirate crews, countless eyes were now fixated on his captain's position. He needed more accomplishments to solidify his status. The raid on Gaia Village presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Brothers, do you know what we must do? Raising his pistol, Doma began to rally the crew's spirits on the deck. Kill, kill, kill. The pirates responded eagerly, their unrestrained laughter revealing their utter disregard for life. This was the customary conduct of the Barrick Pirates, to slay everything that could be slain and seize all that could be taken. Fools. Our primary objective this time is to find the devil fruit. Doma's face grew stern as he stomped his foot, repeatedly emphasizing the significance of the devil fruit. In his view, how much loot could a small village offer? The treasures of the vast sea were of paramount importance. Boss Doma, that's the devil fruit. Why don't we take this opportunity? During his time with the Barrick Pirates, the one-eyed tyrant could suppress any ill-intentioned individuals with a sheer force. Yet now, they found themselves in a different kind of freedom. With Barrick absent, they believed they could claim the devil fruit for themselves and establish their own reign. To hell with that. Are you suggesting I betray Captain Barrick? Hearing his subordinate's words, Doma was immediately drenched in cold sweat. It was not that the pirate's suggestion was particularly tempting. He simply needed to assert his stance at this moment. Though most aboard were familiar comrades, who could guarantee that there were no spies sent by Barrick among them? Doma even suspected that the pirate who had proposed the idea was a trap set specifically for him by Barrick. Speak such words again, and I'll shoot you dead. Deliberately adopting a fierce expression, Doma bared his teeth while gesturing with his firearm. The pirate who had spoken was visibly terrified, retreating to the back of the crowd, his body trembling as if Doma's words had struck fear into him. Unbeknownst to Doma, however, a shadowy smirk crept onto the pirate's face. Clever of you. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere aboard the ship turned somewhat peculiar. However, with the shore now in sight, the pirates selectively chose to forget the earlier incident. After all, most of them were mere foot soldiers. The complexities of power struggles and intrigues did not concern them. As pirates, their sole duty was to heed their superiors' commands and engage in plunder and murder. Hey, who is that? As the crew of the Barrick Pirates was on the verge of reaching the shore, a youthful figure suddenly emerged before them, clad in the most ordinary linen garments. The boy was draped in a distinctive white coat of the Navy. His lips were pressed tightly together, his expression austere, and the blade in his hand glimmered ominously. Huh, just a mere child, brandishing a knife to intimidate us? Upon recognizing Long Yi's countenance, Doma revealed a sinister grin, involuntarily licking his lips. The Barrick Pirates, devoid of any sense of mercy, targeted both the young and the old for slaughter. Kill. The trigger was pulled, and ammunition soared into the sky. Doma's gunfire signaled the onset of this brutal pillaging. Slay, slay, slay. Long live the Barrick Pirates. You, boy, perish. The pirates surged down the gangplank, charging onto the shallows. In an instant, a cacophony of anguished cries surged forth like a tidal wave, causing Long Yi to furrow his brow involuntarily. He cast a fleeting glance at the final line drawn by his colossal sword and inhaled deeply. Amidst the astonished gazes of the pirates, he gripped his knife firmly, advancing toward the marauders without a hint of hesitation. Haha, watch me dispatch you. The foremost pirate dismissed Long Yi entirely, grinning as he swung his spiked mace, aiming for the boy's skull with a mighty blow. The heavy mace sliced through the air with an eerie sound, and the pirate could almost envision Long Yi's mangled form. Yet, in that fleeting moment as they crossed paths, he suddenly beheld his own dismembered body. Is that me? But why can I see myself? Where has my head gone? No one could answer his queries, as darkness enveloped him, and he ceased to exist. Instinctively, the remaining pirates emitted peculiar sounds, as if grasped by an invisible hand around their throats, halting their charge. Cold sweat broke out uncontrollably on their bodies, and they trembled backwards. Terror etched on their faces as they regarded the composed boy who had just beheaded one of their own. 56. No, 55. Fortunately, it appears they are not the main force of Balik. Drawing upon the formidable perception honed through training with Fujidora, Long E quickly assessed the precise number of pirates before him. Why are you all still dawdling? Kill him. Doma was becoming increasingly frantic, fear evident in his eyes. Yet, as the leader, he could not afford to reveal any signs of cowardice and steeled himself to raise his firearm. Kill. Damn boy. Die. Even with his ferocity, he was but one man. They were many, and thus they charged forth. Ultimately, the arrogant and brazen pirates leveraged their numerical superiority, overcoming their fears to launch an assault against Long E. A chill coursed through Long E's heart as his agile form weaved through the flurry of blades and gunfire, transforming into a reaper wielding a deadly blade, mercilessly harvesting the lives of these pirates. With each swing of his sword, blood was inevitably spilled. In comparison to Fujitora's rigorous training, the lackluster attacks from the pirates were hardly worthy of his attention. Had it been a fair confrontation, he possessed the confidence to eliminate all the pirates without sustaining a scratch. However, Long E was now weary, having not closed his eyes for several days. Bang! Another gunshot rang out behind him. The instant the bullet was discharged from the chamber, he sensed imminent danger. Intending to instinctively evade, he unexpectedly lost his strength as his body moved. A wave of alarm surged through his mind. This was not good. In a frantic attempt, Long E twisted his form, redirecting the bullet meant for his heart to another part of his body. Damn it, how could he still be alive? With a disgruntled noise, Doma felt a surge of irritation. He had meticulously aimed for this opportunity. Yet, he wasted no time in complaints, swiftly reloading and raising his weapon once more. Due to his injuries, Long Yi's previously precise movements now revealed vulnerabilities. Recognizing this shift, the pirates descended upon him like sharks sensing blood, relentlessly attacking the encircled Long E. The situation devolved into a stalemate. Seeing Long E ensnared by his subordinates, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Doma's eyes. His target today was not the inconsequential youth, but the fabled devil fruit hidden within the village. Leave 20 men to keep this brat occupied. The rest, follow me, he commanded, his gaze hardening as he eyed the distant Gaia village. Without hesitation, he abandoned Long E and charged towards the village. Hey, your opponent is me, Long E thought as he was besieged by pirates. A flash of crimson flickered in his eyes as he deftly parried a pirate's curved blade and, leveraging his strength, seized the moment to break free from the encirclement. Quick! Someone catch him! The pirates gasped in shock as they witnessed Long E escape their grasp. With a swift motion, he vanished from their sight, leaving them bewildered. At that very moment, Doma's foot crossed the final line, marked by Long Yi's stroke. His other foot had yet to follow when a cold blade, imbued with tremendous force, pierced through his back. What just happened? Doma's comrades gasped in horror, realizing they had failed to perceive when Long Yi had surged past them. Those who cross this line shall perish. Long Yi's gaze was icy, his body still marked with drying blood. A scarlet aura of malevolence surged and swirled behind him, gradually coalescing into a grotesque phantom of a demon. The spectral form of Kazan, with blood-red eyes, seemed to fixate intently on the terrified pirates, emanating a silent, sinister grin. Chapter 23, Blood Not Yet Spilled. Battle unceasing on the surface of the sea, the pirate ship sailed with a languid grace. The black sails unfurled, and the one-eyed skull flag danced in the wind. Valak leaned against the edge of the deck, a cigarette dangling from his lips, as he gazed out at the azure expanse of the ocean, narrowing his eyes slightly. If all went according to plan, soon a band of pirates would line the shore, presenting him with an unknown devil fruit. Boss Balak, what are you looking at? Dolok chimed in cheerfully, sidling up to Balak with a casual demeanor. However, a closer inspection would reveal the subtle excitement glimmering in the eyes of the first mate. Nothing much, just pondering the situation over at Doma, Balak replied, shaking his head and casting a glance at his trusted subordinate, his tone indifferent. What could there possibly be? That little fishing village is hardly significant. By the time the Navy catches on, we'll have long since set sail. What issue could arise? As for Doma's loyalty, Boss, we're not lacking in crew members at the moment, Dolok scoffed, his disdain for Doma's earlier affability evident. In his mind, only Balak counted as a brother. The rest were merely replaceable tools. True enough, Balak conceded, setting aside his thoughts. The majority of Doma's crew were likely his spies. Should Doma dare to show any signs of treachery, many of the crew would undoubtedly rejoice. After all, with a limited number of leaders, the fewer there were, the more opportunities for the rest. With more people comes more complexity. I must remain vigilant, Balak murmured, stroking his eye patch as if addressing Dolok, while also engaging in quiet reflection. What nonsense is this? Boss Balak, even if the crew below is reckless, do you lack the confidence to subdue them? Dolok dismissed Balak's caution, fully aware of the depth of the one-eyed man's capabilities. Balak's true strength was far beyond the superficial power he exhibited. Dolok even suspected that Balak's bounty of 35 million might be underestimated. Ha ha ha. You scoundrel, always flattering me. Once you attain the power of the fruit, who knows? You might just usurp the position of captain, Balak jested, a glint of something unusual flashing in his solitary eye as he half-teased, half-seriously bantered with Dolok. Let us not go there. I prefer to be a first mate who can accept rewards at will. The captain's role belongs solely to you, Dolok replied hastily, his smile becoming somewhat strained. Despite their close relationship, he dared not tread lightly on such a sensitive topic. Heh, is that so? Balak observed Dolok intently, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Captain Balak, first mate Dolok, we are nearing our destination, shouted a crew member, interrupting their conversation. Balak and Dolok exchanged knowing smiles and descended from the deck. That little brat is a monster. Run. Help. I refuse to fight such a creature. We will be slaughtered. We will certainly be slaughtered. After Longy expended his dwindling strength to swiftly eliminate the enemy leader, chaos erupted among the pirates. The colossal phantom of the demon roared silently, its indistinct eyes filled with a thirst for bloodshed. Crimson stains marred his pristine white coat, and exhaustion was evident on Long Yi's face. Yet his black eyes sparkled with intensity. He had become an insurmountable mountain, looming over the pirates' hearts. Flee or perish, Long Yi bellowed, his voice a forceful command suppressing the tumultuous blood surging within him. Gripping the bloody blade tightly, his murderous intent was almost tangible. Run fast. The fierce admonition resonated in the ears of the pirates like a celestial melody. Upon hearing Long Yi's warning, they abandoned their fallen comrades without hesitation and turned to flee. Is this a temporary reprieve? Exhaling the pressure weighing on his chest, Long Yi watched the pirates' frantic retreat, feeling a slight relaxation in his taut nerves. The collapse of their formation was swift. The speed at which they fled surpassed even their charge, as they jostled and scrambled to seize the boarding planks. Ready to make their escape, the sudden appearance of two pirate ships on the distant horizon reignited their confidence, instantly plunging Long Yi's spirits into despair. It's Boss Balak. The boss has arrived. That little brat is finished. Kill him. Charge back. The boss is here to back us up. Like a pack of ravenous hyenas that had just found their leader, the panic-stricken expressions vanished, replaced by a ruthless and sinister demeanor among the pirates. Balak's arrival undoubtedly reinvigorated their shattered morale. Following the footsteps of the strong, they knew not the meaning of fear. Damn it. Here they come. As the two pirate ships emerged into view, Long Yi's heart sank, and his grip on the hilt of his sword began to tremble. This tremor was a silent lament from his body, an urgent thrill of vengeful anticipation, and a primal fear stemming from the knowledge of the peril he faced. Amidst this tumultuous array of emotions, Balak led the remaining crew ashore. So, who can explain my devil fruit? He inquired, surveying the carnage strewn across the ground. His expression unperturbed. This maritime tyrant had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions. The surviving pirates, who had lived to witness Long Yi's wrath, fell silent, lacking the courage to respond or even meet Balak's gaze. Is that him? Although Balak had lost one eye, his vision remained keen, as he dismissed the quaking pirates and pointed towards Long Yi in the distance. That's him. That's the damned little brat. He appeared suddenly and thwarted our attempts to breach the village. Boss Doma was killed by him. We simply, with newfound conviction, the pirates raised their voices, asserting that it was not their incompetence, but rather the strength of the enemy that had thwarted them. Their chatter grew more animated, voices overlapping. First mate Dolok cleared his throat, interrupting their lamentations. As if recalling something, the pirates quickly fell silent, lowering their heads. A little brat? In a navy uniform? It appears he possesses a devil fruit ability. No wonder we suffered so many losses. Balak observed Long Yi with a dark scowl, his mood souring. While he could replenish his crew, he could not abide the formidable Balak pirates being humbled by a mere child. Let us confront him together and give him a proper welcome, Balak murmured, loosening the tension in his stiff neck. Upon hearing his words, the pirate minions erupted with enthusiasm. Akin to receiving a divine decree, and they recklessly charged towards Long Yi. There was no notion of chivalry, nor the concept of a one-on-one duel. It was a battle of stark inequality, and Long Yi found himself with no choice but to fight. At the very least, he aimed to strike down Beylik with a single blow. As hundreds of pirates surged forward, Long Yi's pupils dilated, instinctively gripped by fear. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, delivering a harsh slap to his own face, inhaling deeply, and steeling himself for a fight to the death. In a twist of fate, he approached the encounter hastily, not deluding himself into believing survival was an option. However, with blood yet to spill and his blade unbroken, he had no reason to succumb. Kill. Before the Beylik pirate crew could close in, Long Yi bellowed and charged ahead, propelled by an indomitable spirit and a resolve to embrace death. He exerted force through his legs, utilizing the burst of speed from his technique, soaring high above the sea of fierce pirate gazes. His body rocketing into the air like a cannonball. Above him stretched the azure sky, beneath him swarmed the multitude of pirates. Long Yi's eyes glinted with fury. With a mighty strike, he unleashed a devastating attack, merging body and sword, his strength capable of shattering mountains. He appeared utterly frenzied as he assaulted the pirates. A thunderous boom resounded, and dust erupted, sending many pirates reeling, bloodied and thrown back, creating a vacuum within their ranks. Upward thrust, demon slash, rapid stabs. The air crackled with malevolent energy, purple flames dancing along the blade. In the haze, Long Yi closed his eyes, relying on his honed instincts to weave through the panicking pirates, resembling a vengeful specter. Behind him, Kazan's maniacal grin grew ever more deranged. Stay calm. Hearing the cacophony of screams, Beylik's face contorted with rage. With a ferocious roar, his single eye shifted to a molten amber hue. Drawing his pistol, he swiftly located Long Yi amidst the chaos, locking onto his swift movements with unwavering focus before pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot punctuated the fray, a large lead bullet striking Long Yi squarely in the left shoulder. The force of the shot sent him sprawling backward, crashing heavily onto the sand. It's over, kid. Beylik declared coldly, slowly approaching Long Yi under the awestruck gazes of the pirates. He crouched down, whispering softly, "May you curse your fate in hell. For you should not have provoked me." Like a death sentence, Beylik aimed his gun at Long Yi's head. Long Yi emitted indistinct groans, a fusion of excruciating pain and overwhelming weakness causing his consciousness to waver. Yet, upon gazing at his nemesis before him, a smile crept upon his lips. What is there to smile about when death looms so close? The sight of Long Yi's grin ignited a furious ire within Beylik. Recalling the dismal fate of his subordinates, he shifted the gun away from Long Yi's head, striking his face with the butt of the firearm instead. Unbeknownst to Beylik, as Long Yi endured the brutal assault, his seemingly motionless right hand surged forth with a sudden ferocity, the blade gleaming with lethal intent like a venomous serpent, swift and unexpected. In a moment of sheer panic, Beylik's instincts kicked in, and he instinctively leaned back, feeling a chill graze his throat. Terrified, he scrambled away in a hasty retreat. Damn it, what a pity. A wave of resentment surged within Long Yi as he ground his teeth in frustration. He had underestimated Beylik's reflexes, losing the chance to perish alongside the brute. As a swordsman, Long Yi was acutely aware that his earlier ambush had not severed Beylik's throat, nor claimed his life. Breathing heavily, beads of cold sweat dripped from his brow down his cheeks, saturating Beylik's clothes in mere seconds. Cradling the minuscule wound at his throat, an overwhelming dread surged within Beylik. Just a bit more, just a fraction more. The notorious pirate had nearly been taken down by an insignificant wretch in his final moments. Strike him hard. But do not kill him. I intend to torment this damned brat. The life and death sensation fueled Beylik's rage, his eyes wild as he pointed at the battered Long Yi, bellowing his orders. The sudden assault had left the pirates momentarily stunned, but upon hearing their captain's command, they snapped back to reality. Fists clenched and sinister grins spreading as they approached Long Yi. Damn it, I shall deal with you slowly later. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Beylik buried his fear deep within, disregarding the approaching pirates as he strode towards Gaia village. Meanwhile, Long Yi, caught in a relentless barrage of blows, felt his senses dulling, the encroaching darkness gradually consuming him. Is this the end for me? Chapter 24. Choices beneath death. Fate is the culmination of countless intertwined choices, and choices represent the crossroads one must inevitably confront in life. Some paths are smooth and untroubled, while others are fraught with obstacles. Some lead to pinnacles of glory, and others descend into the depths of despair. At this moment, Long Yi found himself at such a crossroads, confronted with the necessity of making a choice. Mortals, how minuscule and fragile they are. Within the realm of consciousness, the long-absent spirit Kazan re-emerged, gazing down at Long Yi, who lay at the center of the sacred ground, his expression tinged with sorrow as he gently shook his head. Kazan. Long Yi's gaze was hazy, his lips slightly parted as if he were whispering the name of Kazan. Kazan smirked faintly, offering no reply to Long Yi, but instead continued speaking to himself. Young child, I believe you have come to comprehend your limits, or rather, the limits of humanity. With arms outstretched and a welcoming demeanor, Kazan's tone brimmed with temptation. Therefore, cease to be merely human. Long Yi, become my disciple. The power of the demon god manifested as rusted chains, binding themselves to Kazan while the other end lay beside Long Yi. With but a thought, he could be reborn. Engulfed by a furious surge of vitality, Long Yi would no longer fear death. He would become the earthly emissary of the demon god, heralding blood and destruction on behalf of Kazan. Yet, Long Yi remained silent, merely lying still. What is it? Are you unwilling? Or perhaps your inherent, tedious resolve is at play? Long Yi's reaction elicited a chilling chuckle from Kazan, who was unfazed by Long Yi's defiance. At that moment, Long Yi had no alternative. The only path to survival lay in becoming a devotee of the ghost god. An oppressive silence lingered in the air. Kazan furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, beginning to extol the virtues of being a disciple of the ghost god. My followers, known as berserkers, possess the ability to manipulate their vital energies. They are the pinnacle of warriors, forever oblivious to fatigue, their strength sufficient to defy death. Does that not stir your heart? As he spoke with increasing fervor, Kazan's expression grew ever more frenzied. His enormous hands loomed above Long Yi, seemingly poised to crush him at any moment. The absence of fatigue stemmed from the fact that berserkers were mere machines of slaughter, while their resistance to death was rooted in the madness that coursed through their very bones. Long Yi's tone was subdued as he slowly rose to his feet. Through the gaps between Kazan's fingers, he met the gaze of the demon's blood-red eyes. To pursue power at any cost ultimately leads to being consumed by that very power. Did you truly believe I was unaware, Kazan? You underestimate me gravely. Humph. As his deceit was unveiled, Kazan let out an irritated grunt, sheepishly retracting his hands. Yet, after a brief moment, he donned a cold smile, condescendingly addressing Long Yi. You are but an ant, with no alternatives. Indeed, Kazan was acutely aware of the dire situation. Having long possessed Long Yi, he comprehended the depths of his current predicament. Without my power, you are destined to perish. This was Long Yi's sole means of escape, whether he desired it or not. Only by becoming a berserker, a follower of Kazan, could he wield the strength to break free from his dire straits. Gazing coldly at the triumphant Kazan, Long Yi remained silent, lowering his head to examine his hands. They were calloused and scarred, a testament to his relentless toil since arriving in this world. Do not resist, my power shall fuse with yours, and you shall become my envoy in this realm, a devotee of the demon. The act of lowering his head by Long Yi, in Kazan's eyes, was a manifestation of resignation. He triumphantly manipulated the chains, declaring his intent to bind Long Yi's body. Once infected by Kazan's plague and endowed with the ghostly hand, Long Yi would forever find himself ensnared within Kazan's grasp. Hey, do you know? Before Kazan could strike, Long Yi abruptly interjected, interrupting his movements. A flicker of displeasure crossed Kazan's face, yet he remained rigidly halted. You are not mistaken. At this moment, I do not accept the infusion of bloodlust. When consciousness returns to reality, I may die. No, I will certainly die. Long Yi was acutely aware of his predicament. His presence in the sea of consciousness was not a voluntary descent, but rather a consequence of being rendered unconscious by those pirates. When his awareness awakened once more, he would undoubtedly succumb to the brink of death due to exhaustion of both body and spirit. Thus, it appeared that becoming a berserker and enduring Kazan's curse had become Long Yi's sole recourse. Indeed, become the emissary of the gods, become my devotee. Kazan cackled, reveling in the success of his scheme. Although bound by the infernal powers of the so-called system that prevented him from directly harming Long Yi, Kazan was certain that such an opportunity would eventually arise. The youth before him was one who refused to languish in obscurity on the path to the pinnacle. Whether he desired it or not, he would inevitably confront the limits of his power in the face of despair, and trading with the deities would be his only option. However, I refuse. Long Yi's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his tone was resolute. What? You dare to mock me? Kazan seethed with rage, ready to unleash his fury. Though he could not physically assault Long Yi, intimidating this audacious young man would at least provide him with a semblance of satisfaction. Yet, Long Yi remained undaunted, locking eyes with Kazan's furious glare and articulating each word with conviction. I have no interest in becoming another slave. I shall wield my own strength to sever the current predicament. Upon hearing Long Yi's retort, Kazan's expression darkened, and in his fury, he laughed mockingly. His gaze filled with derision and coldness. Very well. You truly are a tough nut. I shall relish witnessing your demise. Ignoring Kazan, Long Yi had his own plans. The strength borrowed from others is but a fleeting shadow. Only through diligent self-cultivation can one achieve true mastery. System, I possess a peculiar sensation. Please display my level data. In reality, Long Yi had sensed something amiss, yet he refrained from drawing conclusions until he could see the specific data. Current host level, 15. As expected. In Long Yi's eyes, a flash of brilliance ignited. Reaching level 15 marked a significant milestone, signifying his eligibility for a class change. With this in mind, Long Yi resolved to take a chance. However, before proceeding, he wished to tempt fate, hoping to draw items such as HP potions, which would enhance his chances of survival. System, I wish to draw lots, selecting the item category. The host has chosen the type of draw, items. The lottery process was brief, and after casting a glance at the results, Long Yi's expression turned peculiar. The item he received was indeed unique, yet it was not the restorative potion he desperately needed. Nevertheless, with matters as they stood, he no longer insisted on his desires. Having endured countless hardships without succumbing to weariness, he murmured to himself, "This is the path of the Azura." Clutching the softly glowing scroll firmly in his grasp, his consciousness returned to reality. The dragon, trapped in shallow waters, is toyed with by shrimp. The tiger, fallen to the plains, is bullied by dogs. Once exalted in the eyes of pirates, the dragon has now succumbed to their hands. And these scoundrels show no mercy. After a flurry of punches and kicks, they erupt in maniacal laughter, venting their former fears. Gradually, they forget Bellic's admonition to spare a life and unwittingly strike with lethal intent. Stop! Stop! This kid is going to die? At the moment when the dragon's breath became faint, as fragile as golden paper, a pirate henchman finally grasped the gravity of the situation and shouted for them to cease. Reminded of Bellic's orders, the pirates, who had been consumed by their rage, fell into a flurry of panic. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the dragon, lying on the ground, subtly twitched his fingers. Oh no, in our fury, the boss will surely. The pirates lamented, but their words were cut short as they widened their eyes in terror, fleeing as if they had seen a ghost. There stood the bloody dragon, swaying yet resolute. Battered but unyielding, blood and hair clung to his face, obscuring his eyes. With a tense gulp, the pirates exchanged glances, feeling the urge to escape. However, after a minute of suppressing their anxiety and remaining vigilant, the dragon still showed no signs of movement. At last, emboldened by their fearlessness, one daring pirate could no longer restrain himself and charged forward, ready to strike. Long Yi shuddered slightly, his body instinctively reacting. Yet his physical sluggishness failed to match his mind's response, resulting in him being knocked down to the ground by that pirate's punch. It turns out this little brat is merely putting on a brave front. Such behavior undoubtedly convinced those pirates that Long Yi had lost all capability for resistance. However, they were mistaken. Despite being struck down, Long Yi managed to rise once more. Although his breath remained feeble and his stance was unsteady, he resolutely refused to remain on the ground, vulnerable to their whims. He was but a hair's breadth away from reclaiming his strength. Dragon's incoherent murmurs escaped his lips, while the pain coursing through his body began to fade into numbness. Yet, simultaneously, a brand new strength was gradually awakening from within him. I wonder how long you can endure. The furious pirate charged forward once more, delivering a punch to Dragon. The outcome, predictably, mirrored the previous encounter. Bah, what a little brat trying to act tough. The pirate spat contemptuously on Dragon and viciously rubbed his swollen fist. He had exerted his utmost power in that strike, convinced that Dragon, having endured such a blow, could not possibly rise again. However, reality dealt a resounding blow to the pirate's expectations. Dragon stood like an indomitable giant, laboriously propping himself up with his sword. Rising once more. Die for me. The enraged pirate's eyes blazed with fury as he raised his curved blade. Long Yi stood still, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. his blood-stained garments dancing without wind. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and he suddenly attained enlightenment, abandoning his eyes, enduring immense suffering. He comprehended the fluctuations of all things. Indomitable, undying against all adversities. I am the Shura, traversing the mortal realm. The murderous aura surged forth, rippling beneath his feet. In an instant, it sent all pirates who dared to strike at him hurtling away. Profound waves of energy spiraled from above his head as Long Yi's ebony locks danced, his eyes transforming into a chaotic pallor. The soul of the Shura awakens. Chapter 25. The Shura demon, the one-eyed owl as the eye, with the heart as the eye. All is perceived through the eye. Lowering his head gently, Long Yi murmured, ignoring the terrified gazes of the surrounding pirates. He focused intently on the samurai sword in his hand, and suddenly a realization dawned upon him. With a swift motion, he slashed forward. The blade sliced through the air, manifesting a silvery beam of sword light that shot forth with tremendous speed. Dodge. Quickly, get out of the way. What on earth is this? Why are you still standing there? Run. Upon witnessing the sword light, the pirates were struck with panic, their voices rising in chaos. The frantic sounds reached Long Yi's ears. His eyes, clouded and white, betrayed no emotion, as if he were an outsider, his face a mask of neutrality. By infusing the power of fluctuations into the blade, he could create a severing strike detached from the sword's body. Then, what of this technique? Whispering to himself, Long Yi immersed his spirit in the power of fluctuations. Lost in a trance, with his breath steady, he summoned the strength within, his hands shifting with precision as he struck once more. Shura's evil light slash. With the words spoken, the waves erupted, and the sword energy surged forth. A beam of sword light, 4 to 5 times larger than the previous, swept outward, imbued with the momentum to sever all. Alas, the pirates had barely recovered from their previous shock when they encountered this colossal sword light once again. The silvery sword energy became their final sight. As the light swept past, its brilliance gradually diminished, leaving behind a torrential rain of blood. Monster. That little brat is a monster. How could this be? Wasn't he on the verge of death just moments ago? Where is Captain Bellic? Hurry, save us. Help? I don't want to die. The deceased could no longer speak, while the fortunate survivors screamed in hysteria, as if a sword hung above them, poised to fall at any moment. Only those who survived beneath that sword light could truly grasp the terror of Long Yi. In the eyes of the pirates, he transformed into a demon cloaked in human skin. The earlier precariousness and struggle for survival seemed merely a fade. I truly appreciate your previous hospitality. Now, please prepare to receive my return gift. A faint, cold smile graced Long Yi's lips, igniting the chilling flames of revenge in the terrified eyes of the pirates. In an instant, his figure blurred into an ethereal shadow, a glimmer of silver flashing in his grasp as the sword's blade sliced through the air with a violent grace, blooming into a grotesque display of crimson. The anguished screams and lamentations of the pirates echoed across the shallows, a heart-wrenching symphony of despair. This was a massacre devoid of suspense. Yet, just as they were oblivious to the meaning of mercy, Long Yi too had forgotten what forgiveness entailed. The bloodshed wrought by the sinners must ultimately be cleansed by their own lifeblood. After an eternity, once the final scream faded into silence, Long Yi finally ceased his relentless onslaught. Gazing at the hellish scene surrounding him, he closed his chaotic eyes. A gentle breeze stirred, causing his blood-soaked black hair to sway. In the depths of fate, good and evil reaped their rewards. It was the pirates who had transformed Long Yi from an innocent child of a humble village into the ruthless swordsman he had become. Now, the sword in his hand had returned to exact vengeance upon those very pirates. Is this your choice? How grandly you speak. Kazan's ethereal form emerged behind Long Yi, surveying the carnage with a disdainful click of his tongue. Paying no heed to Kazan's words, Long Yi inhaled deeply, allowing the tumult within his heart to settle, as if seeking to alleviate the wrath born of slaughter. Hey, kid, I'm speaking to you. Observing Long Yi's demeanor, a flicker of irritation ignited within Kazan, his tone unconsciously growing heavier. I do not regret ending violence with violence. Long Yi spoke softly, opening his eyes once more, returning to his former tranquility. As he surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a glint of ice danced in his gaze. Had he not transcended the limits of his own spirit and awakened the will of the Shura in the face of death, his fate would have undoubtedly been 100-fold worse than that of the pirates lying before him. Merely the justifications of an executioner. Admit it. We are of the same ilk. Kazan's spectral form expanded, solidifying into a tangible presence, as if to envelop Long Yi. He grinned malevolently, ensnaring Long Yi in cursed chains. Become my disciple, accept my gift. Crimson tendrils of bloodlust crept over Long Yi's left hand, as Kazan licked his lips with greedy anticipation. With a swift exhale, Long Yi unleashed a surge of fluctuating power, the invisible shockwave shattering Kazan's cursed chains and dispersing the nascent ghostly hand in an instant. Kazan's expression shifted, displaying discomfort as he regarded Long Yi, yet in a fleeting moment, a cold smirk crept upon his lips as he spoke. Humph. Even if luck is on your side this time, we shall meet again. Upon uttering these words, the ghostly energy enveloping Long Yi dissipated, and the ethereal apparition gradually faded from sight. We will definitely meet again, Long Yi responded noncommittally to Kazan's proclamation. After a brief pause, he muttered softly to himself. But next time, it will be you who becomes my strength, not I who becomes your follower. Having traversed countless mountains, only a solitary ridge remained. The band of marauders lay vanquished, leaving but one survivor. Balik, I am coming. Gazing towards the direction of ancient village, Long Yi tightened his grip on the battered samurai sword, whispering resolutely. Within the desolate confines of ancient village, Balik's countenance darkened, nearly oozing despair. He had arrived too late, allowing the villagers to flee with the cursed devil fruit. Damn it, if it weren't for that wretched little brat. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Balik yearned to rend Long Yi into 1,000 pieces. In the throes of rage, his singular eye suddenly transformed into a ghastly amber hue, exuding a terrifying aura. What shall we do now, Balik? Dolok inquired, his anxiety bubbling beneath the surface, yet wary of provoking Balik at such a moment. What else is there to do? Those villagers ran faster than rabbits. Time has elapsed. How can we pursue them? Damn it, we're going back. I will flay that little brat alive. Balik bellowed in exasperation, his solitary eye glinting with malice, clearly indicating that his words were no jest. Let us go, Balik. We are returning. Although Dolok's heart bled with disappointment, he dared not overtly express his regret, fearing Balik's ire. As he feigned agreement with Balik, he wore a fierce expression, cursing as he turned away. Yet, what awaited him was a swift arc of sword light slicing through the air. Without any forewarning, Dolok's life reached its conclusion. Even in his final moments, a sinister expression lingered on his face, though a flicker of confusion crossed his murky eyes. It seemed he pondered why the world before him had suddenly plunged into darkness. Dolok. Balik froze momentarily before exclaiming in shock. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped upon. However, being a seasoned rogue of the northern seas, Balik did not succumb to emotion, instinctively entering a battle-ready stance. His focus keenly attuned to the surrounding danger. He didn't spare a second glance at Dolok's lifeless form. Whoever you are, I shall take your life. Balik's voice resonated like an owl's hoot in the night, his amber eye fixated on the direction from whence the sword light had come. It was evident that he was not merely an ordinary thug. Let me guess, your brother? Long Yi approached with a calm demeanor, step by step, the blade in his hand quivering slightly, as if whispering a silent elegy. How could it be you? Balik never imagined that the one who unleashed that streak of sword light would be Long Yi, the little devil he had already condemned to death in his heart. However, after a moment's reflection, a chill enveloped him. An infinite rage ignited within his chest as he envisioned the fate of his crew. My crew, my hard work. I shall kill you. Gazing at the frenzied Balik, Long Yi raised his katana, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retorted. You should consider yourself fortunate to have kept your distance from me just now. Strangely enough, my thoughts align with yours at this moment. This is an unavoidable battle. At this juncture, further words are futile. Only the clash of steel can deliver a weighty proclamation. Die for me. With a roar, the enraged Balik abruptly pulled the trigger. And with a flash of fire, a large bullet hurtled towards Long Yi's head. You shall die, Balik. Fixating on the incoming bullet, Long Yi bellowed. Unleashing a surge of power from within, he swung his katana with all his might, sending forth a silver blade of energy. The sword energy collided with the bullet midair, yielding a result that surpassed Balik's expectations. As he witnessed the sword light effortlessly slice through the bullet, Balik's single eye widened in disbelief. In a moment of desperation, a sound not of this world escaped his throat. Abandoning his curved blade, his arms morphed into wings, propelling him skyward, narrowly evading Long Yi's lethal strike. What? A Zoan-type ability user? Balik's unexpected trump card caused Long Yi's expression to shift, revealing a hint of uncertainty in his gaze. You should feel honored to witness me in this form and die with pride, little devil. In midair, Balik cackled ominously. His appearance had transformed drastically. His body was now covered in feathers, resembling a monstrous bird soaring through the sky. Even his feet had burst from his boots, taking on the form of sharp talons. The bird fruit, night elf form. With a sinister grin, Bellic revealed his greatest secret, a cruel glint in his eyes, to him. Long Yi had become nothing more than prey. What does it matter if you possess abilities? Gathering his resolve, Long Yi activated his ripple mark, his eyes turning a chaotic shade of pale white. An invisible shockwave emanated from him, causing Bellic to momentarily falter, as if he beheld an ethereal figure behind Long Yi. A fearsome visage with a fierce countenance and sharp fangs slowly opening its eyes. Today, either you die or I perish. The physical pain and mental fatigue could not extinguish the flames of vengeance burning in Long Yi's heart. This battle was destined to have but one survivor. Chapter 26. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. The Zoan-type devil fruit possesses the ability to transform into 3 forms: human, beast, and hybrid. Bellic's current appearance clearly represented the fruit's 3rd form, the beast form. Fully transformed into a night owl, he had gained the ability to soar through the skies, thereby seizing the initiative in this battle. For Long Yi, this unforeseen turn of events was unexpected. Yet, as he had stated, this confrontation would yield only one victor. Regardless, his purpose remained unchanged: to eliminate the pirate before him and settle the score. Damn little devil, I shall relish tormenting you, making you wish you were never born. Perched high in the sky, Bellic flapped his wings, his sharp eye filled with malice. When he looked upon Long Yi, it was as if he beheld a lamb awaiting slaughter on the chopping block. With a cold laugh, Long Yi paid no heed to the threatening words of Bellic, seemingly oblivious to the adversary's glare. Grasping a sharp blade, the fluctuating power within him coursed steadily, his breath measured and restrained. Silence served as the most eloquent declaration. Their fates were irrevocably intertwined in this relentless clash. Die. The dim yellow of Bellic's pupils suddenly constricted as he initiated the attack. His wings flaring as a fierce cry erupted from him. He dove from the sky, revealing his fierce, single eye, with a beak as cold and unyielding as iron. Evil light slash? Bellic's speed exceeded Long Yi's expectations. As Bellic hurtled toward him, Long Yi's heart raced, he gritted his teeth, and the power within him surged explosively onto the blade. A silver-white beam of sword light sliced through the air, its sharpness undeniable. Yet, Long Yi underestimated Bellic's abilities. Despite the ferocity of the wave sword energy, the enemy's agility surpassed it. With a slight motion of his wings, Bellic abruptly altered his trajectory, skillfully evading the sword's edge and closing the distance to Long Yi in an instant. Claw strike. With a cry, Bellic spread his wings wide, momentarily stalling his descent. And with the momentum of his dive, he thrust his talons forward. All his strength coalesced into that single strike, potent enough to shatter stone and iron. With a resounding crash, Long Yi was sent flying backward, a cloud of dust billowing in his wake, rolling over a dozen meters before coming to a halt, rising in a disheveled state. Cough so powerful. Is this the strength of a Zoan fruit user? The turbulence of power within him caused Long Yi to cough uncontrollably, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fixing a fierce gaze upon Bellic, he wiped the blood from his lips and murmured to himself. In truth, Long Yi had attempted to block Bellic's attack prior to its arrival, yet he still suffered internal injuries from the impact. Put away that broken sword and abandon your futile struggle. You stand no chance, brat. Having landed a hit, Bellic reveled in arrogance, circling above Long Yi, looking down with an air of superiority. Though he felt certain of victory, the cunning pirate still harbored a measure of wariness. Recalling the fleeting glimpse of the specter he had encountered in the shallows, he was indeed a crafty and cautious adversary, a formidable foe. What does it matter if I can't win? My aim is not victory, but to slay you. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Long Yi steadied his swaying form. His naval uniform billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, stained with blood, a stark symbol of his resolve. Such bravado! I shall see who truly meets their demise. Although Bellic refused to concede verbally, a tremor of unease coursed through him. He had never faced an opponent like this. Despite Long Yi's youth, the intensity of his determination instilled fear within him. The sword remains unbroken, the blood uncoagulated, the soul unyielding, the battle unending. Long Yi murmured in a voice only he could hear. When he raised his head once more, a flicker of azure light ignited within his pale eyes. Under the weight of adversity, he transformed into an embodiment of wrath. Growing ever more tenacious, he became stronger with each setback. Damn it, truly troublesome. Noticing Long Yi regaining his composure, Bellic cursed under his breath and lunged forward again. Fully transformed into a night owl, his body became a formidable weapon. His talons as unyielding as steel, capable of delivering devastating blows to Long Yi. Ghostly seal pearl. Drawing a deep breath, the power within Long Yi erupted. And unlike the previous wave sword energy, he unleashed a pearl of fluctuating power imbued with the essence of wind and lightning, sweeping forward. Too slow. Too slow. As he observed the peculiar pearl of energy, a flicker of disdain crossed Balak's mind. Such an attack could not possibly match his current speed. A smirk danced in his single eye as he vanished, deftly circumventing the ghostly seal pearl and reappearing directly behind Long E. It's over. Die. With boundless rage and resentment, Balak's iron claws descended mercilessly upon Long Yi's head. Should he connect with this strike, even Long Yi's myriad of tricks would be in vain. In that life-or-death moment, as Balak believed victory was within his grasp, Long Yi suddenly vanished from sight. It's time to end this. A chilling voice resonated from behind Balak, and the dull thud of a blade piercing flesh jolted him back to reality, a cry of pain escaping his lips. The searing agony in his back and the icy sword energy served as stark reminders to this cunning pirate that he had fallen into a trap. A wave of cold coursed up his spine, penetrating to his very core. In this critical juncture, Balak let out a harrowing wail, desperately flapping his wings, unleashing a barrage of feathered projectiles that forced Long Yi back. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he swiftly fled the scene. Utilizing the burst of speed granted by the shave technique, Long Yi's expression was tinged with regret as he plummeted to the ground. Watching helplessly as Balak ascended into the sky, is it to be expected of a zone fruit user? Such resilience, even in the face of such injuries. Long Yi was convinced that the meticulously planned strike had penetrated Balak's innards. However, to his astonishment, Balak, despite suffering a fatal wound that would be lethal to an ordinary person, still possessed the strength to flee. A second time, you dare to attempt this again. I will see you dead. Faced with the threat to his life, Balak finally succumbed to madness. Previously, he had narrowly escaped having his throat slit by Long Yi due to his own carelessness, and now, the same dire scenario replayed itself before him. How could he not tremble with fear or seethe with rage? If you think you can do it, then bring it on. Exhausting his stamina to execute a swift maneuver, he momentarily immobilized Long Yi. Yet, after a brief flicker of azure light in his eyes, Long Yi miraculously returned to form, as if the negative effects had never existed. Gripping his sword tightly, he faced the descending Balak. Under the pressure of adversity, my resolve strengthens, and thus my blade becomes ever more formidable. I cannot fall. In a fervent outcry, Long Yi began to contemplate how to conquer Balak once more. However, his adversary had no intention of granting him the luxury of time for contemplation and launched a fierce assault. I will kill you. A flash of ferocity ignited in Balak's singular eye, his visage contorted with rage. Enraged and humiliated, he chose to unleash his full might, doubling his speed as he dove toward Long Yi. To hell with it. Earth shatter. Wave blade. With a sweeping motion from below, Long Yi struck forward, unleashing a visible wave that cleaved through the ground. Nevertheless, to Balak, such an attack seemed trivial, akin to a child's play. Although Long Yi's endurance and ferocity had greatly exceeded his expectations, Balak was resolute that victory would ultimately belong to him. Iron Claw Barrage. Sidestepping Long Yi's sword wave, Balak capitalized on his momentum to launch a series of attacks, each claw strike carrying the force capable of shattering mountains, each infused with lethal determination. Come, let us see whose life is tougher. Confronted with Balak's relentless assault, Long Yi did not evade. Instead, he raised his sword. This was his final strike, his utmost effort. He placed all his hopes upon this decisive blow, for it was a matter of life or death. Azure Evil Light Slash. The wave of energy erupted, the sword's aura streaking like a comet. Balak's savage claws plunged deeply into Long Yi's chest, while his own strike found its mark against Balak's breast. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. As for injuries and outcomes, Long Yi relinquished all thoughts of them. A tempest arose, shrouding the skies in heavy clouds, thunder roaring and lightning flashing as shadows intertwined. The thunder's roar drowned out all sound. Raindrops began to fall, and both Long Yi and Balak collapsed to the ground, rendered silent. After a prolonged silence, Balak, having regained his human form, felt a twitch in his fingers before emitting a raspy chuckle from his coarse throat. I am alive. I have triumphed. Chapter 27. A Desperate Struggle. Zovi. A reporter of little renown. At the age of 27 or 8, he had achieved little of significance, merely coasting through life at the local newspaper in a harbor town. Fortunately, his parents were well-liked, and their connections afforded him a meager living. As a third-rate journalist, Zovi had no noteworthy stories to showcase. The most significant event he had reported was the scandal of a local shopkeeper's infidelity. Yet, the newspaper was not a stable haven. News was everything. But what major events could possibly arise in a small harbor town? Consequently, after 3 or 4 years of idleness, Zovi found himself teetering on the brink of termination. If you cannot produce a decent story soon, you may as well pack your bags. I have supported you for 3 or 4 years, enough to repay your parents' kindness. Recalling the words of his rotund employer, Zovi grimaced, feeling a blend of resentment and helplessness. One must know the warmth and coldness of human connection. Even the grandest of favors will eventually fade. Under the heavy clouds, the deck was chilled by a biting wind. Zovi tightened his coat collar, cursing inwardly. Large raindrops fell upon him, inciting an indescribable discomfort. This was a naval patrol vessel, commanded by a friend from his drinking days. While he and the naval lieutenant idled away their time in a tavern, a sailor approached them with news that several villagers from Gaia were seeking help as pirates were attacking their village. Upon hearing this, Zovi was initially startled, glancing anxiously at the lieutenant. Yet, a moment later, joy surged through him, clearing much of his earlier drunken stupor. For Zovi, this was a fortuitous opportunity. He had been troubled by the lack of news, and now a story had presented itself. If he could leverage this event to turn his fortunes, he would no longer need to drown his sorrows in the tavern by day. Will, my dear brother, you must take me along. You know my situation. With a subtle glance, Zovi discreetly slipped a few bills into the lieutenant's pocket. The lieutenant, named Will, squinted, seemingly weighing the balance between military discipline and the allure of cash. However, it did not take long before he erupted in laughter, waving his arm with a boisterous demeanor. Come, my good brother, let me show you the might of our navy. Zovi's spirits soared. He swiftly grabbed his belongings, donned his coat, and boarded the patrol vessel docked at the harbor with Will. The skies darkened, and the wind howled ferociously. Shortly after the ship set sail, Zovi and his companions were met with a fierce downpour, a weather condition that only heightened the discomfort of the reluctant sailors, who began to curse their fate. Damn it! This is the only valuable possession I have. I hope it doesn't get ruined. Shielding his camera with his coat, Zovi grumbled as he gazed at the distant shoreline. Their destination, Gaia Village. My dear brother, why do you not seek refuge in the cabin? Why stand on deck in the rain? Will, clad in a lieutenant's uniform, staggered out of the cabin and immediately spotted Zovi drenched on the deck. The scent of alcohol still lingered around him, but Zovi appeared unfazed. Hee. I'm merely in pursuit of news. Heaven forbid I miss something significant before me, as that would be a disservice to my fare. Zovi chuckled, blending truth with jest. Haha, Will chuckled at Zovi's banner, shaking his head in response. You might be disappointed. Gaia Village is not particularly close to our town. The villagers will need at least an hour to arrive. And considering our travel time on the ship, those pirates will likely have fled long before we arrive. An hour and a half is ample time. With those sea locust speed, they could carry off anything. Speaking to himself, Will lit a cigarette. He was convinced that this mission was merely a formality. Actual combat seemed unlikely to occur. Then I shall write about the aftermath of the village post-pirate raid. Zovi's face bore a hint of disappointment. Initially, he had indeed hoped to uncover a significant scoop, but after being drenched by the rain, he gradually calmed down and decided it was best to avoid any encounters with pirates. The aftermath of the plunder could certainly be considered noteworthy news, could it not? Will took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke into the damp air. Just as he intended to feign some words of comfort to Zovi, he suddenly widened his eyes in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. The one-eyed skull flag. It was Balik. The infamous one-eyed Balik had gained a fearsome reputation, particularly in recent times, instilling terror in many. Having absorbed 2 pirate crews, Balik's fleet was an undeniable force in the North Sea, far beyond the capacity of their mere patrol ship to contend with. Retreat. Will exhibited none of the decorum expected of a naval lieutenant. To him, titles and military discipline paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Without 3 or 4 warships and soldiers outnumbering the enemy, who would dare to claim they could take down Balik in this North Sea? However, before Will could issue a retreat order to the entire patrol ship, a naval soldier responsible for observing the enemy situation shouted urgently, Lieutenant! Lieutenant Will! Wait! Upon hearing this, Will's anger surged uncontrollably, leaving the trembling Zovi behind. He strode over to the observer, seizing his collar and bellowing, Wait for what? You little brat! Do you want us to accompany you to the grave? I'm leaving. The observer, intimidated by Will, found himself momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, the poor fellow finally managed to stammer, his face flushed, Lieutenant, I'm not. Please take a look. The crew of Balik's pirate band is all dead. The shallows are strewn with corpses. At the observer's words, Will's first instinct was to dismiss it as a jest. Yet, no matter how his rational mind resisted believing the soldier, a glimmer of hope compelled him to grasp the telescope. After meticulously confirming, time and again, that the bodies on the shore were not a trap, Will lowered the telescope in a daze, his expression vacant. Who could have annihilated Balik's pirate crew? Hearing Will's murmurs, Zovi regained his composure from the initial panic. He fumbled with the camera hidden beneath his coat, squinting through the rain at the distant shallows. Although he could not discern the exact situation on the shore, his professional instinct alerted him to the scent of a major scoop. I am alive. I have triumphed. This simple declaration signified the outcome of the battle. Thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of the animal-type devil fruit, Balik ultimately endured through the final clash, emerging as the victor. Cough, cough, cough. After a fit of violent coughing, Longy struggled to rise from the ground. Rainwater streamed down his cheeks, his face pale, and his eyes reflected profound unwillingness. He had been defeated. A complete rout, indeed. Even armed with the master contract, he could not overcome him. Feeling power ebbing away from his body bit by bit, Longy despondently lowered his head. The scroll he had drawn in the Sea of Consciousness was none other than the Master Contract Deluxe Edition, an item that allowed him to learn skills 10 levels beyond his own. This was precisely why he had been able to wield techniques like the Shura Evil Light Slash and Demon Seal Pearl so soon after his job transition. However, items ultimately have a time limit. Just moments ago, Longy had received a notification in his mind indicating the item's expiration. Misfortune often comes in waves, aptly describing Longy's current predicament. Truly remarkable. If you were to train for a few more years, I would surely not stand a chance against you. Balik wore an expression of assured victory, entirely unconcerned about any hidden trump cards Longy might possess. He had seen it clearly. That astonishing sword aura was the boy's desperate last resort. Longy offered no reply, merely managing a bitter smile, yet his defiance remained undiminished. Rest assured, I shall ensure you embark on your journey properly. The current situation had escalated to one of no retreat. Balik, devoid of any pretense of cordiality, transformed once more into his night owl form, leisurely flying to Longy's side. Although Balik's movements were far less agile than before, they sufficed to confront the present Longy. With a swift strike, he shattered the fallen katana, then grasped Longy's beleaguered form with his talons, soaring into the sky. I shall see you crash to your demise. I am eager to discover just how resilient your bones truly are. A flicker of delight crossed his single eye. After all, Balik was destined to be the ultimate victor. Your body seems less sturdy than before. From this height, you shall perish. Longy lifted skyward, maintained a serene demeanor, devoid of panic. He simply observed the disordered Balik, silently connecting with the Sea of Consciousness and retrieving an item. This was not his prepared trump card, yet it had become his last hope for a turnaround. Let us ascend, Balik. The chilling voice of Longy pierced the air, sending Balik into a state of alarm, instinctively attempting to release his grip and cast Longy down. But it was too late. How is this possible? Where did you acquire this? The flames reflected in Balik's lone eye. A piercing shriek echoed through the heavens, his heart racing as despair enveloped him. Chapter 28. The sigh of delayed rain during the initial assault by Balik's pirate crew. Longy had previously possessed 4 opportunities to draw from a lottery. Given Longy's luck, the results were predictably meager consumables. Hence, after depleting the magic flower, the hard black bread, and the novice HP potion, only one item remained, the explosive orb. This so-called explosive orb was essentially a small bomb, capable of inflicting limited damage with a delay before detonation. For Longy, it was not an optimal tool. Its effectiveness against foes paled in comparison to the cutting edge of a blade. Thus, the explosive orb had remained idle within the system's inventory, only to emerge as his final weapon in this critical moment, sufficient to reverse his fortunes. With a mere thought, the fuse of the explosive orb ignited with sparks, its glow undiminished by the torrential downpour, as if the embers of the blaze that once ravaged Mosmar village awaited their revenge. Years ago, Balik had altered Longy's fate with flames. Today, Longy would wield this flicker of fire to obliterate Balik's ambitions. Without fear or trepidation, Longy's eyes gleamed with an unyielding resolve. Knowing that the day of reckoning would inevitably come when he and the remnants of his former self would merge completely. In a state of frantic disarray, Balik screamed, desperately flapping his wings to create distance between them. Yet this ruthless pirate had forgotten that the strength of his grip was not so easily relinquished. Just as Balak, in a panic, attempted to abandon Long E and ascend into the sky to evade the blast, Long E expertly hurled the explosive orb, positioning it mere inches before Balak. No, Balak could only let out a horrified cry before his form was engulfed by the explosion's fiery embrace. Boom! The explosion roared like thunder in the storm-laden sky. The rain could not wash away the acrid smoke, allowing the scent of blood to permeate the air. Beneath the darkened clouds, two figures plummeted from the heavens. One, Balak, charred and unrecognizable. The other, Long E, wielding a massive sword, battered yet resolute. "It is over," he whispered softly, breaking through the brink of despair. Long E achieved a remarkable reversal. In the explosion's midst, his mind remained unnaturally calm. Without hesitation, he retrieved the heavy infantry sword from the system's space. The weighty blade became his steadfast shield, mitigating the damage he sustained far more effectively than Balak's. His sole concern was how to land from this height without succumbing to death. Silver light, the descending blade, struggling to regain control in midair. Long E surrendered his fate to the whims of chance, aiming for a relatively soft patch of sand, leveraging the momentum of his swordplay to alter his trajectory. Meanwhile, the unconscious Balak could only descend directly. Two heavy thuds echoed as bodies met the ground. Rain relentlessly pelted the muddy earth, as if seeking to remedy a past wrong, extinguishing the flames that should never have ignited years prior. "Hurry, hurry," Lieutenant Will of the Naval Branch shouted incessantly, braving the downpour as he urged his sailors onward towards Gaia Village. His companion, Zovimer, said nothing, tightly clutching his camera to shield it from the rain. Silently trailing behind Will, while his face remained composed, his heart raced with curiosity. Anyone who had glimpsed the pirate corpses left behind in the shallows would feel a tremor of unease. Presently, Zovimer was consumed by an insatiable desire to uncover the force that had so thoroughly vanquished the North Sea's formidable behemoths. "Prepare for battle. We may face a fierce conflict," Will proclaimed loudly, his voice somewhat muffled by the rain, yet it could not conceal his palpable excitement. The lieutenant, often lost in indulgence, realized that opportunity might be at hand. It must be a clash between pirate crews. It must be, he thought, elated by the prospect. Rubbing his somewhat stiff hands together, Will instinctively touched the naval sword at his waist. Though the blade had not tasted blood in many years, he was confident it could sever a pirate's head, earning him accolades. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. Rarely adept at scheming, Will had surprisingly crafted a sound strategy. Gaia Village was neither far nor close. With a ship full of naval soldiers pressing forward, their destination drew near. Suppressing his trembling body, Will signaled to his accompanying sailors, lowering his voice as a contingent of naval personnel stealthily entered the village. However, upon their entrance into the modest fishing community, the anticipated scene of conflict did not unfold before their eyes. The village lay in an eerie silence, aside from the sound of raindrops striking the ground. No other noise could be heard. Will's suspicion grew. Having attained the rank of lieutenant in the naval branch, he was not without discernment. His cautious nature had allowed him to survive thus far. "Lieutenant Will, there are people over there." Suddenly, a sharp-eyed sailor from the ranks hurriedly tugged at Will's sleeve, as if he had made a significant discovery. In a different time, Will might have erupted in anger, ready to reprimand the impudent sailor. But in this moment, he could not afford to chastise the flustered soldier. A tightening sensation gripped Will's heart as he followed the Marines. Before him unfolded a scene he would find impossible to forget for the rest of his life. Even in his twilight years, after retiring from the Navy, Lieutenant Will would often recount to his grandson the moment he first encountered that formidable apparition. That day, the rain fell with extraordinary intensity, accompanied by his youthful subordinates. He had intended to seize an opportunity, hoping to catch a few large fish and thereby elevate their status. Little did he anticipate that the fish he sought was far too colossal. The Night Blade Dragon 1, the unparalleled might of the governmental navy, the strongest in the world, was then mere paces away, mired in the mud before his eyes. Whenever he reminisced about this, the old Will would sigh, lamenting that time is unrelenting. His grandson, however, would often display a skeptical expression, unable to resist challenging the tale. The Night Blade Dragon 1, the world's foremost swordsman, universally acknowledged as the most powerful. Could he truly be so thoroughly bested by a petty northern pirate? Will remained silent, merely chuckling to himself. He disregarded his grandson's disdainful look, placing his rough hand atop the boy's head, ruffling the same brown hair he once had in his youth. murmuring softly in a voice only he could hear. Indeed, who could have imagined that the earthly deity capable of severing mountains and parting seas was once merely a frail child struggling to survive in the muck? The icy raindrops fell upon his face, while the mire beneath him burned against his wounds. Dragon One's lips turned a deep shade of purple, his face as pale as parchment as he labored to crawl through the mud. Unbeknownst to him, a bewildered contingent of Navy personnel was observing him from a short distance away. The only reason he could still move was due to an unwavering obsession that refused to relent. Having narrowly escaped death, he resolved that until he confirmed Bellic's demise, his body would never rest. The weighty great sword lay beyond his strength to wield. Instead, Dragon One clutched a broken fragment of a katana. This shard had been discovered not far from where he fell, and he had struggled to reach it, ignoring the blade's remaining sharpness as he gripped the weapon tightly in his hand. The jagged edge pierced the skin of his palm, blood dripping down the blade. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. Compared to the profound agony of 2 years prior, this sensation paled in significance. Long E ascended with excruciating slowness, each inch of distance demanding the utmost exertion of his weary body. The filthy mire clung to his naval uniform and slightly elongated black hair, rendering him a pitiable sight. Rainy days, the treacherous muck, the specter of vengeance. This surreal tableau struck a profound chord within the hearts of the sailors and Zovi alike. Will had cast aside his utilitarian concerns, while Zovi dismissed the damned news. All that occupied their minds was the laborious figure of Long E crawling forward. Raindrops fell like the ticking of a clock, a rhythmic countdown accompanying the deluge. With immense effort, Long E reached the summit of his arduous ascent, and not far ahead lay the indeterminate fate of Bellic. Without a moment's hesitation, and with no strength left for caution, Long E painstakingly rose to his feet and, swaying unsteadily, settled upon the imposing, yet grotesquely mangled body of Bellic. Gazing at Bellic, whose singular eye remained tightly shut, he allowed a bittersweet smile to grace his lips, and, summoning his last vestiges of strength, he incrementally drove the shattered blade into Bellic's chest, piercing his heart with relentless determination. Blood flowed forth, a mingling of Bellic's and Long E's own. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Will and the accompanying Zovi involuntarily shuddered, a chill enveloping them. It was not merely the cold rain that left them disoriented. Rather, it was the fervent obsession of the youth that instilled a deep-seated fear within them. As the rain intensified, Long E, having fulfilled his quest for vengeance, sat upon Bellic's lifeless form, lost in a trance. After an extended silence, he lifted his gaze, peering through his dark strands at the weeping sky, a faint, rueful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly murmured, "How wonderful it would have been if it had rained that day as well." Chapter 29. The childish ghost. The rain fell, cleansing all. Long E gazed skyward, seated atop Bellic's lifeless body, lost in thought. The mud on his face was gradually washed away by the rain, revealing his youthful visage, stripped of ferocity and madness. He was merely a boy appearing somewhat disheveled in the rain. Breathing with difficulty in the damp air, the long-numbed wounds began to throb once more. Instead of relief, a peculiar emptiness enveloped his heart. Slaughter was not salvation. With the last vestiges of his strength, Long E lowered his gaze to Bellic's remains. Mud covered the once mighty figure, now devoid of its arrogance. The notorious pirate captain, in death, finally exhibited a tranquility he had never achieved in life. Apart from his pallid complexion, he bore a striking resemblance to one in peaceful slumber. Naturally, Long E chose to disregard the dagger he had thrust into Bellic's heart. After all, in the midst of their deadly struggle, Bellic had yet to learn his identity. With a light chuckle directed at the corpse, Long E began a slow, deliberate self-introduction. "I am Long E, hailing from Mosmar village." "Heh, but having taken so many lives, you probably can't even recall where Mosmar village is." Shaking his head, he seemed to mock his own futile endeavor. Soon after, he suppressed his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his trembling legs, gritting his teeth, and gradually rose to his feet. In a somewhat unsteady posture, the youth stood upon the battlefield. He was the final victor. Amid the storm, his white naval uniform billowed in the wind. After the rain had cleansed the mud, the word justice emblazoned on the back of his coat reemerged, albeit now tinged with a faint crimson hue. Facing the elements, the boy's silhouette was cast against the darkened sky, with the thunder rumbling ominously. Boom! As the thunder cracked, the brilliant lightning willingly became the backdrop for the victor. and everything unfolded under Zovi's shutter click. 10 days later, in the city of Urabaya, at an inn, Fujitora rose early as usual, leaning on his cane sword, and settled himself in a corner of the inn's dining area. After ordering a modest breakfast from the waiter, he placed a small bill on the table. At that moment, a 7 or 8-year-old boy would invariably seize the opportunity to scamper over. "Uncle, I've been waiting for ages. Shall we begin?" The child greeted Fujitora politely before grabbing the bill tightly in his small hands, wearing a look of eager avarice. He tilted his little face upward, inquiring softly of the burly Fujitora. With a subtle nod, Fujitora's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile. The boy was the innkeeper's youngest son. Though somewhat greedy, he was pure-hearted and quite endearing. Upon receiving Fujitora's acknowledgement, the child eagerly produced a stack of the latest newspapers from his cloth bag. Carefully, he spread them on the table and began to read aloud from the top. The boy read earnestly, while Fujitora listened intently. However, today would not unfold with the usual tranquility of their reading sessions. When the child reached the headline about the annihilation of Bellic's fleet, he noticed that the typically composed Fujitora suddenly trembled involuntarily. Please read that segment again, but more attentively." In an instant, Fujitora regained his usual calm. He showed no outward reaction, merely furrowing his brow and requesting the boy, named to read that part with greater seriousness. Little of course, complied, understanding that since he had accepted the money, he needed to work hard. He cleared his throat solemnly and began to read word for word from the newspaper. 10 days ago, Bellic's fleet was annihilated, with no pirate left alive. The one responsible for this was a 13-year-old boy. Upon reaching this point, paused, scrutinizing every word on the page with disbelief. Though young, he had heard of the fearsome reputation of One-Eyed Bellic. In the North Sea, Bellic was enough to silence a child's cries at night. Yet the pirate lord who had dominated the North Sea had been slain, and the hero of this deed was merely a boy only slightly older than himself. Not even adults could believe such a reality, let alone little Continue reading. Compared to Vis's astonishment, Fujitora appeared far more composed. Yet, while his face remained inscrutable, the turmoil within him was no less than that of the boy. "Oh," Vis responded lightly, not pondering further, and continued reading the unfinished segment. "The boy's name is Long E, a third-class sailor in the Navy, hailing from Mosmar village, and the sole survivor of Bellic's massacre 2 years prior. After receiving 2 years of training at the naval headquarters in Marinford, he returned to the North Sea and avenged his kin, slaughtering over 150 pirates, including the cunning pirate captain, One-Eyed Bellic." The more Vis read, the more his jaw dropped in disbelief. By the end, he slammed the newspaper onto the table, puffing his cheeks in frustration. "What kind of news is this? It's all a lie. How could someone barely older than me be so formidable?" Fujitora fell silent, his fingers absently stroking the hilt of his cane sword. As Vis's little tantrum subsided, he suddenly remembered his duties. Stealing a glance at the imposing figure of Fujitora, and seeing that he was not angry, the boy suppressed his emotions and continued reading. By decision of the naval headquarters, Long E has been officially promoted to the rank of lieutenant in recognition of his exceptional achievements. A 13-year-old naval lieutenant. Vis rubbed his eyes, and once he confirmed he had not misread a single word, he accepted the truth written before him. A naval lieutenant? That's quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Fujitora finally smiled knowingly, rising to his feet, using his sword as a cane. Unable to wait for breakfast to be served, he patiently inquired of little Vis, "Does it say where this boy Long E currently resides?" This is just too funny. On an unknown pirate ship." A group of rough pirates were howling with laughter over a newspaper. They had purchased it for a few coppers from a carrier pigeon, initially intending to catch up on recent happenings in the North Sea, only to stumble upon this grand joke. A 13-year-old kid single-handedly slaughters the Bellic pirate crew and even personally dispatches the ruthless Bellic? Why don't the Navy just send him to the heavens? A rotund pirate slapped his belly, laughing heartily. However, as he turned the page of the newspaper, his laughter abruptly ceased, as if the smile had been snatched away by a specter. The page bore the grim contents of a recent report, accompanied by a black-and-white photograph that, despite its lack of color, conveyed an overwhelming sense of dread. The other pirates, unaware of the cause of his distress, exchanged glances and instinctively gathered around him. With puzzled expressions, they glanced at the newspaper, and upon catching sight of the image, their laughter vanished as if choked. The photograph depicted the profile of a youth, half of his face visible. He was not conventionally handsome, yet possessed an indescribable aura that oscillated between righteousness and malevolence. What truly rendered the audacious pirates breathless was the intensity of the boy's gaze. His lips were pressed tightly together, brows slightly furrowed, with an unquenchable aura of lethal resolve lingering in his features. In his dark eyes, a flicker of ferocity and determination was discernible. Experienced outlaws understood that such a gaze belonged to a being not to be trifled with. Thunder roared behind him, willingly serving as the backdrop to the boy's imposing presence. Beneath his feet lay the lifeless body of Bellic, motionless in the mud. The dagger embedded in the pirate captain's heart impossible to overlook. The deceased maritime sovereign, the cold and silent youth. On this day, the name long resonated throughout the North Sea, and another moniker inadvertently began to circulate, the young Shura of the Navy, the ruthless specter wielding a sword. Chapter 30, Navy High Command Meeting Marine Headquarters, Marinford. The young Shura, indeed, aptly named. Casting a glance at the printed photograph, Sengoku set down the newspaper, removed his round spectacles, and gently massaged his temples. Just as he finished speaking, a somewhat languid voice echoed from nearby, dragging out its syllables. Mr. Sengoku, may I return now? The speaker was a tall man with disheveled hair, an indifferent expression on his face, his gaze exuding nonchalance. Under Sengoku's scrutiny, he yawned, scratched at the blue eye patch adorning his forehead, and adopted a look of mild impatience. No, Kazan. Sengoku's tone grew stern as he resolutely denied Akiji's request. He was aware that this inherently lazy man was disinclined towards such matters, yet the orders of the fleet admiral were not to be disregarded. Fine, I understand. Sengoku's words extinguished the last flicker of hope in Akiji's heart. Surrendering, he raised his hand slightly. He pulled out a chair behind him, laid his hands behind his head, and, disregarding decorum, propped his legs up on the table, adopting a more comfortable posture while gazing vacantly with his dead fish eyes. Sengoku had grown accustomed to Akiji's behavior. He had little to say to a man who espoused lazy justice. However, while he remained unresponsive, a discontented grunt emanated from a short distance away. This is a conference room, Kazan. You are being rather excessive. Upon hearing this voice, Sengoku could not help but twitch his lips. Yet, the astute strategist refrained from speaking, knowing that even without invoking his authority as fleet admiral, someone would step in on his behalf. Oh dear, your temper remains quite fiery, Sakazuki. With a lewd grin, Borsellino, known as Kizaru, effortlessly laughed, adept at navigating the currents of the situation. In the current atmosphere, with Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru remaining silent, he became the most suitable candidate to mediate between the two. Humph. Still emitting a cold snort, Akainu paid no heed to Kizaru's attempt to placate him, crossing his arms, his resolute face etched with dissatisfaction. Even though the room was filled with figures capable of shaking Marineford with a mere stomp, he remained unfazed. TCH, troublesome. Tugging at the eye patch on his forehead, Akiji maintained his nonchalant demeanor, clearly dismissing Akainu's words. As a fellow admiral, he had his own confidence to disregard anyone's opinions. Enough. With his glasses readjusted, Sengoku finally spoke. As the highest-ranking officer present, even the obstinate Akainu and the laid-back Akiji were compelled to show him some respect. The room fell silent, an air of stillness enveloping the conference hall. With Sengoku intervening to mediate the dispute between Akiji and Akainu, Kizaru casually shifted his gaze, opting to withdraw from the scene. Instead of focusing on the expressions of Akiji and Akainu, he turned his attention to the newspaper before him. Truly frightening, these young individuals. Fixating on Long E.'s photograph, Kizaru's tone was somewhat flippant, devoid of the gravitas expected of an admiral. Upon hearing Kizaru revert the discussion to its origin, Akainu could no longer remain seated. Narrowing his eyes, he slammed his hand on the newspaper before him, fixing Sengoku with an intense stare as he spoke each word with deliberate weight. Mr. Sengoku, I am not like that lazy fellow. I have much work to attend to. I fail to comprehend why you have summoned the High Command for a meeting concerning a mere 13-year-old child. Pausing, Akainu rose, straightened the most ordinary navy cap atop his head, and continued, should such an incident occur again, I shall not attend, and I request you do not notify me. For I am quite occupied. His imposing aura declared his dominance, asserting his presence. A 13-year-old who had decimated approximately 150 pirates, single-handedly slaying a bounty of over 30 million. Sakazuki, do you believe that, within 10 years, this child's strength will surpass yours? Pushing up his glasses, Sengoku's tone remained calm. Beyond his reputation as a strategist, he was also known as Buddha Sengoku, and even in the face of the formidable Akainu, he remained unwavering. Meeting Akainu's gaze, Sengoku lightly tapped his fingers on the conference table. This meeting holds significant importance. Therefore, I expect you to behave, Sakazuki. Under Sengoku's steady, tranquil gaze, Akaina's imposing demeanor faltered. He instinctively prepared to assert himself against Sengoku, but his inner rationality restrained him. After all, he was not the fleet admiral. The silver-haired Tsuru quietly listened to their exchange, with no intention of interjecting. Time had taken its toll on her once beautiful visage, yet it had bestowed her with invaluable wisdom. Regarding Long Yi, she was privy to considerable inside knowledge. The youth standing amidst the thunderstorm was not only the disciple of the naval hero Karp, but also a pivotal figure in maintaining the relationship between the government, the navy, and the Holy Land Mariehua in the future. Mr. Sengoku, you ought to clarify this child's exceptional nature. Kazara spread his hands, candidly admitting he struggled to grasp what made Long Yi so special. Even if he were a promising new recruit for the Navy, it would take at least a decade for him to ascend to their ranks. A promising young individual, while valuable, did not warrant the congregation of Marinford as top 5. Very well, I shall speak plainly. In the midst of the War of the States, Sengoku cleared his throat, gesturing towards a photograph of Long Yi. And addressing the varied expressions of the assembled individuals, he dropped a bombshell. This child is not only a soldier of our Navy headquarters, but also a disciple personally taken under the wing of that old rascal, Karp. Furthermore, he is the heir chosen by Taizen, the head of the Yado god family, to become the next master of the Demon Blade. With this declaration, it should be clear to you all why I summoned you here with such fervor. The atmosphere turned eerie as the three admirals fell into an unsettling silence. The only one remaining unfazed being Granny Crane, who was privy to the underlying truths. The youth of today is indeed formidable. After a prolonged pause, Kizaru chuckled lightly, his expression unchanged, yet a keen observer would notice a peculiar glint in his eyes behind his tinted glasses. Oh, so he is Mr. Karp's disciple? Compared to Long Yi's status as the heir of the Yado god family, Akiji appeared far more intrigued by the fact that he was a disciple of the naval hero Karp, a figure he had long revered. Finally stirred from his usual languor, he picked up the newspaper before him for the first time, gazing at the printed photograph. His eyes, alight with interest, betrayed a subtle smile as he murmured, "This gaze. It's not bad at all." Akaina furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. While the significance of the Yado god family might elude the average individual, it was not lost on him, a naval admiral. If Sengoku's words held true, this young man who had single-handedly annihilated an entire fleet of pirates was of greater renown than his own rank. Sakazuki, do you still deem this child inconsequential? He is to be the next master of the Demon Blade, the bearer of the key. Before Sengoku could finish his statement, Akainu's demeanor shifted. And despite his pride, he was compelled to acknowledge the gravity of the meeting. However, one question loomed in his mind. Why would the Yado god family entrust the key to an outsider with no blood relation? His brow knitted in confusion, he pondered deeply. He was well aware of the celestial dragons, who prided themselves on their lineage, holding blood ties in the highest regard. Sengoku, not withholding any details, unraveled the secrets surrounding Long Yi. The malevolent spirit he bore was even more fearsome than the one sealed within the cursed blade, hence the allegiance of the Demon Blade. Moreover, the Yado god family's bloodline had become extinct. The talent exhibited by Long Yi could not be concealed from those discerning individuals like Akainu, prompting Sengoku to abandon any pretense. How astonishing it is that the key would fall into the hands of outsiders. The celestial dragons would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. With arms crossed and a grave expression, Akainu pondered the matter. Any further disturbances would be the concern of those nobles. Our duty lies in apprehending pirates. Granny Tsuru cleared her throat, her gaze somber. As she articulated, the role of the Navy is merely to uphold the regime, while the affairs of the nobles and celestial dragons are beyond their purview. This child may become a celestial dragon, yet he is also one of us in the Navy. Adjusting his round glasses, Sengoku's eyes gleamed with intensity. Do you not think the Navy requires a new hero? A youthful hero. Chapter 31. No heroes shall grow old. While the high-ranking officers of the Navy convened to discuss matters concerning Long Yi, somewhere in the New World aboard a hunting dog warship, Karp murmured to himself. After meticulously reading each word about Long Yi in the newspaper, he gently lifted his teacup, blowing away the tea leaves floating upon its surface. He must have endured considerable hardship, as the hot tea warmed his belly. This usually jovial elder fell into an unusual silence. After a lengthy contemplation, Karp finally took action. Reaching for the snail phone before him, and dialing an old friend he had not seen in a long time. With a series of beeping sounds, a voice came through the snail phone. "Karp, what do you want, you old fool? I'm busy and have no time for idle chatter." Before Karp could respond, the voice on the other end expressed clear impatience, showing no respect for Karp, the so-called hero of the Navy. Karp chuckled heartily, unfazed by the other's demeanor, casually grabbing a rice cracker from the plate and munching as he spoke. "Zifa, it seems you remain as spirited as ever. With that being the case, I am relieved." Upon hearing Karp's words, Zifa let out a cold snort, his tone tinged with increased annoyance. "I don't want to hear your nonsense. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Zifa's ultimatum finally sobered Karp, who was all too familiar with the old man's temperament. Although once known as Black Arm Zifa, he had retreated from the front line, yet his fiery disposition had not waned. All right, you old coot. I merely wish to ask you a favor." Despite the request's tone, Karp held no air of supplication. As expected, Zifa's forehead twitched with a vein as Karp's insincere plea registered. Just as Zifa was about to unleash a torrent of curses and instinctively hang up the snail phone, Karp's next words halted his actions. "Hey, have you heard of Longy?" Upon hearing that name, Zifa's interest piqued, and he affirmed to Karp, "Of course, I know him. That little brat has become quite famous within the Navy lately. A 13-year-old lieutenant from the headquarters. He is a promising prospect. Once he returns to the headquarters, I shall take him as my disciple." Although Zifa no longer fought against pirates, he remained passionately devoted to mentoring the Navy's new blood, and he could not overlook the rising star Longy. "Ha." Karp erupted into an unprecedented fit of laughter, pride radiating from him. The laughter caused Zifa on the other end to fume, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "Longy is already my disciple. Zifa, you are too late." Picking his nose, Karp wished he could boast directly to Zifa. However, mindful of his need for the old man, Karp wisely suppressed his self-satisfaction. Though this jovial elder remained oblivious to how his barely concealed glee only fueled Zifa's irritation. Such a waste. Truly a waste. "Karp, you are unworthy. You do not deserve to be that child's master." Hearing that a talent he cherished had been snatched away by an impetuous brute, Zifa began to roar into the snail phone. Within the entire Navy, none were more suitable than he to mentor the younger generation. Say what you will. The fact remains that I am his master. After a brief display of superiority, Karp's tone turned serious as he addressed the flustered Zifa. "Do me a favor and bring that child back from the North Sea." The snail phone fell silent as Zifa pondered before responding. "You know I cannot spare the time. The New World is not a place one can traverse lightly." Who would have thought a 13-year-old could achieve such feats after leaving the Navy base for half a year, a fleet of pirates, including a captain with a bounty exceeding 30 million. Karp's words resonated deeply with Zifa, prompting him to reflect and exclaim, "Indeed. I joined the Navy at 14, and he has already ascended to lieutenant at 13. If this child continues to grow, he will undoubtedly surpass us and become the next hero of the Navy." Upon hearing the term hero of the Navy, a complex emotion flickered in Karp's eyes as he responded with a hearty laugh. "Is that not splendid? The title of hero shall be inherited by my disciple. As the saying goes, beautiful souls lament their twilight. Heroes must not witness their decline." Though Karp's body remained robust, he could not deny the passage of time. The world was changing, and the Navy required a new champion. Spare me your pretenses. If the title of hero could be passed around so easily, the Navy would have long been a laughingstock. I will go to the North Sea, but not out of respect for you, old man." In the end, Zifa acquiesced to Karp's request, agreeing to retrieve Longy from the North Sea and bring him back to the Navy headquarters. I know. You just want to intercept me and poach my student. No matter, do as you wish." Regardless of whether Zifa could perceive it, Karp waved his hand dismissively, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. Zifa offered no further response, decisively hanging up the snail phone. Following the interruption of communication with Karp, Zifa's gaze fell upon an old, slightly yellowed photograph resting upon the table. The image depicted 4 young individuals: a ponytailed woman carrying a rifle, a young man with an explosive hairstyle sporting a defiant expression, a scarred youth with a smirk, and a purple-haired youth with arms crossed and a resolute gaze. That was Tsuru, Sengoku, Karp, and himself. A hero. Zifa smiled faintly, his words laden with profound sentiment. All information regarding Longy was personally dispatched by me to the North Sea branch. The article was published at my behest, and all public discourse was orchestrated under my guidance. In the conference room, Sengoku's meeting continued. his expression more earnest than ever as he addressed Granit Tsuru and the three admirals. The Navy must establish a benchmark, a youthful standard distinct from our generation of old-timers. Upon hearing the words of Sengoku, Akainu furrowed his brow deeply, his face betraying his dissatisfaction as he could not help but retort. The Navy still has its admirals. Although Kazuru and Akiji did not express their thoughts, it was evident to all that their countenances were far from pleasant. In their perspective, Sengoku's proposal was a direct challenge to the combat prowess of their admirals. Yet, the Navy also possesses the Seven Warlords. Adjusting his glasses, Sengoku maintained a calm demeanor. Humph. Akainu scoffed, his rage surging forth like an impending volcanic eruption. He clenched his fists tightly, but refrained from further rebuttal. The existence of the Seven Warlords system was a disgrace for the Navy, which prided itself on upholding justice. Mr. Sengoku, you cannot seriously believe that this child can surpass all the Seven Warlords alone, Kazuru remarked, his tone peculiar as he helplessly raised his hands. The establishment of the Seven Warlords system was designed to counterbalance the four emperors of the New World, certainly not a domain for the weak. He did not believe that thrusting a mere 13-year-old boy into the spotlight would wield significant influence. 6 months ago, I would not have thought that a child could annihilate an entire fleet of pirates, yet he accomplished it in just half a year. Adjusting his round glasses, Sengoku spoke with a hint of profound meaning, fixing his gaze upon Akainu and the others as he inquired, Sakazuki, Kazan, Pausalino. What were you doing at the age of 13? The three admirals fell silent. I concur. At that moment, the long-silent Vice Admiral Tsuru unexpectedly voiced her agreement with Sengoku's proposition. It matters not. Captain Karp's disciple ought to have the right to stand at the forefront of the new generation of the Navy. I support this. Akiji yawned, his habitual laziness rendering him indifferent to Sengoku's plans. For him, following his own sense of justice sufficed. I abstain. Kazaru smirked slyly, raising both hands in a gesture of voluntary withdrawal from the vote. I oppose. Akainu's expression remained grim. Even though he understood that his dissent would not alter the ultimate outcome, his pride as an admiral prevented him from accepting Sengoku's course of action. As the formidable Akainu, he would not allow a mere child under 15 to bear the weight of justice on his behalf. On that day, a plan began to unfold silently. Many years hence, Sengoku would reminisce about that moment with a sense of pride, for propelling that youth to the pinnacle of an era was the wisest decision of his life. Chapter 32. Purple Pill, Fiery Sun. Mr. Loney, this is your new uniform. Navy Lieutenant Will stood respectfully before the bedside, showing no sign of condescension despite the age of the individual before him. He gently placed a brand new Navy officer's uniform on the bedside table and then stood erect, hands clasped, awaiting the words of the young boy in bed. Thank you, Lieutenant Will. Long nodded slightly, devoid of any semblance of arrogance. Before him stood Will, a veritable savior, and thus he would not indulge in any petty airs. If there is nothing pressing, I shall not intrude upon your rest. Executing a proper naval salute, Will stepped back, retreating to the door before daring to turn around. Naturally, he did not forget to close the door behind him. Exhaling a breath laden with contemplation, Long cast a glance at the naval lieutenant uniform that Will had delivered, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face as he mused. What is this? A gilded cage? My rank has ascended far too swiftly. He had already gleaned the implications of the naval headquarters decision from the official telegram. The annihilation of the Bay-like pirate group had far-reaching consequences, far exceeding his expectations, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Reflecting on Will's reverent demeanor, Long shook his head. The rank bestowed by the naval headquarters eclipsed that of the branch by a considerable margin, placing him on par with the individuals in charge here. It was no wonder that Will treated a youth 20 years his junior with such deference. Enough of these thoughts, he resolved. Despite his pondering, Long could not fathom the deeper significance underlying the headquarters decree. Nevertheless, now that he had been awarded the rank of second lieutenant, he would accept it with due diligence. After all, I aspire to be an admiral. What is a mere second lieutenant in the grand scheme? Muttering to himself, Long closed his eyes and delved into his consciousness. The scene within his mind remained unchanged, a sanctified ambience enveloping him, instilling a profound sense of relaxation deep within his soul. Kazan was nowhere to be seen, yet he was acutely aware that the cunning spirit had not vanished, but rather lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Suppressing his thoughts of Kazan, Long commenced summoning his system. System, display my current data. The data manifested as follows. Host, Long E faction, Navy level, 20, second lieutenant, reputation, 720, Reputation system activated. Unlocked profession. Demon Swordsman. Basic. Azura unlocked skills. Mastery. Continuous Stab, level 5. Sword Spirit of Kazan, level 5. Aerial Slash, level 1. Block, level 7. Silver Light Falls Blade, level 4. Demon Slash, level 2. Mountain Breaker Strike, level 2. Wave Split Slash, level 1. Cross Slash, level 1. Triple Slash, level 1. Moonlight Slash, level 1. Earthquake Wave Sword, level 2. Demon Seal Pearl, level 2. Evil Light Slash, level 2. Unlocked abilities. Navy 6 styles, Shave, Wave Engraving, level 1. Killing Intent Perception unlocked achievements. Glamorous debut. The emergence of demon spirit power in Marineford stirred considerable commotion, attracting the attention of the higher-ups, culminating in a glamorous debut. Savior of the town, you vanquished the bandit leader who sought to pillage, rescuing Crocker Town and earning the title of its savior, Azura, enduring immense suffering and unyielding. You comprehended the path of waves. At the precipice of life and death, you successfully transcended the limits of human will, awakening the Azura soul and unlocking the Eye of Waves, transitioning into Azura, Navy's young demon. In your youth, you single-handedly exacted vengeance. With the entire fleet of pirates perishing beneath your blade, your ferocity instills dread, and your name reverberates in every corner of the North Sea. Lottery attempts. 5 evaluation. You have carved out a significant reputation in the North Sea. And considering your age and methods, you have instilled fear in numerous pirates. Yet, vast expanses of the world remain oblivious to your name. Wield your sword to forge your era. Rubbing his chin, Long pondered. Beyond the newly acquired skills and unlocked achievements, what intrigued him most was the so-called reputation system. Contemplating this, he could not help but inquire, System, what purpose does this reputation system serve? Long Yi's confusion was swiftly resolved. Upon the activation of the reputation system, every 100 points of reputation could be exchanged for a chance to draw. Hearing the system's explanation, Long Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thus, he could convert his more than 700 reputation points into 7 drawing opportunities. Coupled with the 5 chances he already possessed, he had a total of 12 chances to engage in a series of draws. System, convert all my reputation into drawing opportunities. I wish to draw. Thrumming his hands together with exhilaration, Long Yi resembled a gambler whose eyes had turned crimson. This behavior was hardly surprising, for during his battle with Balak, he had exhausted an abundance of items, even shattering his trusty katana, while his spare infantry greatsword had suffered irreparable damage. He was in dire need of a new weapon. What kind of swordsman lacks a sword? Murmuring incessantly to himself, Long Yi resolutely initiated his draw. Please select the type of draw. Weapon. I choose the weapon category. The host has selected the draw type. Weapon. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item X1. Item details as follows. Purple Maru. Rare. Type. Tachi attributes. None special ability. /1 item description. A sword that was shortlisted for the Best Weapon Award at the World's Greatest Blacksmith Competition. Upon witnessing the draw's result, Long Yi was momentarily stunned before he could not help but leap with joy. He never anticipated that, by sheer luck, he would secure a rare-grade weapon in a single draw. Today marked his transformation from obscurity to prominence. With a resolute gaze and a subtle smile gracing his lips, Long Yi envisioned the ethereal power known as the aura of the European monarch swirling behind him. Empowered by this aura, he felt invincible. Yet, dispelling such lofty fantasies, he unsheathed his newly acquired weapon. The slender blade radiated an icy chill, with a faint purple glow dancing upon its edge. It was indeed a remarkable sword, a testament to its rarity. Inwardly marveling at the quality of the Zimaru, Long Yi could hardly contain his satisfaction. Nevertheless, he had no intention of halting his endeavors. Having secured a primary weapon, he sought to acquire a secondary one, for preparedness is paramount. Selecting the weapon category for the draw, he initiated the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following item. Flame Sun, Artifact. Type. Lightsword attribute. None special abilities. Blade of the Broken Extreme 2, skill unlocked. Silver Light /2. Mastery of Light Swords 1, skill unlocked. Item description. Capable of melting everything with its intense heat. From shock to ecstasy. Long Yi underwent this emotional transformation in a mere 3 seconds, although he was unable to equip the light sword at present. Its mere presence in the system's space was a source of delight. Following the wild strawberry incident, Long Yi had once doubted whether the lottery system was an endless abyss. Yet, it now seemed that his previous concerns were unwarranted. But was the situation truly as simple as he imagined? Continuing, he chose the weapon category once more. Host has selected the weapon category for the draw. Initiating lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following item: dull fluorescent sword, decayed, type, light sword attribute, none special abilities, none item description, it has lost its radiance. Can a light sword still be wielded in such a state? Longy remained silent, then forced a casual smile. It's all right. There are still 9 opportunities left. Surely one will yield a spare weapon. After 9 consecutive draws, Longy, having experienced the tumultuous ups and downs of life, found himself in a daze. As 10 lackluster fluorescent swords shattered his composure into fragments, the aura of the lucky emperor had come crashing down. Meanwhile, within the confines of the system, Longy was unaware that a formidable figure had appeared outside the naval branch, clad in a purple kimono and wielding a cane sword. Fujitora approached with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Boy, I have come to fulfill my promise. Chapter 33. The prelude. The movement of any naval vessel required approval from higher authorities, and even the former Admiral Zephyr was no exception. Thus, when Zephyr approached Sengoku to explain his intentions, Sengoku regarded the robust elder without much contemplation and gently nodded in agreement to his request. Go, bring that child back. With his fingers interlaced before him, Sengoku maintained his usual demeanor, concealing his emotions. However, the man standing before him was Zephyr, a companion of many decades. And Sengoku's thoughts could not escape the scrutiny of his old friend. Sengoku, if there is something to discuss, just say it. The mechanical arm emitted a subtle sound while Zephyr frowned, disapproving of Sengoku's profoundly reserved demeanor. In their youth, the explosive-haired Sengoku had been far more combative, rivaling even the naturally brash Karp. The hot-headed youth who would engage in brawls at the slightest disagreement was the Sengoku Zephyr knew. Not the contemplative elder seated behind a desk. Zephyr only recognized Sengoku as the warrior, not as the strategist. Zephyr. Gazing at Zephyr, Sengoku struggled with unspoken emotions, hesitating before his longtime comrade. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku managed to force a smile, attempting to appear at ease as he spoke to Zephyr. It's nothing. I entrust you with a matter concerning Longy. This child is immensely important to the Navy. There is no one better than you at nurturing talent, so please, do not keep your skills to yourself. Upon hearing the mention of talent cultivation, Zephyr initially beamed with pride, ready to boast about his abilities, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a sudden realization that dimmed the spark in his eyes. In the end, he merely nodded. I will teach this child with great care. You can rest assured. Without waiting for Sengoku's response, Zephyr departed the Admiral's office, dragging his heavy mechanical arm behind him. Old friend, forgive me. Sengoku finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, as he watched Zephyr depart, clenching his fists tightly, a profound sense of guilt etched on his face. The man known as the Black Arm would never know that within the drawer of the naval commander's desk lay a list composed by Sengoku himself, containing names of pirates the Navy could potentially recruit. Among them, Edward Weevil's name rested quietly. Zovi's life had recently taken a turn for the better. Ever since he penned that article about Long E, his standing at the newspaper office had been steadily rising. His once displeased boss now greeted him with a beaming smile, and the thought of dismissing him had vanished entirely. Zovi unabashedly considered himself the top reporter at the paper, living a life of leisure and contentment. One day, after completing a series of tasks at the office, he headed to his usual tavern for a few drinks, only to have his attention drawn to 2 figures in the corner. One was a black-haired youth, the other a blind swordsman. I never expected to see you again, Uncle Ishio. As he gazed at Fujitora, Longy felt as if he had traversed through time. It had only been a little over half a month since he trained in observation hockey in Urubaya City, yet it felt like an eternity. Neither did I. Fujitora replied with a slight smile, taking a sip of his ale, his words laden with meaning. He had not anticipated their reunion, but rather that Longy would single-handedly annihilate an entire pirate fleet. Ha, luck was on my side. I didn't die. Longy responded with a light-hearted laugh, as if he were not the one who had previously struggled on the brink of death multiple times. Hearing the youth's reply, Fujitora felt an unusual pang in his heart. However, he said nothing further, merely raising his glass to clink with Longyi's. The sound of their glasses resonated softly, and the rich ale flowed smoothly down their throats. Longy reclined comfortably in his chair, gently licking the foam from the corner of his mouth, and could not help but exclaim, "Life is truly wonderful." Hearing this, Fujitora smiled in agreement. Indeed, life is splendid. After a brief pause, Fujitora continued to inquire, "What are your plans for the future?" Long-E chewed on the roasted meat. About to respond to Fujitora's inquiry when a faint voice interrupted him. Lord Longi, hearing someone call his name. Longi turned his head to see Zawi standing awkwardly not far away, holding a beautifully packaged bottle of vodka. Zawi, come over here. He warmly invited Zawi to take a seat and introduced him to Fujitora. This is Uncle Lee, one of my benefactors, Zawi. He is a journalist from the newspaper. Upon hearing Long Yi's words, Zawi hurriedly waved his hands, his aged face turning a deeper shade of crimson. Before Long Yi could continue, Zawi persistently countered, No, I can't possibly be considered your benefactor, Lord Long Yi. Truth be told, I owe you my gratitude. Although Long Yi treated him as a brother. Zawi did not dare to be too familiar with the young naval lieutenant. The seemingly harmless youth had annihilated an entire fleet of pirates. He had witnessed the boy's ferocity and madness firsthand. A hero he might be, yet he also inspired fear. You are being too formal. I am much younger than you. Why do you address me with such honorifics? Long Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, a gesture that elicited a light chuckle from Tung Hu. Zhuowei, blushing, found himself at a loss for words for a while. Eventually, he took it upon himself to pour a generous glass of exquisite wine for Long Yi, then, lifting the bottle, tilted it back to drink deeply. Everything was consumed in the wine. As Zhuowei staggered away, he continued to express his profound gratitude repeatedly. He may be a useless journalist, merely living off others, yet he was also a man of gratitude and loyalty. A decent fellow, indeed. While the specifics of the interaction between Zhuowei and Long Yi remained a mystery, Tung Hu's keen observation revealed Zhuowei's heartfelt appreciation, devoid of any ulterior motives. Such genuine kindness brought a smile to Tung Hu's lips. I too was left in a state of bewilderment. Long Yi scratched his head, feeling perplexed by Zawi's inexplicable gratitude, leaving him somewhat at a loss. However, he decided not to dwell on the ungraspable and focused instead on the fine wine in his cup, which was of utmost importance at that moment. You little rascal, you've had too much to drink. Just so you know, I won't carry you back, he remarked calmly while taking a gentle sip of the ale. Rest assured, I won't require your assistance. After declaring this with fervor, Long Yi downed the strong liquor in one go. That night, the burly blind swordsman carried the inebriated youth with black hair back to the naval branch. Holy Land, Mariewa. This is the seat of the world government, the epicenter of global power, where supreme authority converges. The inhabitants here, known as the Celestial Dragons, claim to be the descendants of the creators, enjoying unparalleled privileges. However, this privilege, from this day forward, shall no longer belong solely to the 20 royal bloodlines that established the world government. A youth named Long Yi has intruded upon the site of the Celestial Dragons. Night Sword God Long Yi is destined to become the next head of the Night Sword God family, holding the key to the Celestial Dragons. The public declaration from the Night Sword God family has stirred an unprecedented storm in Mariewa, yet the opposing Celestial Dragons remain oblivious, unaware that this tempest is merely the prologue. It was only when the black-haired youth arrived at Mariewa that they comprehended what lawlessness truly meant. Chapter 34. Ask me first. Then ask the sword who is the world's greatest swordsman? Many would answer that it is Dracul Mihawk. The man known as Hawkeye is undoubtedly the strongest in the world. But if one were to inquire about the foremost swordsmanship dojo in the world, the answer seems equally apparent, the Night Sword God family. This prestigious lineage, which has endured for an astounding 800 years, stands as the pinnacle of swordsmanship, situated at the heart of the Holy Land, Mariewa. The Night Sword God family attracts countless swordsmen seeking to pay homage. However, not just anyone is granted entry into the Night Sword God family, aside from the bloodline descendants. All other disciples are formidable warriors ranked among the world's elite. The family adheres to a strict rule: 300 inner disciples and 1,000 outer disciples, no more, no less. Dressed in a plain white kimono, Night Sword God Taizen walked barefoot within his dojo, cradling a long katana in his arms. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation, he was followed by 4 attendants, one tall, one short, one stout, and one lean. After a long moment of reflection, the bald elder spoke softly, as if to himself, yet intentionally loud enough for his attendants to hear. Some old fools dare to meddle in the affairs of the Night Sword God family. What audacity! Tell me, do they deserve to die? Unable to suppress a cold snort, his attendants fell silent. Moments later, the elder calmed himself, regaining his composure. Casting a glance at his attendants, he stated, Inform Shinyuki that I wish to see her shortly. Without needing a response, One attendant respectfully bowed and vanished from sight. The bald elder paid it no mind and continued forward, traversing the elegantly antiquated corridor until he reached a spacious hall. Inside, more than 10 celestial dragon nobles adorned with bubble helmets awaited him, paying them no heed. The elder strode forward and took a seat at the foremost row of chairs, remaining silent. The chairs numbered 5, occupied by 5 individuals. Knight, Sword God Kazan. I believe you owe us an explanation. As soon as the elder settled in, one of the celestial dragon nobles could no longer contain himself. He leaped up, appearing frantic, and with his bubble helmet on, he looked utterly ridiculous. The elder remained silent, merely smiling faintly, exuding an air of tranquility, showing no regard for the noble who had spoken. Nobility has its hierarchy. The Knight Sword God family is not obligated to answer to others. You, the haughty celestial dragon noble, unaccustomed to such humiliation, instinctively prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, yet he found himself unable to utter even a single insult. The noble class is defined by distinctions of rank. The demon sword kitch is not merely an ornament. Observing the noble's embarrassment, the other representatives from various families could not help but chuckle, lacking any semblance of sympathy. The prominent figures seated had yet to speak for them. Such an utterance was merely a self-inflicted humiliation. Though the head of the Maxwell family was impolite, his words held a ring of truth. Kazan, do you not wish to clarify anything? With this setup, an elderly man with a long beard, seated beside the bald elder, spoke with a calm demeanor. Clad in a black suit with a black tie, his hair and beard were white, and his narrow eyes held a hidden weight of authority. He was the head of the Angraus family, one of the 5 elders. Clarify? Clarify what? The bald elder scoffed, his eyes reflecting undisguised disdain. He adjusted his glasses, showing no intention of elaborating further. The smile on his face sent chills down the spines of the celestial dragon representatives, making them break into cold sweat. The demon sword belongs to your Knight Sword God family, but the key is a shared possession among the celestial dragons. Another elderly man, scarred and wearing a black hat, spoke up, leaning on an exquisite cane. The bald elder, holding the sword, remained silent, still smirking. Even the head of the Figgle family, a fellow elder, lacked the standing to elicit a response from him. We are merely granting you an opportunity for self-defense. The balding elder's brow furrowed slightly, in his view. The Knight Sword God's actions were a challenge to the boundaries of all celestial dragons. Is this the position of the Mossfield family? The Knight Sword God family is now aware. Faced with the pressure from the 3, the bald elder spoke calmly, his expression unperturbed. I believe you will reconsider, old friend. Finally, the previously silent elder with slicked-back blonde hair could no longer restrain himself. He fixated his gaze on the bald elder, his words laced with significance. What great authority you wield. Gently caressing the hilt of his sword, the bald elder stood, surveying his 4 longtime acquaintances. He raised his chin and proclaimed each word with precision. The affairs of the Knight Sword God family are none of your concern. This is not merely a family matter. No sooner had the bald elder finished speaking than the previously ignored celestial dragon leaped up again, exultant as he glared at the bald elder, his face growing increasingly grotesque beneath the bubble helmet. The Knight Sword God family excels in swift swordplay, killing silently within the span of a heartbeat. In a flash, the bald elder sheathed his sword. Not far away, a corpse collapsed to the ground. Addressing the once boisterous, now lifeless celestial dragon, he remarked indifferently, "This is a family matter." The heart momentarily stilled, and the sound of breath being drawn in sharply echoed throughout, though fear coursed through their veins. None of the celestial dragon representatives dared to flee the hall. The bald elder's short attendant appeared silently, disregarding the trembling celestial dragons as he dragged the lifeless figure away, leaving only the heavy scent of blood lingering in the air. He was too eager to impress you, lost his sense of propriety, and forgetting rank. His death is justly deserved. The bald elder remained silent, while the long-bearded elder gently spoke to the man in the black hat. The man in the black hat showed no particular reaction, merely nodding slightly, as if in agreement with his old companion's words. Without the backing of powerful allies, how could that celestial dragon dare to act so audaciously before the 5 elders? Yet, all had underestimated the bald elder's resoluteness, which led to such turmoil within the Celestial Dragon Council. If one wishes for me to retract my decision, so be it. Unexpectedly, in the face of this impasse, the bald elder suddenly softened his tone. However, before the celestial dragons could rejoice, he swiftly changed the subject. First, inquire of me, then of Guiche. The 4 high-ranking elders fell silent, while the representatives of the celestial dragons trembled in fear. The celestial dragon meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note. In the tranquil inner courtyard of the Night Clan, a young girl delicately polished a sword with a soft cloth, dressed in black, with flowing white hair. She exuded an icy serenity, as tranquil as freshly fallen snow. Chapter 35, The Canary and the Crow. Night is considered a taboo within the prestigious Night Clan. Not only do the outer disciples avoid her, but even the inner disciples steer clear of this girl, despite bearing the Night name. That girl is a monster. Whenever Night stepped out of her small courtyard, whispers of disdain and trepidation followed her. She was acutely aware of the glances filled with contempt, yet she never turned back, remaining as cold as the snow itself. When Night entered the serene courtyard, the girl continued to kneel on the grass mat, gently tending to her sword, showing no inclination to acknowledge the clan leader's presence. With a mere glance, he signaled his attendants to step back, allowing them to guard the entrance quietly, thus refraining from interrupting the conversation between the clan leader and the girl. The bald elder, unfazed by her indifferent demeanor, settled cross-legged on the grass mat, waiting silently. As time passed, the girl finally completed her most essential task of the day. She sheathed her sword, her blue eyes meeting the gaze of the bald elder. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Her voice was as clear and graceful as the winter's chill, a stark contrast to her otherwise taciturn nature. "There is," the bald elder replied succinctly. "Speak." Gently caressing the sword sheath, the girl seemed somewhat distracted, although she sat across from the clan leader, one of the most powerful individuals in the world. The significance of it all eluded her, for her world existed solely within this modest courtyard. Upon his arrival, she would follow him, protect him. The elder adjusted his glasses and extracted a photograph from his pocket. Glancing at the image, the girl furrowed her brow slightly but remained silent, nodding gently. "Very well." With the matter settled, the bald elder offered no further words and departed, leaving the girl in contemplative solitude within the courtyard. "I am sorry." It was not until the bald elder had long since left that Night let out a soft sigh, gazing at the photograph of a boy much younger than herself. Speaking to herself, "My sword can only protect myself." As Night traversed the ancient dojo, he remained silent. Upon rounding a corner, a long-haired elder of similar age suddenly appeared, seemingly having waited for some time. The appearance of this elder caused the four attendants behind the bald elder to straighten their expressions, bowing respectfully, their demeanor no less deferential than when addressing the bald elder. "You may leave," the long-haired elder spoke gently. The four attendants exchanged hesitant glances, instinctively looking to the bald elder, who remained unresponsive. Assured by the elder's silence, they retreated in an orderly fashion, allowing the two men to converse privately. "You should know is not suitable," the long-haired elder stated bluntly, showing no courtesy towards Night. "Ah, I once thought you were unfit for that position as well, yet look at the outcome," Night replied casually, leaning against a pillar, rolling his eyes. "The guardian is the guardian, and is." The clan's guardian appeared quite exasperated, for in his view, any one of the 300 inner disciples of the Night Clan would qualify for the role of guardian, except for, "How can one know without trying?" The bald elder, pushing up his glasses, showed no signs of yielding. Despite the long-haired elder having saved his life countless times, he would not compromise on his decision. The guardian exists to protect the Night Clan's leader, but all can protect, or wishes to protect, is herself. Understanding the first prodigy of the Night Clan deeply, the guardian knew her swordsmanship was unparalleled, yet she could not ascend to the position just beneath the clan leader. That girl only wields her sword for herself. "Hey, do you know?" The bald elder abruptly shifted the conversation, posing a somewhat unexpected question. "That little brat who is to become the next master here? Do you think I wouldn't take care?" Like others in the Night Clan, the guardian had vehemently opposed the bald elder's decision regarding the boy, who had stirred up considerable turmoil at the holy land of Marinford, despite being a stranger. Upon hearing the guardian's words, the bald elder gently shook his head and remarked to his longtime companion, "One can never fully understand that child from mere documents. When I first met him, he was just beginning his journey. Now, reflecting on that youthful, almost absurdly innocent face, I still cannot believe he annihilated an entire pirate fleet." The bald elder's eyes narrowed, as if the image of in the Admiral's office flickered before him, that declaration of entering boldly echoing in his ears. "They were merely a few insignificant pirates. Even that so-called would fall to my blade without difficulty. In terms of strength, our Night Clan's offspring far surpassed those pirates." The guardian expressed discontent, being innately superior. He held a disdain for the common folk. While his remarkable feat at merely 13 astonished him, he remained reluctant to acknowledge any lineage outside the Knight clan. I dare say, if it came to life and death, aside from, all 300 inner disciples would meet their end at the hands of that boy you look down upon. Upon uttering these words, the bald elder chuckled. A flock of canaries in the dojo cannot compete with a hawk. Hearing this, the guardian furrowed his brow and retorted loudly. Even if those unworthy children in the dojo are akin to canaries, that boy you favor is at best a mere crow. Yet he can command Gueche. Desiring to extricate himself from the entanglements with the knight, the bald elder unveiled his trump card. As expected, upon uttering this statement, the knight fell into a profound silence. Never mind, I shall no longer concern myself with this. The Knight clan shall inevitably lead to your downfall. In the end, the knight could not alter the bald elder's resolution. The next head of the Knight family was determined to be knight, while the subsequent guardian was designated as knight. The bald elder departed with hearty laughter, oblivious to the fury of night behind him. In a tone barely audible to himself, he murmured, "What is wrong with being a crow? One cannot expect a canary to tread upon a battlefield strewn with corpses." Meanwhile, as the undercurrent swirled within the sacred land of Mariehua, and the Knight family faced hidden turmoil, Lonely resumed his cultivation in the North Sea. This time, his aim was to completely master the observation haki. Chapter 36. Listening to oneself. The essence of Lonely's murderous intent perception can indeed be classified as a form of Kinbunchika haki. Following the initiation of the wave mark, Lonely naturally loses his sight and activates the wave eye, thereby allowing him to control the oscillations between his body and the external world. However, Lonely perceives a distinction between the power of oscillation and Kinbunchika haki. The latter sharpens one's senses, enabling the detection of surrounding life forms, emotional fluctuations, and the foresight to evade peril. At advanced levels of mastery, it can even facilitate mind reading or glimpses into the future. Conversely, Lonely's oscillation power cannot achieve these feats. Even if he were to master it completely, comprehending the oscillations of all things, it would still not replace the functions of Kinbunchika haki. Therefore, he must synthesize these two similar yet distinct systems to forge a unique power of his own. Fujitora would serve as an excellent mentor for him. Are you ready, little brat? I am about to begin. In the wilderness, Fujitora's deep voice resonated as he slightly unsheathed his staff sword. Come on, today let me show you my progress. Longy, whose injuries had just begun to heal, gripped the purple orb, his eyes brimming with eagerness. All right, let us commence. Without further ado, Fujitora drew his staff sword. Gripping it firmly, the blade gently struck the ground as he murmured, "Gravity suppression. Life and death are but a fleeting moment, victory and defeat hinge on a single thought." With a resounding hum, Lonely felt as if struck by lightning. He scarcely had time to activate the wave mark before an invisible force overwhelmed him, forcing him into the earth. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, realizing there was no room for complacency. Fujitora's attack was far from the gentleness he had envisioned. The power of oscillation surged within him, diminishing the force field surrounding him. In an instant, his vision turned to a hazy white. The arcane wave mark spun above his head as he gritted his teeth, enduring the extraordinary gravity pressing down upon him, struggling to rise from the ground. Not bad. It seems you have indeed grown stronger. Observing that Longy had not yet lost his ability to move, Fujitora offered a light compliment. Not everyone can stand up under double gravity. Thank you for the praise. Evil light slash? Under the strain of double gravity, Longy's expression turned somewhat feral. Resigning to fate had never been his style. Lifting his arm, heavy as lead, he forcefully unleashed a silver blade of energy toward Fujitora's face. The sword's wind tore through the air with a deafening roar. Ornament haki. In the face of Longy's evil light slash, Fujitora stood unflinching, his black haki enveloping his entire visage, and to Longy's surprise, he smiled. He withstood the strike without a scratch. It appears double gravity is still insufficient for you. How about now? Fujitora's actions remained unchanged, yet Longy found himself once again pressed into the earth. Under the influence of triple gravity, he could not even lift a finger, let alone wield his sword. Damn, is this the power of a devil fruit? In such dire straits, Longy had to concede that while swordsmanship and martial arts form the foundation of the strong, when it comes to extraordinary abilities, the various devil fruits reign supreme. Not to mention those cataclysmic natural type fruits. Fujitora's paramecia type, the gravity fruit, was indeed a formidable force. Regardless of swordsmanship or haki, under the manipulation of gravity, Longy was left thoroughly outclassed. Truly, he is monstrous in strength. Only now did Longy comprehend the accolades bestowed upon Fujitora by future generations. The title of monster was undoubtedly well-deserved for this robust, blind old man. Yet, it was precisely this challenge that ignited Longi's spirit. His intrinsic refusal to submit compelled him to attempt standing again. He understood that having chosen this path, he would inevitably confront adversaries of Fujitora's caliber, the four emperors. Those foes would not be as lenient as Fujitora. Rise. The low growl emanating from his throat seemed to imbue Longi with strength. Even the slightest movement demanded every ounce of his energy. Fujitora remained steadfast, observing Longi's struggle within the pit of earth. Huh! With a fierce shout, Longi finally managed to prop himself up, half kneeling on the ground. Dust and dirt coated his body, and his simple garments were soaked with sweat, rendering him a pitiful sight. Press on. If you cannot break through your limits, you will spend your life beneath others. With those words, Fujitora activated quadruple gravity. Ugh! Longi emitted a muffled cry as he collapsed once more, this time utterly immobilized, even his breath becoming laborious. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful beat of his heart gradually slowed. He never anticipated that a single training session would bring him to the brink of death. I cannot see, so my kin Bunchika Haki relies solely on hearing. All I can teach you is this. Sensing Longi's anguish, Fujitora's expression remained impassive as he maintained the gravitational force. To gain something, one must sacrifice something. This is an immutable law on the path to strength. The world fell silent, and all was still as Longi's consciousness began to fade. Under the overwhelming gravity, he felt like a leaf adrift in a storm, perilously close to destruction. Yet, in this life and death predicament, Longi did not emerge empty-handed. He began to hear sounds he had never perceived before. The cracking of bones, the instinctive cries of his body, the faint beating of his heart. Even the quiet flow of blood within his veins. To listen to the external world, one must first learn to listen to oneself. Though the methods were harsh, Fujitora imparted his insights generously. How much Longi could glean depended entirely on his own understanding. No destruction, no creation. Only through breaking can one rebuild. The youth struggled desperately against the gravitational force. A massive warship departed from Marinford, cleaving through the waves as it sailed toward the distant North Sea. The naval flag fluttered in the wind as Zephyr gazed into the horizon from the ship's deck. The azure sea stretched infinitely before him. No matter how many years passed, this ocean remained unchanged. Clad in sunglasses, his purple-gray hair billowed in the breeze. Though his imposing stature and formidable mechanical arm lent him an air of ferocity. An undeniable aura of twilight enveloped the former Marine Admiral. He understood his own physical condition. Unlike the carefree Karp, Zephyr was acutely aware of his advancing age. He felt a pressing need to leave something behind for the Marines before he departed this world. Engaged in quiet reflection, the man who had devoted his life to the government and the Navy descended from the deck. Teaching Longi was the final task he had chosen for himself. Chapter 37. The mysterious challenger. What is it like to hear the blood flowing through one's veins? Longi could relate this experience through first-hand knowledge. It is far from a pleasant sensation. Amidst the silence, only one's own inner sounds resonate. When every sound from within converges upon one's consciousness, it can drive a person to the brink of madness. It is fortunate that Longi had previously awakened the Azura will, allowing his mental strength to surpass the limits of humanity. Otherwise, even with the mastery of observation haki under Fujitora's guidance, he would ultimately have met with a fate of madness. In the end, Longi finally comprehended the essence of Fujitora's observation haki. The price he paid was enduring a state worse than death for over half a month. Wave imprint, he whispered, standing steadfastly with his sword. A misty white once again engulfed his eyes, and the profound wave imprint slowly rotated above his head. The plain cloth of his attire fluttered without wind. And compared to half a month ago, his aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. The youth, once a gleaming sword, had now become a hidden blade within its sheath. Very well. Seeing the aura displayed by Longi, Fujitora felt quite satisfied and offered a casual remark as he drew his sword. Evil light slash? Without needing to test the waters, Longi raised his hand and unleashed a beam of sword light, soaring through the air. After the initial strike, he did not linger. Before the first attack could even reach Fujitora, he swiftly advanced, retracting his sword's momentum and suddenly thrusting forward. Facing the youth's consecutive strikes, Fujitora remained expressionless. He gently pointed the tip of his staff downward, and the power of gravity fruit activated suddenly. I can hear it. In that instant when the air above him intensified, Longi's ears twitched. After over half a month of intense comprehension, no movement within a radius of 3 meters could escape his perception. Triple slash. With a surge of power from his feet, the youth's figure accelerated, and the sword swept horizontally, aiming directly at Fujitora's chest. This sword technique comprised 3 segments. each faster than the last, culminating in a flash of cold light. Armament hockey. Precisely covering the area where Long Yi's strike would land, Fujitora smirked, his figure remaining unwavering as a purple force field enveloped him. Gravity rebound. Like a charging rhinoceros. The force from the 3 slashes rebounded back at Long Yi with doubled intensity. A sweetness filled his throat, and he dared not hesitate, vanishing in an instant to escape. When he reappeared, he had already distanced himself from Fujitora. Shave is indeed a remarkable technique, but relying solely on evasive maneuvers will not allow you to pass my test. With deliberate steps, Fujitora loomed before Long Yi like an insurmountable mountain. The sound of his wooden sandals striking the ground resonated with each step, weighing heavily on Long Yi's heart. Hearing Fujitora's words, Long Yi managed a grin, his pale face and the crimson blood at the corners of his mouth rendering his smile somewhat sinister. Yet, his grip on the purple pill remained steadfast. He had not given up. Indeed, Fujitora's observation hockey could perceive fluctuations in human emotions, and Long Yi's indomitable spirit was not beyond his detection. However, while he appreciated the sentiment, Fujitora's fruit ability activated without hesitation once more. Gravity suppression. The air above suddenly grew heavier, yet Long Yi remained composed. He evaded Fujitora's strike using Shave once more, then, in a flash, appeared before Fujitora. Slash. There was no time for elaborate sword techniques, and Long Yi's opportunity to strike was mere milliseconds. A straightforward slash aimed at Fujitora's chest. This blow contained all his strength. Clang. The clash of metal resounded, sparks flying as Fujitora's staff accurately blocked Long Yi's purple pill. This outcome was anticipated by Long Yi. It would have been laughable for the esteemed Fujitora to be struck by a fledgling swordsman. Yet, rather than disappointment, a peculiar smile graced his lips. This strike was not his ultimate trump card. Empower me, Blade Soul Kazan. In his heart, he silently called out, and a ghostly figure of indeterminate form appeared behind him, shrouded in demonic energy. With the augmentation of this ghostly power, his strength surged severfold, and an eerie purple flame enveloped the blade of the purple pill. Demon Slash. The violet flames roared fiercely, instantly engulfing Fujitora. Long Yi retreated, his gaze intense. There is some merit, but it is insufficient. The purple flames burned swiftly, yet they dissipated just as quickly. Fujitora, protected by his armament hockey, emerged unscathed, not even a wrinkle marring his kimono. All right, I concede. With his final gambit thwarted, Long Yi sheathed the purple pill and raised his hand in surrender. Feeling a dull ache within his internal organs, he sat cross-legged, muttering to himself. Isn't it just a devil fruit? Who doesn't have one? Once I muster the resolve, recalling the devil fruit stored at the Navy branch. A flicker of excitement ignited within Long Yi, but soon after, the thoughts born from Fujitora's brutal onslaught began to fade. The system within his consciousness was sufficient for him to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. There was no need to gamble on an unknown devil fruit and burden himself with a weakness. Actually, you could take a chance. For you. Swordsmanship is merely a means to kill. You don't seem like a rigid little brat. Fujitora smiled gently, sitting beside Long Yi. He was well aware of the devil fruit Long Yi possessed. The villagers from Gaia village, filled with guilt and gratitude, had placed that devil fruit by Long Yi's bedside, and he had not declined it, smiling as he handed them Balik's corpse. 35 million berries for an unknown paramecia-type devil fruit. One could hardly argue that Long Yi had not profited immensely. I am not rigid, but I do not wish to have weaknesses. Glancing at Fujitora beside him, a mischievous glint flickered in Long Yi's eyes. While he could not contend with Fujitora on land, perhaps he could make this burly uncle's experience at sea quite troublesome. However, that thought passed fleetingly. If possible, Long Yi sincerely hoped he would never have to draw his sword against this earnest, good-natured man. Hiki. Fujitora smiled slightly, about to speak, but suddenly fell silent. Moments later, a strange expression crossed his face as he raised an eyebrow at Long Yi. Little brat, it seems someone is looking for you. Turning his head in confusion, Long Yi was suddenly confronted by a tall, enchanting figure. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a woman with cascading blue curls and an indifferent demeanor. Come, draw your sword. She commanded succinctly, her blade pointed at the center of his brow. Chapter 38. A clear view, the chilling aura emanating from the sword pierced through to his very marrow, causing Long Yi's heart to shudder. Yet, after a fleeting moment, he relaxed his entire being and broke into a smile. Beautiful sister, do you seek me for something? The flippant tone emanating from the lips of a 13-year-old boy evoked a sense of incongruity. Yet the thought of the boy's hands stained with the blood of pirates dulled the oddity considerably. Reason does not reside in the loudness of one's voice, and courting does not heed youth. The blue-haired woman furrowed her brows, seemingly taken aback by the boy's frivolity. which stood in stark contrast to her expectations. A young naval prodigy who decimated an entire pirate fleet? Is this the caliber? Instead of retreating, she stepped forward slightly, pressing the tip of her sword against Long Yi's brow, her exquisite features marred by disdain. I apologize for disappointing you. This is indeed who I am. With a mocking smile, Long Yi remained unfazed. His mental maturity belied his youthful exterior. Realizing her probing had yielded no results, the blue-haired woman paused momentarily, recalling her mentor's words, silently expressing her regret. Her lips parted slightly, and she continued, Mr. Karp's disciple is truly underwhelming. It seems even the heroes of the Navy have lost their discerning eyes over time. As she spoke, the sword's point pressed deeper, lightly nicking Long Yi's skin. At this, a glint of coldness flickered in the depths of his dark eyes. Even a clay figurine possesses its share of spirit. Feeling the precise chill resting upon his brow, his expression soured. Mr. Karp is a hero and should not be defamed. The fluctuations of Long Yi's expression caught the attention of the azure-haired woman, who, instead of showing anger, responded with delight, lightly laughing as she spoke. So, you are finally angry? Then draw your sword, little imp. With a sly smile, she slightly raised her fair chin, casting a discreet glance at the still motionless Fujiwara. Resolute in his heart, Long Yi no longer hesitated. The purple blade was suddenly drawn. With a resounding clash, metal met metal. Following a resonant hum, Long Yi deflected the woman's sword but refrained from pursuing further. Rising to his feet, he dusted off the remnants of dirt clinging to him. Humph. The azure-haired woman, though internally assured, merely snorted softly, her expression stern. She shed her cloak, revealing her slender, firm thighs, and assumed a stance that suggested she was poised to strike and take a life at any moment. Observing her reaction, Long Yi felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. With a resigned sigh, he too adopted an offensive stance. The two stood facing each other, swords at the ready. A fierce battle loomed ahead, yet Fujiwara remained seated, shifting to a more comfortable position, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Go ahead and unleash your full strength. You won't harm your opponent. Noticing Long Yi's lingering hesitation, Fujiwara kindly offered a reminder. Upon hearing this, Long Yi finally shed his reservations. In a flash, he closed the distance and launched a vigorous assault. His swordplay, though lacking in grandiose flourishes, were a lethal glint that relentlessly targeted the vital points of the azure-haired woman, showcasing his significant growth and skill over the past fortnight. Faced with the youth's sharpness, the woman called out lightly. Raising her sword to parry, she moved with such fluidity that Long Yi's rapid onslaught was deftly countered, one strike after another. Is that all you've got? She taunted, her tone laced with disdain. Unfazed by her mockery, Long Yi continued to engage, their blades clashing with a resonant hum as they danced through the air. With a slight furrow of her brow, the azure-haired woman turned to launch another strike. To her, this attack seemed unremarkable, one that any adept youth could easily evade or counter. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As she thrust her sword forward, Long Yi did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he charged directly at her heart with his own blade, fully embracing a philosophy of mutual destruction. What? The resolve in Long Yi's eyes revealed his determination to fight recklessly, a willingness to risk everything. The woman realized she could not allow such a promising talent, favored by her mentor, to perish. Gathering her strength, she swiftly withdrew and evaded the lethal edge of his assault. Long Yi, having failed to deliver a lethal blow, instead felt an unexpected sense of relief, standing still and laughing heartily. You wish to test me? Allow me to demonstrate my true strength, he declared. As the eye of fluctuation suddenly activated, causing his garments to billow without a hint of wind, the crimson phantom of Kazan stirred behind him, the dense aura of malevolence seeping into the atmosphere. Upon hearing Long Yi's words, the blue-haired woman couldn't help but curse him internally as a madman. However, she had to concede that only a youth with such ferocity could achieve the remarkable feat of single-handedly annihilating a pirate fleet. Would you like to continue, beautiful sister? The power of fluctuation coiled upon the blade, and in Long Yi's pale eyes, no emotion flickered. He addressed her as sister, yet his imposing presence remained undiminished. The blue-haired woman found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The situation had unfolded beyond her expectations. What had begun as a simple trial had escalated into something entirely different. That won't be necessary, Ein. Sheathe your sword. Before she could utter her thoughts, a gruff voice resonated from a short distance away. Turning to regard the newcomer, Long Yi released the malevolent energy enveloping him, deactivating the eye of fluctuation and allowing himself a moment of quietude. Before him stood an imposing elder, clad in dark sunglasses and puffing on a cigar. His tall, muscular frame was accentuated by his erect, purple-gray hair that danced lightly in the breeze. He bore his upper body bare, draped only in a naval cloak emblazoned with the word justice. His right arm, a menacing mechanical appendage, emitted a faint whirring sound. This elder was none other than the former Admiral of the Navy, known as Zephyr the Unkillable. The unkillable Admiral in the Navy's fledgling prodigy, one a man who had never slain a pirate in his lifetime. The other a youth who had obliterated an entire pirate fleet upon his debut. What vulnerabilities does Ein possess? Upon encountering Long E, Zephyr wore a cryptic smile. He refrained from introducing himself, instead posing a question directly to Long E. Long E sheathed his sword and cast a glance at Zephyr, then turned his attention to the blue-haired woman, Ein, who still bore a hint of defiance on her face. He shrugged and raised a finger. Firstly, I have already mastered a portion of observation hockey. My ability to sense whether someone harbors murderous intent or hostility is infallible. He paused, disregarding the astonished expressions of Ein and Zephyr, and raised a second finger to continue. Secondly, even if my observation hockey is not yet fully refined and my judgments may inevitably contain discrepancies, that gentleman, he gestured towards Fujitora, he would never misjudge. Since he remains unmoved, why should I feel fear? Upon concluding his thoughts, Longy adopted a serious demeanor and stood tall, offering a perfectly executed naval salute to the robust, purple-haired elder. Mr. Zephyr, Lieutenant Long E of the Marine Headquarters in Marinford, pays his respects to you. This salute was a tribute that the elder rightfully deserved. Chapter 39, Where the Heart Finds Peace, There Lies Home. Long E was aware that the Navy headquarters would dispatch someone to escort him back. However, he never anticipated that the individual would be Zephyr. As a former Vice Admiral and the current Chief Instructor at the Naval Academy, Zephyr held a significant position within the Navy. Logically, such an event should not have befallen him. Zephyr, without any pretense, candidly informed Long E that it was Karp who had entrusted him with the task of coming to the North Sea. Although the old man spoke casually, the names of the esteemed figures he mentioned caused Long E's eyes to twitch involuntarily. Long E felt somewhat awkward, wishing to symbolically uphold his master's authority in front of Zephyr. However, the moment he recalled the often frivolous demeanor of Karp, that notion was involuntarily dismissed. Master Karp, it is not that I lack respect for you, but I am simply unable to contend with him at present. Please do not hold it against me. He quietly reassured himself with those thoughts, casting aside distractions and concentrating on the esteemed naval veteran before him, whose accomplishments rivaled those of Karp. As Longy directed his gaze toward Zephyr, he found that Zephyr was also scrutinizing him with equal intensity. The elder and the youth exchanged silent glances, engaging in a prolonged stare-off. Ein, observing this interaction with a hint of exasperation, gently sheathed her sword, choosing not to interrupt the two, instead shifting her focus to the seated figure of Fujitora. Initially, Ein had underestimated the silent, blind swordsman, but upon closer examination, an involuntary shiver coursed through her graceful form. How formidable! The reticent Fujitora resembled a dormant volcano, his might concealed until it erupted, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Hello, Fujitora greeted, sensing the gaze directed at him. He smiled in Ein's direction, a hint of aloofness accompanying his modest demeanor. Greetings, esteemed swordsman, Ein replied. As a rare female swordmaster, she possessed a keen sensitivity to the aura of the powerful. Although Fujitora veiled his strength remarkably well, imperceptible to the average person, Ein, with her considerable prowess, could discern the true depth of his capabilities. This was a being more potent than even Master Zephyr. Yet, how could such a formidable force associate with that young boy? With this thought, Ein covertly glanced at Long E, who was still engaged in a silent stare-down with Zephyr, and she found herself intrigued by the secrets that the youth might be harboring. Long E, having grasped a portion of observation hockey, was acutely aware of gazes upon him. Sensing Ein's subtle scrutiny, he turned to her with a knowing smile, his reaction echoing that of Fujitora moments before. Caught in Long E's gaze, Ein felt an unexpected flutter of anxiety. After a brief moment, she managed to suppress her turbulent emotions, muttering softly, "A big one and a small one, both are monsters." Having traversed the better part of half a year, Longy boarded Zephyr's ship, departing the North Sea with a fearsome reputation. The resistance against mountain bandits in Crockertown, the capture of pirates in Illarabea City, and the desperate battles outside Gaia Village all felt like mere dreams. Were it not for the bloodshed and the tangible scars upon his body, Longy would scarcely believe he had achieved so much in just 6 months. The Navy's flag fluttered in the wind, and tightening the collar of his naval uniform, Longy gazed out at the azure sea, lost in thought. For him, the North Sea was merely a starting point. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave? Fujitora inquired, leaning closer to Long E and sensing the boy's emotions through his observation haki. Not at all. I have nothing to miss. My home and village are long gone. And I have taken my revenge. There is nothing left for me to hold on to in the North Sea. Long E spoke of tranquility. Yet Fujitora detected an inexplicable sorrow in his tone. A place of peace is akin to one's homeland. Sensing something profound, Fujitora gently caressed his cane sword, murmuring softly as the sea breeze caressed him. Shaking his head lightly, Long E refrained from responding, silently observing this robust, melancholic blind elder. A knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, I did not anticipate that a mere smile would prompt you to follow. Upon hearing Long Yi's words, Fujitora erupted into hearty laughter, the somberness dissipating entirely. With an air of nonchalance, he gazed into the distance, playfully tapping Long Yi's head, chiding him, "Do not test me. I am not as contemplative as you, young rascal. I have always embraced whatever fate presents. Our companionship is merely a matter of destiny yet to unfold." Long E rolled his eyes in exasperation, but felt a genuine joy bubbling within. With a playful tone, he remarked, "If it is yet to unfold, so be it. Our bond is beyond measure. With your support, dear elder, I fear not even the likes of Marinford, even should we venture to the holy land of Mariewa. I shall stand unafraid." While jesting, Long E was acutely aware of the thoughts plaguing this elder who had wandered for much of his life. It was merely the stirrings of ambition ignited by his sentiments that had led Fujitora to contemplate pursuing justice sooner than planned. Originally, Fujitora intended to join the Navy only after the conclusion of the Paramount War, though Long Yi's presence altered the course of his destiny. Prompting this notion to arise years in advance, it was ultimately beneficial for the Navy. After all, the might of an admiral is always welcomed, never deemed excessive. Mariewa, huh? Let's see how it goes. I cannot guarantee your safety there, he jested, yet Fujitora took it to heart, furrowing his brow and responding with an unusual seriousness. Noticing Fujitora's reaction, Long E couldn't help but smirk, hastily waving his hand. All right, I merely jest. Even if we were to go to Mariewa, it would be for the sake of honing my swordsmanship and reaping benefits. In that cursed place, one could collapse a wall and crush 7 or 8 celestial dragons. I am timid and would not dare to seek trouble. Upon hearing Long Yi's words, Fujitora relaxed slightly, though a half-smile lingered on his face. Is that so? Perhaps not. As Fujitora engaged in light banter with Long Yi on the deck, a short distance away, unwatched with a sense of unease, Long Yi could be disregarded. No matter how fierce he may appear, he is merely an inexperienced youth with limited prowess. Ultimately, he is a disciple of the naval hero Karp, a member of the Navy. However, Fujitora is a different matter entirely. He is a formidable presence that even Zifa, his teacher, might find challenging to handle. A being of unknown origins is the most perilous of all. Rest assured, leaning against the railing of the warship, Zifa, with a cigar in his mouth, wore a relaxed and contented expression, showing no sign of perceiving Fujitora as a threat. Teacher Zifa. He is an admiral-level powerhouse. Unattempted to voice his concerns, but was interrupted by Zifa's raised hand. Zifa smiled knowingly at Long E, his expression resembling that of someone who had stumbled upon a treasure. Taking a deep puff from his cigar, the elderly man with purple-gray hair seemed to inquire of Ein, while simultaneously engaging in self-reflection. You mentioned that the little brat has already mastered observation haki. All I possess to counter him is armament haki. Chapter 40. The pure snow unspoiled by dust inside the dojo of the Yado god family. Whispers filled the air. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Yado god Saryu gracefully traversed the murmuring crowd to the front of the dojo. She received the ceremonial sword, the symbol of the Yado, from the hands of the Yado god sect's guardian. This marked the transition ceremony of the Yado family, witnessed by 300 inner disciples of the clan. With sharp gazes fixed upon her, the young girl remained unfazed. To her, the jealousy emanating from behind was far more gentle compared to the scrutiny she typically endured. After bowing respectfully, Yado god Saryu displayed no signs of joy or sorrow as she affixed the family heirloom sword, Yasho, to her waist. Meeting the complex gaze of the Yado god sect's guardian, she gradually stepped back, clad in a black kimono, possessing 2 rare swords, with blue eyes and white hair. She stood quietly at the forefront of the crowd, exuding an air of distinction. Yado god Saryu is to be the next wielder of the Yado. Finally, the head of the Yado god family, Yado god Taizan, struck the ground with the sheath of the demon cutter, solemnly concluding the inheritance ceremony. The 300 inner disciples of the Yado family fell into a profound silence. Observing this, the previous wielder of the Yado, the Yado god sect's guardian, furrowed his brow, seemingly incensed by the lack of ambition among the disciples. Yet, in the end, all his emotions culminated in a long sigh, as he finally grasped the meaning behind the elder's words. The caged canary within the dojo would forever be unable to set foot on the battlefield littered with corpses. Under the elder's long-standing pressure, none of the 300 Yado disciples dared to oppose the head of the family, despite each of them internally roaring in protest. Even though every Yado disciple believed that there were better candidates for the exalted position that stood just beneath the head of the Yado, no one dared to speak or even lift their heads. They feared the head of the family, as well as the demon cutter he wielded. Having just become the wielder of the Yado god Siryu returned to her tranquil courtyard, which remained as serene as ever. Upon entering, she casually removed the yasho and tossed it onto the grass mat, appearing utterly indifferent. Were any of the other Yado disciples to witness her demeanor, they would surely be driven to madness by jealousy. After all, the yasho is the heirloom sword of the Yado family, not merely a token, but a formidable weapon, ranking among the top 21 great blades. However, as the sword's wielders hail from the illustrious Yado lineage and do not venture into the world to engage in bloodletting, the Yasho's reputation has remained obscure and unrecognized. The Yado? How terribly mundane, she muttered to herself, her blue eyes filled with derision. In her view, within the vast Yado family, there was no need for guardianship, or rather, no necessity for protection at all. This is indeed tiresome. Just as Yado god Siryu finished her thought, the elder entered the courtyard, casually responding to her. Behind him followed the gravely concerned Yado god sect's guardian. With her inner thoughts exposed, Yado god Siryu remained unruffled, maintaining her usual demeanor. Before the head of the family, she felt no hesitation in expressing her opinions. There is no water, no tea, please make yourselves at home, head and guardian. The young girl, still quite young, spoke with astonishing bluntness. Ignoring the glances from the elder and the guardian, she removed her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate feet, and casually kicked the yasho, which lay across the mat. From her sleeve, she produced a fine piece of silk, preparing to polish the blade. This was the activity she cherished most, her sole delight. The blade, devoid of blood. For whom should it be polished? Observing the treatment of her beloved sword, the Yado god sect's guardian felt a sense of discontent. Yet, rules are rules. The yasho now belonged to Yado god Siryu, not to him. If there is blood, then it shall not be wiped, it's already sullied. Thus, it must be properly cleaned while it remains untainted. Without lifting her gaze, the girl spoke with utmost focus. It will inevitably taste blood in due time. The elder's eyes, obscured by glasses, made it difficult to discern his expression, yet his words were laden with significance. No, only the yasho shall taste blood, not Siryu. In her grasp, the white blade bore her name, Siryu. The elder fell silent, merely observing the girl as she polished the blade, his expression a mixture of complexity and unvoiced thoughts. Noticing the head of the family's demeanor, the Yado god sect's guardian sighed heavily, his tone softening. Siryu, these years. Siryu has been splendid, truly splendid. Before the guardian could finish, the girl coldly interrupted him. This chill was not directed at the esteemed Yado god sect's guardian, but rather, it was simply her way of communicating. Stifling a torrent of words, the guardian felt a pang of self-mockery before retreating into silence. The cursed snow princess, bearing the wrath of the gods, quite fitting. Words were futile. The elder softly uttered a parting remark and departed the courtyard alongside the guardian. What they failed to notice was the fleeting tremor in Yado god Siryu's eyes upon the mention of the cursed snow princess, which vanished as quickly as it appeared. Time passed, and at last, Yado god Siryu completed her task, gazing at the blade that had accompanied her through childhood and into slumber. She murmured, even if the yasho shatters, Siryu remains untainted. If only Siryu could suppress the demon cutter. Walking through her garden with the elder, the Yado god sect's guardian spoke with a complex expression, unable to contain himself. Alas, she cannot. The elder replied matter-of-factly, recalling his past attempts with the branch family after the direct lineage was severed. Yet, even with Yado god Siryu's prodigious talents, she would find it difficult to subdue the demon cutter. At this juncture, the elder recalled a prophecy once spoken by a mermaid. Her predictions had never missed the mark. The cursed blade submits only to the gods. Gods, you say? Remembering that youthful visage, the elder smiled gently. Calculating the time, he realized that the arrival of that boy was not too far off. And what of that crow? I find it perplexing that a mere wraith, devoid of the bloodline of the Nightblade clan, should garner such fervent attention. Having coexisted for decades, the clan guardian possesses an intimate understanding of the bald elder. whose rigid and haughty demeanor fails to grasp why a sudden interloper would capture the head of the clan's admiration. Guardian, that child harbors boundless potential. Be it demon or divine, it is imperative to witness it firsthand. A faint smile reveals everything that remains unspoken. Chapter 41. What others deny, I shall provide. Calculating the day, it is Dragon One's birthday, and he has turned 14. The gift he receives is a training regimen meticulously crafted by Zifa overnight. According to that old kook Karp, if you can master the shave technique in 2 weeks, my expectations are modest. If you can grasp the rudiments of the advanced armament hockey during your time back in Marinford, that will suffice. Beneath the veil of his sunglasses, Dragon One struggles to discern Zifa's gaze. However, the smile lingering at the corners of the elder's mouth inexplicably causes him to break into a cold sweat. Armament hockey. One of the 3 types of hockey can be categorized based on its application, enhancing oneself or enveloping the body or weapons. Hockey is not a skill one can effortlessly comprehend overnight. Although by sheer fortune, Dragon One has acquired a fragment of observation hockey, he remains pessimistic about mastering armament hockey. It is worth noting that even the protagonist, Luffy, blessed with the protagonist's aura, took a full 2 years to master all 3 types of hockey. To master such an intricate power in just 2 weeks, Dragon One does not believe he possesses the gift. Yet, he neither protested nor complained. He simply complied silently with Zifa's instructions, shedding his upper garments to reveal a robust, scar-laden torso. Upon seeing the scars adorning Dragon One's body, Zifa remains impassive, unaffected. In contrast, Ain cannot help but gasp, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The dark-haired youth, though not towering, emanates a subtle ferocity. The oppressive aura he exudes is characteristic of a malevolent spirit steeped in blood. Not bad. His muscles are quite firm. He should be able to endure hardship. Ain's gaze fixates on the scars across Dragon One's back, while Zifa's attention is drawn to the muscles of his upper body, making sounds of approval. Compared to 6 months prior, Dragon One's physique and stature are now worlds apart. If he were once regarded as a somewhat frail wraith, he now undoubtedly embodies the essence of a remarkably formidable youth. Long he once marveled at his own growth. At this rate, he would certainly not lower the average height of the Navy admirals in the future. Old man, do not underestimate me. I can certainly withstand it. Ryuchi chuckled sheepishly, a faint blush coloring his cheeks under Ain's stunning gaze. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel flustered under such beauty. Very well. If you can't keep up with the ship, you'll go without dinner, Zephyr stated bluntly, his mechanical arm whirring ominously. Without giving Ryuchi a chance to react, he delivered a controlled but powerful punch. Boom. The railing shattered into splinters as Ryuchi was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the sea. Ungassed in shock, while the surrounding Marines stood frozen in disbelief. Fujitora, however, burst into laughter, taking a swig from his flask as if enjoying a fine spectacle. Full speed ahead, Zephyr commanded, adjusting his coat before leisurely reclining on a deck chair and lighting a cigar. Smoke curled around him as his smirk deepened. When the Marines remained motionless, he frowned and slammed his massive mechanical arm onto the deck. What are you waiting for? Move. The sudden tremor jolted the stunned soldiers into action. Terrified by Zephyr's displeasure, they scrambled toward the control room, shouting, "Captain's orders, full speed ahead." As the warship surged forward, Zephyr nodded in satisfaction, exhaling a slow stream of smoke. He didn't spare a glance at Ryuchi struggling in the water, merely tilting his head toward the sky. Peaceful days. The training in armament hockey had begun. By the time Zephyr hauled the waterlocked, shivering Ryuchi back aboard, night had fallen. The old man scowled at the boy's pitiful state, offering no comfort, only criticism. Brat, why so slow? You kept up for the first 2 hours, but after that, the ship had to wait for you. Ryuchi trembled, whether from cold or fury was unclear, as Zephyr smirked at his reaction. Angry? No. Just freezing, Ryuchi snapped, shooting the old man a glare before accepting a towel from the kind-hearted swordswoman Ain. TCH. Such a stubborn brat. Zephyr snatched the towel and roughly dried Ryuchi's hair himself. Though well-intentioned, the force he used had the boy wincing in pain. Ain stifled a giggle, her cheeks flushed with suppressed laughter, while Fujitora openly roared with amusement, earning an exasperated eye roll from Ryuchi. Despite his harsh words, Zephyr had a soft heart, though he threatened to withhold dinner when Ryuchi's stomach growled in protest. The old man waved his hand, and Marines promptly brought forth a feast. Too famished to care for manners, Ryuchi devoured the food like a starved beast. Chasing the warship had drained him completely. Without replenishing his strength, tomorrow's training would be impossible. Watching the boy wolf down his meal, Zephyr's stern expression softened imperceptibly. Ain, catching the rare glimpse of tenderness in her mentor's eyes, blinked in disbelief. With a heavy thud, Zephyr settled beside Ryuichi, observing his ravenous eating with amusement. No doubt about it, you learned this barbaric way of eating from that old fool Karp. Ryuichi ignored him, tearing into a roasted beef leg with single-minded focus. Zephyr didn't take offense, merely chuckling before his gaze lingered on the scars crisscrossing Ryuichi's body. His voice lowered, carrying an uncharacteristic gentleness. Killing doesn't sit well with you, does it? Longi was momentarily taken aback, chewing voraciously while nodding in agreement. Indeed, you possess the resolve to act. As for me, I have always struggled to summon the necessary ruthlessness. Zephyr's words were somewhat ambiguous. Yet Long E and the nearby Ein understood the true meaning behind the elder's statement. Zephyr, the general renowned for his unwillingness to kill, had devoted his life to combating pirates, yet he had never taken a life. Longi remained silent, yet his pace of eating had noticeably slowed. Zephyr, on the other hand, incessantly muttered to himself, and once he initiated conversation, it began to flow uncontrollably. Long E, you must not emulate me. To be honest, before I met you, I feared you might be one of those inherently cold-hearted individuals, capable of annihilating an entire fleet of pirates without a second thought. However, seeing your expression when you responded to questions made me realize that, in truth, we are cut from the same cloth. Pausing for a moment, Zephyr shook his head. No, you are stronger than I. He continued, if given a choice, I would also prefer to refrain from drawing my blade. The scent of blood is far from pleasant. Zephyr's heartfelt words eventually prompted Long E to set down his food, and he spoke softly, directing his gaze at Zephyr's menacing mechanical arm, falling into silence. What do you, young one, look down upon my hand? Zephyr jested, lifting his intact left arm as if to strike. No, I merely wish to inquire, Mr. Zephyr. If you were to encounter that individual again, would you kill him? Upon hearing Long E's question, Ein felt a surge of panic, desperately signaling to Long E to cease. Yet the youth remained oblivious. This mechanical arm, along with the naval training vessel, represented an eternal anguish within Zephyr's heart. It seems you know more than I anticipated. Let me guess, was it Karp who informed you? Zephyr laughed heartily, though the veins on his forehead bulged with tension. His laughter gradually subsided, and he fell into a contemplative silence, tinged with self-deprecation. No, I would imprison him and impel down. Long E did not doubt Zephyr's response. His demeanor remained unchanged. Yet his heart was profoundly moved. This elder, who had dedicated his life to the Navy, still upheld his principles until the very end. Not to kill. Rising slowly, Long E brushed his fingers against Zephyr's fearsome mechanical arm, meeting Zephyr's puzzled gaze. He articulated each word with clarity. The explanations others failed to provide, I shall offer. Master Zephyr, since you are unwilling to transgress your own boundaries, then I shall take it upon myself to eliminate Edward Weevil for you. Chapter 42. Nightblade God Long E. Since the brutal murder of his wife and child by pirates, Zephyr had devoted himself to nurturing the next generation, believing that the future of the Navy surpassed all else. However, following a devastating attack, all new blood was obliterated. That ruthless pirate slaughtered everyone, even severing Zephyr's once proud right arm. The loss of his black arm aged Zephyr by a decade overnight. Yet, at that moment, Zephyr was unaware that years later, following the conclusion of the Paramount War, the Navy would heed the orders of the world government to replenish the ranks of the Seven Warlords of the sea. Edward Weevil, the pirate who had severed Zephyr's right arm and massacred an entire ship of naval cadets, would ascend as the new Seven Warlords. This savage pirate, who claimed to be the second coming of Whitebeard, claimed the throne of the Warlords. While the elderly man with the mechanical arm departed from the Navy he had devoted his life to, filled with rage and desolation. Zephyr had worn the Navy uniform for most of his life, and until his final moments, he never betrayed the two words emblazoned on his back. Justice, as it turned out, could at times be rather absurd. Long E's earnest tone momentarily stunned Zephyr. However, in the next instant, the old man vigorously rubbed the top of his head with his left arm and spoke with heartfelt seriousness. While you are still young, do not harbor excessive resentment. Moreover, with your current level of strength, who can you truly contend with? It would be wiser for you to diligently cultivate for a few more years. Though he spoke these words, Zephyr felt a quiet warmth in his heart, and when he gazed at Long E, his eyes reflected a newfound gentleness. Long E chuckled and ceased to persist. He smoothed his slightly disheveled hair, seated himself once more, and resumed his meal. This minor interlude seemed to pass. Yet within the heart of the youth, a seed was sown. A man's promises need not be solemn. Good deeds ought to be rewarded. As he tore into the roasted meat with fervor, from a perspective unseen by others, Long E's countenance was resolute, his gaze fierce. Possessing the 4 elemental swordsman abilities, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world. At that moment, what did a figure like Whitebeard 2 signify? Should he provoke him? Even the legendary Whitebeard himself would not deter him from drawing his sword and engaging in a fierce battle. Witnessing the old man and the youth together stirred a pang of emotion in Ayn, causing her eyes to well with tears. She was one of the survivors of that fateful incident. Only as a participant could she truly comprehend the profound anguish and guilt that had plagued Zephyr over the years. And only she could grasp the heart-wrenching nature of the choices the old man had made. "Salute to you, Lord Zephyr." Suddenly, Fujitora, who had been silently listening, spoke up. With a flick of his wrist, he poured his cherished wine into Zephyr's hands. In his heart, he held nothing but admiration for the former Marine Admiral. "Huh. I am not worthy of your esteem," Zephyr replied, fully aware of Fujitora's prowess. Even in his prime, he would not dare to claim absolute victory over the blind swordsman. After downing a hearty gulp of the strong liquor Fujitora had provided, Zephyr half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, "Through our days together, I have come to know you are a worthy man. A powerful individual like you should consider joining the Marines." Upon hearing Zephyr's suggestion, Longy felt a stir within, yet he remained honest and did not raise his gaze. Patiently awaiting the continuation, Fujitora paused for a few seconds, then turned slightly to regard the eagerly attentive Longy, gently shaking his head. "I am not yet inclined to join the Marines. Hiki, some matters must first be observed through these eyes," he gracefully declined. Though his words seemed to leave room for future possibilities. Despite his blindness, none would presume that this blind swordsman truly lacked clarity of sight. Zephyr's expression betrayed a hint of regret, and he chose to let the matter rest. Just as Fujitora finished speaking, a Marine rushed over, cradling a snail-shaped den mushi, which was incessantly buzzing with calls. "TSK, it's that old rascal Karp," Zephyr muttered upon seeing the den mushi. He then grasped the receiver with his left hand. Irritation evident in his tone. "Old man, what do you want?" "Looking for you." "Humph. Don't get ahead of yourself. I am seeking Longy." "Quickly, hand him the receiver." As Karp's words reached his ears, Longy distinctly noticed the muscles on Zephyr's forehead twitching, yet perhaps due to Fujitora and Longy's presence, he restrained himself from cursing. Silently passing the receiver to Longy. "Hiki." Longy couldn't help but smirk, cautiously accepting the phone bug's receiver from Zefa's hands. "Hello? Master Karp, it's me." "Longy, is that truly you?" Upon hearing Longy's voice, Karp on the other end of the line appeared quite exhilarated, his boisterous voice resonating throughout the entire deck. "Yes, it's me. Master Karp, please lower your voice." Longy replied to Karp with a bitter smile. Startled by the sudden loud voice. "Ha ha ha, as expected of my disciple, you haven't brought disgrace to me." Karp laughed heartily, his pride evident. Even Longy could perceive the old man's delight from the expression of the transponder snail. However, after a fit of laughter, Karp's tone shifted. "Longy, I call to inform you that the old bald head from the Night Sword God family has just announced your naturalization into their clan. Heh. Your fame is no longer confined to the North Sea." Upon hearing this, Longy was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "Yes, I understand." Karp on the other end fell silent for a while, and after a long pause, he said with a smile, "If you ever go to Mariewa and face bullying, just let me know. If the Night Sword God family won't support you, your master will stand by you." His tone remained as irreverent as ever. Yet Longy discerned the seriousness in Karp's words. A man's promise need not always be solemn. "Master Karp, I understand. However, those celestial dragons who have never seen blood may not necessarily intimidate me." Licking his lips, Longy let out a cold laugh. A smile that instinctively instilled a sense of danger in Ayn, the female swordsman, who could sense the atmosphere. He was no longer the inexperienced novice. Having struggled on the brink of death, he would not cower before the arrogant and domineering celestial dragons. "In any case, I'm currently in the New World, so it's convenient for me to go to Mariewa. Just don't let them push you around. If you need to make a scene, do so. The celestial dragons are nothing to be feared." "Oh, I almost forgot. You're a celestial dragon now too." Karp scratched his head, his expression peculiar. Meanwhile, Zephyr and Fujitora, who were eavesdropping, appeared not to be surprised. However, Ayn looked at the scarred Longy in disbelief, struggling to process the information. On this day, the name Longy of the Night Sword God was introduced to the world for the first time. For the entire era, this was merely the prelude to a transformation. Chapter 43. Raise the wine, draw the blade. The world as first celestial dragon without noble bloodlines, Longy of the Night Sword God. This news spread like a plague across the globe. The common folk were astonished at first, but the novelty soon faded, and the incident was naturally forgotten. After all, it was merely a matter of nobility, far less significant than their dinner that evening. The celestial dragons of Mariehua, however, reacted differently. They were incensed. Some even boldly raised banners proclaiming the defense of the Creator's bloodline, intending to protest against the Night Sword God family. Yet, with the true second-in-command of the Night Sword God family, Zhongsho, sitting calmly outside, casting a cold gaze at the agitated celestial dragons. Not a single one dared to speak against him. Ultimately, they arrived in a flurry of zeal but departed in dejection, akin to a pack of defeated hounds. Observing the foolish celestial dragons leave, Zhongsho rose quietly, a cold smile gracing his face. When has the Night Sword God family ever needed to answer to others? This arrogance stemmed from his power, but even more so from his lineage. The nobility among nobility, the esteemed clan of Night Sword Gods. However, almost instantaneously, Zhongsho's expression darkened. And he murmured to himself, someone must be plotting against the Night Sword God family, waiting to see our downfall. But which of the other 4 families could it be? Gently stroking the hilt of his sword, Zhongsho fell into deep thought as he turned to enter. At the same time, within a luxurious hall, laughter echoed continuously. A gathering of youthful individuals, the eldest among them barely in their 20s, could be seen. Yet, upon closer inspection of their conversations, a chill ran up one's spine. For those privileged enough to be here were all offspring of the 5 top noble families, Night Sword God, Angraus, Figel, Mosheld, and Jaxlo. Having just received news of the failure of the celestial dragons, Jack Angraus chuckled, resting an arm around the delicate shoulder of a companion. A glint of cold light flickering in his elongated eyes. As expected. The other young nobles showed no surprise at this news. They had never anticipated those lower-class celestial dragons to achieve anything significant. Merely annoying the arrogant Night Sword God family sufficed. I truly wonder what old man Taisan is thinking, allowing an outsider to take the helm of the Night Sword God family and even naming him as the heir. TSK. A veiled woman smiled lightly, shaking her priceless feather fan, her eyes glinting with mockery. The head of the family has grown old. It's only natural for him to make foolish decisions. A young man dressed in a pure black kimono, with a long sword at his waist, nodded in agreement. Though one of the inner disciples of the Night Sword God family, he was equally displeased with the head's decision. Oh, Yuenji. You lack the courage to oppose old man Taisandia's face, yet here you are acting all high and mighty? Jack Angraus expressed disdain towards the Night Sword God disciple's words. As part of the 5 top noble families, he despised the lofty demeanor of the Night Sword God clan. While Taisan and Zhongsho were powerful figures among the celestial dragons, what was Night Sword God Yuenji? How dare he feign profundity before Jack Angraus? Upon hearing the mockery, Night Sword God Yuenji merely smiled gently, offering no rebuttal. Who among the offspring of the 5 families did not know that Jack Angraus was akin to a rabid dog, biting whoever he pleased? Night Sword God Yuenji smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and casually beckoned a servant. Come, bring the wine. Long Yi was oblivious to the seething resentment the celestial dragons of Mary Geos harbored towards him, a heretic in their eyes. All he comprehended was the urgency to catch up with the warship ahead. Otherwise, he would soon become fodder for the monstrous denizens of the sea. This vast ocean was not only teeming with pirates but also inhabited by ferocious beasts. While his experiences in the North Sea were daunting enough, entering the Grand Line unleashed a veritable horde of these sea monsters, springing forth like mushrooms after rain. Though Long Yi's meager physique was hardly enough to satiate their appetites, many sea kings, clinging to the notion that even a mosquito's leg is meat, opened their gaping maws in pursuit of him. Those sea kings that dared to attack, however, swiftly fell beneath the blade of Fujitora. Faster. You have about 20 meters left. Beyond that, you will no longer be within my range. Fujitora bellowed from the ship's stern. Long Yi, struggling against the waves, did not respond. He was too exhausted to utter a word. His mind was a blank slate, and the beleaguered youth pressed forward solely on instinct. Zephyr, as expected, was a master in training talent. His seemingly simple plan had propelled Long Yi's strength to unprecedented heights, allowing him to surpass his limits daily. Precious jade cannot be forged into a blade. Only steel, tempered through relentless trials, is worthy of shedding blood. Sensing Long Yi's diminishing speed, Fujitora spoke softly, his chaotic gaze sweeping over the lurking sea kings nearby. Rising to his feet, he unsheathed his sword. With a single, unadorned sword wave, devoid of devil fruit abilities, he struck. The fearsome sea kings met their demise on the spot. Sheathing his sword, Fujitora regarded the lifeless beast with an unperturbed expression. Go, retrieve him, he commanded. Zephyr, having appeared at the stern unnoticed, greeted the nearby sailors, whose faces were etched with awe. Several sailors immediately understood the task and leaped into the water, working in unison to haul Long Yi aboard. As he collapsed onto the deck, his eyes were vacant and his spirit dissipated. The drenched sailors looked upon him with compassion, their eyes reflecting profound admiration. Over the past 10 days, they had witnessed the boy's unwavering determination, a tenacity that put their own years of service to shame. How long do you intend to feign death? Today's training is not yet concluded, Zephyr said brusquely, giving Long Yi a nudge with his foot. He nodded slightly at Fujitora, who, expressionless, crouched down to touch Long Yi's icy body, whispering, gravity control. With a resonant hum, under immense pressure, Long Yi's consciousness finally returned. As he sensed the unusual weight surrounding him, he sighed softly, unsteadily rising to his feet and twitching his lips. Rest is permissible. I grant you any request, Zephyr remarked. Slightly shaking his formidable mechanical arm, his expression a blend of mirth and irony, reminiscent of the half-smirk of Karp from half a year prior. Akin to the wolf in grandmother's cloak, Long Yi, seemingly disinclined to engage in idle chatter, lowered his eyelids and weakly uttered, "Come, bring the knife." Chapter 44. The strong are all madmen regardless of the extent of one's training. It must ultimately culminate in practical combat. The essence of dominance can only be further refined in the crucible of real confrontation. The mightier the adversary faced, the stronger one's resolve becomes. In his state of utter exhaustion, Long Yi must confront the dual onslaught of Zephy's fists and Kato Tiger's gravitational oppression. From the onset of this one-sided battle, he resembled a tattered punching bag, repeatedly sent flying by Zephy's blows. In the depths of mental and physical fatigue, Long Yi incessantly grappled with the sensation of existence being worse than death. Witnessing Long Yi's dire plight, the kind-hearted Ein could not suppress a gasp, averting her gaze slightly. As a woman, she found it unbearable to witness such a brutal scene. This obvious gesture did not escape Kato Tiger's perception. The burly blind swordsman offered a subtle smile, casually resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, and gently addressed Ein beside him. "Fear not. He is the most relentless young man I have ever encountered, with bones as unyielding as iron." However, upon hearing Kato Tiger's words, Ein appeared poised to express further thoughts. Yet upon catching sight of the pathological determination etched on Long Yi's face, her words failed to materialize. "Madman." In the end, the female swordswoman could only murmur softly before stealthily departing the deck. Hearing Ein's whispered lament as she left, Kato Tiger burst into laughter. As his mirth subsided, his clouded gaze fixated on the precariously swaying Long Yi, and he spoke to himself in a tone only he could discern. True strength consists of a band of madmen. The training on the deck continued unabated. Zephy exhibited no signs of compassion for Long Yi's plight. Every punch he delivered was infused with the same vigor as before. "Little brat, yesterday you endured for 47 minutes before collapsing. Today, you must last for an hour." With his normal left hand swinging, Zephy's expression remained stern. Against a thoroughly exhausted opponent, he deemed it unnecessary to employ his mechanized arm crafted from sea stone. Dragon Yi, feeling utterly powerless, merely braced himself and stood up with great effort. He tightly gripped the purple orb, lifting his legs as if laden with lead, and staggered forward, raising his blade high to strike at Zephyr. Zephyr sidestepped, causing Dragon Yi's strike to miss its mark. Before he could swing his sword again, the old man's fist landed forcefully in the youth's abdomen. The boy felt his insides churn violently. Pain seared through him like fire, and he involuntarily loosened his grip, letting the purple orb fall to the ground. Observing this, Zephyr furrowed his brow deeply and barked an order, "Pick up the sword." Hearing this command, Dragon Yi fought against the searing pain in his belly and the urge to succumb to unconsciousness, laboriously bending down to reclaim the purple orb. "If it happens again, your training will be over. If you die on the battlefield, it's the end." Zephyr's tone was icy. Though this former Marine Admiral excelled at nurturing talent, he was evidently not a patient instructor. Pain was a requisite on the path to becoming strong. "Dragon Yi, you have no choice." Fujitora gently closed his eyes, shaking his head with a sense of empathy. In his youth, he too had endured considerable suffering. "I'm sorry, Teacher Zephyr. I want to let it happen again." With these halting words, Dragon Yi once more staggered forward, swinging his sword with determination. "Humph." Zephyr merely snorted at Dragon Yi's words. After blocking the boy's blade with his mechanical arm, he retaliated with another punch, delivering the same force at the same spot. "Ugh." A muffled sound escaped Dragon Yi's lips. As if struck by lightning, his face twisted in agony, yet he clung tenaciously to the purple orb. Like a beast trapped in a dire situation. Blood seeped from his clenched teeth, and a low growl emanated from his throat. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he swung the sword back towards Zephyr's head. Instead of anger, Zephyr chuckled, his arm infused with the power of Haki, resonating with a metallic clang. The boy's desperate strike came to naught. A surge of frustration nearly overwhelmed Dragon E. His eyes widened in rage. Strangely, amidst this exhaustion, a newfound strength coursed through him. A remarkable energy flowing through his veins, ultimately coiling around the purple orb in his grasp. A fleeting black glow shimmered along the blade, and both Zephyr and Fujitora exchanged looks of astonishment. The Haki had finally manifested under the pressure of their combined efforts. Demon Slash. Without time to ponder the origin of this power, Dragony summoned the last of his strength to unleash a blade engulfed in demonic flames. The black blade, accompanied by violet flames, struck forth. Clang. A shallow cut appeared on Zephyr's formidable sea-stone mechanical arm, as thin as a silk thread. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Observing Dragon E, who succumbed to unconsciousness after delivering that strike, Zephyr laughed heartily. Fujitora, smiling gently, approached the young boy and released the gravitational pressure weighing him down. The oppressive force vanished without a trace. I endured considerable suffering in my youth, but at his age, I could not wield a sword. As he settled beside Dragony, Fujitora expressed his nostalgia. When I was his age, I had just enlisted. Letting down his imposing demeanor, Zephyr's gaze softened with a hint of satisfaction. The speed at which Haki had manifested exceeded his expectations. Thus, he will grow stronger than either of us. Lighting a cigar, Zephyr leisurely exhaled smoke. Despite the weariness that clung to him, he emanated a carefree, nonchalant air. Ultimately, he had made a contribution to the Navy. Mr. Zephyr, seeing how invested you are in this boy, does the Navy intend to cultivate him into the next generation of heroes? Fujitora inquired, a contemplative expression gracing his features. At the mention of hero, Zephyr paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Heroes are not simply forged at whim, in the end. What he can truly rely on is that, he said, pointing towards something. Rising, Zephyr hoisted Dragon E onto his shoulder. Fujitora, utilizing his observation Haki, chuckled softly. The purple-haired elder indicated the purple orb that Dragon E still clutched, even in unconsciousness. Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is a telegram from Mr. Zephyr. In the office of the Fleet Admiral in Marinford, Sengoku received Zephyr's latest report. Upon seeing that Dragon E had awakened Haki, a flicker of joy passed through his eyes. He tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the transponder snail on the table and dialed a number. Hello, is this Mr. Sengoku? What can I do for you? Kizaru's voice rang out, as frivolous as ever. Once the connection was established, Sengoku spoke in a grave tone. Borsellino, listen carefully. I have a mission for you. Chapter 45. Kizaru blocks the path. Awakening does not equate to mastery. The training of Haki proved to be even more arduous than Dragon E had anticipated. By the time he returned to Marinford, he still could not wield the armament Haki with the same ease as he did with observation Haki. Do not despair, since you have awakened armament Haki. With another year or two of training, you will undoubtedly master this power, Zephyr assured, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at his student. Pride evident in his eyes. Dragon E was his final creation, the new blood of the Navy he anticipated the most. At merely 14, having awakened dual Haki. As long as he did not falter, his future achievements would be limitless. Indeed, Long E gently nodded, harboring little disappointment within. After all, Haki could be regarded as the most formidable power aside from the devil fruits, and in certain respects, users of Haki could surpass some who wielded fruit abilities. To have unexpectedly grasped a fragment of observation Haki and awakened armament Haki by fortuitous chance was already a delightful surprise for Long E. His life stretched ahead of him, and there was no need to obsess over transient gains or losses. Very well, let us meet Sengoku. That old fellow has been nagging me all the way. In order to facilitate Long Yi's training in armament Haki, the speed of the warship carrying Zephyr and his companions had to be significantly reduced, resulting in a journey that normally would have taken 15 days extending to a full 24. Throughout those 24 days, Sengoku had not ceased his urging. With a wave of his left hand, Zephyr signaled for Ein to take charge of the ship's docking. He then led Long E and the accompanying Fujitora down the gangway, officially entering Marineford. As Long E returned to this land he had inhabited for 2 years, the prominent characters of justice on the naval fortress greeted him. Breathing in the fresh sea breeze, the young man felt a sense of disorientation, overwhelmed by myriad reflections. Half a year prior, he had been an ordinary recruit, merely training in the rookie base. Now, 6 months later, not only had he personally vanquished his enemies, but he had also mastered the dual-colored haki, emerging as a formidable new talent in the Navy that instilled fear across the North Sea. The swift changes of fate in life inevitably evoke a sense of melancholy. Ah, is this our Navy's young prodigy? Smaller than I imagined, a frivolous voice, reminiscent of a street ruffian, unexpectedly interrupted Long Yi's reverie as he gazed at the word justice emblazoned on the fortress. Humph. Upon hearing that voice, Zephyr's expression shifted, involuntarily letting out a cold snort, indicating some discord with the newcomer. Meanwhile, Fujitora stood a short distance behind Long Yi, his expression impassive, yet his body instinctively tensed. A natural response when strong opponents encounter one another. Long Yi was filled with bewilderment. As he turned his head, his gaze met the leering face of Admiral Kazan, who was bending down to scrutinize him. Admiral Borsellino, he thought, startled by the sudden appearance of the formidable figure. After composing himself and saluting, he held his breath, his expression grave, refraining from any undue familiarity. The man before him was one of the highest combat powers of the government navy, known for his capricious behavior. Ah, quite impressive indeed, Kazan remarked, straightening up and stroking his chin. He then shifted his attention from Long Yi to the blind swordsman standing behind him. Heh. And who might this be? The instincts of a strong warrior warned Kazan of the potential peril posed by the enigmatic blind swordsman. Considering the safety of Marinford, he narrowed his eyes behind his tinted glasses and casually inquired. This is Sir Ikemen, Zifa began, reluctantly breaking his silence, despite his aversion to conversing with this ill-suited student. However, when it came time to introduce Fujitora, the elderly man hesitated, seemingly pondering his choice of words. Ha, I am merely this young lad's retainer, Fujitora said with a slight smile, gesturing towards Long Yi, who appeared utterly astonished at this revelation. Retainer? Kazan mused, casting a glance at Fujitora's purple kimono. Only those hailing from Wano wore such attire, and that land, renowned for its samurai, indeed had concepts of lords and retainers. Yet, he found it hard to believe that a warrior of equal strength would willingly serve as a mere retainer to a child, even if that child were destined to become the next head of the Night Sword family. I have already informed Sengoku of Sir Ikemen's arrival. He had no objections. Borsellino. Do not meddle, Zifa said with a hint of irritation, his patience wearing thin. He knew Kazar's presence here was no coincidence, yet the Admiral's unpredictable nature was quite bothersome. All right, Teacher Zifa, Kazan replied, raising his hands in mock surrender. He chose not to press further about Fujitora and redirected his focus back to Long Yi, who appeared somewhat anxious. With a teasing glint in his eyes, Kazan elongated his words. In truth, I have no particular business. Merely curious to see what our young Navy prodigy is like. It would be convenient for future interactions. Kazan's words seemed to imply something deeper. Yet Long Yi could not grasp the underlying meaning, leaving him in silence. Very well, young lad. We shall have ample time to get to know each other later. I will take my leave for now. With a carefree turn, Kazan waved goodbye, leaving behind an exasperated Zifa and a silent Long Yi and Fujitora. As Kazan strolled along the streets of Marinford, he disregarded the salutes from the patrolling Marines. Suddenly, a lewd smile crept across his face, and he exaggeratedly muttered to himself. How frightening. The youth these days awaken their haki at such a young age. It seems Mariewa will be lively in the future. Meanwhile, in the office of the Marine Admiral, Sengoku sat behind his desk, fingers interlocked before him, gazing intently at the man across from him. Akainu, it would be wise for you to remain composed and not seek trouble with that boy. Sitting with his legs crossed on the sofa, Akainu's expression remained stoic. Upon hearing Sengoku's warning, he merely replied coolly, I have no intention of clashing with the Navy's talents, but I must see for myself what that boy is capable of. If he truly possesses the abilities you claim, then so be it, otherwise. Akainu's unfinished statement caused Sengoku's brow to furrow deeply. However, a moment later, Sengoku's expression softened as he smirked knowingly at Akainu. Rest assured, he will not disappoint you. Chapter 46. The Navy's mad dog. Only by standing directly before Akainu could one truly grasp the immense pressure emanating from the man known as Sakazuki. When this admiral's gaze swept over Long Yi, the battle-hardened youth felt as if he were being scorched by molten lava, burning against every inch of his skin. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a clear cough interrupted Akainu's oppressive scrutiny of Long Yi. Sengoku, with a gentle demeanor, ignored Akainu's hostile gaze and smiled warmly at Long Yi, who had noticeably grown since their last meeting. I am aware of the events in the North Blue. Well done, Lieutenant Long Yi. At this compliment, Long Yi immediately straightened his posture and saluted solemnly. It was my duty, Admiral. Though he felt a momentary sense of relief, Long Yi dared not relax completely. He had initially thought his return was merely to report to Sengoku, but the presence of Akainu, who seemed to be waiting specifically for him, added an air of tension. Surely, I have not offended him. Long Yi mused to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Hey Sengoku, this is Sir Ikemen, Zifa. Seemingly aware of Long Yi's discomfort, stepped forward, positioning himself between Akainu and Long Yi, allowing Fujitora to be seen. Sir Ikemen, greetings. Although Sengoku had already heard of the powerful ally accompanying Long Yi, he was still momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fujitora in person. Such extraordinary beings were rare, and he never expected one to forge a connection with a youth like Long Yi. Allowing a stranger into Marinford, Sengoku, how can you call yourself an admiral? Are you not concerned he harbors ill intentions? Akainu sneered, abruptly rising from his seat and confronting Fujitora, scrutinizing the scars etched across his face. He raised his chin slightly, inquiring sternly, Stranger, answer me honestly. Who are you, and what is your purpose in Marineford? His voice thundered like a tempest, brimming with aggression and dominance. As if to declare, I am Sakazuki. Enough. Sengoku slammed his palm against the desk, his expression darkening. Akainu's behavior was a blatant disregard for his authority as the Marine Admiral. It was not only Sengoku who felt this way. Zifa's expression also reflected his discontent. For Fujitora was indeed his responsibility. I am Ikemen, hailing from Ueno. I am merely here to observe, Fujitora replied calmly, unfazed by the intense pressure bearing down on him. The overwhelming force of Akainu dissipated as quickly as it had come, and with a tranquil demeanor, he continued, just here to observe? Is the Marine headquarters a sightseeing spot? It seems the Navy is quite underestimated. Fujitora's response evidently did not satisfy Akainu, whose brows furrowed deeper. His temperature rising as wisps of smoke began to emanate from his red uniform. After a moment's hesitation, Fujitora firmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The silent ground trembled, and the air was charged with the impending eruption of a volatile volcano. The two were on the brink of confrontation. Uncle Ikemen is my friend. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Yi could no longer contain his indignation. Fujitora had come to Marineford because of him. And now this mentor and friend was being relentlessly provoked by Akainu. It was both a matter of sentiment and reason for Long Yi to side with Fujitora, even though he was acutely aware that doing so would irrevocably alienate Akainu. Do you possess the authority to speak here, Lieutenant Long Yi? There is only a name that can be mispronounced, never a nickname that can be misused. The current Akainu resembled a rabid dog that had broken free from its chains, ready to bite anyone in sight. The utterance of Long Yi ignited a fierce wrath within him. The current Admiral, Akainu, brazenly turned his back, fully exposing himself to Fujitora, who matched his strength. Cracking his knuckles, he fixed his gaze intently on Long Yi's eyes. Within Akainu's stare, Long Yi beheld a tumult of molten lava. Cold sweat instantly drenched his attire, and under the unrestrained pressure of Akainu's domineering aura, Long Yi felt his knees weaken, an overwhelming urge to kneel surging within him. The voice inside him screamed in desperation, and the stubbornness deeply ingrained in his being refused to yield. Clenching his teeth until they nearly shattered, his eyes blazed with defiance. Admiral Sakazuki, a man worthy of trust. The ominous energy within him was inadvertently stirred by the oppressive aura, and a faint crimson glow began to veil Long Yi's eyes. Seeing this, Zephyr's expression darkened. Just as he was about to intervene against Akainu, he was halted by the arm of Sengoku, who had risen unbeknownst to him. Watch quietly. Do not speak, Sengoku advised, his glasses catching the light, obscuring his eyes from Zephyr's view. Eager to inquire, Zephyr found Sengoku raising a finger to his lips, shushing him with an enigmatic demeanor. Everything was within the strategist's control. Gazing at Sengoku's countenance, Zephyr felt an impulse to strike him, yet he ultimately restrained the urge, considering various factors. Meanwhile, the standoff between Long Yi and Akainu persisted. Are you aware of what you are doing, Lieutenant? Akainu sneered, his tone growing increasingly somber, while his formidable aura intensified. Report, Admiral Sakazuki, I am aware. With all his might, Long Yi unleashed his dual-colored haki, solidifying the ominous energy behind him. Under the incredulous gazes of Zephyr and Sengoku, the Phantom of Kazan re-emerged, exhibiting an unexpectedly agile demeanor as it offered a provocative grin towards Akainu. With a grave expression, Akainu observed Long Yi and the eerie specter behind him, falling into a rare silence. Just as Long Yi presumed that Akainu was trapped and this matter would remain unresolved, Akainu suddenly unleashed a fierce punch towards Long Yi's face. Thud, thud, thud. The violent pounding of Long Yi's heart surged beyond its usual limits. his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixated on the ever-enlarging fist before him. Without a moment to contemplate, he drew the purple blade from his waist, retaliating with fervor. Yet, before his sword could strike, an overwhelming force of haki descended upon him, inducing an uncontrollable hesitation in the young warrior's movements. "Do you dare to strike me?" The momentary disorientation enveloped him as Akainu's arrogant voice echoed in his ears. "What could possibly deter me?" he roared defiantly. As the black armament haki intertwined seamlessly with the blade of the purple sword, Long Yi's youthful visage contorted into a fearsome grimace. Resembling a demon escaped from the depths of hell, the ominous energy surged, and the cold gleam of the blade flickered in his grip. With the brim of his hat casting a shadow over his face, Akainu's lips curled into a slight smirk. Time seemed to freeze as Akainu's fist suddenly halted, and Long Yi's strike fell short. Gasping for breath, Long Yi collapsed to the ground, appearing as though he had just emerged from a tumultuous sea. "Sengoku, I am departing," Akainu remarked casually, acknowledging Sengoku as he turned away, brushing past Fujitora. "Do not entertain thoughts of actions detrimental to the Navy. I shall keep a watchful eye on you." Before exiting, the Admiral delivered a low warning to Fujitora. "Understood," Fujitora nodded, voicing no dissent. It was not until Akainu had left the room that Fujitora quietly murmured to himself, a fist devoid of murderous intent, yet a back brimming with malice. "Is it testing me while also assessing that young lad?" Pausing momentarily, the blind swordsman suddenly smiled. Intriguing. Chapter 47, The Ominous Stirring of Spirits. The unfathomable nature of humanity after Akainu's departure, the phantom of Kazan behind Long Yi became animated, revealing a look of disappointment. Glancing down at Long Yi, who was still panting heavily, the specter smirked contemptuously, its eyes filled with derision. It then turned to survey the other occupants of the room, licking its lips, unabashedly displaying its greed. The once composed Fujitora suddenly furrowed his brow, drawing his sword. His clouded gaze fixated on the space behind Long Yi, as if sensing an impending threat. The ominous energy spread, and both Zephyr and Sengoku exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they instinctively tensed, clenching their fists tightly. Kazan merely scoffed, a mocking grin adorning his face. How could mere mortals contend with divine spirits? "Return to whence you came." Realizing the abnormality behind him, Long Yi bellowed with authority. Summoning his waning strength, the young warrior half knelt on the ground, desperately resisting Kazan's incessant whispers echoing within his mind. "Why resist? If only you would allow us to merge." The alluring voice of Kazan resonated in Long Yi's heart. "Return to whence you came." Long Yi remained unfazed, merely guiding the rampaging power of the ghostly deity towards tranquility. Consider this a temporary reprieve. However, it won't be long before you are entirely mine." Feeling the oppressive force weighing upon him, Kazan surprisingly refrained from resisting. With a sinister grin, he uttered a final remark before merging once more into Long Yi's being. The phantom dissipated, and the malevolent aura faded. Only upon completely retracting the ghostly power coursing through him did Long Yi release the shackles of his mind. Exhaling a deep sigh, casting a lingering glance at the panting youth, Fujitora sheathed his sword. Both Zephyr and Sengoku remained silent, even with their extensive experiences braving life's tempests. The bizarre scene before them left them momentarily entranced. After exchanging a glance, the two elders bore a hint of solemnity in their eyes. Every action of Akainu was within Sengoku's grasp, yet the peculiar transformation of Long Yi's ghostly power exceeded the strategist's expectations. "Long Yi, what transpired just now?" After considerable contemplation, Sengoku resolved to clarify the matter regarding Kazan's phantom. The first time he encountered the ghostly power, the Crimson Spectre did not exhibit a sardonic smile. Upon hearing this inquiry, Long Yi offered a wry smile and weakly replied, "Just now, Admiral Sakazuki's domineering presence was overwhelming. My dual-colored haki was insufficient to withstand it, awakening the ghostly power within me without my summons, and it instinctively surged forth. As for that arrogant phantom, Commander, rest assured, Kazan remains a latent threat within me. As that audacious ghost proclaimed, my proficiency with the ghostly power will only deepen, amplifying Kazan's influence over me." Long Yi remained untroubled by this. He understood that once Kazan's sway reached its zenith, he would be presented with the opportunity to embark upon a second vocation. The Dark Sovereign, surpassing the 100 demons, the sole reaver, ghost cry. "Are you certain?" Despite Long Yi's response, Sengoku's eyes still glimmered with trepidation. The youth's enigmatic power posed a significant risk to him, the Marine Admiral. After unshackling the chains, whether it led to life or death, one must take a gamble. If all else fails, then perhaps Uncle Isho can be the one to end my life first. Long Yi's demeanor was calm, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. In this world, nothing comes without a cost. To transition into a devil hunter, he must bear the risk of divine retribution, a necessary price for power. Amidst the grand epic, the youth struggles desperately for survival, yet remains unafraid of death. In the holy land of Mariewa, the celestial dragons held their banquet as usual. However, today's feast was markedly different. The atmosphere was devoid of laughter and cheer, instead cloaked in an eerie silence. Although there were occasional clinks of glasses, they only served to amplify the sense of desolation. The self-proclaimed descendants of the Creator's side, each face etched with sorrow, drowning their woes in wine, counting the days. The outsider, that little bastard, would soon arrive in Mariewa. A tipsy celestial dragon slurred, mentioning the approaching youth with an air of disdain and contempt. Shh, keep it down. After all, that low-born wretch is now considered part of the Nightsword clan. Upon hearing this, another celestial dragon hastily interjected, cautioning that they, as minor nobles, lacked the audacity to provoke the might of the Nightsword clan. What is the matter? Our keys are about to fall into someone else's hands. Are we not allowed to voice our concerns? Those keys belong to all celestial dragons, not just the Nightsword clan. The initial speaker, bolstered by his companion's words, drunkenly unleashed a tirade against Taizen of the Nightsword clan, accusing him of senility and declaring that the celestial dragons would eventually be obliterated by the clan's arrogance. The other celestial dragon nobles, though outwardly anxious, inwardly cheered, for the inebriated outburst resonated with their sentiments. Suddenly, applause echoed from the entrance of the banquet hall, inciting the drunken celestial dragon's fury as he instinctively prepared to curse. However, upon catching sight of the newcomer, the vile words died on his lips. It was Jack Angrouse, the scion of the illustrious Angrouse family. Jack. The celestial dragon stammered, cold sweat beading on their brows, trembling like leaves in the wind. To slander one of the 5 great families in Mariewa was tantamount to a death sentence. Oh, do not mind me. I merely happened to pass by. Jack's slitted eyes sparkled with mischief, his handsome face pallid yet striking. With flowing golden locks and a tall, statuesque frame, he resembled a prince from a fairy tale, if not for the subtle menace that marred his allure. Casually lifting a glass of wine, Jack hummed a tune, gliding gracefully before the agitated celestial dragon, his eyes brimming with mirth. Do continue. I am listening. Faced with Jack's gaze, the celestial dragon swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear, and dared not utter another word. With a smile more grotesque than tears, he pleaded for Jack's mercy. Master Jack, I was merely inebriated and disrespected the 5 great families. I truly deserve punishment. I truly do. As he spoke, the self-important noble began to strike his own plump face, each slap leaving ghastly marks. Since you are aware of your transgressions, then perish. Jack's playful demeanor belied the coldness in his eyes as he placed a hand on the noble's shoulder. With a thud, the rotund celestial dragon's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Now that the little interlude is over, let us discuss matters of significance. He retrieved a white satin handkerchief to wipe his hands, casually tossing it atop the corpse. I wish to host a grand welcoming party and require your assistance. Chapter 48. First Encounter, Drawing the Sword for the World. The holy land of Mariewa represents nothing but sin and corruption. Slave trade, arms dealing. It is both the most resplendent and the most sordid place, the epicenter of the world and the seat of the world government. Little wretch. I shall first pay my respects to the commander-in-chief and will seek you out later. The bald elder nodded slightly to Long Yi and the Nightsword clan's guardian. As Kizaru ambled away, humming a tune, hands tucked into his pockets, the former Marine Admiral, now the supreme commander of the world government, Steelbone Kong, was present. It was entirely reasonable for Kizaru, as an admiral, to pay homage to his superior. The arrival of Long Yi was silent and unobtrusive, apart from a select few. Including the bald old man, none in Mary Geos were aware of the boy's discreet presence. Long Yi, you have come, the bald elder spoke with a gentle demeanor, his previous shrewdness and sharpness nowhere to be seen. Observing Long Yi, who had grown significantly taller since half a year ago, he smiled faintly and reached out to ruffle the boy's black hair. Lord Taizen. No, Grandpa Taizen. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, facing Taizen, one of the 5 elders, still left Long Yi feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had nominally joined the Taizen clan, he bore no noble blood within him. Deep down, he remained Long Yi, not Taizen Long Yi. Good. Nodding repeatedly, Taizen wore a smile. In truth, with his experience, he could easily discern Long Yi's unease. However, the mere fact that the boy was willing to address him as Grandpa filled him with joy. He believed that even without blood ties, Sincere emotions would ultimately foster a sense of belonging to the Kazan family within the boy. Ahem. Master of the house, mind your position. A clear cough interrupted, revealing the displeasure of the clan guardian, Kazan Zongsho. Frankly, it was the first time he had witnessed the bald elder exhibit such warmth towards a junior. Even when young Master Gungshiro was present, the elder had always maintained a stern demeanor, never displaying such amiability. Oh, Long-yi, this is your clan guardian, Grandpa Zongsho. Unfazed by the reminder from Zongsho, the bald elder gestured towards the long-haired man with a stern expression and gently introduced him to Long-yi. Clan guardian Grandpa. Having resolved to enter the Kazan family to study swordsmanship, Long-yi naturally adjusted his mindset. He suppressed his emotions and offered a slight bow to the stern Zongsho. Spare me. With a cold snort, Kazan Zongsho showed no kindness regarding Long-yi, the nominal heir of the Kazan family, with a distinctly unfriendly demeanor. A heavy silence enveloped Long-yi as he remained speechless. He cast a fleeting glance at the bald elder, and upon noticing that the head of the Yado god clan merely frowned without any further reaction, he dismissed the thought of speaking again. Did he truly believe he had developed an addiction to being subservient? The bald elder was one matter, after all. The concern emanating from him was genuine and had provided Long-yi with an unparalleled opportunity amidst opposition. Like Karp, Long-yi was more than willing to address him as grandfather. However, what had the guardian of the Yado god clan ever done for him? Long-yi harbored no inclination to press his warm cheek against a cold shoulder. Enough of this. Let us return home. Perhaps sensing the discord between Long-yi and the guardian of the Yado god clan, the bald elder grasped Long-yi's hand and turned to leave. Leaving the guardian alone, seething with resentment, he would inevitably be driven away. The guardian's expression was one of indignation, his hair bristling with fury. Yet, upon recalling the long, enchanted blade wielded by the bald elder, his spirit deflated like a punctured balloon. Was he truly to entrust the demon slayer to an outsider? Murmuring to himself, despair clouded the guardian's visage. In the secluded courtyard, Yado god Jingxue did not tend to her blade. Instead, she sat in stillness. She knew he had arrived. The nominal young master of the Yado god clan, the boy destined to wield the demon slayer, Long-yi, had come. Long-yi, enter. The bald elder stepped into the courtyard first, ushering in the individual who followed. It was a youth even younger than Yado god Jingxue had envisioned. Clad in a white naval uniform, his hair tied back, and a purple katana at his waist. He was slightly shorter than her, yet comparable in stature. Long-yi, this is Jingxue, your future. The bald elder began to introduce the girl in the courtyard, but suddenly faltered. After a moment of hesitation, he maintained his composure and continued, Guardian. Long-yi was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the serene young girl with flowing white hair. He found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the term guardian as mentioned by the bald elder. Noticing the confusion in Long-yi's eyes, the elder continued to elucidate. In every generation of the Yada family, there exists a Yu beside the family head. The Yu is the closest and most trusted individual, willing to lay down their life for the head at any moment. In your generation, Jingxue is the Yu. With that, Yada Jingxue gracefully rose, donned her shoes, and positioned herself about 10 paces away from Long-yi. Drawing the Black Knight Guardian from her waist, she spoke softly, her voice akin to the sweet melody of a lark. I am Yada Jingxue. I look forward to your guidance. Observing the young girl, devoid of any murderous intent, yet brandishing her sword against him, Long-yi felt 3 lines of black tension appear on his forehead. He cast a glance at the somewhat embarrassed bald elder and murmured softly, is this truly my guardian? One who draws her blade upon our first encounter? As he spoke, the youth discreetly unsheathed his purple blade. I cannot help it. Jingxue's nature is simply like this. You shall have to manage it yourself. The bald elder replied with a wry smile, retreating to the side and leaving space for the 2 sword-wielding individuals. Allow me to ask. Is this our first meeting? Without acknowledging the elder's expression, Long-yi assumed a defensive stance without rushing to attack. The demeanor of Yada Jingxue baffled him, and he found it impossible to fathom the thoughts of the white-haired girl before him. Indeed, Long-yi refrained from launching an attack, and Yado god Shizuki remained motionless, merely responding to him with a calm remark, then we bear no animosity, do we? Long-yi pressed on with his inquiry. None, Shizuki replied, gently shaking her head, her expression remaining unchanged. Are you curious to ascertain whether I am worthy of being the young master? Are you testing my strength? After much contemplation, Long-yi could only arrive at this relatively plausible conclusion. No, to his surprise, the girl denied it once more. Then you. Long-yi furrowed his brows in confusion. I merely expressed my stance. I will draw my sword against you, yet I shall not perish for your sake. Yado Shinketsuki spoke softly, her tone indifferent, as piercing as the cold wind. The first encounter between the boy and the girl was hardly amicable. Chapter 49. Yado Clan. On the day Yado Shinketsuki was born, snow fell upon Mariewa. Unlike other infants, she did not shed tears. During her childhood, when the other children at the dojo bullied her for her naturally white hair, she remained unperturbed. Even when her arms were swollen and bruised from solitary sword practice, she did not cry. When others expressed their disdain and openly referred to her as the cursed snow princess, she still did not weep. In her blue eyes lay an emptiness. Within her small world, there existed only herself. However, unbeknownst to others, one night, Yado Shinketsuki secretly inquired of the clan leader. "Where are my parents?" The head of the Yado clan remained silent, merely turning to retrieve a long-prepared sword box. Inside the precious purple sandalwood box lay a pristine white long sword, the famed blade, named Ketsuki. From that day forth, the girl acquired a new passion, polishing her sword. Yado Shinketsuki did not initiate an attack. She merely stood quietly, holding her sword. Yet, despite the girl's indifferent demeanor, Long E felt an undeniable pressure, as though confronting an emotionless block of ice. The standoff persisted until Long E suddenly moved, launching a fierce assault. After numerous bloody battles, fear had long been absent from his vocabulary. To discern strength from weakness, one must test it. "Ha!" he exclaimed as the purple light of his sword flashed. His strike swift as lightning. The display was formidable, yet he retained a degree of restraint. After all, the girl before him was not an enemy. And this was not a fight to the death. Yado Shinketsuki remained silent, making no visible movement. With a gentle flick of her sword, she effortlessly deflected Long Yi's strike, as if a soft breeze had merely brushed against the surface of a lake. At this sight, Long Yi's eyes lit up. Outsiders might fail to grasp the intricacies, but he had at least begun to glimpse the path of swordsmanship. The seemingly mundane flick she executed was, in truth, a masterful defensive maneuver. Intriguing. With renewed focus, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Long Yi's eyes as he countered with a swift slash, the sword light cleaving through the air. Observing that Long Yi's strike could detach from the blade, Yado Shintaisen, who was spectating nearby, displayed a hint of surprise. However, a moment later, the bald elder adjusted his glasses, a smile creeping across his face as he murmured, "Well, truly deserving of my attention." Meanwhile, the battle continued, Long Yi's wicked slash possessing considerable power, yet it failed to captivate Yado Shinketsuki's attention. Yado clan. Be sting. A glimmer flashed in her blue eyes as Yado Shinketsuki quietly drew her sword. A simple thrust forward shattered Long Yi's wicked slash, transforming it into fleeting motes of light that dissipated into the air. Long Yi's eyes widened in disbelief at the astonishing scene before him. Despite racking his brain, he could not fathom why the opponent's seemingly feeble sword strike had breached his slashing wave. He retreated a few steps, increasing the distance between them. With a solemn expression, Long Yi inquired about the technique used. "Is it the secret swordsmanship of the Yado god family?" Upon hearing his question, Yado god Tsurugi hesitated slightly, offering no words but a mere nod. Upon receiving her affirmation, a look of elation spread across Long Yi's face as he prepared his sword stance once more. Addressing Yado god Tsurugi, "Behold my strike." Yet, as the words left his lips, he suddenly recalled something, casting an inquiring glance at the bald elder observing the duel. "Proceed without restraint," the elder replied nonchalantly. To him, the sparring between Long Yi and Yado god Tsurugi was merely child's play. Under his watchful gaze, no unforeseen mishaps could possibly occur. Wave imprint, activate. Azure evil light slash. With the elder's affirmation ringing in his ears, Long Yi felt unshackled by any reservations. The esoteric wave imprint spun above his head, his eyes suddenly turning a ghostly white as the power within him surged violently, all coalescing into the purple orb in his grasp. "Be cautious," he bellowed, unleashing a beam of sword light. A slashing wave, 3 to 4 times greater than before, tore through the air, hurtling towards the young girl. Excellent. Despite having anticipated the intensity, the elder could not help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing Long Yi's unleashed sword wave. Nevertheless, he had no intention of intervening, knowing that such a strike would not pose a threat to Yado god Tsurugi. Throughout the encounter, the girl's expression remained unchanged. It was one sword strike, now another, identical in technique and yielding the same result. A vague sound escaped Long Yi's lips as he stood frozen in place. Moments later, a resigned smile crept onto his face as he slightly raised his hand. "All right, I concede." Yado god Tsurugi offered no further response. merely nodding gently as she sheathed her sword. Without exchanging another word with Long Yi, she turned with Yado Mamoru and departed for the house. Applause echoed from a distance. The bald elder's clapping caused Long Yi to feel a flush of embarrassment. From beginning to end, he had failed to impose any semblance of threat upon the expressionless girl. Unbeknownst to him, his previously inflated sense of pride was utterly shattered by her exquisite swordsmanship. After witnessing Yado God Suriaki's remarkable skill, he was forced to admit that he had yet to earn the right to arrogance in the realm of swordsmanship. In a contest of technique, you fall short of her. Yet in a life-and-death struggle, she is no match for you, the bald elder remarked gently, patting Long Yi's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. No, strength is strength. There is no need for justification, Long Yi replied, sheathing his sword as he cast a deep glance in the direction where Yado God Suriaki had departed. The elder, not wishing to linger on the matter, focused on the spinning wave imprint above Long Yi's head. His curiosity piqued. Your swordsmanship is quite unique. Which school do you belong to? Long Yi was momentarily taken aback, then pointed at his pale waves of eye and replied to the bald elder with a blend of sincerity and jest. This is not a martial school, rather. It is my unique ability. If I were to name it, it should be called Wave Swordsmanship. Waves, you say? The bald elder echoed the name, then smiled with understanding. By the way, you witnessed the Night God Flow swordsmanship used by Jing Shui earlier, did you not? What are your thoughts? Recalling the simplicity of those two strikes that shattered the evil light slash, Long Yi's expression turned resolute. It is formidable. I wish to learn it. Hearing Long Yi's affirmation, the bald elder burst into hearty laughter, filled with joy. No problem, I shall teach you. Remember, our Night God family swordsmanship is known as the Night God Flow. Savoring the three characters of Night God Flow, Long Yi couldn't help but nod approvingly. What a splendid name. Indeed, it is. The bald elder laughed heartily once more, unconsciously stroking the ghost cutter cradled in his arms. Amidst their laughter, the elder and the youth departed the tranquil courtyard. Meanwhile, a piece of news spread quietly within the Night God family. The outsider youth, now recognized as Night God Long Yi, would participate in the family's initiation ceremony the following day, officially becoming the young master of the Night God clan. A tide of undercurrents began to swell. Chapter 50. The young man in white with black hair within the Night God family. There exists a hierarchy, where the direct line is esteemed and the collateral line is deemed lesser. The direct lineage, being singular, is tasked with subduing the ghost cutter, while the collateral descendants expand and encircle the main house, safeguarding the family's interests. This has been the tradition for 8 centuries. However, this custom faced unexpected challenges during the era of Night God Taisan. First, the direct heir, Night God Gungshiro, defied the entire clan's opposition by eloping with a woman of common birth from Marie Joa to seek refuge in the East Sea. Now, an enigmatic youth has ascended to the Night God family, becoming the new young master. Though publicly, the collateral descendants refrained from voicing their dissent due to the long-standing authority of Night God Taisan. Privately, the 300 inner disciples murmured amongst themselves, expressing concerns that the family's downfall was inevitable due to Taisan's decisions. Nonetheless, the ceremony for the appointment of the young master proceeded as scheduled. Rising leisurely from the exclusive bath meant for him alone, Long Yi stretched contentedly. He gazed at the sky, where dawn was breaking. Politely declining the offer of a nearby male attendant, Long Yi took the towel from his hands and began to dry himself meticulously. The soft fabric brushed against the scars on his body, and the youth's expression remained neutral. However, the gruesome knife and gun wounds drew sharp intakes of breath from the attendants, who realized that none of the other descendants of the Night God family bore such marks. This new young master was indeed unlike the others. Once Long Yi had dried himself, one attendant steadied his nerves and respectfully presented a large wooden tray. Young master, please change your attire. Glancing at the white kimono on the tray, Long Yi nodded. Having joined the Night God family, he understood the necessity of adhering to certain customs. He could not continue to wander about in a naval uniform. With the attendant's assistance, he donned the plain white kimono and casually tied his black hair back. Lomi picked up the purple blade and affixed it to his waist, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Ah, quite dashing indeed. The youth in the mirror did not possess a strikingly handsome visage, yet there was an innate air of heroism about him. Although he was still in the throes of adolescence, his physique, honed through relentless training, far surpassed that of his peers, belied his mere 14 years. His long black hair was casually tied at the back, exuding a sense of nonchalance. The purple katana hung at his side, its sharpness subtly restrained. The simple yet elegant white kimono bore unique patterns, adding a touch of individuality. The sleeves and hem were adorned with pale blue wave motifs, while the collar featured the family crest of the Yado clan, a crescent moon and a blade. Turning around, Longi casually inquired of the nearby attendants, "What do you think?" These attendants, mere servants of the Yado clan, dared not utter a word of dissent, all nodding in fervent approval. Fearful of inciting the ire of the clan's next young master. Such insincerity. Longi chuckled, indifferent to the attitude of the attendants around him. They were merely common individuals, motivated by monetary gain. Otherwise, the other scions of the Yado god family would not treat him so amiably. "Let us proceed to the battlefield," he quipped lightly, placing his hand gently upon the purple orb at his waist, and he was the first to stride out of the courtyard, followed promptly by the attendants. Awaiting the youth beyond was a path that could lead to either extraordinary heights or the depths of despair. In the grand dojo of the Yado god family, 300 inner disciples stood in anticipation. Before these disciples were representatives from various branches. At the forefront stood 3 individuals, the head of the Yado god family, Yado god Taizan, the previous master of the family, Yado god Zongsho, and the current master, Yado god Jingxue. All were waiting for the arrival of a certain individual. Suddenly, the sound of wooden clogs striking the ground echoed from the entrance, causing the expressions of the Yado god disciples to shift dramatically. With resentment and unwillingness, they reluctantly formed 2 lines, creating a passageway. As the pathway cleared, a figure abruptly appeared at the threshold, black-haired and clad in white. The youth bore a sword. He cast a glance at the varied expressions of the 300 Yado god disciples, his face betraying no emotion. Ignoring the piercing gazes directed at him, he advanced steadily forward, step by step, with a calm and measured pace. Cold laughter, derisive remarks, and murmurs of anger arose amongst the black-clad disciples of the Yado god family, and Longi could discern that none of it was laced with goodwill. Observing the figure in white, Yado god Taizan found himself momentarily entranced. Many years prior, he had witnessed a similar scene, though the individual then was known as Yado god Jingxiu. In response to the subtle movements of the disciples below, Yado god Zongsho merely closed his eyes slightly, feigning ignorance, while Yado god Jingxue remained as composed as ever, detached from the unfolding events. Silence enveloped the dojo. Yado god Taizan snapped back to reality, hearing the rising commotion, and furrowed his brow. With the hilt of his sword resting on the ground, he spoke softly, yet his voice echoed throughout the dojo, rendering it utterly still, so quiet that one could hear a leaf fall. As tranquility returned to the dojo, the only sound remaining was the steady footfalls of Longi. Eventually, he reached the pinnacle of the dojo, standing beside the bald elder, then turned to face the assembly. Yado god Longi, as the young master of the Yado god family, was destined to wield the fabled sword, Goiche. The bald elder spoke solemnly, and with his words, the naval lieutenant Long-E transformed into Yado god Long-E. There was no jubilant cheer, nor any protests. The 300 disciples of the Yado god family remained eerily silent, as if in deathly stillness, lamenting their misfortune and resenting their inaction. Yado god Zongsho sighed softly, approaching Long-E and slightly bowing, presenting the insignia of the Yado god family's young master, a dark-hued sword with a matching scabbard, named Night Hunt. Accepting the esteemed blade, worthy of a place among the 21 finest swords, Long-E sheathed it at his waist alongside the purple orb. At this juncture, the ceremony could be deemed complete. However, the disciples of the Yado god family, under the watchful gaze of Yado god Taizan, dared not provoke Long-E, though it did not imply that he would refrain from seeking trouble at this moment. To live peacefully within the Yado god family, mere protection from Yado god Taizan was far from sufficient. While the black-clad disciples lacked the courage to strike him down, minor troubles would undoubtedly arise incessantly. He loathed complications. "I am aware of your discontent, viewing me as an outsider unworthy of being the young master of the illustrious Yado god family." Long-E, with an expression devoid of emotion, instantaneously captured the attention of all the disciples of the Nightblade sect. Under the incredulous gaze of the sect guardian and the representatives of the branch families, he unsheathed the Night Hunt, directing the blade towards the 300 disciples clad in black. "Thus, I extend to you an opportunity." He paused momentarily, a smirk gracing his lips as he unconsciously licked them. "I, Long-E of the Nightblade sect, hereby issue a challenge to all of you." His eyes radiated unrestrained disdain as the tip of the Night Hunt swept over the astonished black-clad disciples. "Do you dare?" Chapter 51. The Wild Crow and Outsider. A crow flapped its wings and boldly invaded the canary's cage. Unlike those birds born into privilege, this crow had navigated through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, having fought fiercely through mud and rain. Its sharp claws and beak were stained with the blood of its foes. "Do you dare?" There is no need to temper one's edge, nor to conceal one's pride. Upon the platform, the bald elder's eyes sparkled with interest, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. The sect guardian and the representatives of the branch families wore expressions of deep discontent, their brows furrowed tightly. Meanwhile, Nightblade's Jingxue was momentarily taken aback, quietly observing the figure, clad in white with black hair, who pointed his sword at the 300 disciples. The sharpness of the night hunt was directed solely at the adversaries. Who among you shall step forward first? Long stepped forward. The night hunter's sword sweeping with a formidable aura, his gaze piercing. He sought to establish his dominance and secure his position. This battle was inevitable. I shall fight you. Allow me. The Nightblade Divine Musashi, come forth to challenge you. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with fervor. After all, they were scions of prestigious families, born with an inherent pride. When had the haughty descendants of the Nightblade ever been provoked in such a manner? Their faces flushed with indignation, they were ready to draw their swords and rush forth to teach this insolent outsider a lesson. Had it not been for the presence of their patriarch and sovereign on the high platform, who kept them in check. You, and you too, come forth. He casually pointed at 5 individuals, descending from the high platform. The black-clad disciples of the Nightblade were momentarily taken aback, then their brows furrowed in fury, cursing inwardly. This audacious outsider dared to challenge 5 of them simultaneously. How brazen! I offer you this opportunity, make sure to cherish it. As long he spoke, he confidently approached the 5 individuals, coming to a steady halt not far from them. Observing the imminent clash below, the guardian of the Nightblade sect could no longer maintain his composure. He discreetly leaned towards the bald elder, speaking in hushed tones. Patriarch, this is a significant ceremony for the family. We cannot allow. His words were abruptly cut off by the elder's dismissive gesture. It is of no concern. The expression on Yi Daoshin Tai-san's face betrayed no emotion as he cradled his weapon, Guiche, with an indifferent gaze. At Long Yi's position, the black-clad disciples of the Nightblade sect instinctively parted, creating a spacious arena sufficient for the impending duel. Hiki, young master, we shall not hold back today. The 5 individuals, having been singled out by Long Yi, exchanged mischievous glances as they seized bamboo swords from their companions, their faces alight with eagerness. Changed to real swords. Upon seeing the bamboo swords in their hands, a smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Long Yi's mouth. Did they truly believe he had come merely to play? At this pronouncement, the 5 disciples of the Nightblade sect were taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. A real fight. The guardian of the Nightblade sect could no longer maintain his elder demeanor, shouting in exasperation, his face awash with disapproval. Yet the bald elder merely uttered 2 words with indifference. Change swords. The guardian stood frozen, lost in despair. Bamboo swords were mere toys, while real swords could kill. How could he dare? They muttered amongst themselves, glancing at the calm demeanor of the young man before them, their hearts filled with an inexplicable dread. Yet, at that moment, retreat was not an option. With grim faces, they reluctantly unsheathed their exquisite blades, their hands trembling. Now that is more like it. Long Yi licked his parched lips, adopting a combat stance. Initially intending to launch a fierce attack to assert his dominance, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the 5 disciples' expressions just before he struck. Contemplating for a moment, he abandoned his plan to attack first and instead beckoned the evidently inexperienced Nightblade disciples with a slight gesture. Come, kill me. This declaration struck the gathered 300 disciples of the Nightblade sect like a resounding slap, piercing the hearts of the 5 young disciples at the center of the arena like a sharp dagger. I said, come kill me. As Long Yi approached the 5 disciples, arms outstretched and defenseless, their stance radiated blatant contempt. Even a cornered rabbit would bite. How much more so 5 impetuous youths? Long Yi's provocation fueled their rage, causing them to lose their rationality. What if the blades are dull? There will be blood today. 5 gleaming blades, 5 faces contorted with fury. With a light chuckle, Long Yi nodded in satisfaction. Faced with his enraged adversaries, he surprisingly closed his eyes, standing still and unflinching. The watching disciples of the Nightblade sect were momentarily stunned, then erupted in derisive laughter. They had thought him formidable, only to realize he was but a hollow figure, all bluster and no substance. Was he truly seeking death in such a reckless manner? Yet, the events that unfolded in the next moment surpassed their wildest imaginations. As the chilling blades approached, the seemingly hollow figure suddenly opened his eyes, revealing irises as pale as snow. Mysterious symbols spun above his head, and an unseen force surrounded him. A powerful wave erupting from his being. The wave exploded. 5 figures were sent hurtling backward, their precious blades clattering to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The disciples of the Nightblade sect struggled to believe their eyes, unwilling to accept the reality before them. One strike. Merely one strike. Yet the encounter was far from over. After achieving victory with his unique wave force, he had no intention of halting. He casually selected one of the nearest 5 individuals and advanced slowly, sword in hand. You dare. The guardian of the Nightblade sect could hardly fathom Yi's audacity. To openly kill here was beyond belief. He shouted in fury, preparing to draw his sword. But before he could act, an overwhelming aura of malevolence washed over him, nearly rendering him weak at the knees. The patriarch of the Nightblade family, slightly revealing his weapon, spoke with an inscrutable gaze hidden behind his round glasses. Can you? Daoshin Taisan's expression tightened slightly. Without concerning himself with the unfolding drama among the high-ranking figures, He firmly grasped the Night Hunter and approached the unconscious disciple of the Nightblade sect. Stop! How dare you? Cease this at once. The cacophony persisted in his ears as He turned to survey the fearful yet defiant expressions of the surrounding Nightblade disciples. They shouted, they threatened. But none dared to step forward to intervene. He smiled, swiftly grasping the hilt of Yisho's blade. The youth thrust down with ferocity. The threatening words evaporated, replaced by eyes brimming with sheer terror. The disciples of the Night Sword God stared at the blade embedded mere inches from a compatriot, their backs inexplicably drenched in cold sweat. Upon the high platform, the bald elder let out a gentle smile, a sense of relief washing over him. Starting tomorrow, I shall challenge each of you individually. Remember, it is every one of you. With a chilling gaze, He withdrew the blade from the floor. I warn you. Do not provoke me. The Raven of the Night Sword God clan has emerged. Chapter 52. For whom do we fight? The raven, with its claws and beak, ruthlessly tore apart the splendid plumage of the canary, shattering their last remnants of pride. In the end, those once magnificent birds could only cower in the corners of their cage, trembling, not a single one daring to meet the fierce, crimson eyes of the predator. Yi. Return. The bald elder called to Yi below, his voice steady and countenance kind. Yes. Upon hearing the summons, the young man in white sheathed his sword, seemingly shedding all his sharpness. With one last glance at the various expressions of the Night Sword God disciples, he expressionlessly rested his hand on the hilt of his blade and stepped forward slowly. The assembly of black-clad disciples instinctively parted to create a pathway, watching as Yi ascended the high platform once more. Though lacking genuine submission, their hearts were filled with reverence. This was a formidable force they could not suppress. On the high platform, the Night Sword God sect guardian and the representatives from various branches wore expressions of discomfort, yet there was an undercurrent of relief in their eyes. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat, understanding the balance of power, there was no bloodshed, yet the intimidation was more profound than violence. Even the most protective sect guardian of the Night Sword God could not find cause to erupt, a testament to the youth's cunning. Could he truly be just a 14-year-old boy? In that moment, many pondered silently. Night Sword God Jing Shui remained silent, her azure eyes finally focusing on the young man in white. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him, an emotion she had never experienced before. This peculiar feeling caused her brows to furrow slightly, but soon after, she found her answer, her heart gradually at ease. After all, in the Night Sword God family, they were all outliers. Shared suffering? Night Sword God Jing Shui quietly lowered her head, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips, unnoticed by those around her. Yi ascended the high platform, coming to a halt beside the bald elder. You possess courage, the elder remarked with a smile. Yet it still falls short of being sufficient. Yun casually shrugged and responded with a quick remark. The exchange between the two left the Night Sword God sect's guardian nearby with a pale expression, fully aware of the deeper implications of Yi's words. Given his level of discernment, if the youth possessed sufficient audacity, the tip of Night Hunt's blade would not miss its mark. Are you not afraid that I might unleash my wrath upon you? The bald elder calmly gazed into the young man's eyes while lightly touching the sheath of Gui Che's sword. Yi was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. Go ahead. The bald elder shook his head, as today's events had completely shattered his previous perception of Yi. Very well. Yi nodded, stepping forward to the forefront of the gathering. Once he stood firm, a sly smile crept across his face as he waved casually at the disciples of the Nightblade God below, greeting them with an air of nonchalance. Nightblade God Yi, I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Had this transpired before the white-clad youth unsheathed his sword, the disciples might have begrudgingly acknowledged him out of respect for the family head. However, in the present moment, all that greeted him was apprehension and silence. The seemingly harmless youth, who had just moments ago boasted of his desire to kill with unabashed arrogance, now wore a grin and greeted them as if nothing were amiss. This abrupt transformation left them bewildered. No one responded to him, but Longi remained unperturbed. Regardless, he had established his presence here before others dared to trouble him. They would need to weigh their own capabilities. As the young master had proclaimed, there would be a sparring session each day henceforth, and he hoped they were prepared. The bald elder's deep voice resonated, sending a shiver down the spines of the Nightblade God disciples. Pausing, the head of the Nightblade God family emphasized, "Use real blades." The black-clad disciples turned pale at this decree. "All right, Grandfather Tai-san, you know I have matters to attend to today," Longi said, exchanging a knowing glance with the bald elder, his words trailing off. "I understand. Borsellino mentioned it to me. Go ahead, my lieutenant." In an unprecedented display of levity, the head of the Nightblade God family acquiesced to his request to depart. As the white-clad youth exited the dojo, an eerie silence enveloped the vast space. Although no one spoke, every disciple of the Nightblade God was acutely aware a new era was dawning upon the Nightblade God family. At the World Government Headquarters, Kazan leaned casually against the sofa, observing an elderly man intently scribbling on a document not far away. He adjusted his tinted glasses, slightly annoyed, yet surprisingly silent. Before this robust elder, even the Admiral dared not act recklessly. The man before him was named Kong, Steelbone Kong, the former Fleet Admiral of the Navy and the current Commander-in-Chief of the World Government's forces, a figure of immense authority beyond the comprehension of others. After a considerable time, the Commander-in-Chief finally concluded his matters and shifted his attention to Kizaru. Noting Kizaru's evident boredom, Kong spoke in a deep tone, "Borsellino, why are you here alone? What of that little brat mentioned by Sengoku?" Upon hearing Kong's inquiry, Kizaru stood, hands in pockets, his voice trailing off playfully, "Commander-in-Chief, that little brat has officially joined today. But he said he would come." Kong frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the response. Fearing the Commander-in-Chief's wrath, Kizaru raised his hand innocently. "Hey, Commander-in-Chief, spare me, please. Regardless, that little brat is now a celestial dragon, the young master of a top-tier family. I dare not interfere." Celestial dragon, Kong repeated the term, a cold smirk appearing on his lips, after which he fell silent. Just then, a soldier outside announced, "The young master of the Nightblade God family, Longi, requests an audience." "That's him." Kizaru observed Kong and nodded gently. "Let him in." As he relayed the message through the transponder snail, Kong was about to hang up when he seemed to recall something and added, "Allow him to carry his sword." Moments later, Longi, clad in a white kimono, appeared before Kizaru and Kong, two slender swords adorning his waist. "Ah, what a splendid attire. Should I address you as Lieutenant Longi or Holy Longi of the Nightblade God?" Kizaru exclaimed exaggeratedly, fixating on the youth's kimono and the swords at his side. "Reporting to Admiral Borsellino, I am Lieutenant Longi of the Navy headquarters," Longi stated, saluting Kizaru and Kong, then standing at attention without further words. "Lieutenant Longi," Kong began, scrutinizing the tall youth with a serious expression. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief," Longi replied. Longi replied with calm dignity, his gaze unwavering. "Answer me, Second Lieutenant, for whom does your sword fight?" With arms crossed and a serene demeanor, he patiently awaited the youth's response. Chapter 53, The Sword Drawn, Only for Justice an Orphan of Mozar Village? A second lieutenant of the Navy? The heir of the illustrious Night Sword God family? The identity of Longi is intricate. So much so that Kong finds it challenging to ascertain the true thoughts of the young man before him. He has honed his swordsmanship in Marinford, once purged pirates along the shores of the North Sea, and now he stands illustrious among the celestial dragons in Mariehua, elevated above countless others. His name adorned with the term sacred. Yet, for whom will his sword truly fight? Will it be for the common folk who share his plight? Or for the government navy that nurtured his rise? Perhaps for those exalted celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land? Kong remains perplexed, thus he must seek clarity. "Respond to me, Lieutenant." The robust elder crossed his arms, his expression grave. The pronounced muscles and the grotesque scars adorning his physique indicated that this Commander-in-Chief of the world government's military was not merely a figure overseeing from an office. The oppressive aura gradually descended upon Longi, rendering the young man's breaths increasingly labored. He felt an immense pressure before this former Admiral of the Navy. He understood that he must choose his allegiance at this moment. "Reporting to you, Commander." With lips slightly parted and teeth clenched, Longi struggled to articulate his thoughts. "My sword is drawn solely for the injustices of the world." As the words fell, silence engulfed the vast room, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Kong and Kizaru were momentarily taken aback, their expressions peculiar. The young man's response surpassed their expectations. There was no mention of class distinctions between commoners and nobles, nor any discourse on good and evil. The sharp blade resonates solely for the sake of righteousness. Hey, hey, hey. Is it truly wise to speak so in front of the commander, my young lieutenant? Kazan squinted and made exaggerated gestures toward Longi. He approached the young man, hands in pockets, slightly bending forward, his eyes behind the tinted glasses meeting the calm gaze of the youth. I know you are not some naive brat. Even if you are to feign politeness, you ought to at least profess your commitment to the Navy's justice. Do not forget, you are the youngest lieutenant from Marinford. Upon hearing Huang Yuan's words, Long let out a chuckle, remaining silent. Alas, with this attitude, I am unable to assist you, Huang Yuan remarked, clicking his tongue. Shaking his head in a wry smile and heaved a soft sigh, choosing not to elaborate further. Do you understand, Lieutenant? Your score is exceedingly low. Ignoring Huang Yuan, Kong spoke in a grave tone, his gaze fixed intently on Long, furrowing his brow slightly. You must remember, you are always a member of the Navy. A representative of the world government, even an aristocrat, a celestial dragon. With each identity Kong uttered, his tone grew increasingly somber, and by the time he completed his statement, his expression was as cold as ice. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, had it not been for your observation hockey enveloping me. I believe I could have provided a response more to your satisfaction. The young man, standing resolutely in the center of the room, spoke with a serious demeanor, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Furthermore, as he spoke, Long paused, seemingly contemplating whether to continue. Proceed, Lieutenant, Kong gestured, indicating that he should feel free to express himself. Report to the Marshal, I am both a Navy lieutenant and a celestial dragon. However, prior to this, I was simply a person. Or rather, an individual with a clear sense of right and wrong. Are pirates inherently evil? Is the Navy and world government unequivocally just? Are civilians entirely innocent? Should the aristocracy be condemned by birth? The young man did not share such beliefs. Everything possesses duality. Only a child would categorize things as wholly good or bad. Very well, my lieutenant, to speak frankly, your response does not meet the satisfaction of the Commander-in-Chief. As a soldier, your duty is to obey. As an aristocrat, your obligation is to uphold the interests of your family and the world government. Kong crossed his arms, his countenance as hard as iron. Long felt a chill in his heart, unconsciously tightening his fists. Kazan adjusted his brown-tinted sunglasses, remaining silent. The room fell into a moment of stillness. Observing Long's expression devoid of any resentment, the vacant countenance suddenly melted like ice and snow, breaking into a smile. However, your response pleases me greatly. Haha. You are indeed worthy of being that old rascal Karp's disciple. Upon hearing this, Long was momentarily taken aback, somewhat at a loss. Across from him, Kong stood up and approached, patting him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, this temperament resonates with me. Karp has taken on a fine disciple. Kazan smirked slyly, feeling reassured, and discreetly gave Long a thumbs up. Commander, then, do I pass the test? Longi felt somewhat bewildered by Kong's attitude. Still uncertain whether he had passed the test, how could one determine such matters? Laughing heartily, Kong patted Longi on the shoulder with a reassuring expression. His powerful hand softened, causing the young man to grimace. I hope you remember the words spoken today, my young lieutenant. Upon hearing this, Long immediately saluted. Yes, esteemed commander. After Long departed, Kong remained in the room, motionless, gazing at the empty space before reseating himself at the desk. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. My esteemed commander, forgive my candor, but your choice may not be the most prudent. Upon hearing these words, Kong regarded Huang Yuan with an expression that danced between amusement and skepticism. His fingers interlaced on the table. What, is he not one of your navy? Huang Yuan shook his head, recalling the glint in the young man's eyes, and shrugged. That child is unlike me, unlike Mr. Karp, and even unlike any other within the Navy. Esteemed commander, I trust you discern the essence of that child's words concerning injustices. Do you believe there is a scarcity of such injustices within the world government and the Navy? Kong paused, nodding gently. Indeed, there are many. Then, Huang Yuan hesitated. Waving his hand in resignation, are you not concerned that the world government and the Navy, in their fervent efforts, may cultivate not heroes of the Navy, but rather its nemesis? Kong chuckled heartily, his laughter echoing through the room. What of nemesis? As long as he can achieve what I, Karp, and Sengoku were unable to. If he becomes the nemesis of the Navy, can he not also be considered a hero? Not merely a hero of the Navy, but a hero of the world. Then perhaps you should simply hand that young lad over to Mr. Karp's son. It would be far more convenient. Upon hearing Kong's words, Huang Yuan retorted with irritation. No, 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 that fellow Drago's power pales in comparison to our lieutenant. At the very least, he is not a celestial dragon, is he? Recalling the phrase, sword drawn. Solely for the sake of injustice, a surge of fervor ignited within Kong. Who among us was not once filled with passionate zeal? Did he endure a life of battle and hardship merely to occupy this prestigious position, wielding power? A sword drawn for justice is, in essence, the embodiment of one's convictions. Kong understood that Long's response stemmed from an earnest heart. Such an existence is akin to a double-edged sword. If aligned with righteousness, he could become the indomitable god of the Navy, instilling fear in countless pirates. If aligned against it, he could become a harbinger of chaos, disrupting the world government and the Navy from within. Whether he is a deity or a demon lies within the young man's contemplation. Yet, Kong was willing to take that gamble, unperturbed by the potential upheaval it may incite. Chapter 54. The Winds Are Rising. In the unfamiliar surroundings of Marineford, Longy would naturally refrain from wandering aimlessly. Outside the headquarters of the world government, more than a dozen attendants from the Itoji family had long been awaiting his arrival. Young master, over here. Upon seeing Longy emerge, the attendants promptly bowed and prepared to rush forward to greet him. The young man in white shook his head, deeming such formalities unnecessary, and commanded them to remain in place. With measured steps, Longy advanced. However, just as he had traversed halfway, a sinister voice suddenly echoed from behind him, compelling him to halt. Are you the newly appointed young master of the Itoji family, Itoji Longy? A shiver ran through him, and Longy's expression tightened. With a hint of confusion, he turned his head, subtly placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword at his waist. Oh, take it easy. There's no need to be so tense, my brother. Sensing Longy's wariness, the unexpectedly appearing golden-haired youth raised his hand slightly and took a few steps back, as if to indicate that he bore no ill intent. Who are you? Longy spoke in a deep voice, remaining vigilant despite the actions of the stranger before him. The fact that this unfamiliar golden-haired youth could silently approach within 5 meters of him without being detected by his observation haki was indeed telling. Before the young man had a chance to respond, the attendants waiting for Longy suddenly changed their expressions, hurriedly approaching to pay their respects, discreetly shielding Longy behind them. Lord Jack Onlos, a celestial dragon. Among the celestial dragons, males are referred to as lord while females are addressed as lady. Although nobility may not emphasize their status among themselves, the presence of commoners necessitates the use of such titles, symbolizing their rank and adhering to an unbreakable code. Jack Onlos. Ignoring the apprehensive attendants, Jack slightly inclined his head in a noble gesture, a faint smile gracing his pale visage. His gaze was pure and sincere. Longy. The Nightblade god, Longy. Long nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining an impassive expression. He had long desired to behold the heir of the Nightblade clan, and today his wish was finally fulfilled. Jack stepped forward, seemingly intending to draw closer to Long, yet suddenly furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at the attendants obstructing his path. A smile flashed across his face, his slender eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. I am conversing with your young master, who permitted you lowly beings to approach. Enough of this. Today, I am in a good mood. You have 3 seconds to vacate the area or face dire consequences. Jack's tone was laced with casual indifference. Beads of cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the attendants, who bowed their heads in despair, yet none dared to move away. In Marineford, Jack Angraz was a notorious figure, known for his capricious disposition, viewing commoners like them as mere insects. No one took his words lightly, despite their fear of death. They felt compelled to shield Long. Remaining still at this moment was akin to embracing death. However, if they provoked Jack and harmed the new young master of the Nightblade clan, the fate awaiting them would be far worse than death. Very well. You may step back. Long mused briefly before taking the initiative to emerge from the crowd. He was unaccustomed to being shielded by others. Standing before Jack, he gently waved his hand to dismiss the attendants. Young master. The guards displayed expressions of gratitude and guilt, yet their bodies remained unmoving, unwilling to depart. Enough. All of you, leave at once. Do not hinder the exchange between your young master and Lord Jack. Longy scoffed, feigning impatience. In contrast, Jack maintained a serene smile, silently observing everything before him. Under Longy's insistence, the attendants finally retreated to their original positions, albeit their expressions no longer bore any semblance of relaxation, remaining utterly tense and vigilant. Once the attendants had departed, Jack chuckled softly, exclaiming, honestly, what wretched lower-class individuals. Shouldn't they remain in their rightful place? The golden-haired youth shook his head, casting a glance at the expression on Long Yi's face. Long Yi remained silent, merely meeting Jack's gaze with a subtle smile. In the stillness, tension hung palpably in the air. Who were the inferior beings? Was it the attendants in the distance, or the white-clad youth before him? Jack did not clarify, nor did Long Yi inquire further. Observing the depths of his opponent's composure surpassed his expectations, Jack felt a flicker of surprise. This sensation, akin to striking a fist against cotton, unsettled him. The intelligence he had received indicated that this foreign inferior was not of a placid temperament. Could it be that the scoundrel Yadoshin Jinji was deceiving me? Maintaining an impassive facade, Jack's mind raced with thoughts. Hey, young Master Jack, have you ever witnessed blood? Long Yi disregarded the underlying significance of Jack's words and suddenly asked a seemingly foolish question. Jack paused for a moment, then smiled knowingly and nodded. Of course. When I was chastising those beneath me. Oh, pardon me, I meant to say, I have encountered such. He responded to Long Yi with a smile that did not reach his eyes, yet his gaze remained untainted and sincere, an innocent contempt mingled with genuine hostility. Oh. With a subtle smile, Long Yi slowly unsheathed the night hunt. Jack felt a jolt in his heart, followed by a series of cold chuckles. He could not fathom that Long Yi would dare to act against him, especially in a place devoid of support from the Nightblade god, Tai-san. He, Jack Angrouse, was certainly not one of those ineffectual members of the Nightblade family. What, are you upset? Did I utter a word amiss? If so, I can offer my apologies. He said, his eyes narrowing slightly, hands tucked casually into his pockets, exuding an air of unrestrained arrogance. He felt no fear, for he possessed the confidence to stand firm. In this sacred land of Mary Geos, the Angrouse family would not be trifled with. No, why would I be angry? My temper is quite amiable. Long Yi smiled lightly, showing no signs of anger. However, as he spoke, his long knife pierced forward without hesitation. What? Filled with immense dread. Jack could hardly believe the audacity of the youth across from him. In a flash, he instinctively dodged, the cold blade grazing the side of his cheek. My apologies. Just a fly, Long Yi said, adopting an innocent expression. Having failed in his strike, he chose not to pursue further and simply sheathed his sword in silence. You. Jack's palm formed into a blade, and his pale face suddenly flushed crimson. Just as Long Yi lamented that the day was destined for turmoil, Jack abruptly halted, taking a deep breath, reverting to his original demeanor. Oh, I see. I thought you were going to kill me, Jack remarked. Of course not. Why would I deceive you? We are brothers after all, Long Yi said, pulling Jack's shoulder in a friendly manner. Ha ha, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Jack replied, effortlessly freeing himself from Long Yi's grip with a slight smile. In 3 days, I will host a banquet to welcome you. Long Yi, you must grace us with your presence. Brother, the golden-haired youth emphasized the last 2 words deliberately. Certainly. Long nodded, watching Jack depart. Mary Joa. The wind began to stir. Chapter 55, Night Conversations. It was only after Jack Angus and a multitude of servants vanished at the end of the street that Long withdrew his gaze. What difference does it make to be of noble birth? Ultimately, they too fear the sword in his hand. How I long to see how the blood of the aristocracy differs from mine. What a pity. Shaking his head in regret, Long turned to face the astonished attendants. Whatever schemes may unfold, they shall follow. With the gentle breeze at his back, the young man walked with unwavering resolve. That night, in the study of the Nightblade god family, the candlelight flickered. Long Yi sat opposite Yaodao god Tai-san. So, you drew your sword against him? Against that Jack Angus? Upon hearing of the conflict between Long Yi and Jack Angus, the head of the Yaodao family furrowed his brow, his expression growing solemn. His index finger lightly tapped the ancient sheath of the deep in thought. The Angus family, in Mary Joa, stood as a formidable rival to the esteemed Yaodao clan. The young man named Jack Angus, with his golden hair, was the direct grandson of the Angus family, holding a position of considerable significance. Upon Dragon One's arrival, harboring animosity with such individuals could hardly be deemed fortuitous. However, the bald elder contemplated matters beyond this. In his perspective, should the discord between Jack and Dragon One merely stem from youthful bravado, it could be easily dismissed. The worst outcome would entail him, Nightblade god Tai-san, losing face and personally intervening to quell this trivial farce. Yet, if Jack's actions were indeed orchestrated by the elder members of the Angrouse household, with all provocations aimed squarely at the Nightblade god family, then the so-called welcoming banquet in 3 days might devolve into a gathering rife with malice. The Angrouse clan, both the elders and the youth, were a wretched lot. Adjusting his spectacles, the bald elder uttered a frustrated curse without reservation. which prompted Dragon 1 to nod vigorously in agreement. Observing this, the elder fell silent, tempering his expression. A fleeting glance at the boy, who was striving to feign innocence, compelled him to gently poke Dragon 1's forehead. "What are you nodding for? I'm not scolding you, but you, young rascal, are rather impulsive." Feeling the gentle pressure on his forehead, Dragon 1 chuckled but refrained from responding. Since arriving in Marineford, he had become increasingly adept at playing the fool. Witnessing the boy's nonchalant demeanor, the bald elder feigned irritation, muttering with a sardonic chuckle, "What are you laughing at, you little scamp? You nearly harmed a fellow disciple this morning and still show no restraint, yet this afternoon you dare to draw your blade at the very gates of the world government. I find it quite curious. Do you not fear that I might cast you aside as a pawn for the benefit of the Nightblade God family?" Upon hearing this, Longi was momentarily taken aback. He shrugged his shoulders and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Of course I am afraid. However, before I arrived here, a blind old man had already informed me that Mary Geos is a den of dragons and tigers, even with the identity of a celestial dragon. This place would undoubtedly not be welcoming to me." Longi's words piqued the interest of Yado God Tai-san, who smirked and pressed further. "Oh, then you." Recalling the earnest advice given to him by Fujitora before his departure, Longi felt a sudden nostalgia for that straightforward blind uncle. In response to the bald elder's inquiry, he did not hold back, continuing, "That person warned me that Marineford is fraught with danger. Not even someone as inconspicuous as I am can escape unscathed. Even he would struggle to leave here without harm. He also mentioned that if one wishes to cultivate in peace and navigate this world, one must confront challenges head-on. Only by being formidable enough to deter others can one hope for a peaceful existence." As he spoke, Longi met the bald elder's gaze with a cheeky grin. "Old man, I have certainly shown enough grit today, haven't I? First, I pointed my sword at the 300 fellow disciples, and then I drew my blade directly at the heir of the Angraus family." The boy's demeanor was indeed resolute. The bald elder shook his head, no longer feigning anger, and felt a twinge of guilt for having drawn the 14-year-old boy into the mire of Marineford. "Of course, this was all predicated on your unwavering support, old man. However, that person said, since you can withstand immense pressure to grant me the identity of a celestial dragon, as long as I do not seek my own demise, I will surely remain safe within the Yado God household." Fujitora smiled, his blindness not hindering his insight. In just a few words, he illuminated a clear path for Longi. "What that person said is quite astute, and you have measured your actions well." Reflecting on how long he had pierced the air beside the Yado God disciple's side just an inch away that morning, the bald elder felt a wave of emotion. "It is a pity. He initially intended to accompany me, yet I turned him away, which would have spared us much trouble." Before departing from Marineford, Longi had pondered deeply and ultimately rejected Fujitora's kind offer to accompany him, insisting he disembark from the ship. Marineford was simply not a suitable place for that candid blind uncle. What? Is he not strong enough? Do you consider him a burden? The bald elder found it difficult to comprehend. If the person Longi spoke of were to come, the boy's situation in Marineford would surely be more favorable. "No, he is quite strong. It is just that he is blind now, and I cannot bear the thought of him witnessing anything distasteful." The elder did not question how a blind person could see or what could be deemed unworthy of sight. "And what of tomorrow? Will you continue to stand firm?" Changing the subject, Yado God Tyson shifted his tone. "Starting tomorrow, Longi will officially practice swordsmanship at the Yado God dojo. No. I am not one to revel in violence. Tomorrow, I shall engage them in reasoned discourse." The dragon shook its head, unexpectedly articulating a response that took the bald elder by surprise. "Discuss reason?" The elder repeated those 3 words, filled with confusion. He could not fathom how Longi, a being inherently burdened by supernatural forces, could engage in rational discourse with humanity. "Indeed, it is about discussing reason," Longi affirmed, casually patting the scabbards of Yisho and Ziwan. The elder blinked in astonishment at this gesture, followed by a wry smile. "You, never mind. Tomorrow that old curmudgeon Zong Shou will surely regard you with even greater disdain. I can only imagine how many scathing remarks he will hurl at you here." Rolling his eyes, Longi paid little heed to the elder's words. After all, he held a similar disdain for the elder. "Whatever," he muttered. Ultimately, the bald elder rose first, choosing to let go of his concerns. He lifted Guiche and began to walk outside, murmuring to himself, "Well, having been coddled for so many years, it is time someone imparted some wisdom to them." As Long rose to bid farewell, no words were exchanged. The elder and the youth shared an unspoken understanding. The essence of a swordsman lies not in words, but within the scabbard of his sword. Chapter 56, Integration, Part 1. With the sun rising in the east, the morning light broke through the dawn. Yadao Shinjinji awoke early, and after having breakfast attended by his servants, he donned his pure black robe and leisurely stepped outside, touching the hilt of his sword at his waist. A look of anticipation crossed Yadao Shinjinji's face, accompanied by a thrilling sense of vengeance fulfilled within his heart. He firmly believed that Jack Angrouse would undoubtedly subdue the outsider completely. With the family head backing you, I dare not lay a finger on you. But Jack, that fellow, is a mad dog. As he contemplated this, Yadao Shinjinji sneered and stepped into the dojo. Before him was a figure clad in white. Oh, you're up quite early. Upon noticing someone enter, Long, who had just completed his morning training, waved his hand casually and greeted Yadao Shinjinji, dressed in casual attire. With his black hair loosely tied back, he exuded an indescribable air of freedom and nonchalance. Young master, good morning. The sudden appearance of Long caught Yadao Shinjinji off guard. However, being of noble lineage, he possessed a certain dignified composure. Aside from his awkward and stammered response, he managed to maintain an air of calmness. A fleeting glance at Long Yi's expression revealed none of the expected despondency, which left him somewhat perplexed. Why do you seem so disappointed? Although Yadao Shinjinji believed he was concealing his feelings adeptly, he could not escape Long Yi's keen perception. The remnants of his observation haki stirred slightly, allowing him to keenly detect the shift in Yuanji's emotions. Feigning confusion, the youth fixed a bemused gaze upon Yuanji's eyes. No. How could I? Caught in the act of having his thoughts laid bare, Yuanji felt a sudden panic and hastily denied it, after exerting considerable effort to muster a smile that was more wretched than a cry. He found himself unable to meet the boy's penetrating gaze. Oh, is that so? With a contemplative smile, Long Yi chose not to press the matter further. Just when Yuanji thought he had successfully navigated the situation, the young man abruptly shifted his tone and casually remarked, "Since you arrived so early, why not be my opponent today? I look forward to your guidance, my brother." Yuanji was momentarily stunned, inwardly cursing Long Yi's ancestors in frustration. No one could evade Long Yi's challenge, and unfortunately, Yuanji was the first to fall victim. When the 300 disciples in black finally gathered in the dojo, Long Yi was fully prepared for the impending battle. For him, the initial arrogance was akin to a raging fire, while the daily challenges were a gradual simmer. Both approaches demanded meticulous attention. Yuanji, the spotlight is on you. Give it your all, brother. Don't let us down. The battle between Long Yi and Yado-ga Genji had yet to commence, yet the onlookers clad in black could hardly contain their fervor, passionately cheering for Yado-ga Genji. How exuberant it was. The raucous cheers reverberated in Long Yi's ears, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. Judging by the thunderous uproar that threatened to lift the roof, the resentment of the Yado-ga clan's disciples seemed to exceed Long Yi's expectations. With a firm clench of his jaw, Yado-ga Genji silently drew the sword from his waist. The pride of youth was paramount. He was unwilling to suffer humiliation in such a scenario. The atmosphere was charged. Upon witnessing the unsheathing of his opponent's blade, Long Yi too drew forth his purple-hued sword. To him, the night hunt signified an emblem of identity. Under normal circumstances, he would have preferred to wield his own sword. This was sheer folly. The elder Yado-ga Zongsho atop the platform appeared somewhat vexed, his expression darkening. Bound by the presence of Yado-ga Taizan beside him, he refrained from intervening in the duel, though internally, this family elder could not help but feel a profound sense of sorrow. 300 elite disciples were overshadowed by an outsider, a person he deemed beneath contempt, a stark irony, indeed. It was madness, yet undeniably intriguing, was it not? The bald elder adjusted his glasses, a faint smile gracing his features. With a casual gesture, the battle was officially set in motion. Yado-ga style. In a flash. Unwilling to yield, at the sound of the battle horn, the elite disciple of the Yado-ga family launched a fierce strike forward with his blade. A silver arc emanating an icy chill. With a slight furrow of his brow, Long Yi felt a surge of alarm, quickly retreating several steps to narrowly evade his opponent's slash. The roar of triumph erupted from the black-clad disciples as they witnessed the formidable outsider being forced back by a single strike. Night Sword God Genji felt invigorated by this display. His sword technique transformed in an instant as he launched another offensive. Night God style, Tiger Pierces. With unwavering resolve, the sword surged forth, its ferocity akin to a tiger descending from the mountains. The exquisite swordsmanship of the Knight Sword God clan was fully unleashed as Genji exerted himself to the utmost, breaking free from the shackles that had previously constrained him, elevating his prowess beyond the ordinary. "Excellent!" exclaimed the Knight Sword God sect leader, his eyes lighting up in appreciation as he clapped with delight, his face radiating satisfaction. Even the bald elder, caught in the moment, nodded in acknowledgement, his expression one of admiration. Yet, within the eyes of the clan leader, there lingered no trace of concern. Such an assault could not possibly harm the youth. Though his momentum was impressive, his foundation was unsteady. Unlike Knight Sword God Genji, Long he had experienced true life-and-death battles. With the keen perception granted by observation haki and the power of vibration, he astutely discerned his opponent's vulnerabilities. Earth Shatter. Vibration Sword. With a sweeping motion, a visible wave of energy suddenly manifested in the air. With a subtle curl at the corner of his mouth, Long Yi unleashed a wave of sword energy that escaped his grasp. The unfinished sword momentum severed, leaving Yi Dao Shin Yuan Ji in disarray. In a state of mental collapse, he stumbled backward and was effortlessly swept to the ground by Long Yi's sword. The surrounding cheers abruptly ceased, and the expression on the face of the Yi Dao Shin sect guardian resembled that of someone who had swallowed a fly, utterly discomfort. "I will kill you," he bellowed. Struggling to rise, his handsome visage suddenly flushed with rage. In his embarrassment and fury, he forgot all sword techniques and rules. At this moment, all he desired was to drive his sword forcefully into the chest of his opponent. To be rendered furious by inability? In comparison to Jack Angrau's, you remain woefully inadequate. A glint of coldness flickered in Long Yi's eyes, signaling a shift in his demeanor. Regardless of whether Yi Dao Shin Yuan Ji bore any relation to yesterday's events, Long Yi sensed no trace of goodwill from him. Thus, he saw no reason to hold back. "Behold this, it shall astonish you." Reflecting on the swordplay he had just witnessed, Long Yi took a deep breath, and the momentum of his sword abruptly transformed. Threefold slash. Each strike surpassed the last in swiftness, a frigid brilliance flashing thrice. Yi Dao Shin Yuan Ji let out a startled cry, hastily raising his sword to defend. Yet he failed to withstand Long Yi's relentless assaults, his blade slipping from his grasp. Consecutive thrusts. One more thrust, and victory shall be mine. This is the Yi Shin Flow sword technique. The guardian of the Yi Daoshin sect was taken aback, scarcely believing his own eyes, within Long Yi's two sword techniques. He distinctly recognized the traces of the Yi Shin Flow swordplay, precisely what Yi Dao Shin Yuan Ji had just employed. Yi Shin Flow. Flash and Yi Shin Flow. Tiger penetration. As expected, here, I shall grow even stronger. Long Yi's gaze was ablaze with fervor, and a sense of anticipation welled up within him. Chapter 57, Convergence, Part 2. How could this be? How could this be? The Nightblade Divine Sect's guardian mumbled in a daze, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. Though fleeting, the two sword techniques employed by Huchuan were not particularly esoteric within the Nightblade Divine clan. Nearly everyone could master them. Yet, he never anticipated that someone could, after merely one glance, evoke three parts of their essence. In truth, if one were to make a comparison, this innate talent and comprehension might even surpass that of the clan's prodigy, Nightblade Divine Jingxue, by a considerable margin. Long Yi is merely a nominal member of the clan, not a blood descendant of the Yado God family. In the eyes of the guardian of the Yado God sect, he is perpetually regarded as an outsider, a person of inferior status. How could a mere commoner see through the swordsmanship of the Yado God family? The obstinate elder finds it impossible to accept. However, the reality is not as the guardian of the Yado God sect imagines, although Long Yi possesses considerable talent and understanding. It is not as extraordinary as the stubborn elder believes. The youth's ability to swiftly master the techniques is largely attributed to his solid foundation in swordsmanship. Ultimately, sword techniques are merely methods of slicing and thrusting with the blade. During his 2 years in Marinford, Long Yi has cultivated his military swordsmanship to an exceptional level. After obtaining the system, although he had numerous skills to choose from, he found that only a few simple maneuvers were necessary in combat. The repertoire consisted of basic techniques, including thrusts and three-stage slashes. It is precisely because of this foundation that he can discern his opponent's moves and integrate the essence of the Yado God style into his own swordsmanship. He extracts the essence while discarding the dross, first comprehending, then achieving mastery, ultimately forging his own path in swordsmanship. This is an essential process and the fundamental reason Long Yi joined the Yado God family, venturing alone to Marinford. by subduing Kazan. He can fully harness the powers of the demons and become the embodiment of their wrath, by forming his own path in swordsmanship. He can master the flow of heart and ascend to the realm of sword souls. The youth's goals are clear, each step taken with unwavering determination. Indeed, the bald elder smiled as he adjusted his glasses, showing no intention of halting. Casually pointing to 3 individuals, he waved his hand, signaling for the contest to continue. Head of the family. Upon hearing this, the guardian of the Yado god sect's expression changed dramatically. Having interacted with Yado god Tai San for decades, he naturally understood the thoughts churning in the head of the family leader. Aware that the inner disciples could not possibly contend with the individual on the stage, he still forced them to engage in sparring. The bald elder evidently intended to use these 300 black-clad disciples as a whetstone for that single youth, a formidable sword forged from 300 iron bodies. Is it worth it? Is this truly worthwhile? Yado god Tai San, the guardian of the Yado god sect, roared, his face a picture of defiance. His heart bled at the thought. In his eyes, the esteemed leader of their family was deliberately undermining the very foundation of the Yado god clan, all to elevate that singular individual. Worth it? Undoubtedly, it is worth it. In response to the guardian's inquiry, the bald elder nodded earnestly. This simple answer nearly drove the guardian to the brink of fury. You scoundrel! Finally, the guardian of the Yado god sect cursed the bald elder bitterly, turning away defiantly, deliberately ignoring the situation on the field as an act of protest. The bald elder shrugged indifferently, his demeanor calm. In the Yado god family, he is the absolute authority and ruler. Others need not comprehend his thoughts, only follow his directives. The contest continued unabated. After Yado god Jinji retreated in a daze, the 3 individuals personally chosen by the bald elder had no choice but to step forward, their faces resembling those of exam candidates. Yado god Long E, I look forward to your guidance. At this moment, Long E was brimming with combat spirit, eagerly anticipating more opponents to challenge him. Once the 3 adversaries opposite him stabilized their positions, he offered a slight bow. Without waiting for their response, he swiftly advanced and launched a fierce assault. Be cautious. A glint of cold light emerged as the youth raised his hand, executing a 3-part slash, 3 strikes in rapid succession, the sword's momentum fierce and unyielding. No more underestimating. He roared, fight to the death. The wind from his blades sliced through the air, and cornered, the 3 opponents let out a desperate roar as they raised their swords. Seizing the moment, they combined their efforts, managing to barely parry Long Yi's strike with their 3 blades. However, before they could revel in their small victory, the youth's swordplay shifted. Behold my technique, moonlight slash. Withdrawing his sword and gathering his strength, Long Yi raised the violet orb above his head and brought it crashing down. A sudden flash of cold light erupted as he deftly flicked his blade upward. The sword's momentum was ethereal. Silver light flickered, resembling a crescent moon. The disciples of the Night Blade sect were momentarily dazzled by this arc of light. If the youth's previous sword technique was characterized by maturity and decisiveness, this current strike was nothing short of resplendent. It showcased a new swordsmanship they had never encountered before. The 3 retreated, feeling a numbing sensation in their hands, and with a bitter smile, they lowered their swords in surrender. Bring on 5 more. Noticing the dissatisfaction on Long Yi's face, the bald elder signaled for 5 more challengers to step forward. The winds had not yet settled, and the battle reignited. The 5 new opponents drew their swords, their expressions grave. However, this group was far more astute than the previous trio. Having witnessed Long Yi's prowess, they dared not underestimate him. As soon as they entered the arena, they moved swiftly, forming a circle around Long Yi, trapping him at the center of their sword formation. Come forth. A surge of boldness erupted within Long Yi as he faced the 5 blades, laughing heartily, his violet orb sweeping through the surroundings with unwavering momentum. Charge. As if in unison, a disciple clad in black whispered, and the 5 swords simultaneously slashed toward him, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Better to injure 10 fingers than to lose one. Mountain shatter. Ignoring the attacks surrounding him, Long Yi chose a direction, crouched slightly, and erupted upward like a cannonball. The force of his strike was capable of shattering mountains. With a resounding clang, the sword of the foremost attacker was sent flying, shock etched across his face. And before he could comprehend what had transpired, Long Yi's figure vanished in an instant. The 6th style of the Navy, impressive. The bald elder on the platform nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The battlefield was awash with sword energy, and the 5 fell to the ground in unison. Bring on 10 more. Witnessing this scene, the bald elder opened his mouth, intending to call forth more disciples of the Nightblade sect to spar with Long E, but was abruptly interrupted by the cold voice of the Nightblade sect guardian. Enough. Hearing this, the bald elder frowned slightly, displaying his discontent. Even if 30 of our children were to face him, they would not be his match. It is unnecessary to complicate matters. The Nightblade sect guardian descended from the platform, his expression grim. Isn't it merely a sharpening stone? I shall take my turn. The bald elder furrowed his brow, instinctively wanting to stop the Nightblade sect guardian. Yet, at the moment he opened his mouth, a smile of understanding crossed his face. Very well. Observing the youth's slightly tense demeanor, Nightblade sect Tyson flicked the sheath of his sword. Whether it is a sharpening or a breaking of the blade, that is for you to decide. Chapter 58, Penetration. If today in the dojo it were Long E receiving a thorough beating, would anyone come to his aid? The answer is undoubtedly negative. While Nightblade sect Tyson harbored genuine care for Long E, it did not imply he would shield him at every turn as he selected the next master of the Ghost Cutter. The wise bald elder understood this well. The forging of a renowned blade requires countless trials and tribulations. Tap, tap. The long-haired Nightblade sect guardian walked slowly, each step measured and steady. Clad in a fitting black kimono like the other disciples of the Nightblade sect, the somber hue accentuated the grim expression on his face. The boy under scrutiny felt a sudden constriction in his breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was an instinctual fear rooted deep within, akin to a harmless rabbit encountering a wolf with blood on its snout. Long E did not perceive himself as a rabbit. Yet the approaching elder appeared far more fearsome than a wolf. Bestow upon me the bamboo sword. The head of the Nightblade clan, Zongsho, advanced into the dojo, extending his hand with a gentle command to the astonished disciples beside him. Yes, at your command, Lord Zongsho. The disciples, regaining their composure, stammered in response and hurriedly procured a bamboo sword, presenting it with utmost reverence to the previous master. As the bamboo sword found its place in the elder's grasp, the black-clad disciples wore expressions of delight. They firmly believed that before the head of the Nightblade clan, Long E could stir not even a ripple. A bamboo sword? Perhaps it is better left aside. Casting a glance at the empty space at Zongsho's waist, Long E descended from his lofty demeanor, offering a gentle smile. Here, take this. With deliberate intent, he tossed the purple orb into the air, drawing Night Hunter and grasping it firmly with his other hand. Zongsho hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the young man's weapon with reluctance. With the purple orb in hand, Zongsho flicked the blade, a subtle hint of irritation evident in his brow. Child, are you belittling me? Absolutely not. I would never dare. Long E hastily waved his hands in denial upon hearing Zongsho's words. However, midway through his protest, he shifted his tone. I would never dare to underestimate you, old sir. I merely recognize that I shall never encounter an adversary wielding a bamboo sword in the future. Zongsho paused, momentarily taken aback. Upon grasping the underlying meaning of Long Yi's words, the somber expression on his face softened slightly. In the end, he let out a quiet laugh, tinged with a sense of regret. Alas, you are not the legitimate heir of the Nightblade clan. Upon hearing this, Long shrugged indifferently. It matters not. I shall inevitably master Guei Che. With these words, the two ceased their conversation, each assuming a stance, standing in opposition. An unspoken tension enveloped the air. And those disciples of the Nightblade god, though not at the center of the battlefield, could not help but feel their hair stand on end. A chilling sensation coursing down their spines to the very marrow. Long E had never been one to be easily subdued. He forcibly quelled the tremors coursing through his body and, with a swift motion, drew his sword first. Although the evasion technique he employed was indeed commendable, it paled in comparison to the prowess of the elder before him. Upon witnessing Long Yi's figure vanish from view, the guardian of the Nightblade sect let out a derisive laugh and swiftly thrust his sword backwards. The blade barely grazed flesh, sending a figure tumbling out in a rather disheveled state. The youth's aggressive assault had faltered. Having just gleaned a fraction of the essence of the Night God swordplay from you, I shall indulge you this once. Behold my blade. The guardian of the Nightblade sect barked, retracting his sword slightly before advancing with resolute determination, launching into a fierce thrust. Like a mighty tiger descending from the mountains, he surged forward unrelentingly. Night God style, tiger pierces. There was no escape, no evasion. Long E could only watch helplessly as Zimaru's blade approached him ever closer. Come! He shouted fiercely, his eyes tinged with crimson. Since evasion was futile, he would not avoid it. Since escape was impossible, he would not flee. As his opponent lunged forward with a sword, he retaliated with his own. The two blades clashed fiercely, Zimaru and Night Hunter facing off against each other. The Nightblade Divine Sect, though reluctant to withdraw their sword momentum, ultimately hesitated, mindful of the bald elder on the high platform. With a quiet sigh, he swiftly retreated. Long he thrust his sword into the void, stumbling and collapsing onto the ground. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with not a single disciple of the Nightblade Sect daring to mock him. The youth's madness instilled fear. Not everyone possesses the audacity to risk their lives for a cause. You little brat, are you not afraid of death? The expression of the Nightblade Sect's guardian was peculiar. From Long Yi's earlier strike, he sensed no hesitation whatsoever. Afraid? How could I not be? Just look at the sweat pouring down me. Rising from the ground, Long Yi brushed off the dust that clung to him. Pointing at the beads of sweat on his forehead, a smirk playing on his lips, he was certain that his opponent would not dare to kill him, which emboldened him to act without restraint. Long Yi, give it your all. From the high platform, Nightblade Sect's Tai San spoke in a deep tone. Upon hearing this, Long cast a profound glance at the bald elder, leaving no reservations behind. The wave imprint activated. The power of the ghostly deities descends. His garments fluttered without the caress of wind, and an aura of ghostly energy enveloped him from behind. Long Yi's eyes transformed into a swirling mist of white. As enigmatic waves of energy slowly rotated above his head, Kazan's phantom gradually opened its eyes, wielding a blade and an axe. Silently grinning with a predatory gaze that greedily scanned the surroundings. The essence of the ghost, the fluctuations, these were the two most formidable forces at Long Yi's disposal, embodying the entirety of his power. A ghost, a monster. That being is a true monstrosity. The current visage of Long Yi evokes an indescribable terror, as the fluctuations intertwine with a ghastly aura, rendering him exceedingly fearsome. The disciples of the Nightblade God retreat in haste, with some collapsing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The bearer of malevolent spirits. The Nightblade Sect Guardian may not recognize the power of the fluctuations, yet the dense presence of ghostly energy is unmistakable to his senses. Following the emergence of the sinister apparition of Kazan, the elder of the Nightblade clan finally sheds his composure, his expression one of sheer horror. Remain where you are and refrain from seeking trouble, he uttered softly to Kazan behind him as Long Yi raised his sword once more. Old man, let us continue. The Nightblade Sect Guardian displayed a moment of hesitation, involuntarily glancing at the bald elder upon the platform. Upon observing the latter's calm demeanor, he forced a bitter smile. Beginning to comprehend the profound intentions of the clan leader. The youth is not merely a crow that caws. He is a divine entity traversing the mortal realm. Proceed. Suppressing the tumult within, the Nightblade Sect Guardian regarded Long Yi, whose aura had surged 3- or 4-fold, and suddenly felt a waning of interest. To kill? That was a venture he dared not undertake. The Nightblade Sect Guardian was certain that the moment he entertained thoughts of violence, the clan leader on the platform would employ myriad means to thwart him. As for threats and lessons, they were unnecessary, unlike the younger members of the clan. His opponent was unfazed by any form of intimidation, willing to stake his life against his own. Caught in a dilemma, the Nightblade Sect Guardian felt his own aura begin to wane. Old man, if you do not take action, I shall strike first. In Long Yi's heart, there were no convoluted thoughts. He was acutely aware that he could not possibly defeat the Nightblade Sect's Guardian. However, he also understood that the opponent would not dare to kill him. A formidable training partner like this was indeed a rarity. And if he did not cherish this opportunity now, it might never present itself again. With a sudden thrust, the Night Hunt in his hand pierced forward, and a glint of determination flashed in Long Yi's eyes. Compared to before, this strike contained the quintessence of 5 parts of the tiger's ferocity. He had grown even stronger. Chapter 59. Penetration, Part 2. The ghostly aura was a vivid crimson, pulsating with a fierce intensity. As Long Yi shifted his foot, a glimmer of cold light pierced forth from his hand. The 3-inch blade already exuded a hint of the tiger's ferocity. Ha! He shouted, his youthful swordsmanship advancing unrelentingly. The Nightblade Sect's Guardian, caught in a predicament, had no choice but to brace himself and continue the confrontation. A flash of brilliance flickered in his elongated eyes as he seized the opportunity, deftly interposing his purple blade to precisely block Long Yi's sword. The clash resounded with a thunderous noise, sending sparks flying. A small nick, the size of a grain of rice, appeared on the blade of the purple weapon. Sensing the impact in his grip, the elderly man with flowing hair narrowed his gaze. The force of this strike exceeded his expectations. Good, good, good. On the high platform, the bald elder clasped his hands and smiled, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. It was rare to witness his old companion at a disadvantage. though it bore resemblance. It still fell short. The guardian of the Nightblade sect, unwavering, could only muster a response to Long E. Then witness my technique. The ghost seal pearl. His eyes, clouded yet shimmering with emerald light, sparkled as Long E broke into a grin, his aura shifting dramatically. The ripples within him flowed into the blade, and for a moment, the sound of vibrating metal filled the air. Nighthunt trembled slightly as a wave of sword energy quietly began to take form. Naive. The guardian of the Nightblade sect scoffed coldly. With his prowess, he could easily discern the opponent's intent. Before long, he could unleash his attack. He intensified his grip on the sword. With unwavering resolve, he channeled immense force into the purple blade, the icy edge closing in on Nighthunt. As the elderly man sought to overpower him and thwart the formation of Long Yi's sword maneuver, the vibrations of the blade gradually faded, returning to a serene stillness. A sly smile crept upon Long Yi's lips, his expression betraying a sense of delight. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. What is this? Before the guardian of the Nightblade sect could utter a reprimand, his countenance shifted dramatically. To the elder's astonishment, after he successfully suppressed the opponent's blade ripple formation, an enigmatic force surged along the blade of the purple orb, ultimately reverberating back into his arm. Initially, it was a tingling sensation, soon followed by the piercing agony akin to 1,000 needles. The oscillating power erupted from within, devastating every fiber of the Nightblade sect's guardian's meridians. The long-haired elder felt as if struck by lightning. The unforeseen turn of events compelled him to withdraw his sword and retreat hastily. First, he contended with the dark-clad adversary, and now he was forced back by a single strike? Who could possibly hinder that audacious outsider? The disciples of the Nightblade sect silently screamed in their hearts. Instinctively taking several steps back, they gazed in disbelief at the blood mist emanating from the elder's arm, utterly dumbfounded. The guardian of the Nightblade sect, the protector of the Nightblade clan, was wounded. How could that grotesque little imp truly injure such a formidable guardian? If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it, or rather, they dared not believe it. With a soft exhale, the guardian of the Nightblade sect struggled to dispel the chaotic oscillating force within him. He uttered a quiet command, his authoritative aura enveloping his right arm, finally managing to suppress the tumultuous energy. When the elder lifted his gaze once more to the calm youth before him, a hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. What is this? The guardian of the Nightblade sect spoke in a low voice, the arrogance that once adorned his face now entirely absent. Having suffered such a considerable setback at the hands of this junior, he had truly brought shame upon himself. The oscillating power, a form of internal energy. Long E did not elaborate extensively on the nature of this force. It belonged to the realm of otherworldly energies. Apart from himself, no one else could ever comprehend it. Energy? Upon hearing Long Yi's explanation, the guardian of the Nightblade sect remained perplexed. However, a glance at the ghostly apparition behind the youth brought him a sense of clarity, prompting a knowing smile. A person born with the burden of spirits surely harbors many secrets. Given this, why should he be so entangled in doubt? Hey, guardian, I will allow you to exert a fraction of your strength. At that moment, the bald elder suddenly spoke up with a booming voice. The guardian of the Nightblade sect paused, taken aback by the statement, but he did not act immediately. Instead, he turned his head, casting a puzzled glance towards the high platform, and solemnly inquired, "Really? Aren't you afraid?" "Not at all. I'll grant you this opportunity." Adjusting his glasses perched upon his nose, the expression of Nightblade Taizo remained nonchalant. After a brief pause, the bald elder seemed to recall something and directed his gaze towards the silent Long E. "Are you afraid?" Long E remained silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The guardian of the Nightblade sect and the bald elder did not urge him, patiently awaiting the young man's response. Fearless, in the end, the youth tightened his grip on the long sword. With his words spoken, a murderous intent surged skyward. The guardian of the Nightblade sect's eyes widened slightly, the sound of his black garments rustling in the air. This was an overt transaction, one chance for a sword in exchange for the guardian's lifelong allegiance. Should the youth emerge unscathed from this strike, the guardian, despite his reluctance, would henceforth have to acknowledge Long E as his master, pledging unwavering loyalty. Conversely, should the youth falter, the outcome would be all too evident, nothing less than death and the obliteration of his soul. It was a high-stakes gamble, a wager of life itself. "I did not expect you to agree," the guardian of the Nightblade sect remarked softly, casting a rare glance of respect towards the young man in white. Were their roles reversed, he would never have consented to such a perilous bet. Enduring scorn from others was no trifling matter, and moreover, Long E smiled faintly. I believe I shall not perish. The long-haired elder fell silent, his hands gripping the purple orb that Long E had personally tossed to him. Tai-san was not mistaken. I had indeed underestimated the situation. If you survive, I, the guardian of the Night Blade Divine Sect, pledge to serve you as my master henceforth. The elder stepped forward, executing a tiger's strike. The youth, unwilling to yield, retaliated with a sword of his own. Sword met sword. Time seemed to freeze as the bald elder gently closed his eyes. Clang. The sound of shattering metal resonated, and the guardian of the Night Blade Divine Sect gazed at the fractured purple orb in his hand, unable to suppress a bitter smile as he shook his head lightly. Did you calculate this? To break the entire blade along the slight fissure of the orb? Is it not fortuitous that the lethal sword intent was instantly dissolved? The long-haired elder sincerely hoped this was merely a coincidence. He would rather believe that the youth before him was favored by fate, that his life was not meant to end. He could not bear to accept that, from the very beginning. This old man who had lived for so many years had been entirely under the control of his opponent. Cough, cough, cough. Hiki, with a pale complexion. Long E clutched his chest wound, coughing violently, yet managing a wry smile. What do you think? The guardian of the Night Blade Divine Sect found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless. After a moment of stunned silence, he released the hilt of the purple orb and bowed slightly to Long E. Young master. The surrounding disciples of the Night Blade Sect exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the moment. Following the guardian's lead, they too were compelled to bow in respect. Young master. The bald elder opened his eyes, observing the scene below the platform, and he exhaled with relief, instinctively placing a hand over his heart as he murmured softly to himself, as long as it is not broken. As long as it is not broken. Chapter 60. Long E and Jing Shui. The weight of Taishan pressed down, yet the sword remained unbroken. The youth had exchanged a weapon for his standing within the Nightblade family. With the guardian's acknowledgement, he had finally eliminated the last vestiges of obstruction within the Nightblade clan. Henceforth, all resentment and jealousy would remain buried deep within, and no one would dare to bring such matters to the forefront. The young master of the Nightblade family was none other than Long E. Regardless of whether the disciples cloaked in black accepted this or not, it had become an established truth. Upon encountering the figure in white within the Nightblade family, they were compelled to bow in deference. As for the fracturing of the purple orb, whether it was a meticulously devised plan or mere chance remained a mystery known only to the youth himself. When Long E stepped into the small courtyard of Nightblade Divine Sect's Jing Shui, 2 days had passed since he had made a remarkable impression at the dojo. Once more, he found himself in this place, arguably the most desolate within the Nightblade family, and he could not help but rub his hands together. The chill in the air here seemed more pronounced than in other areas. Cough, cough. Hello? Long E coughed forcefully, attempting to create some commotion to draw the attention of this place's owner. He spoke with evident awkwardness, his furtive gaze repeatedly darting toward the house in the small courtyard. What answered him was a silence as profound as the night. Miss Shizuki, do you remember me? I'm Long E. We met not long ago. It was the old master. No, I have something to tell you. The family head sent me to find you. Faced with the unyielding quiet, Long E had no choice but to play his trump card, hoping to lure the young woman out of her dwelling. Yet, as it turned out, his efforts were in vain. 3 metaphorical black lines forming above his head, the young man rolled his eyes in exasperation. If given the choice, he would have gladly avoided this solitary confrontation with the ice-cold girl, even if she was undeniably beautiful. Hey, come out. I really need to talk to you, he shouted, exhaling sharply as his patience began to fray. Still, the house remained silent. Hey, Yatagami Shizuki. The family head said you're to accompany me to Jack Angrotha's banquet tomorrow. I know you heard me. You definitely heard me. Fine, I've said my piece. At last, Long Yi's patience snapped. After delivering his message in one breath, he spun on his heel and quickened his pace, eager to leave without another thought. Truth be told, he would rather face ruthless pirates in brutal combat than spend another second in this place. The oppressive atmosphere was enough to suffocate him. What did you say? I didn't hear you. The voice was crisp and melodious, like water droplets gently tapping against thin ice. Just as Long E was about to step beyond the courtyard's boundary, he finally received his first response since arriving. With a dry chuckle, he turned back, only to see a figure clad in black slowly emerging from the house. Just as during their first encounter, Yatagami Shizuki's face bore an expression of eternal frost, her blue eyes devoid of any flicker of emotion. She was called Shizuki, and indeed, she was as cold as snow. All right, let me make this clear. This isn't a request, just a simple notification. Now that you're aware, I'll take my leave. With a polite smile, Long Yi intended to slip away once more. He felt utterly indifferent towards such a girl, lacking any inclination to engage in further conversation. I did not hear you, replied Yato Shinkitsu, her expression remaining unchanged. A faint sound of displeasure echoed in his mind as Long Yi bit his lip, gazing at Yato Shinkitsu, who was stubbornly feigning ignorance. No, this was not mere pretense. Yato Shinkitsu could not be bothered to feign ignorance. She was simply being unreasonable. Miss Shinkitsu, I did not say you must go. This is not a command. I merely came to inform you. Suppressing the rising frustration within, Long Yi forced a smile that was more sorrowful than pleasant. I will say it once more. I did not hear you. With her brows slightly furrowed, Yato Shinkitsu parted her lips, astonishingly uttering a few more words to Long Yi. Hey, this is excessive. I have already stated that I am merely the messenger. If you wish to display such an attitude, do so before the old man, not towards me. Long Yi felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for the intimidation imposed by Yato god Taizen through the Yato style of swordsmanship, he would have been disinclined to serve as a messenger. Yato god Shizuki remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Long Yi, patiently awaiting his response. In truth, she was neither lying nor intentionally being contrary. Just moments ago, while resting in the room, she had indeed been asleep and had failed to hear anything. Long Yi would not notice the slight disarray of the white hair of Y, nor would he care about the subtle creases on her black kimono. He was convinced that Y was expressing her dissent in such a manner. Long Yi rubbed his throbbing temples, enduring the remnants of his patience as he reiterated, Miss Yato Shinjuku. The elder has requested your company to attend the banquet of Jack Angrow's tomorrow. Whether or not you wish to go is entirely your decision. As for me, I have no desire to attend, yet I find myself powerless in this matter. According to the elder's words, I am currently the heir of the Yato Shinjuku family, representing our lineage, and thus, my absence is not an option. By the end of his statement, Long Yi's tone had unmistakably shifted to one of lamentation. At last, Yato Shinjuku understood the essence of Long Yi's words. Upon grasping the situation, she gently nodded, her lips parting slightly. I shall not attend. Ryuichi furrowed his brows. His piercing gaze locked onto Yatagami Shizuku's sapphire-like eyes. Upon realizing that the latter had been toying with him for quite some time without showing the slightest hint of remorse, or even smugness, the young man clutched his chest and muttered under his breath. Stay composed, Ryuichi. You're no longer a child. There's no need to lose your temper over a mere girl. Though Yatagami Shizuku was undeniably infuriating, Ryuichi had weathered countless storms. He refused to let such trivial provocation unsettle him. You're not older than me. The expression on Long's face instantly froze. He turned his head, and the young man suddenly smiled at the young girl, his demeanor peculiar as he remarked, How about we draw our swords before we continue this conversation? What was initially a mere provocation was taken seriously by Yato Shinkitsu, who swiftly unsheathed her weapon, Yeshu, from her waist. Long Yi, in a fit of frustration, raised his fist only to strike his own chest in remorse. I was wrong. The Night Sword God Shizuki, somewhat perplexed, observed that he seemed reluctant to continue their confrontation, prompting her to sheath her sword. Breathing heavily, Long Yi awkwardly retreated, locking eyes with Shizuki, too fearful to turn away. Tomorrow night, I will come for you. Whether you will join me, we shall discuss then. It was only as he reached the door that he decisively uttered this phrase before hastily fleeing. Not daring to look back, Shizuki stood frozen in the courtyard, only biting her lip gently once the boy's figure had completely vanished. She truly could not comprehend his actions. Chapter 61. How to turn the tide is it necessary? The Night Sword Sect Guardian sat opposite the bald elder, casually placing a black piece on the chessboard before him. He stroked his beard, frowning as he quietly inquired. Of course, adjusting his glasses, the bald elder chuckled as he made another move. He showed no regard for their decades-long friendship, ruthlessly dismantling the Night Sword Sect Guardian's defenses. Silence enveloped the study. Old friend. You know I am not speaking of the chessboard. After a long pause, a black piece was placed, and the Night Sword Sect Guardian's expression grew somber. Your intention lies not on the board, nor does my gaze rest here. The bald elder, unfazed, chuckled lightly, and with a final placement of a white piece, he executed a decisive victory. At this juncture, he was assured of his triumph. A splendid move, truly masterful. The Night Sword Sect Guardian cast a deep glance at the white piece that had severed all his hopes, its edge sharp as a blade. The situation before him seemed irrevocable, and the long-haired elder sighed, preparing to concede. Yet, in an instant, he appeared to recall something, and a faint smile graced his lips. In a moment of assured victory, do not forget this, my old friend. The Night Sword Sect Guardian still held one final black piece, cold and unyielding. It felt as frigid as ice in his palm. He had lost, yet he would not permit his opponent to claim victory with that piece. You, after decades of camaraderie, still act like a child. The bald elder sighed in resignation, glancing at his longtime friend, feigning exasperation with a smirk. What? Are you unwilling to accept defeat? The Night Sword Sect Guardian paused, recalling the severed blade, and after a wry smile, he ceased his retorts. Old friend, it is time to set aside such trivial matters. It has been 800 years. Gently caressing the scabbard of the sword, the Night Sword Guardian spoke as if addressing the elder opposite him. Yet it felt like a soliloquy. Change is necessary. Upon hearing this, the Night Sword Sect Guardian's expression shifted, and he could no longer contain himself. Everything can change. But the traditions of the Night Sword family must remain intact. The customs were what he had upheld throughout his life. The bald elder smiled gently, choosing not to persist. He rose and sauntered to the window. Gazing out at the scenery, the Night Sword Guardian shifted the conversation. Longy has gone to find Shizuki. I sent him. The Night Sword Sect Guardian furrowed his brow, unable to suppress the urge to grip the black piece tightly. The family head and the master should be intimately connected. It was absurd that they rarely met. Regardless of the expression on the Night Sword Sect Guardian's face, the bald elder continued, a smile lingering. You are too Navi. While both are masters, the circumstances of Night Sword Shizuki differ greatly from yours. Winning the heart of a young woman is no easy feat. Indeed, Shizuki exhibits certain flaws. Yet you must understand, that is Longy. The Night Sword Sect Guardian emphasized the girl's uniqueness, to which the bald elder reinforced his tone. He believed that what others could not achieve, this young man surely would. The Night Sword Sect Guardian fell silent, unsure how to counter. If Longy could survive under his sword, perhaps he could accomplish what they deemed impossible. Forget it. I shall not meddle in the affairs of the youth. Though you have indeed changed significantly since returning from Fishman Island. In conclusion, the long-haired elder sighed deeply. There are matters I cannot discuss, for even I lack certainty. So I can only proceed step by step. Cradling the longsword, the bald elder's expression grew uncharacteristically grave. Had Shura not departed back then, perhaps we would not face so many troubles today. The Night Sword Sect Guardian suddenly reminisced about the previous young master of the Night Sword family, still believing that only that person could wield the sword appropriately. Alas, it was a lamentable situation, for even the most gifted struggle with matters of the heart. I owe him too much. I do not wish to commit further wrongs against him. The affairs of Night Sword Yushitu remained a lingering pain for the bald elder. The rift between father and son was never his desire. Humph. You owe many, yet how many assassination attempts have I deflected for you over the decades? How many blades have I endured? And now, for a mere child, you are willing to draw your sword against me, you old fool. The Night Sword Sect Guardian's ire flared as he recalled the bald elder's attitude during the young master's succession ceremony, where the elder had wielded the sword to intimidate him. An indelible memory. I am sorry for you, for Yushiro, and even for Long E. It is all my fault. Adjusting his glasses, the Night Sword Guardian smiled brightly and continued, rest assured, I will not meet a favorable end. Seeing such a family head, the Night Sword Sect Guardian's enthusiasm waned, and the desire to confront him dissipated. For reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive chill, sensing that the elder's words were not mere jest. While the two sat in silence, Longy burst through the door with great fervor. Upon noticing the presence of another besides the bald elder, the boy paused momentarily. Young master, as Longy gathered his wits. The Night Sword Sect Guardian offered a slight bow, acknowledging him. The boy returned to his senses, responding respectfully, exuding a tranquil demeanor. Has everything been discussed? The Night Sword Guardian was not surprised by Long Yi's unusual demeanor. Rather, it was the scene he had envisioned. It has been discussed. She stated she would not go. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Long Yi shrugged helplessly. He had no desire to cater to such a demanding lady. No worries. She will accompany you tomorrow. I will personally speak with her. The bald elder smiled broadly, adjusting his glasses with a nod. Old man, are you playing me for a fool? Just go directly. Why must I be the one to inform her first? In Long Yi's eyes, there lingered an air of confusion, as if the actions of the bald elder were deliberately intended to provoke him. Hell, let us not dwell on this any longer. Come here. With a deft avoidance of the topic, Yato Shin Taisen beckoned Long Yi to the chessboard. Now, tell me, if you were playing as the black pieces, how would you turn the tide? The bald elder's words left Long Yi in a state of bewilderment, prompting him to turn his head and respond with a hint of impatience. Old man, I do not understand chess, nor do I know how to play. The elder chuckled softly and remarked, that is of no concern. Simply rely on your instincts. Long Yi remained silent, casting a profound glance at the smiling head of the household before unhesitatingly overturning the entire chessboard. Behold, a reversal, a double entendre, yet no laughter followed. As the pieces scattered across the floor, the distinction between black and white dissolved into chaos. It was then that Yidao Shinzong finally allowed a smile to escape his lips, quietly relinquishing his grip. The last black piece slipped through his fingers, mingling with the multitude of scattered tokens. What was truly overturned, the chessboard or something else entirely? Yidao Shinzong could not discern, nor did he wish to. Chapter 62. The Night Banquet. Rising from his bed, the moon had already ascended to the treetops. Stars twinkled dimly, heralding the encroaching night. At the reluctant behest of his attendants, Yidao Shin Yuanji begrudgingly donned fresh attire, casually seizing the katana from its rack. Unlike his usual practice of immediately securing it at his waist, he found himself momentarily entranced by the weapon. Once a source of pride, it had now become a mark of disgrace. He had faltered, and in a most thorough manner. Yidao Shin Yuanji had succumbed to the very individual he had held in the lowest regard. Young Master Yuanji, your time. Hesitant to intrude upon Yidao Shin Yuanji's reverie, several attendants hesitated, their words caught in their throats. Oh, it's nothing. I must be on my way. Upon hearing their reminder, Yidao Shin Yuanji abruptly returned to reality, securing the sword at his waist. Before departing, he lingered before the full-length mirror for a moment. The reflection revealed a tall and striking figure. Indeed, Yidao Shin Yuanji possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, capable of captivating many peers of the opposite sex. Yet, this evening, he was not to be the center of attention, merely a supporting character, a mere green leaf. His spirits were decidedly low. After adjusting his attire, he sighed softly and, under the watchful eyes of his attendants, slowly stepped through the doorway. Tonight, he was to accompany the outsider to the banquet. Not only he, but over 20 members of the Yidao Shun family clad in black would follow in the wake of Jack Angrouse to the gathering. This was a direct order from the family head, Yidao Shin Tai-san, and none were permitted to defy it. Traversing the dojo, he arrived at the entrance of the Yidao Shin household. A gathering of over 10 black-clad youths awaited him there. Spotting familiar faces, Yidao Shin Yuanji forced a smile and greeted them softly. Hey, Nabahiko, Juinxiong. He waved his hand, weaving through the crowd to reach the two familiar compatriots. Yuanji, you're here too. The two black-clad youths raised their eyebrows in acknowledgement, yet their downcast expressions suggested they shared his dismal mood. Damn, what bad luck. Why was I chosen? Yidao Shin Nabahiko lamented, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration over his misfortune. Yidao Shin Juinxiong, empathizing with him, patted his shoulder in solidarity. Everyone understood that tonight's banquet would be far from enjoyable. Following the outsider, they would inevitably encounter hostility without cause, but they had no choice. After all, they bore the esteemed name of the Yidao Shin clan. Family interests superseded all else. You all are fortunate. I am the most unfortunate of all. Yidao Shin Yuanji offered a wry smile, pointing to himself. Yidao Shin Nabahiko and Yidao Shin Juinxiong exchanged surprised glances, their earlier discontent momentarily forgotten. In the end, they both nodded in unison, voices harmonizing as they said, that is true. You all. Yidao Shin Yuanji regarded his friends with a bemused expression, about to voice his thoughts when he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Alarmed, he swiftly turned. His gaze pierced through the crowd and, indeed, he spotted the figure clad in white. Long Yi, the heir of the Yidao Shin clan. The next successor of the legendary Kichu. Young master. As the youth in white took his place at the forefront, all the black-clad disciples suppressed their inner resentment. Bowing in deference and murmuring their respects, Long Yi remained composed. This respect was earned through the sacrifice of both a blade and a life. Enough of the superfluous words. Today, Jack Angrouse has invited me for a drink, and as Nightblade God Long Yi, I have no reason to fear. Resting his hand on the hilt of the Night Hunt blade at his waist, Long Yi paused, casting a glance at the various expressions of the black-clad disciples before he continued. I understand that even if I were to bring you down, you would still harbor resentment in your hearts. That is of no concern to me. However, let me make it clear that tonight we represent the Nightblade God family. For the sake of this so-called dignity, I kindly ask for your cooperation. You all know this is also the Elder's wish. The assembly of black-clad disciples remains silent. Since there are no words spoken, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. To speak plainly, should I find myself embarrassed tonight, do not expect to emerge unscathed yourselves. As Long Yi's words fell, he ceased to elaborate further. Casting a glance at the sky, a flicker of doubt surfaced within him. Could it be that the individual would not arrive? In the serene courtyard, the bald elder found himself at a loss, confronted by the frost-bitten demeanor of the young girl. Shizuki. Night Sword God Shizuki remained silent, diligently polishing the blade in her hand with a white silk cloth. She had never been one for conversation, and this occasion was no exception. Why should she concern herself with the reputation of the Night Sword God family? Night Sword God Kazan offered a wry smile, seemingly resigned to the situation. Taking a deep breath, his tone shifted abruptly. If you attend tonight's banquet, I will share some news regarding your parents. The girl's hand faltered momentarily, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion danced in her azure eyes. Yet, it faded just as swiftly, returning to her usual impassive state. Are they still alive? After a prolonged silence, Night Sword God Shizuki spoke, her voice laden with barely concealed tremors. The elder sighed softly, shaking his head. A deep sorrow enveloped Shizuki as two clear tears escaped her eyes. In truth, she had not harbored any illusions regarding this outcome. Her inquiry was merely a vestige of hope. Indeed, if those two were still among the living, how could they have abandoned her for a span of 15 years? Do I possess any enemies? With the burden of hope lifted, she resolved to create a new purpose. Shizuki spoke again, her tone devoid of emotion. I do. The bald elder nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall go. Night Sword God Shizuki sheathed her sword, rising from the mat, donning her shoes as she exited the courtyard. As she departed, Night Sword God Kazan remained seated, until Night Sword God Zongsho entered the courtyard, prompting the elder to exhale deeply. Do you think I was too hasty in revealing the truth to that child? With her temperament, it could prove fatal. Watching Shizuki's silhouette fade, Night Sword God Zongsho softly corrected, not possibly, but certainly. We both know her well. She will stop at nothing in her quest for vengeance. The bald elder smiled faintly and stood, pointing to himself with a chuckle. In truth, I am the child's greatest adversary. For it was my command that led to her plight. Night Sword God Zongsho did not dispute this. Instead, he nodded gently. You have indeed harmed many and caused the demise of numerous lives. You owe a debt to many, yet you bear no guilt towards the Night Sword God family. Pausing mid-sentence, he redirected his thoughts, except towards that little imp. The bald elder was taken aback for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing through the air. As the phoenix flute played, the lanterns flickered, and the dragon and fish danced. The night banquet commenced. Chapter 63, The Night Banquet, Part 2. If the day's sword pointed towards 300 in black, it marked Long Yi's introduction to the Night Sword God family. Then tonight's banquet should be regarded as his official debut in the sacred land of Marinford. Would Jack Angraus truly show him kindness by welcoming him? Long Yi harbored skepticism. The night was adorned with melodious songs and graceful dances, yet beneath this veneer of tranquility lay lurking threats. The youth understood that his reliance could not be on the more than 20 fellow disciples, whose unity was merely superficial, but rather on the blade at his waist. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of measured footsteps approached, causing the group of cloaked disciples to turn in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, and upon realizing that this was no mere illusion, their mouths hung agape. The young man in white instinctively raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. Disregarding the upheaval caused by the appearance of the Nightblade God, Sirai Yuki, Long Yi inhaled deeply, casually resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, and stepped out of the Nightblade God's residence. Come, let us attend the banquet. In a secluded corner of Marinford, young Master Jack, as per your instructions, everything has been meticulously prepared. I believe that the Nightblade God Long Yi will appreciate your gift. The rotund celestial dragon wore a broad smile as he bowed repeatedly to Jack Angraus seated at the head of the table. His family, lacking in prominence and influence in Marinford, saw this opportunity as a means to cling to the Angraus family. Offending the Nightblade God was a trivial concern in comparison. Indeed, Miles, your diligence is always reassuring, Jack replied, propping his chin lazily with one hand, his slender eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded the little nobleman below him with a hint of amusement. A simple affirmation sent Miles into a frenzy of excitement, his face beaming with joy. He fidgeted nervously, his every ounce of flesh quivering with anticipation. Young Master Jack, I promise to serve you well. My loyalty to you is unwavering. Miles swore, his expression earnest, yet his declaration was abruptly interrupted by Jack's light laughter. All right, my friend. Your presence is no longer required here. You may leave. Jack waved dismissively, a hint of exasperation dancing at the corners of his mouth. Yes, as you command, young master. Miles replied, retrieving a white handkerchief from his pocket to dab at the sweat that had accumulated from his excitement. He bowed respectfully and retreated slowly. It was only when he reached the door that the plump little nobleman dared to turn and exit quietly. Whenever I see such a man, my stomach churns uncontrollably. Once Miles departed, Jack's expression remained unchanged, though his slender eyes brimmed with disdain, the amiability from moments prior vanishing. As a top-tier noble, Jack Angrouse had learned the art of pretense as his first lesson. Those who could not conceal their emotions were unworthy of survival in Mariewa. With his keen perception, he could easily discern that Miles's display was a deliberate act. While many lowborn celestial dragons were indeed useless, Jack recognized that Miles was not among them. That rotund figure was akin to a predatory beast. What a tedious fellow, putting on such a performance before me. Jack squinted, recalling Miles's obsequious demeanor, and suddenly broke into a smile, his face radiating warmth. Whenever thoughts of violence crossed his mind, he would first smile. No, I must not dwell on that. However, for the sake of the larger picture, Jack suppressed his selfish thoughts. After all, personal amusement paled in comparison to the night's arrangements. Small fry could be dealt with at any time. Opportunities to catch the big fish were rare. Long E of the Night Blade, an intriguing individual. Although it would be a pity to kill him, his presence certainly warranted elimination. Remembering the blade that had grazed his cheek that day, a twisted smile crept onto Jack's face. After a moment of murmured conversations, silence enveloped the room. The golden-haired youth tilted his head slightly, as if deep in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he made a decision and snapped his fingers effortlessly. Shaudel, come forth. At the sound of his fingers snapping, a figure emerged silently from the shadows of the room, standing quietly beside Jack as he offered a slight bow. My friend, you heard the pig's words. His arrangements serve as my initial safeguard. Jack spoke leisurely, and the figure listened attentively. With a shift in tone, the golden-haired youth shrugged helplessly. However, I have encountered Long E, and he is not one to play by the rules. If it comes to that, it may require your direct intervention. Shaudel remained silent, his demeanor calm. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Young Master Jack, my duty is to protect you. Yes. I know. Jack interrupted impatiently, raising a finger to point at his own head. But you should also understand, this time I am not merely in it for fun. There are implications from my grandfather involved. Shaudel fell silent, recalling the ever-cunning head of the family, and nodded quietly. Well, if the opportunity arises, I shall rely on you. Jack said cheerfully, and then ceased further discussion. Seeing that Jack had no additional instructions, Shaudel offered a slight bow and retreated silently back into the shadows. He would forever remain the shadow behind Jack Angrouse. As Miles traversed the opulent corridor, his expression was somber. He was shrouded in a dark demeanor, devoid of any semblance of the earlier obsequiousness. Just as Jack had perceived, he was indeed adept at disguise. Success would mean clinging to the Angrouse family, while failure. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a sinister smile split Miles's face, and a glimmer of malice flickered in his small eyes. Failure merely meant taking the blame. Sacrificing myself to quell the wrath of the Nightblade family would ensure my child receives the Angrouse family's covert protection. Even if he is not a direct descendant, he can still inherit the family's power. Who would dare defy the will of the Angrouse? For him, this would be a no-lose venture. Reflecting on his son, who shared a similar physique, Miles shed his earlier hostility, his expression softening. My dear child, this is as far as I can assist you. With heavy steps, Miles pushed open a hidden door along the corridor. Inside the room, a figure awaited him. Commence the operation. If it fails, you know the consequences. The corpulent nobleman spoke with a languid tone, while the man in the room remained silent, gripping his dagger tightly. Chapter 64, The Night Banquet, Part 3, Lolo, a name as commonplace as any. At the age of 16, he was unlike most servants nurtured in the dragon family. He was not born into slavery. A maritime disaster a decade prior had stripped him of everything. Aside from his own fortunate escape into a wooden crate, all had perished. After drifting upon the sea for a day and night, he was rescued by a band of pirates. Lolo would forever remember the disappointment etched on the pirates' faces when they discovered not treasure, but a tear-streaked child within the crate. That day, he lost his humanity and became mere cargo. In a single day, he transformed from the son of a merchant to a deckhand among pirates. The ship's first mate had once asked the captain before Lolo, why not simply kill him to end it all? He could perform many tasks and consume little food. The captain had confidently replied. Indeed, the captain's words proved true. Lolo worked tirelessly and ate sparingly. However, his piratical existence was short-lived, lasting less than a year before the Navy obliterated that band of marauders. Flames engulfed the black flag, the mast toppled. The captain and first mate perished under cannon fire, while Lolo seemed to be graced by fortune, narrowly escaping yet again. When the naval vessel approached, Lolo wept, just as he believed sunlight had once more graced his life. His identity as a pirate became the reason for his lost freedom. Lolo leapt from one hell into another, treated as merchandise. He was sold alongside a throng of other children to Mariahua. When the scorching brand seared into Lolo's frail back, he became a slave. His anguished cries were met with a brutal lash from his master. Compared to the pirates, who had treated him with a degree of gentleness, Myers' methods were far more ruthless. From that moment forth, Lolo ceased to weep, for tears would invite punishment. In a cruel display for a plump young master of his age, Myers cast him into the slave arena. At the tender age of 9, inexperienced, he fought desperately against a nameless wretch, sustaining several wounds before miraculously claiming victory. How fortunate! Gazing down at the lifeless body beneath his feet, bloodied and battered, Lolo whispered a sound only he could hear. He existed in hell. For 7 grueling years, Lolo struggled for survival in the slave arena. Unlike the fiercely nicknamed gladiators, the frail youth bore no moniker. He was simply called Lolo. This name represented his last remnant of individuality. Recently, a shift occurred in Lolo's trajectory. Witnessing Lolo slay a ravenous black wolf, his master Myers, the corpulent celestial dragon, offered him a chance to reclaim his freedom. Come close, kill me, and I shall let you go. As Lolo gazed at the photograph Myers presented, he nodded without hesitation. After all, he had grown accustomed to taking lives. Once Myers departed, Lolo clutched the dagger tightly in his hand, remaining silent. If only he could have plunged it into the heart of the man who had just handed it to him. Yet, feeling the iron collar around his neck, he could not help but smile bitterly. He was certain that should he exhibit even a hint of rebellion, the poison within the collar would rush into his veins, ending his life instantaneously. Having survived for so many years, he had developed a profound appreciation for life. How eloquent, freedom. Lolo remained skeptical of Myers' deceitful words, acutely aware of the fate that awaited him. Nevertheless, the outcome was merely a matter of liberation or true liberation. As his heart wrestled with turmoil, a sliver of relief emerged. Regardless, Lolo yearned to take a chance. Dressed impeccably in a white suit with a crimson tie, Jack's golden hair shimmered under the glow of the crystal chandelier. He navigated through the crowd with narrowed eyes, as the host of the soiree, responsible for orchestrating the evening's affairs. Engaged in conversation with a low-ranking celestial dragon, Jack suddenly caught the eye of his attendant. Offering a slight smile of apology, he abandoned the sycophantic nobles and swiftly approached the entrance. The moment he came to a halt, the expansive banquet hall fell into an utter hush. It was clear to all present that the main guest had arrived. The grand doors creaked open, emitting the unique sound of wood. A youthful figure emerged, clad in black blades and white attire. "Longy, my dear brother, you have arrived," Jack exclaimed with joy, hastening his steps to greet Longy. "Jack, my dear brother." Longy also opened his arms wide, a radiant expression of joy adorning his face. Upon witnessing Longy's gesture, Jack's countenance momentarily stiffened. Before he regained his composure and embraced him, the two appeared as if they were long-lost friends reuniting after many years. The members of the Nightblade clan, clad in dark attire, along with the celestial dragons present at the banquet, exchanged peculiar glances, yet they silently acknowledged the scene without uttering a word. Observing the camaraderie between Long E and Jack, they bowed their heads in deference. "Long E, today you must revel in the festivities, for I have prepared a plethora of surprises for you." After extricating himself from Long Yi's deliberately bothersome embrace, Jack offered a slight smile, subtly adjusting his suit. His words laced with unspoken significance. "Then I shall not hold back, Jack. You are indeed a true brother to me." With a smile that danced on the edge of sincerity, Long E met Jack's gaze, deliberately emphasizing the word brother. "Haha, of course. Jack chuckled heartily, reaching up to touch his pale cheek, the very spot Long E had nearly wounded during their last encounter. Indeed, indeed. Leaning against the hilt of his sword, Knight Hunt, Long E joined in Jack's laughter. Yet, Knight Dao God Genji, observing the affected expressions on the two, felt a wave of nausea. Being privy to all the intricacies between Long E and Jack, he understood their subterfuge all too well. This awareness was precisely why he reacted as he did. Jack's eccentric nature was well acknowledged, but it seemed more a fa befitting the scion of the Angraus family, a far cry from anything novel to Genji, who hailed from a prominent lineage. However, what depth could a mere 14-year-old possess? From Long Yi's smile, Genji found his answer. Jack's capricious demeanor was but a disguise. His brazen arrogance was, too, a mask of youth. Upon this realization, Genji felt an unsettling chill wash over him. He struggled to reconcile the jovial youth before him with the ravenous fiend who once clamored for blood. As Genji's thoughts remained concealed, Long Yi followed Jack's lead to the heart of the banquet, where he stood out in stark contrast to the array of suits and noble attire. Adorned in a striking white kimono, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?" Jack's voice, though soft, instantly captivated the crowd. "Now, allow me to introduce." With a flourish of his hand, he proclaimed, "Knight Dao God Long Yi." Chapter 65, The Banquet, Part 4, clad in a white robe with sleeves adorned with waves. The emblem of the Knight Dao clan emblazoned upon him, he stood poised, a vision of youthful grace. Taking a deep breath, Long Yi scanned the assembly of celestial dragon aristocrats and spoke with clarity, "It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Knight Dao God Long Yi." His smile radiant, he exuded an air of nobility and elegance, a stark departure from the bloodthirsty fervor he once displayed. Under the tutelage of Knight Dao God Tai-san and Mariehua, he had absorbed far more than just the art of swordsmanship. "Goodness, he's quite the actor," whispered the dark-clad companions of Long Yi, amused by his seemingly harmless guise. Meanwhile, Knight Dao God Jing Shui lingered at the back, lost in thought, unaware of the proceedings around her. Jack Angraus, standing beside Long Yi, wore a silent grin. "From this day forth, I look forward to our acquaintance." With an unconscious gesture, Long Yi placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, standing tall and nodding slightly. After this brief exchange, he refrained from further words, resolutely holding his blade, his gaze burning with intensity. This marked the debut of the heretic in the holy land of Mariehua. A smattering of applause erupted, a mere token of courtesy. The celestial dragons lacked the audacity to openly express animosity toward Long Yi in such a setting. Opposing him would equate to opposing the Knight Dao family. Unable to confront such a formidable lineage, they donned masks of feigned friendliness, as though genuinely welcoming this outsider. Yet, through Long Yi's keen perception, their smiles appeared contrived and insincere, more akin to poorly crafted masks than genuine expressions. Whoever claimed that the celestial dragons were inept was sorely mistaken. They were all adept performers. Amused by their duplicity, Long Yi remained unfazed, merely curious to see who could act better. Now that Knight Dao God Long Yi is present, let us dispense with pleasantries and commence the festivities. Jack winked at a distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he seamlessly took over the conversation. With a casual wave, servants began to enter in a steady stream. The lights brightened, and the banquet officially commenced. In the corners, musicians began to play, their melodies filling the hall. Accompanied by classical tunes, an abundance of exquisite food and wine was presented by the attendants. Noble women exchanged knowing glances, descending into the dance floor, swaying enticingly, casting flirtatious glances to capture the attention of the men. Meanwhile, the men gathered in small clusters, indulging in cigars and animated discussions that spanned topics from beautiful slaves to rare curiosities. The hall was alive with laughter and chatter, devoid of any hint of tension. "Long Yi, come with me. I shall introduce you to some acquaintances," Jack said eagerly, drawing close to Long Yi and gesturing for him to follow. Exuding an air of intimacy, to the uninitiated observer, they would undoubtedly appear as lifelong friends. "In that case, I shall rely on you, my dear brother." Upon hearing this, Long's eyes flickered with intent, disregarding the expression on the other's face. He seized Jack's sleeve, unconsciously emphasizing his tone at the end of his sentence, clearly treating Jack as no outsider. This is what I ought to do." Jack forced a dry chuckle, and despite his profound cunning, his expression appeared somewhat unnatural. He was aware that the other party was deliberately provoking him, yet he could not afford to show the slightest impatience at that moment. This left the legitimate heir of the Angraus family quite vexed. Very well, let us depart. Ignoring Jack's expression, Long tightened his grip even further, as if restraining a foe. His hand firmly grasping Jack's arm. While speaking, he gestured to the black-clad disciples behind him, following Jack as they moved away. As the figure of the young master of the Yedao family vanished into the crowd, Yedao Shinji and the other black-clad disciples exchanged glances. Whatever, we have already followed them. Ultimately, it was Yedao Shinhiko who dismissively waved his hand, downing a cup of wine in one gulp, completely shedding his identity. He felt sufficiently aggrieved for the day. Why should he further discomfort himself at this moment? Indeed, they had adhered to the old master's orders, and now it was their own time. Another black-clad disciple chimed in, his gaze not on his compatriots, but sweeping over the swaying figures on the dance floor. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and without a backward glance, he hastily made his way to the dance floor in search of a familiar noble lady. Disband, disband. The black-clad disciples mimicked his example, dispersing in a flurry as they rushed off in search of their own amusements. In the end, out of more than 20 black-clad disciples, only 2 remained stationary, Yedao Shinji and Yedao Siryu. Casting a puzzled glance at Yedao Siryu, Yedao Shinji felt a twinge of unease. The reason he did not follow suit with the others was that he still held leverage over Jack. As Longy approached the headquarters of the world government, he found himself entangled in a web of secrets. With Jack now involved, there was a looming possibility that his clandestine information might be unveiled at any moment. Should the head of the Tai family discover this, Longy would surely face dire consequences. Given his current prominence, expulsion from the Yado Shinto family was not beyond the realm of possibility. I must remain vigilant, he cautioned himself, ensuring that Jack does not let anything slip. Yado Shinto Jinji silently admonished himself while hastening his steps to follow Jack and Longy, who were not far ahead. However, as he took his first step, a reckless attendant collided with him. The drinks in the tray spilled, staining his black kimono. Damn it, are you blind? Jinji seethed internally, his irritation exacerbated by this new annoyance. Anger surged within him as he grasped the attendant's collar, ready to unleash his frustration, only to realize that Longy and Jack were now fading from view. Faced with this realization, he stifled his rage, muttering curses as he shoved the frail attendant aside and quickened his pace. The attendant stumbled back, silent, before resuming his task, lifting the tray once more and retreating into the crowd. Once alone, Yado Shinto Siryu regained her composure, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Her expression was devoid of emotion. Scanning the expansive venue, she swiftly located the figure clad in white that she had been seeking. She approached silently, fully aware of her purpose. Everyone was now in position. Chapter 66. The Night Banquet. 5. In an ill-fitting servant's uniform, armed with a dagger coated in poison, Lolo was prepared for the assassination. Navigating through the throngs of nobles with a calm demeanor, he found the task at hand trivial. After all, during his 7 years in the slave arena, he had become accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death. That arena was his school, where, at the tender age of 16, he had learned invaluable lessons. How to conceal murderous intent, regulate his breathing, strike vital points, and steady his trembling hands. Few graduated from that grim institution, but Lolo was among the fortunate. He had found his target. With a discreet glance, he surveyed the area and locked onto a boy of similar age, donned in white, wielding a black blade. Captivated by the boy's attire, Lolo found himself momentarily entranced. He had never seen such exquisite clothing. Though the simple white kimono was unremarkable, the slender boy stubbornly believed it far surpassed the finery of the plump young noble. Lolo had a fondness for white. Perhaps I should exercise caution, he thought, at least to avoid soiling that garment. He was all too familiar with the color of blood, a hue he had seen all too often. Lost in thought, Lolo was abruptly jolted from his reverie as someone rushed past, causing him to stumble. The tray in his hands wobbled precariously, and the fine wine spilled, nearly toppling him to the ground. "Watch where you're going," shouted the black-clad youth, his voice laced with fury, spittle nearly hitting Lolo's face. Lolo remained silent, bowing his head deeply. He understood the gravity of the moment. He could not afford to raise his gaze or make a sound. A beating was a minor inconvenience, but jeopardizing his mission was unacceptable. As expected, the black-clad youth, unsatisfied with mere verbal reprimands, seized Lolo by the collar, raising his fist. With a resigned sigh, Lolo closed his eyes, awaiting the impact. To his surprise, the youth scoffed and released him, shooting Lolo a venomous glare before dashing away. Blinking in astonishment, Lolo exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he was no stranger to the sting of blows, evading a beating was always a fortunate outcome. Silently adjusting his tray, Lolo stood up unnoticed. Just then, a girl brushed past him. He paused, taken aback. Her hair was as pure white as snow. A smile crept upon his lips for reasons unknown. Stealthily maneuvering along the edges of the gathering, the slender boy's eyes glimmered with a sense of release. He felt that even if the day's outcome was destined to be unfavorable, having glimpsed the figure in white was enough for him to find solace. He would come clean and leave clean. Nothing was purer than the color white. Gradually drawing closer to his target, Lolo's steps remained steady. His rotund master, as anticipated, provided him with the perfect opportunity to strike. Lolo remained patient, needing to close the distance further. Thud, 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 thud. The rapid beating of his heart resonated within his slender chest. Lolo blinked, surprised by his own anxiety. He had assumed he would remain calm, but he was mistaken. He had to admit, this assassination was far more thrilling than the battles he fought in the slave arena. Taking a deep breath, he decided he could wait no longer. Fixing his gaze on his target, he slowly lowered the tray. The master, having observed the unfolding scene, understood Lolo's intentions and nonchalantly shifted aside, revealing the back of the white-clad figure. Now, all that remained for Lolo was to plunge the dagger forward. With Jack firmly engaged, Long E maintained a demeanor of composed politeness, regardless of the introductions Jack made. Whether they were celestial dragons or nobles was of little consequence to him. Long E. May I present Myers from the Kegufu family? This chubby fellow is quite the character, Jack said, gesturing towards the celestial dragon. Yado Shinto Long E, at your service. Long E replied, smiling slightly at Myers, who appeared even more animated than the previous celestial dragon. Every inch of his corpulent body quivered, exuding an absurdity that was hard to ignore. Seeing Myers' obsequiousness made Long E feel nauseated. He was certain that if he extended his foot for the little noble to lick, the rotund man would comply with an expression of glee. As the two conversed, Jack remained silent, watching with a smile as his gaze flitted between Long E and Myers. His smile deepening. Yado Shinto Long E, I assure you, wherever you require my assistance in Mariewa in the future, I will not hesitate to follow you into the depths of hell. Myers proclaimed fervently. I, Miles, possess no exceptional skills, yet I am capable of managing this considerable weight. Miles endeavored to cultivate a rapport with Long E, feigning a magnanimous demeanor that elicited derisive laughter from those around him. All right, my friend, you have extolled praises enough. Now consider your own identity and that of Long E. As Miles continued his incessant prattling, Jack interjected with an expression of calmness. Ah, yes, indeed. It is my fault. My oversight. With the power of the Yado god family, why should I concern myself with trivial matters? What needs to be done must be done. With that, Miles truly raised his plump hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Haha, Miles, if you don't mind. There are many gentlemen and ladies waiting for me to meet. Observing that Miles, after slapping himself, remained immobile, Long E chuckled awkwardly and pointed toward the waiting celestial dragons behind him. A casual glance behind Long E prompted Miles to smack his forehead, as if struck by a revelation, and he hastily turned to the side. Struggling to bend down, he breathlessly bid farewell to Long E. Yado God Long E, safe travels. Long nodded slightly and walked away with Jack. It was only after they had distanced themselves that Miles, under the scornful gazes surrounding him, retrieved a crumpled white silk handkerchief from his coat pocket. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he suddenly smiled. Take your time. Nightblade God Long E. Chapter 67. Assassination. Countless precious delicacies were served, forming small mountains. The endless flow of exquisite jade-like wine coalesced into a river. Cups clinked and music resonated throughout the hall. With jade vessels and golden goblets, the extravagance was unparalleled. This was the banquet of the celestial dragon people. The brightly lit banquet hall had always been one of the finest social venues for the nobility. However, tonight's atmosphere was markedly different. The aristocrats refrained from whispering among themselves and instead directed their full attention towards a singular individual. As he passed, everyone inclined their bodies slightly, demonstrating utmost courtesy. A series of crude masks adorned their faces, and hollow greetings echoed in the air. Long E remarked that the banquet was far more complex than he had anticipated. He had braced himself for mockery, difficulty, and even insults throughout the evening. However, after strolling around the venue with Jack, he found the Dragonborn nobles to be all smiles and overtly respectful towards him, despite the palpable hostility in the air, which was even more pungent than the perfume worn by the noble ladies. Not a single Dragonborn dared to provoke him. This was exceedingly unusual. My brother, what occupies your thoughts? Jack inquired, noticing a fleeting moment of distraction in Long Yi's gaze. With a subtle smile, he maintained an unruffled demeanor, attempting to discreetly withdraw his arm. "Nothing much, just pondering when the surprise you promised me will materialize," Long Yi replied. Sensing Jack's intent, he exerted a slight pressure with his hand, resolutely holding on to the heir of the Angerlos family who sought to break free. Such a protective talisman could not be easily released. "Hiki, the moment will inevitably arrive when the time is right," though unable to withdraw his arm as desired. Jack remained unfazed. Some matters simply cannot be hastened. Long Yi chuckled softly, intending to say something, when suddenly a sense of awareness washed over him. He turned to find two figures materializing almost simultaneously behind him, Yado God Genji and Yado God Shizuki. "Young master," Genji spoke with a tinge of concern, forcing a smile as he greeted Long Yi. Although older than the youth before him, he often felt an overwhelming sense of humility in the presence of this young man. In contrast, Shizuki was far more straightforward. She remained silent, merely standing behind Long Yi, her expression inscrutable, leaving her thoughts a mystery. "What brings you here?" Long Yi inquired, puzzled by their unexpected presence, as he believed he had no particular bond with either of them. I am here to ensure your safety, young master. Please do not refuse," Genji declared earnestly, clenching his teeth, his voice lowered under Jack's amused gaze. At this point, he had resolved to commit fully to his purpose. After all, in the face of the Yado family's code, personal pride held little value. He concocted a plausible rationale and was determined to stay by Long Yi's side. Refusing to leave. "Oh, thank you then." Long Yi wore a peculiar smile, yet in the presence of Jack Angrouse, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, tacitly accepting the companionship of Yado God Genji. However, when his gaze shifted to Yado God Saiketsu, he found himself in a state of perplexity. After several brief encounters, Long Yi discerned that this elusive young lady was not an easy person to engage with. As Long Yi's eyes lingered on her, Yado God Saiketsu remained unfazed, gently gesturing towards the Yasho at her waist. "Yasho, the guardian of the night." "Thank you." Long Yi nodded gently, expressing his gratitude. He was well aware of the prowess of Yado no Kami Shizuki, to say the least. The young lady's swordsmanship was undeniably superior to that of the dubious night blade god Genji beside him. "I hope you don't mind, my brother." With two additional companions trailing behind him, Long Yi deemed it necessary to greet Jack for the sake of appearances. As he turned, he found himself meeting the gaze of Jack Angrouse. "Of course, my brother," Jack replied, readily agreeable. In truth, he secretly hoped for the presence of more individuals like Yado no Kami Genji, as having a larger number would facilitate their endeavors. "Haha, indeed. You are truly my good brother." Long Yi let out a hearty laugh, intending to utter a few bland pleasantries to feign politeness, thereby probing Jack's reactions further. However, he suddenly stiffened, his hair standing on end. It felt as though a cold, venomous serpent had silently slithered up his spine, a bone-deep chill surging straight to his marrow. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Long Yi. It was the taste of death. Someone was attempting to assassinate him. The situation had taken a drastic turn, and Long Yi was astonished that his observation haki failed to detect the murderous intent of the intruder. Yet, in this moment of peril, he could not afford to ponder further. His mind raced as he conjured countless countermeasures, each swiftly dismissed. Drawing his sword to defend himself, evading, or using Jack as a human shield were all beyond his reach. At this juncture, Long Yi could only pin his hopes on a half-formed, uncertain trump card. If that failed, it would mean death. He activated his armament haki, desperately channeling the power within him, fervently wishing to intercept the chilling assault before it struck his back. However, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. His mastery of armament haki was already tenuous, and in his frantic state, his mind was in disarray. The area behind him remained a void, and Long Yi's heart raced with panic, his teeth clenched, eyes wide with desperation. Could it truly end like this? One misstep, and he would lose everything. Long Yi underestimated Jack's determination and overestimated his own abilities. Suddenly, a metallic clang resonated as the assassin's dagger seemed to encounter an unseen obstruction. Momentarily hesitating, it was this fleeting pause that provided the opportunity for Yado God Shizuki to draw her sword. With a whispered incantation of her most proficient technique, Night God style, bee stings, Shizuki unsheathed her blade, her azure eyes shimmering with ethereal light. The young maiden struck decisively, flawlessly deflecting the assassin's weapon. The dagger, glowing with a ghostly green luminescence, spun in the air before plummeting to the ground. The slender, pallid youth sighed softly, his expression one of resignation. unwilling to make another attempt. Lolo's assassination had faltered. Miles, amidst the crowd, darkened in countenance upon witnessing this, instinctively reaching for the remote control in his hand to eliminate the witness. However, before his cumbersome fingers could move, a cold blade pressed against his back. "Do not move, Mr. Miles." As he feigned ignorance and prepared to let his fingers descend, the next words from behind him drained all strength from his body. "Your son is in our custody." The corpulent nobleman froze, his expression twisting into one of savage rage. Though he contemplated a desperate gamble, he could not bring himself to risk the veracity of the threat. Ultimately, there was a clatter as the custom remote slipped from his grasp, landing on the opulent carpet. Miles sagged to the ground, a bitter smile etched upon his face. Yado God. After all, it is the Yado God family. I have truly overstepped my bounds. Chapter 68. The list in the study of the Yado God family. The head of the family sat. "Master, there is some movement over there." The flickering candlelight cast shadows as the short servant stood respectfully in the center of the room, softly reporting the intelligence just received. "Speak." Yado God Kazan, reclining in his chair with the sword Guha resting beside him, feigned slumber, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed as he listened to his subordinate's report. "Just now, young Master Longy encountered an assassination attempt." Upon hearing this, the elderly bald man's knuckles turned white around the hilt of Guha, a subtle aura of murderous intent silently permeating the study. The short servant, hesitant to meet the master's gaze, articulated each word with utmost caution, fearful of igniting the master's ire. The outcome. Kazan's eyes cracked open slightly. He was more interested in the results than the details of the assassination attempt. "Rest assured, Master, the young master is unharmed." Pausing, the servant discreetly glanced at the elder's expression before elaborating on the events, including the actions of his arranged personnel and how Shizuki had skillfully deflected the assassin's dagger without omission. A faint acknowledgement dispelled the tension, and the atmosphere in the study returned to tranquility. The servant swallowed hard, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Long Yi's safety was solely his responsibility. Should any mishap occur, given the head of the family's regard for the young master, his fate would be self-evident. Upon hearing that Long Yi and Jing Shui were unharmed, the bald elder nodded faintly and gently closed his eyes once more. The short attendant took a deep breath, yet dared not leave without permission, standing silently with his hands down, awaiting further instructions from the master. With no one speaking, the study was enveloped in silence. As time passed slowly, the attendant, growing increasingly impatient, found himself at a loss regarding the elder's unusual reticence. However, in his subordinate position, he refrained from inquiring about the master's thoughts. "Jin Ke, why do provocateurs persist? Have those outside forgotten the majesty of the Admiral family?" Suddenly, the bald elder spoke, his words casual, yet causing Jin Ke to tremble involuntarily. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt, his voice nearly a roar as he proclaimed, "Master, Jin Ke is willing to sacrifice his life for the glory of the Yadaishan family." He was both a servant and a warrior. Disgrace to the master meant death for the servant. The elder remained silent, seemingly unperturbed by this display of loyalty. His eyes still closed as he continued to speak to himself. "For 8 centuries, the Yadaishan family has guarded the demon blade. What have we ultimately gained? All power was earned through the blood and sweat of our ancestors, not bestowed by others. Yet now, even our own are being assassinated in the shadows. Am I truly so aged that I can no longer wield my blade? Otherwise, how could they act so brazenly?" His remarks bore no overt malice. Yet the underlying threat made Jin Ke break into a cold sweat. Having served the master for many years, he was acutely aware of the elder's temperament. Jin Ke understood the depth of the elder's fury concealed beneath his calm facade. As cold sweat trickled down his brow, Jin Ke was at a loss for how to soothe the master's ire when a sudden knock echoed from outside the room. "Master, it is I." The familiar voice eased Jin Ke's tension, as the image of his usually misguided companion seemed more welcoming. It was far better to share the burden of the master's wrath than to face it alone. "Vig, come in," the elder replied casually upon hearing the visitor's voice. The gaunt attendant entered, inadvertently glancing at the prostrate Jin Ke, causing his heart to race. Though his emotions surged, he maintained a stoic expression, avoiding eye contact as he swiftly approached the elder, whispering discreetly, "Oh." Upon receiving the latest intelligence from Vig, the bald elder's interest was piqued, and he finally opened his eyes, a smile breaking across his face. Truly worthy of my regard." Like spring melting ice, a smile finally graced the elder's countenance. Sensing a shift in the Master's mood, Jean exhaled a sigh of relief, mentally giving his companion a thumbs up. Master, should we bring the young master back? How is Long E faring? Does he wish to return? Vig ventured, testing the waters. The elder blinked, deliberately avoiding the inquiry about Long E, and instead posed another question to his confidant. The young master remains unchanged, still enjoying himself with that member of the Angraus family. After Vig responded honestly, he fell silent, aware that the remaining decisions were for the elder to make. Let him continue his revelry. Just ensure his safety and refrain from interference. After a moment of contemplation, the elder gazed out the window towards Long E's direction. Then, recalling another piece of information, Vig rubbed his hands, hesitating to speak. Speak. The elder nodded, urging him on. The candidates from the world government have been finalized. The list is with me. Awaiting your review. Vig retrieved a sheet of parchment from his inner pocket, embossed with the insignia of the world government. How distasteful. I am to train the heir of the Yudaean family, and now the world government. No. Must the Navy also meddle? Glancing at several names on the parchment, the elder's expression darkened. What does the Navy matter? The world government must also regard our wishes. If you desire, shall I return this? Gauging the elder's countenance, Vig tentatively extended his hand, ready to submit the list back to the empty desk if the elder did not intervene. Enough. This is the child's choice. After a brief pause, the elder sighed softly. In truth, he had not wished for Long E to become embroiled in naval affairs. Given their family's influence and status, it was inconceivable to send the young master after pirates. Yet, this was Long E's own decision. I opposed Gung Siling's choice, resulting in that outcome. Now, I dare not interfere with Long E. With a wry smile, the elder took the list, scanning its contents before pointing to one name. This one. Investigate his background thoroughly. Furthermore, I require not merely the documents stored in the world government archives, but all information concerning him, every last detail. The elder instructed Vig, suddenly furrowing his brow. Muttering to himself, CP1, how unfortunate. Chapter 69. The blade seized the assassin's attack occurred in a flash. The rigid smiles of the celestial dragon nobles had yet to transform into terror when Long E found himself teetering on the brink of death. Shadows appeared silently, swift and decisive. In the blink of an eye, the frail assassin was subdued by the hidden guards of the Yudaean family, forced to kneel on the ground. The crisis was averted. The sharp dagger glimmered ominously upon the exquisite carpet, shimmering green like stones cast upon a lake, sending ripples throughout the venue. The musicians, faces pale with fear, set down their instruments, while noble ladies instinctively halted their graceful movements. The lively discussions among the nobility abruptly ceased, and the grand banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. Yudaean Jing Shui stood firm, sword in hand, her blue eyes devoid of emotion. Silently, she positioned herself protectively in front of Long E, her icy gaze scanning the surroundings, alert and vigilant. Meanwhile, Yudaean Genji, unable to maintain the composure befitting his lineage, had been rendered dumbfounded by the sudden assault and remained dazed. With an impassive expression, he observed the subdued youth, casting a fleeting glance at the dejected Miles. Jack Angraus wore a tense expression, a hint of reluctance flickering in his elongated eyes. He had underestimated the Yudaean family's regard for Long E. My brother. This truly is a delightful surprise. Gasping for breath, Long was drenched in cold sweat, his garments completely soaked. He struggled to muster a smile, fiercely locking his gaze onto Jack's eyes, his expression somewhat grotesque. Are you all right? Did you hurt anywhere? Though he uttered words of concern, Jack's face was adorned with a persistent sneer, displaying a disinterested pretense. Regaining his composure, Long released Jack's wrist and grasped his shoulder instead, leaning close to Jack's ear. He gritted his teeth and assured him, "Rest assured, I am fine." Pausing for a moment, Long stared intently into Jack's eyes, enunciating each word. "I am alive and well." "Ah, that is indeed fortunate," Jack replied, withdrawing with subtlety as he freed himself from Long's embrace, disinterested in further feigned courtesy. Frowning, he casually patted his shoulder, as if it bore an unspeakable taint, avoiding Long's expression. He shrugged, continuing, "So, what do you intend to do? Or rather, what can you do?" Stepping back several paces, he increased the distance between them. Jack Angraus lifted his chin slightly, his demeanor transforming abruptly. The amiable aura vanished, replaced by the haughty arrogance of a noble, vividly embodied by this scion of the Angraus family. Adjusting his collar, he squinted at Long with a smirk that was both sardonic and challenging, an unvarnished provocation. Genuine animosity and pure disdain emanated from Jack Angrouse, who remained unmistakably the same Jack Angrouse. Strangely, upon hearing Jack's words, Long did not feel anger. Instead, he began to laugh. His laughter grew louder and more resonant. Several covert operatives from the Night-Laid clan stealthily approached Long, encircling their young master. At this point, they saw no need for further concealment. "What can I do?" you ask. The white-haired youth mused, drawing his sword from his waist. "Hey, you better think carefully," Jack remarked. His smile devoid of warmth, offering a seemingly well-meaning warning. "I am the legitimate heir of the Angrouse family, your equal in status. To strike at me here would signify a provocation against the Angrouse." Longy remained silent, continuing his nocturnal hunt. By the way, allow me to remind you that even if everyone here believes this grand spectacle is orchestrated by me, there exists no evidence to substantiate my involvement. Thus, your reasoning is fundamentally flawed. So, are you angry? Jack Angrouse twisted his neck, his gaze towards Long laced with a subtle mockery. The young man in white did not falter in his stride. "Young master." Observing this scene, the several clandestine guardians of Long could no longer maintain their composure. One of the shadows swiftly approached Long, speaking in a barely audible whisper. "Young master, all matters shall be determined by the head of the family." Long slightly turned his head and observed the urgency in the eyes of the dark child from the Yatagod family. He remained silent, circumventing the individual and continuing his advance. I shall see if you dare." Witnessing Long approach with his sword, Jack stood his ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. The surrounding celestial dragons widened their eyes, their breaths held as the distance between the two narrowed. Could it be that the Yatagod family and the Angrouse family are truly on the brink of war? In that moment, all the noble celestial dragons pondered silently. In the shadows of the gathering, Shaudir tensed slightly, entering a state of readiness for battle. He held his breath, remaining vigilant. Should Jack's life be threatened, he would not hesitate to strike down the young man clad in white. The 7 or 8 steps felt exceptionally prolonged that day, each of Long Yi's strides seeming to resonate within the hearts of the noble celestial dragons. Ultimately, the two stood face to face once more, one in a flowing white kimono, the other in a pristine white suit. "Yatagod Angrouse, come, extend your hand." What Jack did not anticipate was that upon standing opposite him once more, Long did not draw his blade. Instead, amidst the astonished gazes of those around them, the youth gently placed the night hunt, emblematic of the Yatagod family, into Jack's hands. What does this mean? Has the Yatagod family surrendered? The assembly of celestial dragons who awaited the spectacle was taken aback. Even Jack, with his sinister thoughts, found himself momentarily perplexed by Long Yi's intentions. As he gazed at the black night hunt in his grasp, he was momentarily lost in thought. Die? Jack's confusion lasted but a second before he snapped back to reality. Jolted by the force of a fist, time seemed to freeze, in a moment of negligence. He was abruptly knocked to the ground by Long in full view of the crowd. Following that single punch was an unending series of strikes, each blow meticulously measured to ensure power without granting the opponent a chance to retaliate. The scion of the Angrouse family was being mercilessly pummeled by the heir of the Yatagod family. This was no noble banquet. It was evidently a street brawl among ruffians. Dare I? You question my courage. What do I have to fear? As he rained blows upon Jack's handsome visage, Long rhythmically chanted to himself. Shaudir stood frozen, torn, uncertain whether to protect his young master. His duty was to safeguard Jack's life from the shadows. Yet the brawl before him seemed beyond the scope of his responsibilities. After delivering dozens of strikes, Long finally felt some ire dissipate and rose from Jack's form. Scanning the astonished faces surrounding him, he suddenly pointed at the sprawled Jack with a feigned expression of grievance. "You all witnessed it. He seized my blade first, and I merely sought to reclaim it. He calls it theft, yet is it not so? Distorting truth and blurring lines is not solely the Angrouse family's prerogative. Under the formidable pressure exerted by the Yatagod family, who among the celestial dragons dared to voice dissent? Chapter 70. A candid confrontation between two. You muddle right and wrong. Then I shall name a deer a horse. I cannot kill you in public, yet I dare not strike you." Long acknowledged that he did not possess a good temperament. "You all witnessed it, right? It was Jack who suddenly acted, forcing me to defend myself. Although our relationship is amicable, this night hunt is a matter of prestige for the Yatagod family. If I do not safeguard it, I shall incur the wrath of the elder upon my return." In the center of the venue, the young man in white spoke to himself, then took a few swift steps to approach a celestial dragon. Smiling as he inquired, "Uncle, would you not agree?" The celestial dragon, taken aback, instantly lowered his head, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing to bury his head in his trousers. He was merely a minor noble. At this moment, how could he dare to engage in conversation? The Angraus family and the Yedao god family were both beyond his means to provoke. How dull. Then speak up, Long E remarked, noticing the celestial dragon's retreat. He then approached a young man clad in a black kimono and resumed, "Of course, young master, your actions were justified." Upon meeting Long Yi's discerning gaze, Yedao god Nabahiko involuntarily shivered. Others might evade the topic, but he could not, for he bore the name of the Yedao god family. "Young master, I can attest that it was indeed Jack." Angrau's saint initiated the attack to seize the sword. Suddenly, a shadow from the Yedao god family stepped forward, slightly bowing to Long Yi, and spoke in a clear voice. As his words echoed, all surrounding shadows bowed slightly, expressing their willingness to testify. "You see, justice resides in the hearts of the people." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and, feeling quite contemplative, uttered a phrase before swiftly approaching Jack, squatting beside him with a semblance of a smile. "What do you think, my dear brother?" Jack, though not unconscious, bore a face marred not only by bruises but also a sickly flush. With his eyes narrowed, the golden-haired youth's chest heaved violently for several moments before gradually stabilizing. He struggled to part his lips in a smile, yet words eluded him. "Heh, so you're acknowledging the fact that you seized the knife?" Long Yi remarked, maintaining his composure despite the sardonic sneer from Jack. "Seized the knife? You practically handed it to him, didn't you?" Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken among the assembly of aristocratic celestial dragons, who lowered their heads with peculiar expressions. Jack, still silent, managed to rise from the ground. His former elegance now tarnished. His pristine suit was stained with blood and dark marks. "Stop pretending. I know my strength when I strike. Besides, you're no feeble dandy." Leaning closer to Jack's ear, Long E raised an eyebrow. "An ordinary person wouldn't escape a casual sword strike from me. I find you quite intriguing, but I never anticipated you would be this fascinating. You are truly unlike the other lesser beings. Far too interesting," he continued, pulling out a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the blood from his face. As he spoke, a gentle chuckle escaped him. Fixing his sincere gaze upon Long E, he whispered, "I truly wish for your immediate demise, Nightblade God Long E." Upon hearing Jack's words, Long could not conceal his innermost thoughts, responding with a cheerful smile. "I feel the same, Jack Angraus." Their dialogue remained unheard by anyone else, yet the expressions on their faces sent an inexplicable chill through the surrounding celestial dragons. They are not to be trifled with. "Now, my brother, would you kindly return the blade to me?" However, the matter was far from settled. For Night Hunt still resided firmly in Jack Angraus's grasp. Long extended his hand, his gaze intense. The knuckles-gripping Night Hunt turned slightly pale as Jack refrained from immediately returning it, instead surveying the vicinity with a discerning glance. More precisely, he scanned for the hidden agents deployed by the Nightblade clan. Among these agents were servants, musicians, and even a minor noble of the celestial dragons. Old Master Tai Sen truly values you. 8 agents, and I was utterly oblivious to their presence. With a helpless shake of his head, Jack was compelled to accept the reality of his failure. "Enough of this. I nearly lost my life, and yet you still ponder upon it." Long E maintained an impassive expression, still extending his hand. "Haha, next time you might just be as fortunate." After this light-hearted laughter, Jack's demeanor shifted abruptly, and he solemnly placed the renowned sword of the Nightblade God family into Long Yi's hand. "You too." Long Yi took the Night Hunt and fastened it once more at his waist, exuding an unwavering aura. The two exchanged glances, silent yet profound. Just as the gathered celestial dragons were left wondering how the night would unfold, Long Yi and Jack, as if in tacit agreement, abruptly dispelled their murderous intent, reverting to their demeanor prior to the assassin's anticipated arrival. "My dear brother, I sincerely regret disappointing you this time. Next time, I assure you, I shall meet your expectations." Jack spoke to himself, ultimately seizing Long Yi's arm with a radiant smile. Observing Jack's feigned expression, Long Yi remained unperturbed. After signaling to the 8 shadows behind him, he clasped Jack's shoulder and pressed onward. Come, I have yet to indulge myself today." The musicians, prompted anew, resumed their melodies, while the celestial dragon nobles forced smiles, feigning ignorance of the preceding events. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, Long E and Jack continued to navigate the banquet together, the atmosphere reaching an unparalleled harmony. Yet, deep down, everyone was acutely aware of the underlying tensions. The music resonated, but the laughter had ceased. The rift between the Nightblade clan and the Angraus family would only deepen. ultimately leading to their irrevocable collapse. At the World Government Headquarters, the absence of their operatives and Long Yi's nonchalance elicited a relaxed demeanor from Kong, who reclined comfortably on the sofa, indulging in a cigar. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, he nodded gently. "Indeed, Commander," the suited spy responded, his face devoid of emotion. "Huh, did we truly manage to strike that little angrouse?" Kong exhaled a plume of smoke, a barely concealed grin spreading across his face. 19 punches. The spy nodded subtly, maintaining his impassive facade. "Heh, that little rascal has a temperament akin to Karp, yet possesses more intellect than that old fool. In that case, let us refrain from exposing our people." Kong's tone shifted to a more somber note as he waved dismissively. "Yes, Commander." The spy assumed this was Kong's final directive, bowing slightly before attempting to leave, only to be halted by Kong's voice. "Wait, summon Verum for me. I believe you should have returned by now." The spy hesitated, then promptly replied, "Reporting to Commander, indeed, Admiral Verum has returned, and he is currently—" Kong interrupted, rising and moving to a nearby shelf to retrieve a fine bottle of wine. "I know where he is. That fellow has but a couple of passions. Tell him. Whatever it is, I want to share." Chapter 71. The Decision Under the Moonlit Sky, Amidst the Dark and Windy Night. The revelry of the banquet concluded on an unsatisfactory note. Under Jack's penetrating gaze, Long Yi expressionlessly waved farewell, accompanied by the assassin and a cohort of dark-clad disciples. The group departed the banquet hall at a measured pace. The celestial dragon nobles silently escorted them, standing obediently at the entrance, too intimidated to speak. As they watched the youth depart, there was no reverence in their eyes, yet they dared not belittle him. After all, he was the one audacious enough to publicly thrash the scion of the Angraus family. Should he truly harbor intentions to settle a score, it would be effortlessly executed. Watching the retreating figure clad in white, Jack touched the bruise on his face. He contemplated quietly, nodding subtly to the air beside him, whispering softly, "I'll give it a try. If it fails, then so be it." No one responded, yet Jack knew the intended recipient of his words had heard him. As he walked along the streets of Mariewa, Long Yi maintained a composed demeanor, yet turmoil stirred within him. He cast a grateful glance towards the shadowy figures of the Yado god family nearby and solemnly expressed, "I am indebted to you for your protection today." "Thank you." His eyes radiated sincerity, for the life-saving grace bestowed upon him would forever be etched in his heart. Without their safeguarding presence, he might have met his demise this very night. "The young master exaggerates. It is our duty," replied the foremost dark figure, dismissing the gratitude with a wave of his hand. "You deserve this acknowledgement. Regardless of the outcome, I shall certainly commend you to the elder." While others might refuse gratitude, Long Yi felt compelled to express his appreciation. Having been saved by them, he sought to speak favorably of these dark figures before Yado god Tai-san, hoping to secure them additional rewards, which would bring him solace. "Then we thank you, young master," said the leader, no longer declining the gratitude. He smiled faintly and bowed to the youth, a gesture of appreciation on behalf of all the dark figures. Turning away from the guards beside him, Long Yi's gaze fell upon Yado god Siryu, who stood a short distance away. "And you, thank you as well." The intervention of the dark figures merely impeded the dagger's thrust. It was the young girl before him who had truly deflected the deadly blade. "Yes." Yado god Siryu acknowledged his gratitude without evasion, responding coolly and choosing not to elaborate further. Observing her reaction, Long Yi felt a tinge of helplessness. However, through their brief interaction, he had gleaned an understanding of her character. For her, drawing that sword was likely merely a natural response to her capabilities. "You have saved my life, and I shall repay you well." Without making any grand promises, Long Yi nodded slightly. These simple words left the subdued Luo, held captive by the dark figures, somewhat bewildered. He found it hard to comprehend. Was it not a matter of course for nobles to receive loyalty and protection from their guards? "Stay composed. Do not entertain foolish notions." The dark figure restraining Luo growled sharply, sensing the boy's distraction. The frail youth lowered his head in silence, obediently. The subtle movements behind him did not escape Long Yi's perception. After a moment of contemplation, he signaled the two dark figures nearby and, under their protection, approached Luo. "Young master, you still." The previously fierce dark figure softened instantly upon seeing Long Yi, adopting a demeanor of humility. He tightened his grip on Luo, unconsciously increasing the pressure. "No worries. I am merely bored and wish to converse with him," Long Yi reassured, even as his heart brimmed with vigilance. The unassuming, frail boy had managed to elude his observation, and had it not been for the sudden release of murderous intent at the last moment, he would not be standing here now. "Hey, what is your name?" Long Yi inquired, his expression calm as he walked closer. Luo, the frail boy replied truthfully, his thoughts solely focused on escaping his current predicament. Luo? Well, I bring you good news. You may not have to die. Repeating the boy's name, Long Yi dropped a bombshell. "Young master." "Absolutely not." Luo, still reeling from the implications of Long Yi's statement, was met with alarmed responses from the dark figures surrounding him. "Young master, if we do not impose severe punishment on this individual, how can we instill fear in those who would do us harm? Where would our family's honor lie?" Ultimately, the leading dark figure, suppressing his inner turmoil, earnestly reasoned with Long Yi, fearing the young master might fall prey to the taboo of indulgent mercy. This is a ruler's folly. Kindness does not command armies. Yet, would Long Yi truly exhibit such mercy? The answer was a resounding no. A man who had fought his way through the bloody storms of the North Sea would surely understand the necessity of eradicating threats at their roots. But the pressing question remained, where lay that root? Was it within the small family of the corpulent Myers? No. It resided within the formidable Angraus family. That colossal entity, equal in stature to the Yado god family, was beyond Long Yi's reach. Otherwise, during the recent banquet, Jack would have faced far worse than a mere beating. What threats were there but monstrous beings that devoured without spitting out bones? He and that Myers were merely sacrifices. The true peril lay with the one who called him brother. Locking his gaze on Luo, Long Yi's voice took on a deeper significance. He was a treacherous dagger. Since he could be wielded by the Angraus, he could just as easily be controlled by the Yado god. Of course, he lacked the capacity to tame him, but he trusted that the elder would be more than willing to assist him in this endeavor. The leading dark figure, initially poised to speak further, fell silent at the thought of the inscrutable family head, unwilling to contradict. Should Yado god Tysan intervene, a mere assassin would pose no challenge. "Oh, I apologize if my words lack the utmost respect, but considering you nearly took my life, I trust you will not take offense." Long Yi smiled coldly, fixing his gaze on Luo. Were it not for ulterior motives, he would never leave such a potential hazard unaddressed. Luo offered no reply, merely bowing his head deeply. "TSK, I am the victim here. Why does it feel as though I am the villain?" Long Yi muttered helplessly to himself as he departed from Luo's side, the grand estate of the Yado god family looming ahead. Along the way, 8 elite dark figures of the Yado god family closely guarded Long Yi, leaving Shura with no opportunity to strike. Ultimately, this hidden infiltrator had no choice but to abandon the mission entrusted to him by the young master and once again meld into the shadows. Chapter 72. Heretical Paths. Luo ultimately did not meet his end. After encountering the head of the Yado god family, he was taken to the family's dungeon. The conditions there were hardly pleasant, yet they seemed no worse than the slave arena where he had resided. "Everyone disperse. Long Yi and Sire Yu, follow me." The bald elder's tone was indifferent. As he waved his hand dismissively at the gathered dark figures, they collectively exhaled in relief, having endured a night rife with emotional turmoil. They were finally liberated. After all, they were not the targets of the assassination. They had no stake in the family's power struggles. For them, it was far better to play the role of a debauched heir than to involve themselves in matters beyond their reach. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude to the dark figures of the Yado god family, Long Yi bid them farewell. Trailing behind Yado god Tysan, he traversed the expansive courtyard and entered the family study, accompanied by the somewhat reluctant Yado god Sire Yu. Settling into the main seat, the bald elder regarded Long Yi, exhaling a soft sigh. His tone turned grave as he spoke, tinged with a hint of remorse. "I apologize." Disregarding any notions of hierarchy or propriety, Long Yi sat down. Undeterred by the gaze of night, he gently shook his head. "It is of no consequence. From the moment I agreed to take the helm of the Knight family, I knew that what was destined to come would inevitably arrive. I am acutely aware that I stand as an adversary to all of Mary Joa, save for you. Esteemed elder, I suspect that every celestial dragon within the Holy Land eagerly wishes for my swift disappearance. Opportunity is invariably accompanied by peril. To ascend to great heights, one must be prepared to pay a price. It is, after all, due to my presence that you are confronted with such dangers." Knight's countenance remained stern. The more Long Yi spoke, the heavier his heart felt. "Enough of this, esteemed elder. You have bestowed upon me the highest status, imparted the secret of Knight god swordsmanship, and even intend to pass on that remarkable sword, on Akiri. What more could I possibly desire? Were it not for my clear memory of my own kin, I might even question whether I am your true grandson. With a feigned lightness, Longy chose not to pursue the topic further. Truth be told, he would prefer their relationship to resemble a mere transaction rather than the overwhelming debt of gratitude he currently felt. He feared he would never be able to repay such kindness. Very well, let us speak no more of it. Knight gently shook his head, indeed falling silent. I shall take my leave. Observing the heartfelt exchange between the elder and the youth, Knight found little interest in their discourse. Ultimately, she cared not for the integrity of their hearts. Her concern lay solely with the promises made by the bald elder regarding her parents. No. You are of the Knight family. There are some matters you ought to heed. The bald elder firmly declined Knight's request, yet upon glancing at the girl's brow, he abruptly shifted his tone. Of course, I have something to discuss with you privately shortly. At the elder's words, Knight felt a stir within her heart and instinctively grasped the white long sword at her waist. I heard you bested that little brat, Jack. At last, having placated Knight, the bald elder turned his attention back to Longy, a smile dancing in his eyes. Alas, it was merely a skirmish. Longy responded lightly, his interest seemingly waning. On the surface, he exhaled a breath of relief, yet the turmoil within his heart could not be so easily dispelled. When Jack stabbed him with a knife, he could only retaliate with his fists. That bout of violence did little to alleviate the pent-up frustration within Longy. Your handling of the situation exceeded my expectations. Knight Blade God Kazan adjusted his glasses, not bothering to conceal the admiration gleaming in his eyes. Long Yi's temperament is well understood by Yato Shin Kazan. He is certainly not one to swallow his pride when faced with humiliation. Verbal insults may provoke the young man to draw his sword. In moments of near death, the elder anticipated that Long Yi would act recklessly. However, the unfolding events surpassed Yato Shin Kazan's expectations. The dramatic scene of the blade being seized left even him in admiration. The youth before him was not merely a bloodthirsty child, but possessed a chilling composure that belied his tender age of 14. What could I possibly do? Should I take immediate action? Given that I am surrounded by the hidden agents you, old man, have arranged, I cannot believe that the Angrau's family would neglect Jack's safety. Having narrowly escaped death, I must reluctantly accept this hidden loss. Yet, if I cannot find peace, neither shall he. Clenching his fists tightly, Long Yi's eyes simmered with suppressed rage. Just as Jack stated, even if everyone in the room acknowledged that the assassin was Jack's doing, without evidence, Long Yi could do nothing against him. Miles and Lolo together could not withstand the denial of the Angrau's family's legitimate heir. Logically speaking, Jack stood invincible. In a fit of rage, blood would spill in 5 paces. Though Long Yi may be reckless enough to act as a mere brute wielding a sword, should the situation escalate, it is likely to result in a mutually destructive outcome. He cannot afford to indulge in momentary gratification while inadvertently sowing the seeds of a far graver calamity, thus providing others with leverage against him. It is essential to recognize that his only open adversary at present is Angraus, while the other 3 eminent families remain ever watchful and poised to strike. Long Yi firmly believed that should he dare to disregard the unspoken rules among the nobility and draw his sword against Jack, he would inevitably face the collective onslaught of 4 premier noble families. In such a scenario, even the Knight God Kazan, despite his intentions to offer protection, would find it exceedingly difficult to intervene. Mariewa was a realm unlike the North Sea, and the discomfort it brought was part and parcel of the so-called rules. When the term rules was mentioned, Knight God Kazan scoffed, his gaze icy. He had sacrificed far too much for the sake of these so-called noble regulations. Observing Long Yi's expression, he patted the scabbard of Guiche and spoke in a solemn tone. Rules can be established, and they can also be broken, provided one is stronger than those who impose them. Taken aback by the words, Long Yi stared incredulously at the elder before him, his heart racing in sudden excitement. He licked his parched lips, attempting to voice his thoughts multiple times, yet ultimately falling into silence. He found it hard to trust his own speculation. It was a belief he dared not entertain. Enough of these wild thoughts. You are but a small fry now. How much of a stir can you truly cause? Some things are best kept close to your heart. In the future, once you wield this Guiche, we will have ample time to converse. As he met the penetrating gaze of the bald elder, a chill ran down Long Yi's spine. Yet, after that brief moment of coldness, an overwhelming warmth surged within his chest. Old man, if your words are not merely a test, then I... He halted mid-sentence, suddenly at a loss for words. Casting a deep look at Knight God Kazan, he rose from his seat, steadying his sword as he moved toward the door. So, even you have moments of fear? Go on, rest. Do not slack off in your training tomorrow. The bald elder chuckled heartily, unable to suppress a teasing rebuke. Watching Long Yi's retreating figure, a profound look filled his eyes, and he murmured to himself in a tone only he could hear. The little shrimp. Desperately trying to survive now, who can say he won't turn the tides in 10 years? Chapter 73. The Gentleman, the Demon. Excuse my intrusion. With a gentle utterance, Virome exerted force, pushing open the door before him. Stepping into the room, he came to a halt in the center, his hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the individual seated across the desk to speak. Do not stand idly, Virome. Take a seat. Upon seeing his visitor, the commander-in-chief of the world government appeared quite pleased. He gestured for Virome to occupy the empty chair opposite him. Thank you, Commander. Virome graciously accepted, removing his black silk top hat and settling into the seat. Once both men were seated, the commander suddenly stood up, walking to a side shelf where he casually retrieved a half-consumed bottle of red wine. Would you care for another serving of pan-seared lamb chop, Commander? Virome asked with a light smile, preparing to rise. No, Virome, I did not summon you for that. The commander halted Virome's movement with a gentle wave. Chuckling in resignation, he procured 2 clean goblets, pouring wine for himself and Virome. Oh, then what is it you wish to discuss? Virome inquired, tilting his head slightly in confusion. Typically, when he was summoned by the commander, their conversation would not revolve around work, as his performance was impeccable. However, today felt distinctly different. Taking a sip from his glass, the commander set it down and retrieved a piece of parchment from a drawer, placing it before Virome. Virome, this is your new assignment. Startled by the announcement, Virome did not question further but picked up the parchment. After a brief scan, the elite spy of CP-1 furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his eyes. A long-term protection task? Commander, with all due respect, this seems rather unreasonable. There is no room for debate. The commander interjected, his hand raised to silence Virome. Observing the expression on Jerome's face, he articulated each word with gravity. Virome, you do not possess the authority to refuse. Yes, Commander. Virome acquiesced without further resistance, promptly rising to bow. For a spy, obedience to orders was paramount. Enough of that expression. If you harbor any resentment, direct it towards the Nightblade family. It was he who selected you. In Virome's presence, the commander shed the imposing demeanor of the commander-in-chief and quickly deflected responsibility. I do not possess such audacity. That individual holds the key. Virome smiled wryly, clearly aware of Nightblade God Tizen's significance. Indeed, who would argue otherwise? The one who holds the key. The commander's tone grew somber as he spoke of Nightblade God Tizen. However, this unusual demeanor lasted but a fleeting second before he resumed his serious countenance. Virome, I am aware that protection tasks are not your forte, but you must remember that your charge is of great importance to us. I will not tolerate your demise before his. Virome remained silent, gazing at the youthful visage depicted on the document, nodding gravely in acknowledgement. Long Yi, you shall be fortunate in the days to come. Once seated again at the desk, the commander shook his head with a sense of regret. After a brief pause, he attempted to soften the atmosphere. Since you have not yet departed, would you care for another serving? Understanding the hint, Virome nodded and rose once more. He carefully folded the parchment and placed it in the inner pocket of his suit, donning his gold-trimmed hat before making his exit. Cooking was his singular passion. The sharp chef's knife spun in his palm, Virome skillfully wielding his blade. Slicing the lamb with precision, a satisfied smile graced his features, pleased with his culinary technique. He retrieved a frying pan and ignited the stove, humming a tune as he poured in some olive oil. Just as he was about to proceed with the next step of his culinary endeavor, a sharply dressed spy rushed into the kitchen. Commander Virome, please help me, the spy exclaimed, urgency written across his face. Setting down the olive oil, Virome frowned slightly. He raised a finger to his lips, hushing the newcomer. Heels, how many times must I remind you not to speak loudly in the kitchen? With an exasperated shake of his head, he added, you will disrupt my cooking mood. Virome's admonition, though soft-spoken, proved effective. The spy named Heels immediately clamped a hand over his mouth, refraining from uttering another sound. Yet, remembering his predicament, he could not help but plead with Virome. Commander Virome, my lord, I implore you to assist me. Speak. Virome remained nonchalant, resuming his task with the olive oil, slowly pouring it into the frying pan. Commander Virome, we have a subject who has been interrogated for half a month within CP-1. This individual may possess crucial intelligence regarding the upper echelons. Heels trailed off, subtly gesturing upwards. Is it not the celestial dragon? What is there to conceal? Virome's attention was fixated on the lamb sizzling in the skillet, and he shrugged nonchalantly. Sir, if we cannot extract information from that fellow in 2 days, he will be handed over to CP0. He stomped his foot, expressing frustration. Our CP1's reputation will be utterly lost. Reputation lost or not. Here's, one earns their own dignity. It is not a gift from others, Viroam replied without lifting his gaze, remaining absorbed in his culinary task. Yes, I understand. But presently, the only one left at the headquarters is you, Lord Viroam. If we do not seek your assistance, we truly do not know whom to turn to. Hears clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Very well, while I am still here, bring that man over. Viroam initially intended to refuse, yet recalling the recent orders, he suddenly smiled, relinquishing his earlier thoughts. Splendid, Lord Viroam. I knew you would not decline, Hears exclaimed joyfully, producing a small dindin mushy and muttering something. Before long, 2 similarly attired spies entered the kitchen, escorting a burly prisoner. Hey, are you trying to bribe me with a sumptuous meal? Dream on. I know nothing and have nothing to say to you government lapdogs. The prisoner, defiant, scanned his surroundings and sneered mercilessly. Quiet down, Viroam said, still focused on the lamb in the skillet. I'll say what I wish. Who do you think you are? The muscular prisoner laughed boisterously, ready to mock the pretentious chef, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically, trembling as he raised his arm. A glint of cold steel flashed, revealing stark white bone. And the prisoner howled in agony. Silence. The chef's knife gleamed once more, precisely piercing the prisoner's throat, without glancing at the outcome of his actions. The elegantly attired chef meticulously turned the lamb chop with his spatula. Under the fearful gazes of the 2 spies, Viroam furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. I hope the commander-in-chief does not mind the excessive bloodshed. Well, medium rare will suffice. Cooking was Viroam's solitary passion, and he possessed no fixed preferences regarding his culinary subjects. At times, it was mere ingredients, at others, it was human beings. Chapter 74. The aura of death after the evening banquet. Long Yi's life seemed to settle into tranquility once more. Absent were the provocations and hostilities from outsiders, replaced instead by an unending cycle of training. In the backyard of the Yado god family, Long Yi absorbed each sword technique taught by Yado god Kazan with the fervor of a parched sponge, his strength gradually advancing, incomparable to the time when he first arrived in Mariewa. So, you were dispatched by the commander-in-chief to protect me, Long Yi said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he regarded Viroam, who stood before him in a satin suit, exuding an air of humility. Indeed, I am Viroam, and I shall remain by your side for a considerable time, he replied, executing an impeccably refined noble gesture with a gentle smile that radiated an indescribable composure and elegance. Well then, I entrust this to you, Long Yi said, not surprised by Viroam's arrival. He had already heard of the world government's arrangements from Kazara. Before arriving in Mariewa, Long Yi was aware of Sengoku's plans to promote him as a standard-bearer for the new generation of the Navy, a notion he did not oppose. The Navy indeed required a new emblem, a youthful standard. Although Long Yi does not believe he currently possesses the qualifications for such a role. In light of the tumultuous times that lie ahead, he must prepare himself for the coming years. The echoes of his solitary suppression of the supernova still resonate in his ears. If given this opportunity, what harm is there in standing at the forefront? The youth remains undaunted. No, this is precisely what I ought to do. Varum gestures dismissively, shaking his head with a light chuckle. His expressions are so flawlessly rehearsed that one could scarcely find a single flaw, reaching an apex of perfection. Without delving deeper into this topic, Long Yi, observing Varum's subtle smile, ponders for a moment before abruptly shifting the conversation. You are dispatched by the esteemed commander. Therefore, your prowess must be formidable. As the individual who will accompany him in the future, it is only natural for Long Yi to seek an understanding of Varum's capabilities. Although he is aware that this gentlemanly spy cannot be lacking in strength, he still requires clarification on just how formidable he truly is. Not at all. Varum smiles lightly, neither confirming nor denying his strength. However, almost immediately, he seems to reconsider, adding swiftly, of course, I am nowhere near the likes of the Night Sword God or the 3 Saints. Nor can I compare to General Kong or Mr. Karp. If I must quantify it, I would say my strength barely grazes the threshold of the Rear Admiral rank. With a modest smile, Varum's countenance is imbued with a serene nonchalance. Rear Admiral, you say. Upon hearing this, Long Yi feels a stirring within, and rather than looking down upon Varum, he is unexpectedly pleased. Do not assume that the strong are as common as cabbages, The strength of a rear admiral is undeniably significant. Moreover, he has not forgotten the true identity of the individual before him, a member of CP1, indeed one of the elite among spies. In the theater of war, Verum may pale in comparison to the likes of Akainu or Akiji, perhaps even falling slightly short of a vice admiral. Yet when it comes to assassination, eavesdropping, tracking, and protection, skills quintessential to espionage, one might find that even 10 Akijis combined would not measure up to the prowess of the man before him. Very well, then. How much do you know about me? With a casual invitation for Verum to sit, Long Yi sheathes his Night Hunter and gestures toward himself. Everything. Verum has long since committed to memory all information regarding Long Yi. From the moment the youth was brought to the Marine headquarters at Marinford to the present developments, he is thoroughly informed. Oh, then you must certainly be aware of this as well. As Long Yi narrowed his eyes and casually smiled, he ceased to suppress the malevolent energy emanating from his being. In an instant, a crimson aura surged skyward, forming a grotesque phantom of a demon behind the young man. Kazan's eyes glowed a fierce red, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent. Upon reappearing, he surveyed his surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon Verum, a silent, sinister grin spreading across his face. Ah, I understand. Although he had already been aware. The actual manifestation of demonic power before him momentarily stunned even the mentally resilient Verum. Ignoring Verum entirely, Kazan continued to laugh maniacally. Countless strands of scarlet energy coiled around Long Yi, rendering his appearance increasingly sinister. My Lord Verum, should I lose my sanity shortly, please restrain me without hesitation. Do not allow me to act recklessly. Despite his fearsome visage, Long Yi's mind remained clear. Kazan's presence was a lingering threat within him. And after several unsuccessful attempts to seal Kazan away, Long Yi had revised his strategy. Rather than resist, he resolved to allow the demonic energy to permeate him willingly. Haha, little ghost, have you come to terms with it? Kazan's mood had recently improved, and under Long Yi's deliberate relaxation, his influence over the youth deepened. I wonder when you will obediently comply. Don't you think you've caused me enough trouble lately? Paying no heed to Kazan's taunts, Long Yi spoke as if to himself, disregarding the scene unfolding behind him. Ha ha ha, you pathetic little spirit. You nearly lost your life, yet can only vent your frustration through tricks. We are but one entity. Do not think I am oblivious to the fury that resides within you. Embrace me, and you shall become the most formidable destroyer. Chains extended from Kazan's form, swiftly ensnaring Long Yi's right hand. The moment the youth's resolve wavered, Kazan could transform him into a vessel in this world. Verum, rarely displaying signs of anxiety, felt a tremor pass through him as Kazan's unfiltered words resonated. Gripping his exquisite dagger, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, his focus unwavering. This is indeed surprising. Murmuring to himself, Verum scrutinized Long Yi's every movement. Enough of this repetitive charade. I'm weary of it. Today, I merely wish for you to reveal yourself. I know our struggle for survival will not be far off, but it shall not be today. The energy fluctuated subtly, and the hue of the demonic aura abruptly lightened. Observing Long Yi's calm demeanor, Kazan lost his enthusiasm for conversation. The first time he had encountered Long Yi's frightened expression remained etched in his memory, but in just a year, the youth's rapid growth far surpassed the expectations of this harbinger of destruction. As Long Yi had mentioned, the corruption of the demonic energy was deepening, and the day when they would vie for control over the body was drawing near. Savor your final moments. Kazan chuckled darkly, his phantom fading from view, restoring Long Yi to his normal state. Thus it is. Soon, I may be consumed by the will of a demon from another realm. The timing remains uncertain. I cannot rely on old man Tai-san, so when that time comes, only you can stop me, or end my life. Sharing a light-hearted smile with Verum, Long Yi casually articulated his first request. Soon, either stop me or kill me. Chapter 75. Conspiracy. The demonic energy surged, and the enchanted blade let out a soft chime. What Dragon One remains unaware of is that, at the moment he summoned the shadow of Kazan, the head of the Nightblade god family, Taizan, received an immediate alert from Guadai within the confines of his study. Observing the gently vibrating demon blade in his hand, the bald elder's expression was inscrutable. It was not until the commotion within Giddy's sheath subsided completely that the head of the Nightblade god family let out a silent sigh of relief. The recent upheavals have been increasingly frequent. Dragon One, are you on the verge of losing control over your own powers? With a soft sigh, the elder rose from his seat, cradling Guadai as he exited the study. At the Angraus family estate. What? Did the three of you arrange to meet? Jack Angraus narrowed his elongated eyes, A cold smirk plastered across his face. He was not so naive as to believe that the individuals before him had come to offer him solace. They were not that close. Hey. It's one thing to treat them that way, but why are you being so distant with me? Upon hearing Jack's icy words, Marol chuckled dismissively. He strode into Jack's room, casually grabbing a chilled grape from the table and popping it into his mouth. As a member of the Moseherd family, he and Jack were well acquainted. Be careful. That one is poisonous. Marol's warning did little to improve Jack's sour expression. He merely muttered an offhand remark, his gaze still laced with subtle hostility. Jack. That's where you went wrong. Regardless of the circumstances, we are still guests here, haha. Tula laughed heartily, brandishing a red wine bottle in his hand. Look, I even brought you a gift, fire dragon wine. Unceremoniously entering the room, he retrieved several crystal goblets and uncorked the strong liquor. Tula, do you think a single bottle of wine can win over Jack? You underestimate him. Hess spoke with a calm demeanor, a hint of amusement in his eyes. As he said this, he stepped into Jack's room. To be honest, I wish you all would just leave me alone. Jack's face bore a faint smile, betraying his irritation towards the trio. Hey, buddy, we just came to check on you. You don't have to smile at us, Marol remarked, well aware of Jack's habits. When Jack wore a smile while looking at someone, it signaled his murderous intent towards them. Although Jack's family, the Jackslow, was at least equal to the Angrau's family in prestige, he still felt a twinge of discomfort under Jack's cold gaze. Look at me. You're all waiting for me to make a fool of myself, aren't you? Rubbing his face, which bore several faint bruises, Jack spoke in an extremely frosty tone. Haha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Tula continued to laugh heartily, drinking deeply from his glass, oblivious to the inappropriateness of his words. Tula, Jack is already in a difficult position. Don't rub salt in his wounds. Hess chimed in, his lips curving upward, contrasting with Tula's boisterous demeanor. Jack's smile deepened. All right, let's put aside the trivialities and discuss serious matters, such as the Nightblade God, Dragon One. Marol rubbed his hands together, curiosity evident on his expression. After living in Mariejois for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed Jack being so thoroughly toyed with. Upon hearing that name, Tula and Hess also suppressed their expressions, quietly listening intently. Why discuss him? I have no desire to speak of anything related to Nightblade God Dragon One. If you seek to delve into the intricacies of the Nightblade family, you have come to the wrong person. Jack replied nonchalantly, his demeanor unyielding. In his world, there was no principle dictating that he should share information acquired through his own efforts without reason. What if I said that if you divulged any information about Nightblade God Dragon One, our Jackslow family would align with your Angrau's family? Upon hearing Jack's words, Marol suddenly chuckled, patiently awaiting the other's response. Jack's pupils contracted involuntarily. Narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Marol's expression, he rarely exhibited signs of concern. Figure and Moseherd shared similar sentiments. Before Jack could respond, Tula and Hess chimed in, continuing Marol's thread. The heads of your three families, also. Jack steadied his mind, leisurely lifting his goblet, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He understood that the more pressing the situation, the less he should reveal any signs of unease. My brother, don't put on airs. We are here at the behest of our elders. Otherwise, do you think I would willingly gaze upon your gloomy face? Tula maintained his carefree demeanor, unfazed by Jack's response. Brother? No, we are not that familiar. The last person who called me brother nearly cost me my life. What? Do you, Tula, wish to test that? Gently swirling his crystal goblet, Jack made up his mind. Since the other three families wished to involve themselves, he might as well do them a favor. No, I still want to live for a few more years. But your little brother is quite formidable, even you, Jack. Fell short. Laughing heartily, Tula feigned innocence, though a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his seemingly straightforward eyes. I must say, Dragon One is the most intriguing peer I have encountered, far more interesting than the lot of you. Recollecting the sight of that white-clad figure, Jack's smile brightened even further. Do tell. Hess interjected subtly, as he and his family sought more information about the youth. Written accounts could never rival first-hand accounts. He has struck at me once. And once again. To put it plainly, he is a person who refuses to be wronged. Even after I trampled on his dignity, he went to great lengths to retaliate against me. While his methods may not be deemed spectacular, I wouldn't have chosen any differently had I been in his position. The one who understands you best will not be your allies, but your adversaries. Dragon One's two responses indeed left Jack impressed. Alas, no matter how intriguing he may be, his origins cannot be altered. My patriarch has stated that the wretched heir of the Nightblade family can be whatever he wishes, for he is of no concern. However, the key to the safety of all of Mariehua cannot fall into the hands of bloodlines outside of the nobility. Marol shrugged his shoulders, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. Thus, Guetai belongs to the Nightblade family, but the key is a shared responsibility among us celestial dragons. Our elders are unwilling to step forward, fearing a loss of dignity. Hence, they can only rely on us younger generations to properly entertain that dragon one from the Nightblade family. Hess took a sip of his drink, then fell silent. Since you, Jack, have failed, I believe there will be no further opportunity to trouble that fellow from the Nightblade family. Therefore, let us cast our gaze further into the future, perhaps to the Celestial Dragon Festival in half a year. Tula intentionally left his sentence unfinished, suddenly pausing. Jack and the other two felt a stir in their hearts, instinctively continuing. The Celestial Dragon Festival. Chapter 76. A life without hope in the dark and gloomy dungeon of the Night Sword God family. The damp environment has allowed moss to flourish on the cold stone floor, while a faint scent of blood lingers in the air. Lying flat on the ground, Luo stares vacantly at the stone ceiling, which has been the only view available to him during these past few days. In truth, Luo feels that these days have not been too bad. He has not endured the torturous treatment he had anticipated. After being imprisoned here, it seems as though he has been completely forgotten by those who captured him, left alone for 3 or 4 days. However, he knows they have not truly forgotten him, as his meals always arrive punctually through the iron bars, some water, and a piece of hard bread. These simple provisions are sufficient to sustain him for a considerable time. To be honest, Luo does not feel discomfort in the Night Sword God family's dungeon. On the contrary, compared to the slave arena he once inhabited, his current existence is even more comfortable. After all, there he was given only 1 meal per day. When the most esteemed member of the Night Sword God family enters the depths of the dungeon, the frail youth maintains a motionless posture to conserve energy. A lesson learned from years of enslavement. Master, the guards of the Night Sword God family stand up promptly upon seeing him, bowing deeply and offering their most respectful greetings. Oh, do not mind me. You may step outside for a while. I wish to speak with him privately. With a casual wave of his hand, the head of the family, Tai-san, displays an air of indifference. Yes, the guards dare not question the master's command, bowing once more before methodically exiting the dungeon. Get up. I wish to have a few words with you. With a casual gesture, the bald elder drags a chair over and seats himself outside the iron bars. Fixing his gaze on the supine Luo, he speaks in a deep voice. Oh, all right. Instinctively responding, Luo finally finds focus in his eyes. He sits up, looking at the seemingly ordinary yet commanding elder, blinking with a somewhat wooden expression. Your name is Luo? Without pressing the issue of Luo's indifferent attitude, Tyson pushes up his glasses and unabashedly scrutinizes the frail boy before him. Yes, my lord, Luo nods, answering straightforwardly without a hint of concealment. Very well. Luo, do you know who I am? Satisfied with Luo's demeanor, Tai-san poses another question. I know, you are the head of the Night Sword God family. Luo is no fool. In fact, he is far more astute than many. The information gleaned from the guard's fragmented words is enough for him to ascertain the identity of the man before him. Excellent. Then do you know the identity of the person you attempted to assassinate? As he caresses the scabbard of his sword, the bald elder's tone grows heavier, and an imperceptible pressure of authority descends upon Luo. That person is the young master of the Night Sword God family, Long E. After a moment's contemplation, Luo decides to answer truthfully. Years of experience have taught him that in the presence of a figure like Tai-san, it is best to abandon all ulterior motives. You are well informed. Your audacity is indeed remarkable. The bald elder smiles faintly, allowing the scabbard of his sword to lightly strike the ground. In an instant, the atmosphere in the dungeon becomes turbulent, as an overwhelming pressure envelopes Luo. The weight of this authority descends upon him like a towering mountain. Luo instinctively cries out in pain but quickly grits his teeth, falling silent. He lies helplessly on the ground, silently enduring the sensation of every bone being crushed. Why do you not plead for mercy? Tai-san's voice is cold, his white robe billowing without wind, the murderous intent palpable. Luo, enduring the torment in silence, remains in his original position. Hey, do you think you possess the right to maintain your silence? Who granted you such courage? Tai-san chuckles lightly, observing the reticent boy. As the pressure shifts dramatically, poor Luo has barely escaped the sensation of being crushed by a mountain when he suddenly feels as if pierced by countless steel needles. The pain penetrates his very soul, yet a suffocating silence prevails. The stubbornness inherent in the frail youth surpasses Tai-san's expectations. TSK. The pressure dissipates abruptly, and the elder's expression fluctuates. With his years of experience and insight, he recognizes that this young assassin is determined to seek death. Do you know that Miles has perished? Since the pressure proved ineffective, Tai-san decides to change tactics and abruptly shifts the conversation. Cough, cough, cough. That is truly wonderful. With each fit of coughing, Luo's face finally reveals a hint of emotion upon hearing the elder's news, an expression of genuine joy. You were destined to meet the same fate, but someone whispered in my ear, urging me to spare your life. Adjusting his glasses, the bald elder's tone turned somber. My lord, Luo wishes to cease existing. I implore you to grant me relief. Relief is what Luo has always sought. The greatest desire in his heart. I do not restrict your freedom. If you seek relief, you may take matters into your own hands. Tai-san's expression remains unchanged. As he stated, aside from the confines of this cell, there are no restraints binding Luo. If he wishes to end his life, he could do so at any moment. The elder is certain that the surrounding walls are far sturdier than the boy's skull. My lord, I long for relief. Yet I cannot bring myself to act. Luo's words are laden with contradictions, a complexity perhaps only he can comprehend. Since childhood, Luo has fought desperately to survive, through shipwrecks, from pirates, and from the navy, and within the slave arena. Every breath he takes has come at a great cost. The more he has sacrificed, the more he finds himself reluctant to relinquish his life. Yet, he is utterly exhausted. His existence has never seen the light of day. He craves liberation, yet not at his own hands. He desires to be killed by another because he cannot bear to take his own life. Such as Luo. Do not speak these words to me. Share them with the one you attempted to assassinate. He is the one who believes you still hold some value. Which is why he has not permitted me to end your life. After all, he is your enemy, not I. After a pause, Tai-san suddenly unsheathes his sword, a deep purple aura quietly emanating. How about this? I will give you a chance. Luo's lips curve upward, believing that the long-awaited relief is finally at hand, only to realize that the elder merely grazes the blade against his arm. You have been tainted by this aura. Unless someone extracts it from you, you are doomed. Pausing for effect, Tai-san adds with a hint of a smile, go and speak to that person directly. Your life and death rest in his hands. Chapter 77. The white attire when Luo was brought before Long Yi by Nightblade God Tai-san, the young boy. Having just completed his morning training task, was thoroughly engrossed in a large basin of meat soup, exclaiming its deliciousness. This is absolutely delectable. Vairam. Are you sure you're not a chef by profession? He exhibited no semblance of noble demeanor, disregarding the etiquette typically observed at the dining table. Long Yi boldly abandoned his utensils, opting to consume the soup directly from the basin. Ahem. Upon witnessing this scene, Nightblade God Tai-san cleared his throat, his expression growing somewhat stern. The light sound prompted Long Yi, in the midst of his hearty consumption, to momentarily halt, nearly choking, casting a sidelong glance towards the entrance. He awkwardly set down the basin, feigning composure as he greeted the newcomer. Elder, what brings you here? With an irritated gesture towards Long Yi, Nightblade God Tai-san appeared markedly different from the man in the dungeon. He swiftly approached the boy, surveying the disarray on the dining table, and gently furrowed his brow. Have you only learned swordsmanship from me? Have you forgotten the manners I taught you? Long Yi chuckled softly, offering no defense. To be frank, his only concern lay with the swordsmanship. The tedious rituals of nobility held no significance for him whatsoever, were it not for the elderly gentleman's insistence. He would have little inclination to memorize the myriad of formalities. It was clear that leaving him to the tutelage of that old coot, Karp, was not the wisest choice. With a resigned rub of his forehead, Yi Daoshan Taizen could only attribute Long Yi's unchangeable habits to Karp's influence. Old man, do take a seat and savor the soup prepared by Wairam. A casual glance at Lolo standing by the doorway brought a faint smile to Long Yi's face. He pulled Yi Daoshan Taizen down into his seat, deftly steering the conversation away from the previous topic. Humph. The bald elder snorted lightly, devoid of any trace of anger. The youth before him held considerable weight in his heart. Despite the absence of blood ties, their connection far surpassed mere lineage. Wairam, please bring over some more food. Calling into the kitchen, Long Yi deliberately avoided the subject of Lolo, engaging the bald elder in light chatter instead. Yi Daoshan Taizen picked up a spoon, feigning ignorance of Long Yi's earlier clumsiness as he gently ladled some soup. After savoring it thoughtfully, he nodded slightly. Not bad. Wairam, who had just emerged with a tray, happened to overhear the bald elder's commendation. A subtle smile graced his lips as he methodically set down the food, responding with a respectful bow. "It is an honor, Sir Yidao Tizen. Whereom, I have thoroughly reviewed your credentials. You are indeed a rare talent. When our family's guards are unable to ensure Long Yi's safety, I shall entrust him to you." Receiving Wyram's bow, Yidao Tizen accepted it with grace. Adjusting his glasses, his tone grew solemn. "That is Wyram's duty." Before one of the most powerful individuals in the world, Wyram maintained his composure. After a slight nod to Yidao Tizen, he quietly positioned himself behind Long Yi, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, refraining from further speech. "Truth be told, if it were possible, I would prefer not to have anyone protect me." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. He had never been accustomed to being sheltered. "I understand that you do not regard yourself as a noble, yet your name is indelibly inscribed in the family lineage of the Nightblade clan. You are not only a naval second lieutenant, but also the heir of the Nightblade family. Those pirates outside, no matter how ferocious, cannot rival the blade in your hand. However, even the sharpest of swords cannot contend with the hearts of those in Mariehua." Nightblade Tizen smiled gently, placing a tender morsel into his mouth. "Perhaps," he mused. In this regard, Long Yi found himself at a loss for words. After all, the assassin who sought his life still lingered at the door, leaving him with little room for argument. Were it not for the recent protection provided by the hidden guardians, he would not be standing here today. "Enough of your petty schemes. Do you truly believe you can impress me with such theatrics?" "You are far from profound," he remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Long Yi. The bald elder slightly turned his body and beckoned towards the entrance. "Lolo, come here." Upon hearing this, Lolo obediently approached the dining table and bowed deeply. "Is it done?" Long Yi inquired, uncertainty clouding his thoughts as he recalled that elusive stab that still haunted him. "No," came Tizen's response, his gaze never lifting. "What?" Long Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that Luo had been entirely subdued by the bald elder before being brought to his presence. Seizing the opportunity while Long Yi conversed with Yado Shinto Tizen, Luo suddenly bent his knees and knelt directly before Long Yi. "Yado Shinto Long Yi, I beseech you to grant me death." This unexpected turn of events caused Long Yi to furrow his brow, yet out of caution, he refrained from hastily assisting Luo to his feet. With a gaze filled with perplexity, he spoke softly, "Give me a reason," raising his head in a daze. Luo found himself momentarily entranced by the youth's white attire before recollecting his purpose. He merely repeated, "I implore you to grant Luo release." Long Yi was momentarily speechless, uncertain of what to say, and could only gaze at the bald elder beside him. "Do not look at me. Ultimately, this man's fate rests in your hands. You may choose to act as you see fit." To be candid, Long Yi held little regard for the individual known as Luo. Given the resources of the Nightblade God clan, it was hardly a challenge to cultivate a skilled assassin, and the loyalty of such a figure would far exceed that of Luo. However, this matter was the first time Long Yi had addressed him, and out of a sense of obligation, the bald elder found it difficult to refuse. How intriguing. After casting a few penetrating glances at Luo, Long Yi silently mused, while the corner of Varam's mouth, positioned behind him, curled into a slight smirk. With his experience, he could easily discern whether the assassin's desire for death stemmed from sincerity or deceit. Choosing not to respond to Luo's words, Long Yi fixed his gaze on Luo's grimy visage and suddenly smiled. "I have noticed that you have been looking at me for quite some time. Is there something amiss?" Perhaps fearing to provoke the powerful figure who could grant him liberation, Luo shook his head repeatedly. After much internal hesitation, he finally managed to stammer, "Nightblade God Long Yi, your attire is quite splendid. I mean no offense, I beseech you." Long Yi offered no response, merely posing another inquiry to Luo. "What promise did Myers make that compelled you to assassinate me?" "Freedom," Luo answered without lifting her head, her voice as faint as a whisper. "Oh." Long nodded slightly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, and turned to Varam. "Varam, do you have confidence in your ability to ensure my safety?" Varam paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded in affirmation. With this reassuring response, Long's expression brightened as he hurried back to his room, retrieving a somewhat new naval lieutenant's uniform. "I cannot grant you freedom just yet, but will this move you?" The sight of the pristine white fabric made Lolo instinctively lift his gaze. For a moment, he hesitated. Chapter 78, The Confrontation. Death can occur in the blink of an eye. To live requires far greater courage. After contemplating for a full 3 minutes, Lolo ultimately donned the white garment. Though he was slightly older than Long, his physique was no match for Long's. The half-new naval uniform draped over him felt oddly loose and unrefined. Nonetheless, Lolo paid little heed to the fit of the clothing. Under Long's watchful gaze, he cautiously extended his hand, seemingly wanting to touch the fresh attire. However, he hesitated for a moment, his frail hands suspended in midair, fearing that his soiled hands might tarnish the finest garment he had ever received. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand. Feeling restless, he suddenly felt agitated, wishing to discard the white attire, yet deep down, he couldn't bear to part with it. A conflicted individual, a pitiable soul. He could resign himself to a death that was destined to be unfulfilled for the sake of an unattainable freedom. Yet he could also cling to life for the sake of a worn garment. Perhaps even Lolo himself did not comprehend what he truly desired. Yes, it may be a bit large, but fret not, I shall gift you a fitting one in the future. Observing Lolo's anxious demeanor, Long stroked his smooth chin and mused aloud. No, this one is perfectly fine. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Long. Upon hearing Long's words, Lolo regained his composure and hurriedly waved his hands, not daring to ask for more. Almost instinctively, he prepared to kneel once more. Stop. As he saw the frail youth bend his knees, Long swiftly drew his sword from his waist, placing it defiantly before Lolo. Feeling the chill emanating from the dark blade, Lolo faltered, unable to kneel as he had intended. You have no freedom here because you nearly took my life. I do not consider myself a villain. Yet I am not so magnanimous either. Remember this, do not kneel at every turn. Unlike the nobles you have encountered, I cannot abide by such behavior. Though he bore the esteemed title of the Night Blade God, Long did not perceive himself as inherently superior to others. Perhaps the celestial dragons were indeed correct. This half-hearted heir to the Night Blade God bore no trace of noble blood. Lolo was at a loss for words, momentarily unsure of how to respond. It was precisely because the expression on Long's face appeared genuine that he felt so conflicted. The subservience had been deeply ingrained in Lolo's very bones. Kneeling before a noble was second nature to him. Now, being told that he need not kneel anymore left the frail boy feeling rather disoriented. Whatever Long says, you must obey. From now on, you shall follow him. His words are commands. If he bids you to live, then live well. If he orders you to die, do not hesitate. Kazan, the Night Blade God, remarked nonchalantly while observing the exchange between Long and Lolo, slowly enjoying his meal. Yes, Lolo quickly bowed his head, no longer daring to question. Just as the old man had stated, his life was now entirely in the hands of the young man in white. Enough. Do not conflate me with that, Miles. My decision to keep you is not driven by an overflow of sympathy. Nor do I wish to send you to your death on some assassination mission. I am incapable of such deeds. If I truly wanted to kill, I would prefer to do it myself. With that, Long deftly sheathed his sword and returned to the dining table. Glancing at the food before him, he beckoned Lolo, who appeared dazed. Sit down and eat. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something. Verum, please bring out 2 more sets of utensils. You should sit down and eat with us as well. Verum, standing behind Long, smiled gently and promptly turned to the kitchen to fetch 2 sets of utensils. Nightblade God Long, I dare not. For Lolo, Long's words were even more intimidating than the sword earlier. His heart raced, and he instinctively reverted to his old ways. No kneeling. Come and sit down. Long called out sharply, his gaze firm. The sheer intensity of his presence was enough to freeze Lolo in place, preventing him from kneeling. Such lack of decorum. If others were to witness this, what would they think of the Nightblade God family? The bald elder grumbled. Yet he did not oppose Long's stance. Aside from certain principled matters, he would not interfere with Long's decisions. You did not teach me the art of winning hearts. I shall attempt it myself. Besides, you know me well. My aspirations lie not in Mariewa, but in the vast world beyond. That is my stage. Longy was well aware of the temperament of the elderly man before him. He incessantly emphasized the importance of rules and decorum, yet in his heart, he remained utterly indifferent to them. Otherwise, he would not have borne such immense pressure, allowing Long-E, a commoner devoid of noble lineage, to ascend to the status of a celestial dragon. What merit does the outside world hold? Is not the mastery of Mariewa tantamount to wielding dominion over the world? In the end, why engage in such superfluous endeavors? Nightblade God Kazan shook his head, perceiving Long-E's aspirations as a quest for distant goals at the expense of nearer ones. To learn the sword, to eliminate the hidden threats within me. To seek an opportunity for vengeance against the Angras family, to eradicate the pirates plaguing the seas, and ultimately to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. My ambitions are numerous, yet controlling Mariehua is not part of my design. Moreover, Long Yi smiled faintly, then abruptly shifted the topic. Those celestial dragons are not entirely inept, are they? Take our own family as an example. I find it hard to believe that merely relying on the 300 black-clad disciples of Nightblade God could sustain such a grand affair. Let us not forget, you are a celestial dragon now. Nightblade God Tyson shook his head, casting a look of resignation towards Long Yi, unfazed by the words of the bald elder. Long Yi toyed with a pure silver dining knife, responding without lifting his gaze. I fear that aside from the old master, and this individual who frequently feels the need to kneel before me, no one else regards me as a celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, Nightblade God Tyson suddenly let out a cold laugh. Others do not acknowledge you. Very well, at the Celestial Dragon Festival in 5 months. They will have ample opportunity to express their sentiments directly to me. Long Yi felt a stir within his heart, for this was the first time he had encountered such a term. Otherwise, with the profound heritage of the Angraus family, would they truly be interested in the succession matters of the Nightblade God family? Ultimately, it was driven by their fear that, once you possess this key, you might entertain ulterior motives and commit acts contrary to the interests of the celestial dragons. Adjusting his glasses, the bald elder suddenly smiled. Previously, he had been uncertain, but now it seemed their concerns were not unfounded. Nightblade God Tyson chuckled, and Long Yi followed suit. Fixing his gaze upon the elder's eyes, he feigned nonchalance and inquired, "In that case, will you grant me this sword?" Nightblade God Tyson smiled slightly and nodded affirmatively. Of course. Chapter 79. The distant East Sea. In the East Sea, at the village of Seymour Ziji, lay the Exin dojo. Lord Gungciro, the head of the Tyson family has sent me to inquire whether you would be willing to return during the Celestial Dragon Festival this year. In the small dojo, a dark-clad subordinate of the Nightblade God family knelt on one knee before the middle-aged man with the bound hair, his demeanor humble. Alas, how many times must I tell you? I will not return. Upon hearing the subordinate's words, Nightblade God Gungciro's expression remained unchanged, still holding his original demeanor. He sighed softly, helping the subordinate to his feet, and personally poured a cup of hot tea, placing it before him. It is but a simple brew. I hope you do not mind. Sensing he may have slighted his guest, Nightblade God Gungciro smiled apologetically. Your subordinate dares not presume. The subordinate, directly under Nightblade God Tyson, naturally understood the noble status of the man before him and felt unworthy of receiving tea from him. You are not my subordinate. I am now Gungciro. With a gentle smile and a congenial disposition, Nightblade God Gungciro, even without the title of nobility, appeared almost unchanged from his former self. Yet, Lord Gungciro, the people of the Nightblade God family are all yearning for your return to the clan. It has been 13 years, you ought to at least visit. The subordinate, in a moment of urgency, nearly uttered Gungciro's former title within the Nightblade God family. His expression was earnest, filled with hope for an affirmative response from the man across. You must remember, I am merely an ordinary man now. That boy named Long Yi is the true heir of the Nightblade God family. Nightblade God Gungciro shook his head slightly, refraining from addressing the subordinate's request. The topic subtly shifted to Long Yi. Although he had secluded himself in this distant East Sea, he still maintained a degree of awareness regarding matters in Mariewa. After all, having once been a member of the Celestial Dragons, he understood the magnitude of the storm that Long Yi's emergence would bring to Mariewa. Indeed, the young master Long Yi was extraordinary, but the subordinate hesitated, suddenly at a loss for words, for they dared not speak ill of the heir chosen by their head. In the hearts of these subordinates, only the man before them seemed most suitable to wield the power of the Nightblade God family. He was formidable, of pure bloodline, and possessed nearly all the qualities an heir should have. Back in the day, no one would doubt that under his leadership, the Nightblade God family would retain its former power and glory. However, an incident 13 years ago had led their unassailable chosen heir to depart from Mariewa and ultimately retreat to this place. Very well, my mind is made up. His tone was calm yet carried an undeniable resolve. Nightblade God Gungciro adjusted his glasses and abruptly changed the subject. By the way, tell me about that boy. To venture into the perilous Mariewa at the tender age of 14 must be quite challenging. Regarding Long Yi, Nightblade God Gungciro was not well informed. His impressions of the youth were still confined to newspaper articles. Since you wish to know, I shall speak. On the day young Master Long Yi donned the Night Hunter, he immediately drew his sword against 300 dark-clad subordinates, and later withstood a strike from Lord Zhongsho, realizing that he could not sway the man's mind. The subordinate resigned himself to fate. Reluctant to part ways, he began recounting Long E's actions in Mariewa in a steady stream. These were not secrets. And the subordinate spoke earnestly while Nightblade God Gung Siro listened intently. In conclusion, Nightblade God Gung Siro gently clasped his hands and smiled, narrowing his eyes as he continually praised, indeed, a youthful hero. Had it been me, I could not have performed better. Yet it is indeed a burden for him. Regarding the boy he had yet to meet but felt a mysterious connection with, Nightblade God Gung Siro felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. Only those who had escaped from that mire could comprehend the darkness that enveloped Mariewa. Lord Gung Siro, there is something I am uncertain whether I should say. However, the subordinate's thoughts were evidently not focused on Long E. After hesitating for several seconds, he finally spoke haltingly. What is there that cannot be said? Do you think I would harm you? Making a rare jest, Nightblade God Gung Siro smiled gently and lifted his teacup. Lord Gung Siro, there have been recent developments regarding Miss Guena. Suppressing his emotions, the subordinate spoke in a low voice, his head bowed, unwilling to meet the gaze of the man opposite him. With a sharp crack, the coarse ceramic teacup was crushed in Gung Siro's hand. The scalding tea splashed onto his skin, but he seemed oblivious. His narrowed eyes cracked open slightly, revealing a chilling glint that passed through the air. Lord Gung Siro. The subordinate was taken aback, quickly rising. It is nothing. I was merely negligent. Shaking the tea from his hand, Nightblade God Gung Siro glanced at his burn. Shaking his head helplessly. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, he muttered to himself, after years of tranquility, it seems my skills are still lacking. The subordinate dared not speak, swallowing hard as he recalled the fleeting expression in Gung Siro's eyes, reminiscent of the man he once knew, unmatched and illustrious in Mariewa. Those words were conveyed to you by that person, were they not? Nightblade God Gung Siro asked knowingly. It was the head of the family who instructed me to relay them. The subordinate did not deny Gung Siro's assertion. Speak, who is it? Nightblade God Gung Siro lowered his head slightly, meticulously gathering every shard of the teacup, casually inquiring. According to our intelligence, it should be the Angraus and Moshard families joining forces. However, we cannot exclude the suspicion of Figgle and Jake Sloan. Nightblade God Gung Siro fell into silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly. So the actions of our family head are all in pursuit of revenge? To cultivate a demon capable of overturning Mariewa for the sake of Guena? At this point, Nightblade God Gung Siro's anger erupted. Absurd. What fault does that child bear? Has Nightblade God Tyson not taken enough from him? Now, must another innocent child's life be sacrificed? What a fine head of the Nightblade God family. Unchanged since 13 years ago. The subordinate dared not speak, waiting until Gung Siro gradually calmed down before he revealed another secret. Lord Gung Siro. Young Master Long E is inherently burdened by a malevolent spirit. In the stillness of the room, one could hear a pin drop. Startled, Yato Shinkei sure dared to open his eyes once more, stroking the scabbard beside him as he muttered in disbelief. It is impossible. How could such a person truly exist? The cursed blade only bows to deities. Could it be that the prophecy of Fishman Island is indeed true? Chapter 80. Inquisition. As consciousness returned, Long E appeared as if he had just been pulled from the depths of the abyss. Gasping for air in a state of utter disarray, struggling against the weakness that enveloped his mind, he accepted the towel offered by Verum. Once his breathing steadied, Long E, his complexion pale, inquired, Verum, how long did I take this time? With a hand reaching into his pocket, Verum retrieved a pocket watch. As he gazed at the time displayed on the dial, he replied softly, 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 42 seconds. Approximately 11 minutes slower than the last time 5 days ago. Providing the answer with precision down to the second, Verum sighed gently, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Well, that aligns with my expectations, Long E remarked nonchalantly, rising unsteadily to his feet. Casting a glance at Lolo, who stood quietly in the corner, he spoke again. How is he? Is there anything amiss? Verum chuckled at this and nodded affirmatively. As he extended his hand to help Long E smooth out the wrinkles in his attire, he spoke with a hint of exasperation. My lieutenant, if you remain so uneasy about Lolo, why insist on keeping him close? Would it not be simpler to let the so-called spirit take him? Killing is an easy task. Saving is the challenge. The former I have mastered, but the latter remains a mystery to me. Regardless of the outcome, I must attempt it, Long E responded, draping the towel around his neck as vitality returned to his countenance. After exchanging a lengthy discourse with Verum, he beckoned to Lolo. Forgive my candor, Lieutenant Long E, but you are merely inviting trouble upon yourself. Verum addressed him formally, shaking his head in bemusement at the youth's choices. And what would you suggest? Long E replied with a look of casual acceptance. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he broke into a grin. However, this burden is not mine alone. It is you, Verum, who bears it on my behalf. Whether my aspirations come to fruition matters little. I feel a twinge of guilt for merely increasing your workload. Though he spoke thus, there was no trace of remorse upon Long Yi's face. Thank you for your understanding. After nearly 4 months of companionship, Verum had come to grasp the nuances of Long Yi's character, and their relationship had grown increasingly amicable. In response to Long Yi's somewhat reckless remarks, Verum smiled graciously. Young master, what are your commands? Lolo hastily approached Long Yi, bowing respectfully. At this moment, the once disheveled boy had shed his soiled garments, donning a clean, simple outfit. However, over his ordinary attire, he wore a somewhat tattered naval lieutenant's uniform, which appeared rather comical. Lolo, I have told you countless times. It is fine to call me young master, but do not address me with formal titles. Long Yi furrowed his brow and reiterated his point. The frail boy across from him remained silent, his head bowed deeply, as if struck by a heavy blow that landed softly on cotton. Long Yi found his enthusiasm waning. He raised his eyebrows in contemplation but ultimately chose not to speak again. Titles were of little consequence. What truly mattered to me now is the issue that resides within you. Verum stepped forward, positioning himself between Lolo and Long Yi, deftly mediating the situation. As the conversation shifted to the concealed threats within the body, the ease vanished from Long Yi's expression, deliberately allowing the malevolent energy to seep in had increasingly made it difficult for him to maintain control. Just moments ago, he had spent over 2 hours reclaiming command over his own body. As Long Yi had previously stated, his struggle alongside Kazan could not continue for much longer. The Dragon Festival was merely a month away, and I must eradicate the dangers within me before the festivities commence. Clenching his fist involuntarily, a profound determination gleamed in Long Yi's eyes. As the heir of the Night Blade God family, he was obliged to attend the Dragon Festival, adhering to an age-old tradition that had persisted for 8 centuries. Although Long Yi himself was uncertain about the specifics of this so-called festival, Nightblade God Taizo had already forewarned him. On the day of the Dragon Festival, his presence was imperative, regardless of the circumstances. With both internal and external threats looming, Long Yi's current predicament epitomized the phrase. Outside, both overt and covert dangers stirred restlessly, while within him lurked a malevolent spirit yearning to emerge and wreak havoc upon the world. The weight upon Long Yi's shoulders was considerable, as he stood in contemplation. Calculating the time required to fully infiltrate the ghostly aura, an unexpected visitor abruptly interrupted his thoughts. In stark contrast to Long Yi's attire, the newcomer was clad in a dark garment, wielding a white blade, Yada Shinji-yuki. The appearance of the girl caught Long Yi off guard. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he managed a friendly smile and greeted Yada Shinji-yuki. It has been a while. What brings you here? I have something to discuss. Her tone, seemingly devoid of any sense of subtlety, was as melodious as ever. Her blue eyes fixed upon Long Yi, unwavering and intent. Speak, I am listening. Long Yi paid no heed to the young girl's demeanor, for he still owed her a debt of gratitude for a sword she had once lent him. If her request was not excessive, he would be more than willing to repay this favor. Having heard whispers of his past, she hesitated for a few moments, maintaining her indifferent expression before finally uttering softly, "You have taken a life." Indeed, the dragon nodded slightly, uncertain of the other's intentions. How many? Shio inquired further, as the Night Blade God, Silent Snow, pressed for more information. I haven't counted, but there are numerous. Long Yi did not speak falsely. During his time in Beihai, he indeed vanquished numerous villains. At this juncture, a noticeable shift appeared on the face of Yado Shin Koyuki, her brows furrowing slightly, as if she were engulfed in hesitation. However, after a moment's contemplation, she gently inquired, what preparations are necessary before taking a life? Upon hearing her question, Long Yi found himself momentarily speechless, turning to glance at Verum, who merely chuckled, showing no intention of aiding him with a response. Faced with this scenario, Long Yi took a moment to gather his thoughts before solemnly replying, what preparations are required? Merely a wavering heart suffices. But why? Is a resolute heart not enough? Ignoring Long Yi's inquiry, Yado Shin Koyuki seemed to have received the answer she sought. She nodded lightly in gratitude, and then turned away without casting a glance at either Verum or Lolo. What an intriguing young lady, Verum mused with a slight smile. Only after Yado Shin Koyuki had departed. In stark contrast, Long Yi's expression grew somewhat grave, yet he gradually came to terms with it. Never mind. I have no time to concern myself with others now. I must first attend to my own matters, he murmured, glancing at the sky. The old man has been out for a day. Why has he not yet returned? Chapter 81. Beneath the divine tree in the forbidden grounds of Marauder, there stands a towering tree that pierces the clouds. It remains nameless, and its age is unknown. The celestial dragons merely refer to it as the divine tree. Despite its grand title, it remains relatively obscure in the world. However, several of its branches have been transplanted across the globe, gaining immense renown. For instance, the incredibly resilient Atom Tree, planted in Fishman Island, and the Eve Tree, known for its vitality. The divine tree is the greatest treasure of the celestial dragons. Without exception, the preparations for the festival are not to be undertaken lightly. A month prior to the Dragon Festival, in accordance with an age-old tradition spanning 8 centuries, the heads of the 5 families wielding power over the world convened beneath the divine tree to deliberate on matters of utmost significance concerning Marauder. In comparison to the colossal divine tree, the 5 elders appeared as mere ants beneath its vastness. I trust all families are prepared for the upcoming Dragon Festival? The head of the Jackslow family gently caressed the rough bark of the tree as he spoke first. What preparations are needed? It is merely an annual formality, replied the head of the Angraus family dismissively, casting a glance at the nearby Yado Shintaizen, who was cradling the cursed blade, Onakiri. A smirk danced upon his lips. What say you, Taizen? The bald elder merely nodded in acknowledgement, showing no intention of speaking. Haha, old friend, are you still sulking over the childish antics of your kin? A barely perceptible chill flickered in the eyes of the Angraus family head as he approached Yado Shintaizen with a facade of congeniality. Hey, Klaus, we are not strangers. Taizen remarked coolly, his underlying message clear. Given their mutual understanding, he preferred the absence of pretense. What do you mean? Klaus Angraus maintained his benign smile, seemingly unfazed. All right, you 2 old codgers, Jackslow interjected, stepping between them to mediate. He was acutely aware of the animosity simmering between the 2 families regarding the plot to assassinate Long E. He understood their history quite well. However, it was imperative for the 5 noble families of Marauder to maintain an appearance of harmony, lest the external situation spiral into chaos. Yado Shintaizen fixed his gaze intently on Klaus Angraus, then swept his eyes over the other noble heads, observing quietly. After a long pause, he suddenly smiled. Clutching the cursed blade, the bald elder strode toward the divine tree. The atmosphere tensed, and the others involuntarily wore expressions of apprehension. A silent exchange among them revealed their shared concerns. The situation took a sharp turn, and an oppressive silence enveloped them. Eventually, it was Klaus Angraus who gritted his teeth. Stepping boldly in front of Yado Shintaizen, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he spoke, his tone finally revealing a hint of vulnerability. All right. It is indeed our Angraus family's fault. I shall ensure that Jack apologizes to Long E. Old friend, please do not act rashly, beneath the divine tree. It is advisable to keep Onakiri at a distance. Though he doubted that Yado Shintaizen was the type to resort to violence over a mere disagreement. The others present were not willing to take any risks. They could not afford to gamble. Now you fear? Taizen remarked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Do not fret. The children's scuffles are inconsequential, and it is perfectly normal for us old friends to share a jest. He gestured with his thumb, slightly unsheathing Onakiri. He was well aware that over the years, these seemingly amicable old friends had not refrained from plotting against the Yado Shin family. In the face of their panic-stricken gazes, a wisp of purple malevolence gradually ascended, ultimately merging with the trunk of the divine tree, as if becoming one with it. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, akin to the clash of heaven and earth, and the entire Marauder trembled violently. Lightning flashed, and the sky shifted from clear to ominous. An indescribable, obscure aura suddenly surged forth. Yado Shintaizen, are you out of your mind? Witnessing the bald elder draw Onakiri in a fit of madness, the remaining 4 noble heads could no longer maintain their decorum, each letting out a startled cry as their imposing auras ascended to the heavens. They prepared to strike and subdue the elder who had merely drawn his blade. Yet, Yado Shintaizen seemed to jest with them. Just as they were about to make their move, he sheathed his sword, suppressing the dispersing malevolence. In an instant, all fell silent. Marauder returned to normal, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Haha, why so serious, my friends? I was merely jesting. The bald elder beamed with a radiant smile. This was no laughing matter. No one would dare jest with the safety of Marauder. Old friend, you should know that even if you awaken the national treasure at any cost, without our cooperation, you cannot hope to control it. Should Marauder fall, Your Yadoshin family shall not escape unscathed. The head of the Moseld family, observing the cold smirk on Yadoshin Taizen's face, offered a cautionary reminder. Indeed, I would not wish for that. The bald elder's words trailed off, but he knew that the others comprehended the deeper meaning behind his statement. If he were to relent, none would fare well. This resolute stance silenced the four noble heads, who dared not provoke the wielder of the cursed blade further. At the Dragon Festival, Jack must publicly apologize to Long Yi. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind if Mariewa trembled a bit more. Klaus Angraus wore a grim expression as he gazed at the resolute Taizen Yado, his voice low and somber. Old friend, are you truly willing to go this far? It is you who have forced my hand, Taizen Yado replied, his demeanor unwavering and fiercely determined. Ha ha ha, splendid. Klaus suddenly burst into laughter after a brief moment of contemplation, shedding his earlier demeanor and exuding an air of dominance once more. What harm is there in allowing that little rascal Jack to publicly apologize? With our family's bond spanning 8 centuries, what obstacles can we not surmount? Seeing Klaus Angraus relent, the other prominent clan leaders hastened to smooth over the situation. Indeed, after 800 years, what can we not overcome? Upon hearing these words, Taizen Yado finally let go of his icy demeanor and joined in the laughter. In truth, all 5 men were acutely aware that the bond forged over 8 centuries was not one of joyous camaraderie but rather steeped in enmity. As the laughter of the 5 echoed, the gathering drew to a close. The Dragon Festival was on the brink of commencement. Chapter 82, The Dragon Festival, Part 1, Frying in Hot Oil, 1,000 Cuts and Mutilations. Long he felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. Radiant lights, exquisite wines, luxurious automobiles. Agony, tears, and blood scattered about. Ah, what a splendid birthright, what an exalted existence. Celestial Dragon. Glancing at the opulent silk cloak draped over him, Longy lowered his head and murmured to himself before breaking into a soft chuckle. The most absurd farce of the world was unfolding before his eyes, and of course, he had to laugh. My young lieutenant, your demeanor seems rather off. Allow me to remind you, this place is a cauldron of chaos. Do not act impulsively. Verum maintained a serene expression, unaffected by the events transpiring around him. He was merely fulfilling his basic duty, vigilantly guarding Longy to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from drawing near. Young master, is there anything you wish for Lolo to do? Lolo, gently brushing his fingers over his somewhat worn naval uniform, exhibited a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Yet, he cautiously inquired of Long Yi. His small fists clenched tightly. The aloof night-laid god, Xingsu, observed those around her, a flicker of something unusual passing through her azure gaze. The wounds upon her body still throbbed with pain, yet her pale hand reached for the night guardian at her waist. She awaited the young man's decision. Long Yi remained silent, merely taking a step forward before unsheathing his blade. The dark blade shimmered with a chilling glint, yet colder still was the gaze that accompanied it. I have long warned you that weakness is an original sin. The spirits within whispered to him, but the youth's expression remained unchanged. Why must we distinguish between you and me? We are fundamentally one. If there are things that offend the eye, they must be eradicated. Kazan, seemingly unwilling to concede, continued to prattle on. Our pact contains no clause permitting your incessant chatter. With a mere thought, Long Yi coldly retorted to Kazan. Your half-baked spirit contract cannot bind me. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Do you think to gain my power without offering a price? Such fortune is hardly attainable. Kazan sneered, finally shedding all pretense. You speak far too much. With a disdainful snort, Long Yi severed his connection with Kazan. Halt, do not proceed any further. Noticing Long Yi had no intention of stopping, Verum furrowed his brow and hastened a few steps to stand before the youth, positioning himself as a barrier. As Long Yi raised his head, he gazed at the elite spy CP-1, who had been tending to his life and safety for the past 6 months. With a hoarse voice, he spoke gravely, Verum, step aside. Verum remained silent, standing resolutely in front of Long Yi. Step aside, now. The urgency in his tone intensified. And Long Yi clenched his teeth, his eyes flickering with an inner fire. You are the young master of the Nightblade God family and a vital new asset to the Navy. There is no need for you to jeopardize yourself over this matter. I understand your anger, but with your current strength, you cannot change anything. As he spoke, Verum extended his hand towards the ground beneath him. My lieutenant, do not forget, this is no ordinary place. This is the Holy Land. This is Mariewa. I said. Step aside. The atmosphere turned oppressive, and Long Yi's black eyes blazed crimson. The scarlet aura enveloped him like chains, exuding an air of destruction that seemed to freeze the entire street. Young master, allow Lolo to assist you. Witnessing this scene, Lolo hurried forward, not waiting for Long Yi's response, eager to rush out. No need. Drawing his sword across his body, Long Yi blocked Lolo's attempt to intervene. Fixing his gaze on Verum, he tore away the brocade mantle draped over his shoulders. What of Mariewa? He stepped forward and continued. What of the celestial dragons? As he brushed past Verum, Long Yi enunciated each word with resolve. This matter, I shall handle. Today was a momentous occasion for Mariewa. Rising early, Long Yi felt no fatigue. He donned a pristine kimono and draped a brocade cloak that symbolized his identity and status. After preparing his night hunt, he stepped out of his room. Good morning, Lieutenant Long Yi. Verum had been waiting patiently outside and greeted him with a smile upon his appearance. Good morning, Verum. Long Yi responded politely to the spy, who also served as his bodyguard and cook, without any pretense. Young master, greetings. In fact, Verum was not alone. Lolo quietly emerged from a corner upon seeing Long Yi, bowing deeply in respect. I've told you countless times not to be so formal with me. Never mind, I am fine. Over the past 6 months, Long Yi had emphasized this to Lolo many times, yet the latter steadfastly maintained his habitual reverence, which Long Yi found somewhat tiresome, but chose not to address further. Come, my lieutenant, the Nightblade goddess Tai Sansheng awaits you. Verum pulled out his pocket watch and glanced at the time before gently speaking to Long Yi. Let us go. I cannot afford to be late today. Recalling the bald elder's recent admonitions, Long Yi shrugged in resignation and strode toward the grand arena of the Nightblade god family. The courtyard where Long Yi resides is not in close proximity to the dojo. Along the way, the disciples clad in black who accompany him greet him with deference, not daring to display even the slightest hint of disrespect. This young man in white is someone they cannot afford to provoke. Long Yi paid no heed to the black-clad disciples, responding to them with a mere hint of indifference. Accompanied by Verum, he journeyed onward, and after traversing a considerable distance, he finally arrived at the dojo. Oh, it appears the old man has yet to arrive. The vast dojo was filled with figures in black. Yet the figure in white atop the platform was conspicuously absent. Long Yi murmured to himself, subtly gesturing to Verum and Luo behind him. Under the watchful eyes of the black-clad disciples, he ascended the platform, sitting serenely on the chair as he began to meditate. Well, it seems there is nothing for us outsiders to concern ourselves with for the time being. Let us find a corner to settle comfortably. Verum smiled faintly, casually indicating a direction. Luo had no objections, adjusting his loose navy uniform as he obediently followed Verum. As time passed, more black-clad disciples stood in silence within the dojo, yet the figure of Yado Shin Taizen remained elusive. Long Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart, but with no immediate clarity, he could only wait patiently. All right, it seems most have arrived. Just as the last of the black-clad disciples gathered, the simple, pure white kimono finally appeared at the dojo entrance. Yado Shin Taizen spoke softly, casting a glance at Long Yi on the platform and at Yado Shin Suyuki concealed among the black-clad disciples. Very well, let us depart. Jack Angrouse sighed, observing the time outside with a bitter smile, adjusting his red tie. Today, he was still clad in a well-tailored white suit. Childish, he thought. When compared to the grand ambitions of the family, what worth does pride hold? As long as he eliminated that Yado Shin Long Yi, who would dare to underestimate him among the elite families of Mariewa? Hearing this, Klaus Angrouse stroked his graying beard and replied coolly, Indeed, grandfather, you are right. Jack forced a chuckle, quickly suppressing any reluctance on his face. He dared not question the decisions of the Angrouse family head. But father, must we act today? Isn't it too perilous? I fear the Yado Shin family may be prepared, and if we are caught off guard, it could spell disaster for the Angrouse family. A refined middle-aged man spoke, worry etched upon his brow. He was Jack Angrouse's father, Tyr Angrouse. Every endeavor carries risk, yet greater risks yield greater rewards. Tyr. Indecisiveness is a grave flaw for one in power. Klaus Angrouse remained unfazed, his narrow eyes narrowed further. After a moment, he continued, I know that old Yado Shin Taizen well. He is meticulous and deeply calculating. However, it is precisely because he overthinks that he finds himself hindered at every turn. Transforming a simple task into a complex one is hardly advantageous. In essence, if we wish for Yado Shin Long Yi to vanish, then we must devise a means for him to do so. Once the deed is done, even if the Yado Shin family learns of it, what can they truly do to us? Father, do not forget, we are not the only ones harboring grievances against the Yado Shin family. As Klaus Angrouse finished speaking, Jack interjected, a sinister smile spreading across his face, his eyes narrowing in mirth, mirroring Klaus's expression. We only fear that Yado Shin Taizen may unleash his fury, awakening the national treasure. Tyr Angraus still felt a pang of apprehension. The tremors in Mariawa a month prior had left a profound impression on him. Had he possessed the resolve, he would not have allowed matters to linger until now. A flicker of memory crossed Klaus Angraus's face as he coldly smiled. It seemed 13 years ago he had undertaken similar actions. Tyr paused, recalling the past, his gaze dimming. He had once shared a toast with that figure in white. Back then, Yado Shingung Shiro was too formidable. I had no choice but to concoct a devious plan with that fellow from the Moseheld family to bring him down. Otherwise, once he took control of the Yado Shin family, do you think you would stand a chance against him? Klaus Angraus exhibited no warmth of paternal affection towards his biological son. To him, Tyr was merely a conventional guardian of the family legacy. While his grandson Jack's methods aligned more closely with his own, why should the 5 great families become adversaries? We have coexisted for 8 centuries. Surely it will not devolve into 4 families under my watch. Hearing Klaus Angraus's words, Tyr felt a surge of defiance. He simply could not comprehend his father's numerous concerns. Although the 5 families had once been as close as kin, 8 centuries had dulled those ties. Our family has set many traps for the Yado Shin family. Yet over the course of 3 or 4 generations, how many daggers have they plunged into us? Entangled in grievances, it was impossible to discern who owed whom. No one wished to share supremacy. However, now that the Yado Shin family was weakened and the Angraus family was strong, failing to seize this opportunity would be an affront to their ancestors who had suffered assassination attempts by the Yado Shin family. Blame it on the weakness of Yado Shin Taizen's offspring, who recklessly insist on allowing commoners to be their heirs. We Angraus family merely act in accordance with the tides. Adjusting his snowy beard, Klaus Angraus chose not to elaborate further. With the doors wide open, he strode forth resolutely. Let us commence the ceremony that is rightfully ours. Long he once believed he understood the essence of luxury. Yet, upon witnessing the spectacle before him, he found himself compelled to acknowledge the superficiality of his comprehension. Is this a festival? It is nothing short of extravagance, a veritable conflagration of wealth. Murmuring softly, Longi retracted his look of astonishment. After all, he was currently amidst the ranks of the Yado god family, representing the esteemed visage of this prestigious lineage. Who could argue otherwise? My lieutenant. Perhaps you too will come to appreciate such grandeur in the future, remarked Verum, who stood beside Long Yi, discreetly guarding him. A smile gracing his lips as he echoed the youth's sentiments. I have no doubt that the old man would indulge me with such opulence. My only fear is that I might find myself on the receiving end of someone's wrath. Long Yi let out a bitter smile, and suddenly his words faltered. After contemplating Karp's temperament, he solemnly corrected himself, stating, No, it is to kill. Mr. Karp is indeed formidable, yet you are no longer a novice sailor. Do you comprehend what it means to be a celestial dragon? Born of nobility, utterly supreme. Volum's expression remained unchanged, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Very well. My esteemed chef, cease your probing. I am weary of the tiresome intrigues with those dull fellows. Grant me a moment's respite. Long Yi raised an eyebrow, dismissing the matter lightly. He understood that Wei Ram's responsibilities extended beyond mere protection and culinary tasks. Observing the evolution of his worldview was also part of the duties of this CP-1 spy. Well, so be it. Wei Ram nodded calmly, his gaze betraying a hint of regret and an undercurrent of concern. The maturity of the other's mind surpassed his expectations, and he never bothered to conceal it. Just like earlier, Long Yi could have feigned ignorance, yet he preferred to lay everything bare, a tactic that left Wei Ram somewhat disconcerted. Lolo followed quietly behind the two, struggling to comprehend the meaning of their previous exchange. Having recently emerged from a life of servitude, he found it difficult to fathom why anyone would terrify him so. Aside from the head of the Yado family, as they gradually moved away from the bustling streets towards the outskirts, Long Yi's sense of confusion deepened. It was not until the grand structures and splendid streets of Mariehua faded from view that the leader, Yado Shin Taizen, finally came to a halt. The others awaited their arrival, and the bald elder adjusted his glasses, cradling the ghostly sword, and beckoned Long Yi to follow him. Ahead lay the forbidden grounds of Mariehua. Chapter 84, The Celestial Dragon Festival, Part 3. The so-called forbidden ground was, in fact, a dense forest. In Long Yi's heart, a multitude of doubts swirled. Yet he wisely refrained from voicing his inquiries at that moment. Leaving Vero and Lolo behind, he followed Yado God Taizen into the mist-laden forest that lay before them. As the two departed, the disciples clad in black stood silently, their demeanor reflecting a sense of vigilance. Meanwhile, the outsiders, Vero and Lolo, tactfully retreated to the rear of the formation. Amidst this unfolding scene, unnoticed by others, after the figures of Long E and the bald elder vanished from sight, Yado god Shizuki softly murmured to herself before quietly slipping away from the Yado god clan's company, gently caressing the pristine white hilt at her waist. A glimmer of coldness flashed in her azure eyes. Therefore, old man, do you not intend to share anything with me? Long E spoke softly, trailing behind Yado god Taizen. He treaded carefully, mindful to avoid the underbrush and the dew that clung to it. Do you believe that among the multitude of islands in the world, what makes Mary Geos stand out as a sacred place? The bald elder chuckled, offering no elaboration but instead posing a question to Long E. Is it not because it serves as the seat of the world government, the very heart of the world, that it is deemed a sacred site? Moreover, given the lofty demeanor of those celestial dragons, it seems fitting that their dwelling would bear such a name. Long E shrugged nonchalantly, his brow furrowing slightly. Though he spoke these words, a new conjecture began to form within him. Firstly, you two are a celestial dragon. Secondly, what you have articulated is merely the common perception of the world. What I am about to reveal to you is a secret unique to our 5 esteemed families. Coming to a halt, Yado god Taizen paused, slowly turning to face him. He gestured towards the ground beneath them. To be precise, the island we inhabit bears no name. What we refer to as Mary Geos is, in fact, this very forest in which we currently find ourselves. In other words, this forest is the true, sacred ground. Longy remained silent, gazing at the elderly figure before him with a look of perplexity, struggling to comprehend the words that had been spoken. I understand that you must be feeling quite bewildered at this moment. Fear not, for once you behold the divine tree, everything will become clear. Yado god Taizen offered a faint smile, providing little further explanation, and continued onward. Accompanied by Long E, he traversed the forest, employing the time-honored secret arts passed down through generations, moving seamlessly through the dense mist. Sacred land, divine tree, celestial dragon people. On the surface, Long E appeared untroubled. Yet a tempest of unease raged within him. He sensed an inexplicable connection among the 3 entities. The youth harbored a premonition that he might witness the secrets of Mariewa today, or perhaps the greatest mysteries of the celestial dragons, the legendary national treasure. All right, we have arrived. After a lengthy trek of over an hour, Nightblade god Taizen finally halted, gently turning to Long E with a soft introduction. This is the divine tree. The moment he followed the elderly man's gesture, Long E was struck with disbelief at the sight before him. In the heart of the forest lay a peculiar clearing, starkly out of place. At its center stood a colossal tree, its trunk soaring into the clouds. A mist enveloped the midsection of the great tree, obscuring its crown from Long E's view. Isn't it magnificent? Aha! When my father first brought me here, I bore the same astonished expression as you do now. Taizen laughed heartily at Long E's astonishment. This is impossible. Ignoring the elder's joviality, Long E shook his head fervently. He gestured towards the towering tree, recalling his initial arrival in Mariewa, and stated with certainty, a tree this tall could not escape notice from the outside. Thus, the other trees are merely trees. Only this one is the divine tree. Taizen's words seemed laden with deeper meaning. Patting the ghostly Tetsu he cradled, he cast a knowing glance towards Long E. Come, marvel now, but soon you may find your eyes popping out in disbelief. Heh, there are countless fascinating wonders in this world. Look, they are approaching. Klaus Angraus, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them just a slit. Gazing into the dense mist ahead, he chuckled softly. Tyr Angraus, remaining silent, followed closely behind his father, his fists clenched in quiet resolve. Upon hearing the head of the Angraus family's subtle cue, the other family heads and heirs turned their gazes toward that direction. After a few moments, 2 figures clad in white emerged. One was elderly, wielding a long sword, while the other was youthful, carrying a black sword. Old friend, you finally arrived. The head of the Moseheld family rose to greet them, while the head of the Jaxlow family exchanged a warm glance with Long E. Long E, quickly greet your elders. Nightblade god Taizen, sporting a cheerful demeanor, patted Long E's shoulder. The old man, who had once drawn his sword in anger a month prior, now seemed to shed all hostility, transforming into a congenial figure. Suppressing his impatience, Long E complied without resistance. Approaching the impeccably dressed elders, he bowed respectfully. I am the junior, Nightblade god Long E, honored to meet all esteemed family heads. The elder foxes, after receiving Long E's salute, were generous with their praise, feigning amiability. Splendid, splendid. Truly a youth of great promise. No need for such formality. Our families have shared bonds for over a century. Do visit us at the Jackslow family sometime. We have many young ones your age at home. Long E maintained a smile on his face. Compelled to navigate the intricate social web among several esteemed clan leaders until his expression nearly became frozen. It was then that Klaus Angraus spoke in a grave tone, urging, "Enough of this child's discomfort. Let us not forget we have important matters to attend to." With that, he produced a dim jade orb, roughly the size of a fist, seemingly from thin air. Indeed, it was prudent to prioritize the pressing business at hand. Casting a glance at Yado God Taizong, the head of the Jackslow clan chuckled, mirroring Klaus Angraus as he accepted another jade orb from the hands of his heir. "You younger generations should pay close attention. It won't be long before these responsibilities fall upon your shoulders." The head of the Mose-held clan shook his head, revealing yet another ancient jade orb. The head of the Figgle clan followed suit. Long E stepped back a bit. "I am about to unveil the secret of Guiche." A faint smile crossed Yado God Taizong's lips as he met Long Yi's gaze, and slowly drew the long knife cradled in his arms. For ancient jade orbs and a knife imbued with a ghostly aura, beneath the towering sacred tree, the greatest mystery of the world began to unveil itself before the youth. Chapter 85. The Dragon Festival, Part 4. Why have the celestial dragons endured for 8 centuries? Why do the nobles, despite their heinous deeds, continue to bask in unparalleled privilege? Why do the majority of the celestial dragons, despite their incompetence, still wield power? The root of all these questions lies in their grasp of power. This power is supreme, which is why they reign supreme. This power is unmatched, which emboldens their reckless acts. This power is potent enough to obliterate worlds, thus they claim dominion over existence. Within the Holy Land, there stands a sacred tree. Above the sacred tree, deities exist, and the 5 great families control the divine. Let us commence. Yado God Taizong declared solemnly as he approached the sacred tree, addressing the other 4 clan leaders with gravity. The remaining 4 showed no reaction, silently cradling their ancient jade orbs. They arranged themselves around the sacred tree, adhering to the ancient ritual, standing at 4 distinct cardinal points: east, west, south, and north. "Awaken." The bald elder observed the 4 take their positions, raising their knives high above their heads. With a sharp command, he drove the blade, inscribed with dark purple runes, into the tree's trunk. Astonishingly, the resilient bark of the sacred tree yielded to the blade as if it were mere tofu. The sound of the blade piercing the trunk was subtle, yet a profound resonance echoed within each heart, akin to the deep toll of a great bell. "Is the national treasure awakening again?" Teal Angras muttered, his complexion paling. This was not his first encounter with the true visage of the national treasure. Yet regardless of how many times he had witnessed it, his fear remained undiminished. It was neither a matter of perception nor bravery. It was an instinctive trepidation ingrained in all living beings. Thump, 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 as his heartbeat slowed. Long E instinctively pressed a hand to his chest, his expression contorted in pain. From the moment the blade pierced the sacred tree, an indescribable and powerful aura began to awaken from its towering crown, devoid of any oppressive force yet inherently suffocating, as if a mountain had settled upon his heart. "It is coming." Ignoring the expressions of those around him, Yado God Taizong narrowed his eyes slightly. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted toward the sacred tree, as if to alert everyone. The 4 clan leaders dared not relax their grip, clutching their jade orbs with renewed intensity. At the old man's urging, Long E felt a jolt of alarm. Struggling against his discomfort, he forced his eyes wide open. In an instant, a tempest arose. From the dense mist above, a colossal claw emerged slowly. The claw, sharp and formidable, bore 4 fingers, 3 in front and 1 behind. Its joints curved, covered in thick bronze scales. Now, do you comprehend why the descendants of the kings referred to themselves as celestial dragons 800 years ago? With the emergence of the gigantic claw, Yado God Taizong exhibited no signs of panic. He cast a brief glance at the astonished Long E, offering a gentle smile. "Is this the national treasure of Mariewa? Wait, could it be?" Long E's heart surged with tumultuous waves, a compelling hypothesis suddenly surfacing as he fixated on the enormous claw. Glancing down at the ground beneath him, he felt a dryness in his mouth, swallowing involuntarily. It is well known that beneath Mariewa, 10,000 meters deep in the sea, lies Fishman Island. Yet, the youth was aware that within Fishman Island resides a weapon capable of annihilating worlds, Poseidon. If there exists an ancient weapon 10,000 meters beneath Mariewa, then why could another ancient weapon not exist 10,000 meters above in the sky? Uranus, whispering softly, one of the 3 ancient weapons known to the world, unveiled its enigmatic veil before Long E. Roar. The beastly roar resonated as a massive head emerged from the mist. Its visage was fierce, adorned with 2 horns, flowing whiskers, and cloaked in azure scales. In comparison to that beastly head, the humans below appeared as insignificant as ants. Oh, so the so-called greatest mystery of the world has always resided within common understanding. The Dragon Festival, a tribute to the celestial dragon. Though he could only glimpse the scaled claw of the celestial king, Long he was already certain of what lay above the sacred tree. The celestial dragons, the Dragon Festival. The engraved dragon's claw. Within the Holy Land, there exists a celestial dragon. Act now. Upon witnessing the emergence of the dragon's head, Yato God Taizong felt no room for complacency. Drawing the blade from the tree trunk, he raised it skyward. The other 4 clan heads firmly grasped their ancient jade orbs, aiming at the dragon's head. Strangely, the once dimmed jade orbs erupted with an unprecedented brilliance at the moment the dragon's head descended upon the sacred tree. They shimmered and glowed, exuding a vibrant aura as if they had suddenly come to life. Offer the tribute. Yato God Taizong raised his blade once more, proclaiming aloud. Offer the tribute. The 4 clan heads lifted their hands, releasing the jade orbs into the air, echoing the call. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded once more. Upon witnessing the radiant pearl soaring through the air, the colossal head of the celestial dragon refrained from any reckless movements. According to the pact, this year, you remain bound and at our command. The Nightblade god, Tai-san, directed the edge of his blade towards the dragon's head. His expression grave as he spoke in a solemn tone. Roar. The celestial dragon's massive head seemed to harbor resentment, letting out a furious roar. Bound and at our command. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, Nightblade god Tai-san reiterated, at our command. As the words of the bald elder echoed, the 4 heads of the great clans followed suit, their gazes icy and unyielding. Roar. With an expression of profound grievance. The celestial dragon fixated on the ghostly and sinister blade held by Nightblade god Tai-san. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, it chose not to retaliate. And with a final, reluctant roar, it withdrew into the shrouded mist. The dragon's head and claws vanished, the tempest quelled, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated into nothingness. Long he exhaled a deep breath, subtly tapping his somewhat stiff legs. Although the duration was brief, the recent events had indeed left him in a state of disarray. The jade orb fell downward, and the 4 esteemed clan heads reached out, securely cradling the dimmed orb in their palms. Thus, this year's proceedings came to a close. Once the ritual was completed, Yato God Taizong released a sigh of relief, seemingly unburdened. Paying no heed to the other clan heads' movements, he directly approached Long Yi's side. So, how was it? Were you frightened? Long Yi remained silent, nodding solemnly. Ha ha ha, you performed quite well. When I first encountered this national treasure, I was utterly captivated for quite some time. As Yato God Taizong sheathed his sword, he couldn't help but chuckle while recounting his past blunders. Despite having witnessed the true visage of the national treasure, Long Yi's confusion only deepened, multiplying his inquiries. He yearned to understand its nature, why it obeyed them, the significance of the ghost cutter and those beads, and to unveil the entire truth. Before long, he could articulate his questions. The bald elder, maintaining an impassive demeanor, launched into a lengthy discourse. After a brief pause, he continued, I will answer all these questions for you. However, at this moment, we must attend to other matters. Casting a subtle glance at the 4 prominent families that had unknowingly congregated, Yato God Taizong offered a faint, cold smile. A shiver ran down Long Yi's spine, his brows furrowing tightly. Suppressing the endless doubts within, his right hand rested upon the hilt of the sword at his waist. Chapter 86. The Heavenly Dragon Ceremony, Part 5. The colossal head of the Heavenly Dragon cast a fleeting glance, as beneath the divine tree, strange waves surged forth. Night Sword God Taizong observed with a semblance of a smile at the old companions who had unconsciously gathered together, subtly shielding Long Yi behind him. Though he harbored disbelief that they would dare to act here, he remained vigilant. Ha ha, since the ceremony has concluded, let us make haste to depart. We wouldn't want to keep the younger generation waiting, Klaus Angraus remarked, his eyes narrowing as he feigned ease, stroking his long beard, perhaps sensing the caution emanating from the bald elder. Indeed, the head of the Mosfield family chimed in, following Klaus Angraus's lead, discreetly signaling to the head of the Jexlaw family, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Last year it was Feigl who hosted. This year, it is my turn. Heh. I am well aware of your drinking prowess, so do not hold back, the head of the Jexlaw family responded, a knowing smile gracing his face. With that, he began to lead his heir outside, not looking back. Knight Sword God Tyson adjusted his glasses, his expression contemplative. Yet, a moment later, he broke into a smile. Patting Longy on the shoulder. Come, let us proceed outside. Longy naturally had no objections and gently nodded his head. Just as he turned around, the bald old man's deliberately lowered voice echoed in his ear. Be careful, they are going to make a move on you. Lo Luo crouched on the ground, observing a line of ants scurrying past him. Mundane and hurried, the boy watched intently, seemingly seeing his own reflection in those humble creatures. What are you looking at? In contrast to Lo Luo, Wei Ram stood straight as ever. He spoke softly, his tone as calm as always. Nothing, Mr. Wei Ram. Lo Luo's demeanor was exceptionally respectful towards this gentleman skilled in culinary arts. Whenever he conversed with Wei Ram, he would always address him with the honorific title. Just call me Wei Ram. Wei Ram smiled, somewhat empathizing with Long Yi's helplessness. The obstinacy of the slender boy before him was indeed hard to change. How could that be? Every meal I have is prepared by you, Mr. Wei Ram. Upon hearing this, Lo Luo hurriedly stood up, waving his hands in denial. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he cautiously stepped away from the line of ants and timidly spoke. I know you are a remarkable person, otherwise the young master would trust you so much. But Lo Luo is incapable of doing anything well, so what right do I have? The boy's voice grew fainter until it was barely audible like a whisper. Ha, you are underestimating yourself. Lo Luo, you are actually a genius. It's just that no one has taught you how to utilize this talent. Wei Ram chuckled, but suddenly paused, meeting Lo Luo's gaze. The gentleman reached out to gently ruffle the boy's somewhat disheveled brown hair, and softly said, I swear by the name of a gentleman, I speak the truth. Feeling the gentle touch on his head, Lo Luo instinctively shrank his neck, though he did not resist. He scratched the back of his head and smiled shyly. Regardless of the veracity of the other's words, Lo Luo felt a surge of happiness, akin to the joy he felt when the young master draped the white cloak over him. Perhaps you will achieve greatness in the future. Adjusting his golden-trimmed top hat, Wei Ram's tone was laden with meaning. In his eyes, Lo Luo was indeed a promising candidate for espionage. How could that be? I am unworthy of your praise, Mr. Wei Ram. The young master is the truly remarkable one. Lo Luo repeatedly shook his head, his feelings of inferiority making it difficult for him to accept the compliment. Lieutenant Long Yi is indeed extraordinary. I dare not speak of others, but at least in terms of military rank, few can compare to him. Fully aware of Long Yi's significance to the government navy, Wei Ram smiled faintly. Just as he was about to offer some comforting words to Lo Luo, his tone suddenly faltered. Mr. Wei Ram? Noticing Wei Ram's unusual demeanor, Lo Luo widened his eyes in confusion and tilted his head slightly. Haha, it's nothing. I merely spotted something intriguing. Tilting the brim of his hat, Wei Ram chuckled lightly. He retrieved a pocket watch from his coat and glanced at the time recorded on the dial. Gazing towards the forest's exit, the gentleman murmured to himself. My lieutenant should be emerging soon. Should I inform him? Silently slipping away from the crowd, Yi Dao Shenjing Shui tightly gripped the white hilt of her sword. She believed she would not feel nervous, but reality proved her expectations to be flawed. No matter how much she resembled a block of ice, she was still human. Before she could swing the blade, her fair hand began to tremble. The person had said that unwavering determination was the key. My heart should have no hesitation, yet why? Muttering to herself, Yi Dao Shenjing Shui felt perplexed. With her understanding, it was difficult to comprehend her current state. As she traversed the extravagantly adorned streets, Yi Dao Shenjing Shui suddenly halted. After carefully confirming her direction, she continued forward. The girl, filled with thoughts of vengeance, failed to notice that a few pairs of eyes were quietly watching her from around the street corner. Strange. Isn't that the oddity from the Yi Daoshan family? Why is she returning at this time? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Jack Angrouse's expression darkened. Yi Daoshan Jing Shui's unexpected appearance stirred an ominous premonition within him. Perhaps the Snow Princess is merely tired and eager to return home. Tula laughed heartily, seemingly dismissing Yi Daoshan Jing Shui entirely. However, deep within his eyes, a flicker of caution danced beneath his seemingly carefree demeanor. Today, their scheme was of great significance. And naturally, they must eliminate any potential slip-ups. Regardless of what she is up to, we shall continue with our own plans. Do you truly believe that a Yi Daoshan Jing Shui could thwart our endeavors? Marol shrugged dismissively, giving Jack a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He sighed gently before continuing. Jack, we all know you fell once to that Yi Daoshan Long Yi, which understandably casts a shadow in your heart. But this time, The four of us are joining forces. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, there is no way he can escape our grasp. Hess remained silent, merely nodding slightly, clearly approving of Marol's perspective. All right, I understand. Damn it. I still need to apologize to that lowly person. You'd better not provoke me again. Jack Angrow said impatiently, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes. Yet as he pondered his own machinations, he suddenly felt that apologizing to a deceased person didn't seem so shameful after all. I hope you will enjoy this surprise. Gazing towards the direction of Mariewa, Jack's lips curled into a smirk as he unconsciously licked his dry lips. Chapter 87. The Celestial Dragon Festival. 6. Without anger, Long E felt only annoyance. A deep-seated weariness emanated from within. Silently trailing behind Yidao Shintai San, he maintained a stoic expression, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The repeated schemes of the other party weighed heavily on his heart, rendering him exceedingly stifled. Enduring and compromising proved futile. Feigning strength was equally ineffective. Long he had experimented with myriad approaches, yet ultimately found himself ensnared at every turn. In Mariewa, he possessed no power of choice. He loathed his own impotence. What? Are you afraid? Seemingly sensing the youth's unease behind him, Yado Shintaizen adjusted his black-framed glasses and spoke softly. No, I am merely annoyed. Without lifting his gaze, Longy replied to the elder's inquiry, his eyes icy. To be honest, I too am vexed. These old-timers never seem to have a moment's peace. The bald elder chuckled coldly, discreetly scanning the heads of various clans before him and then softly uttering, regardless of what transpires shortly, stay by my side, and you shall be unharmed. Longy remained silent, lost in contemplation for several moments. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. He gazed at the elderly man before him and subtly shook his head. No, I refuse to continue down this path. I must. He paused, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly. I must make them understand what pain truly is. The Nightblade god, Taizen, was taken aback by the fervor in Long E's voice. Observing the tension etched on the young man's brow, he felt a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Child, with your current strength, what do you intend to achieve? The era of Mariewa is not yet yours. In another 20 years, you will be able to easily dispatch anyone who harbors ill intentions towards you. In the eyes of the bald elder, Long Yi's strengths and weaknesses were glaringly apparent. He was simply too young. 20 years? I refuse to be ensnared for that long. Long Yi suppressed a low growl, unwilling to back down. You know I will not permit you to take such risks. The elder understood the stubborn nature of youth. Yet that did not mean he would allow Long Yi to recklessly walk into danger. I have tolerated once, I will not tolerate a second time. If the name of the Nightblade god is insufficient to safeguard me, then I shall wield this knife to convey my message to others. Clenching Nighthunt tightly, Longy gritted his teeth and spoke each word with grave intensity. Do not provoke me. The urgency in the young man's tone startled the elder. As he observed the faint crimson hue surfacing in Long Yi's eyes, his expression turned serious, and he spoke in a low voice. Do not act foolishly. What exactly do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? With a subtle smile, Long Yi casually glanced at the insincere smiles of the heads of the prominent families, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Whoever seeks to take my life, I shall eliminate. Seated languidly on an opulent chair, Jack Angrouse displayed a hint of impatience on his pallid visage. After orchestrating all the arrangements, he had been waiting there for a full half hour. How peculiar. Why have they not yet emerged? Casting a glance at the sky, the scion of the Angrouse family muttered softly, his brow furrowing. At this moment, he merely wished to expedite the ceremonial proceedings and then escort the individual on their final journey. As soon as his words faded, a surge of voices erupted from the entrance of the forest. Jack felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly rose to his feet. With an air of composure, he adjusted his crimson tie, forcing a disingenuous smile as he strode forward to greet them. Thank you for your efforts. You may return to prepare for tonight's ceremony. Stepping forth from the forest, the Nightblade god, Taizen, smiled as he addressed the representatives of the lower-tier celestial dragons. His tone, though serene, carried an unmistakable aura of authority inherent to one in power. Not at all. The representatives of the celestial dragon nobility dared not question the words of the head of the foremost clan. They were mere embellishments to the 5 great families. And now that their task was complete, they were eager to return and indulge in the evening's festivities. Hey, Jack, come here. As the representatives of the lower-tier celestial dragons departed, Klaus Angrouse subtly beckoned, discreetly signaling to Jack, who had been waiting in the wings. With a newfound resolve, Jack hastened a few steps forward to stand before the heads of the prominent families. glancing at Long Yi, who trailed behind Tyson. He maintained an air of respectful confidence as he addressed the gathered dignitaries. Jack Angrouse, I pay my respects to all esteemed lords. Jack's action swiftly caught the attention of the younger members of the five great families, who cast puzzled glances at the scion of the Angrouse family. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Jack inhaled deeply, refraining from unnecessary words as he approached Tyson. Jack, do you recall what I previously conveyed to you? Klaus Angrouse inquired, stroking his grizzled beard, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke in a low tone. I remember. Despite the multitude of frustrations swirling within him, Jack concealed them from his countenance. He first offered a solitary bow to Tyson before turning his inquiring gaze toward the elderly man cradling a long blade. Long Yi, it seems Jack has business with you. With an expressionless demeanor, Tyson took a half-step back, allowing Long Yi to step forward. Long Yi was well prepared and, without a hint of surprise, nodded slightly before slowly stepping forward to stand opposite Jack. Oh, how is it that those two are at odds again? A chuckle escaped as the onlookers recalled the events from a few months prior when Jack Angrouse had failed to assassinate the Nightblade god, Long Yi. Was he truly unwilling to let go of that inferior individual today? Intriguing, indeed. The heirs of the five prominent families engaged in fervent discussions. Having heard whispers of the enmity between Jack Angrouse and Long Yi, yet they remained oblivious to the private apologies exchanged between them. Feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, Jack Angrouse involuntarily adjusted his throat. He mustered a smile, his sincere eyes meeting Long Yi's indifferent gaze, and spoke in a clear voice. Long Yi, it has been a while. Ha, I harbor no ulterior motives today. I simply feel that the jest I made previously was somewhat excessive, so I wish to apologize to you in front of everyone. With that, Jack executed a perfectly dignified bow. I am sorry. In that instant, the murmurs among the young members of the five families came to an abrupt halt. They fixated on Jack Angrouse bowing before Long Yi, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Ha, how embarrassing. If it were me, I would never lower myself like that. Marauder snickered from a corner, reveling in the spectacle. Although this incident had brought them together due to Long Yi, each of them was acutely aware of their own hidden agendas. It's all right, it was merely a joke. Long Yi feigned a relaxed smile, extending his hand to halt Jack's movements. He patted Jack's white suit, nonchalantly remarking, how could a jest among brothers be taken seriously? It is splendid that you can think this way. With this invitation, Jack readily complied, swiftly echoing Long Yi's sentiment. Of course. However, since you are joking and I don't mind, I trust you won't take offense if I indulge in a few harmless jests as well. A flicker of crimson glinted in his eyes, and beneath his sleeve, a sinister aura emanated from his concealed right hand. Chapter 88. Prelude to turmoil. Piracy is a perilous enterprise, seldom accommodating those with families. Yet, Shaudir's father was an exception. After losing his wife in middle age, he could scarcely endure the burden of oppressive taxation. When the tax collector once again seized the meager supplies from his home, the man, once viewed as honest by his peers, took up a knife. The shrieks of the tax collector roused the young Shaudir. As he rubbed his eyes and emerged from his room, he was greeted by a scene of sanguine chaos. Child, we must leave this place. Wiping the blood from his face, Shaudir's father forced a ghastly smile and approached his stunned son, grasping his small hand. Come, we shall venture to the sea. The once honest man ultimately became a fugitive upon the waves, transforming into a pirate. Initially, he faced disdain, for few would tolerate a pirate with a child in tow. I can perform the work of two, yet require sustenance for but one, he remarked after being rejected by 5 or 6 pirate crews. Thus, Shaudir's entire childhood unfolded upon the deck of a pirate ship. While other children frolicked barefoot in expansive wheat fields, he was already learning, under his father's guidance, how to bleed captives with a dagger. Become a rogue, Shaudir. Good men find it difficult to survive in such a world. The still earnest man aboard the ship patted Shaudir's head, imparting this solemn wisdom. I will, Shaudir nodded, gripping his small knife tightly. Indeed, Shaudir did not betray his father's expectations. On the day he came of age, he eradicated every pirate who had bullied him and his father, each meeting their end with a swift cut to the throat while they slumbered in the night. He morphed into a true villain, a chilling assassin. Long Yi, they are Moorer, Tula, and Hess. Haha, these fellows are quite the intriguing characters. Jack Angrouse clasped Long Yi's arm, beaming as he led him towards the group. Nightblade god Long Yi. Haha, well known indeed, well known indeed. Moorer Moseheld greeted with a casual familiarity, shaking Long Yi's hand as if they were long-lost friends. Enough of that. Do visit me for drinks. I, Tula, shall never decline. Tula Jexlos exuded a hearty spirit, seeming eager to forge a bond with Long E on the spot. In contrast to Tula and Moorer, the last of the trio, has Figgle. Donned black-framed glasses and exuded a tranquil demeanor, his tone courteous yet tinged with distance. Long E observed the diverse personalities of several individuals with a composed demeanor, returning their smiles with grace. Ha ha ha, it seems the young ones are quite compatible with each other. Very well, go and amuse yourselves. But do not disturb us as we reminisce. With a flicker of thought, the head of the Jexlo family feigned impatience and waved his hand, intending to dismiss Long E and his companions. Wait. Nightblade God Tyson, feeling a stir in his heart, cradled the ghostly sword Guache and spoke with a half-smile. Hee hee. My capacity for alcohol has diminished. Once I get inebriated, I shall need Long E to assist me back. In response to the gazes of several esteemed family heads, he discreetly positioned himself in front of Long E. Though his tone remained calm, an unyielding determination gleamed in his eyes. Do not jest. We old fellows are quite familiar with you. Long E, feel free to enjoy your time with Jex and the others. The head of the Nightblade God family will not let anything happen to you. Klaus Lau stroked his long beard, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his narrow eyes. Unmoved, Nightblade God Tyson continued to caress the enchanted sword in his embrace. Long E is still young. It is better for him to stay by my side. Having sensed the animosity from the others, the bald elder would not send his carefully nurtured Long E into danger, as long as he remained resolute. Who among the unwise would dare to trouble him today? Old man, do not worry about me. I am no longer a child, Long E replied calmly, feeling a surge of gratitude within. He understood Tyson's concerns, but also recognized that even if he evaded this encounter, others would inevitably arise. As long as he remained in Mariehua, the hostility and schemes directed at him would persist. As he had expressed, he lacked the patience to endure for 2 decades. Moreover, what peril could he encounter in Mariehua? He believed he and these newfound friends would have a splendid time together. Wouldn't you agree? A slight smile played on his lips as he gazed meaningfully at Jex and the others. Indeed, that is only natural, Jex and Marola replied, their expressions unchanged, chuckling lightly as they nodded in agreement. You see. Long E let out a light chuckle, meeting the elderly man's worried gaze with a casual wave of his right hand before turning his back and joining Jack and the others. Listen, come back here. Night Doubt God Tyson furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with reluctance. However, the moment he opened his mouth to speak, a wave of disorientation washed over him. He was suddenly reminded of 13 years ago when he seemingly made a similar choice on behalf of Night Dao God Gongshiro. The gentle hum of Guache in his arms brought the old man's consciousness back to reality. As he watched the retreating figure clad in white, Night Dao God Tyson swallowed the words he intended to say and fell into silence. Do not perish. After a lengthy pause, the bald elder sighed softly and spoke. Well, what is there to be so reluctant about? It's not as if we shall never meet again. Klaus Angraus feigned a light-hearted smile, stepping into Night Dao God Tyson's line of sight. He met the bald elder's gaze with a grin, gesturing with his hand. Come, let us go for a drink. In the absence of Long E, you may encounter other delights. With a push of his thumb, Night Dao God Tyson lightly unsheathed Guache. His eyes icy. Mr. Verum, how can the young master be laughing and chatting with Jack Angraus? It seems rather strange. Lolo gently voiced his concern, unable to look at the expression on Jack's face. He was certainly familiar with Jack. Watching the commotion around Long E with unease, he instinctively clutched the hem of his navy uniform. Who knows what our lieutenant is thinking? Lolo, let us remain silent for a while and quietly follow behind Lieutenant Long E. Verum smiled, his expression unchanged, yet his tone suddenly turned grave. He was fully aware of Jack Angraus's previous intentions to assassinate Long E, having read the files thoroughly. You truly add to my workload. You are quite a troublesome character. Adjusting his top hat, Verum let out a resigned sigh. Chapter 89. A change of plans with his right hand nestled within his sleeve. Long E maintained a faint smile on his face. Positioned at the center of a few noble youths, he had evidently become the focal point of this small circle. Since the old fellows have gone off to drink, let us find some amusement as well. It is broad daylight, and there are no suitable places to go. So why not visit the slave arena? Marolmo's herd cast a quick glance at the group, seizing the opportunity to suggest the idea lightly. Sounds good. Let us go there. It has been quite some time since I last visited. Before long, he could respond. Tula Jaxlin eagerly chimed in, nodding fervently. Indeed. That proposal is quite agreeable. If Tula has spoken, then I, he's Figo, cannot remain idle. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, he disregarded Jack Angraus and looked at Long E with a questioning gaze. Knight Dao God Long Yi, what say you? Me? Heh. The reactions of the others struck Long Yi as oddly amusing. Had he not experienced Jack's assassination plot, he might have entertained a sliver of belief in their intentions. But now, I shall not go. Long Yi smirked, responding with unwavering certainty. He was unperturbed by conspiracies. Yet this did not imply that he would foolishly walk into someone else's trap. It appeared that Long Yi's reply caught several individuals off guard. Leaving Jack and his companions momentarily speechless, they exchanged glances, silently communicating for a few seconds. Ultimately, it was the enigmatic Jack who broke the silence with a smile. I concur. What is there to admire about those base individuals, akin to wild monkeys? If you ask me, a visit to the theater would be far more worthwhile. I hear that the illustrious old Tang Rue has recently acquired a delightful batch of beauties. As he spoke, he cast Long Yi a knowing look, one that only men could comprehend, completely disregarding the fact that Long Yi was several years their junior. Come now, let those young ladies be chosen by our brother Long Yi first. You all have no objections, do you? He clapped Long Yi on the shoulder, and Angraus laughed heartily. Indeed, let our brother Long Yi have the first pick. What are we waiting for? Let us go, let us go? Though Long Yi's reaction had surprised them, at that moment, they could only follow Jack's lead. While the preparations at the theater were not as thorough as those at the slave arena, the potential for violence was certainly present. I will only be 15 in a few months. Such matters are still premature for me. With an expressionless demeanor, Long addressed the group, a glimmer of amusement evident in his eyes. Darn it! Amidst their internal lamentations, Jack and the others felt a sense of helplessness. Young master. Just as those noble scions found themselves ensnared in a predicament, Viram quietly approached with Lolo by his side. Considering the presence of outsiders, Viram naturally altered his address towards Long. Viram, you've arrived. Ignoring the expressions on Jack and his companions' faces, Long waved at Viram and Lolo. With a slight blink, he seemed to recall something, abruptly pulling Lolo closer and, with a smirk that danced on the edge of laughter, he turned to Jack. Hey Jack, do you remember her? Upon seeing Lolo, Jack Angraus's expression stiffened, his smile becoming increasingly forced. Meeting Lolo's averted gaze, he chuckled awkwardly and shook his head gently. No, I don't know her. Who is she? Is that so? Jack, you truly have a tendency to forget faces among the nobility. However, if you don't remember, then so be it. Long Yi chuckled coldly, his tongue clicking with disdain. Jack Angraus was indeed Jack Angraus, possessing a depth of cunning and a thick skin that were unparalleled. Well then, ever since my arrival in Marauder, I have been diligently honing my skills at home, scarcely having the opportunity to explore. Today, it seems, I can finally take a breath. I wish to venture out. I wonder if any of you would be interested in accompanying me? Gently caressing the hilt of his Night Hunter blade, Long Yi's gaze swept across the faces of his companions, his words laden with unspoken significance. Jack and the others remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Ah, how dull this is. Since my brothers show no interest, I shall return home to keep myself company. He sighed softly, nodding to Viram and Lolo. With that, he turned away, heading towards the residence of the Night Blade God. Long Yi, don't go, don't go. If others do not wish to accompany you, I will, exclaimed Tula. Strolling about the streets wouldn't be so bad. Let us go. Upon noticing Long Yi's intent to leave, Jack and the others grew anxious. Their urgency was not born from a flawless plan, but rather from their unwillingness to let this opportunity slip away. Ever since Jack's last mishap, Long Yi had spent a full 6 months in seclusion at the Night Blade God's abode. Who could say when the next chance to emerge would come? Is that so? You are truly wonderful, Long Yi replied. Long Yi feigned surprise as he glanced at a few individuals, subtly gesturing behind him to Wei Lum. Since that is the case, allow me to take the lead. I am exceedingly familiar with Marauder. Oh, are you the only one familiar with Marauder? Have I wasted all these years? To ease the previously tense atmosphere, Marol and Tula intentionally raised their voices, stepping forward a few paces to discreetly encircle Long Yi and his companions. Regardless of how Jack and the others fussed in his ear, Long Yi merely nodded gently, his right hand concealed beneath his sleeve, resting upon the hilt of his sword. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. At the back of the crowd, Jack Angraus's gaze was cold, the upward curve of his lips betraying a hint of disdain. Seizing the moment while Marol and the others had captured Long Yi's attention, he retrieved a small communication device from his pocket. Shoudel, there has been a change in plans. The voice emanating from the device momentarily startled Shoudel. He furrowed his brow but did not inquire further. Do not linger there any longer. We will be at the central square of Mariewa shortly. Make sure to bring our belongings. Jack's voice was low, seemingly intended to avoid detection. I understand, Chardell replied succinctly before ending the call. He surveyed the meticulously arranged surroundings, muttering to himself as he stepped from the shadows. It appeared that these latest explosives would no longer be necessary. I am quite curious about the potency of these little devices. With that thought, he shook his head and skillfully dismantled several round bombs located beneath the VIP seats of the slave arena. After securing all the explosives, he turned and exited the arena. For him, the location of the mission was of little consequence. As long as he could eliminate the target, the means of doing so were irrelevant. In fact, in a crowded setting, my abilities will be easier to unleash. The sensation of slicing through flesh with a blade is incomparable to any mundane object. With a slight shimmer, Shadow's figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 90. Who cares engaging in idle chatter with Jack and the others? Longy discreetly pressed his left hand against his right wrist. Noticing the abnormality in the person before him, Wei Lum's pupils constricted and an uneasy expression crossed his face. Echoing in his ears were Long Yi's words from the past 6 months, prompting the usually composed gentleman to quietly draw a small silver knife. Lolo remained silent, trailing behind Long Yi. Surrounded by the offspring of noble families, he felt somewhat out of place. Breathing the same air as them left him feeling uncomfortable. In his dazed state, he even felt an urge to flee. However, the misfortunate, slender boy ultimately could not muster the resolve. Gripping the corner of his naval officer's uniform tightly to alleviate his inner turmoil. You need not accompany me. This is my affair alone. There may be danger ahead. Finding an opportunity, Long Yi extricated himself from Jack and the other's relentless entanglement. Turning slightly, his pallor was evident, and his eyes bore faint traces of bloodshot. Casting a glance at the two behind him, who bore various expressions, he forced a somewhat frightening smile and spoke softly. My lieutenant, have you forgotten my line of work? Gripping the small silver knife in one hand and adjusting his gold-trimmed hat with the other, Wei Lum's smile was tinged with helplessness. If possible, he wished to prevent Long Yi from taking any unnecessary risks. As an elite CP-1 spy, fulfilling his mission was always his top priority. As Kong had stated, during the mission, Long Yi must not perish before him. Young master, Lolo is your slave. You may command me as you wish. With untainted sincerity in his eyes, Lolo uttered this statement as if it were the natural order of things. The deep-seated subservience of the slender boy was laced with both reluctance and a sense of release. To be honest, the past 6 months had been the most comfortable days Lolo had ever experienced. In the backyard of the Yado family, no one had whipped or insulted him, nor had anyone forced him into the arena with a specially designed poisonous collar. Sometimes, Lolo even believed that everything he was experiencing now was merely a dream. As he touched the fabric of his white attire, he feared that one day this beautiful dream would shatter, waking him back in the confines of the slave arena. He dreaded becoming too enamored with this calmness, fearing it would strip him of the courage to seek liberation. You nearly took my life, yet you have devoted yourself to serving me for over half a year. While what you have returned to me does not fully compensate for what you owe, let us consider it settled. If I can survive today, I shall grant you your freedom. Suppressing the tumultuous energy within him, Long Yi forced a relaxed smile. Pausing, he met Lolo's somewhat bewildered gaze and affirmed, true freedom. Lolo bowed his head in silence, his frail fists clenched tightly together. After a long moment, the slender boy finally raised his head, quietly addressing Long Yi, thank you. While Long Yi and Wei Lum exchanged hushed words, Jack Angrouse and his companions were also engaged in quiet plotting. What should we do? Our plan was not meant to unfold this way. Marol Mosher's expression was grim. Long Yi's unexpected actions disrupted all their arrangements, shifting them from a position of initiative to one of passivity. According to Jack's description, this individual was quite cunning. If that were the case, he would not have rejected their proposal before entering the forbidden area. Could it be that our plans have been leaked? Has he discerned something amiss? His figure expressed concern. Their conspiracy was no trivial matter, allowing for not a trace of negligence. How could that be? Do you suspect one of us as a traitor? Tula Jaxlow scoffed before falling silent. Although he claimed to trust his companions, his eyes scanned Jack's group, seemingly searching for any signs of treachery. Do not overthink it. Perhaps he was merely startled by my previous assassination attempt and instinctively distrusts us. Casting a smiling glance towards the white-clad youth in the distance, Jack Angrouse's eyes glinted with determination. Regardless of the circumstances, today we must eliminate this troublesome individual at all costs. Although the bruises on his face had long since faded, the scars left in his heart continued to ache. The more adept Longy appeared, the deeper Jack's desire to eliminate him grew. Then inform your associates to act directly on the streets. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, his figure spoke with an unchanging demeanor, observing the astonished expressions of his companions as he offered a slight smile. As long as we seize the right moment, we will be unharmed. But Tula's pupils constricted. He seemed poised to say more. It's merely some structures. What is the big deal? Unless you care about the lives of those low-born nobles. But do you truly care? Indifferently shrugging his shoulders, Figgle calmly gazed at his companions. Of course, I do not care. Tula. Jackslow shook his head. Recalling the contemptible faces of the lower-class celestial dragons, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Let it be so. Jack smiled faintly, feeling the familiar weight of the phone bug in his pocket. Seizing the moment when Marol and his companions obscured their line of sight, he gently dialed a number. Hello. Shoudel, listen to me. Understood, young Master Jack. Upon hanging up the phone bug, Sheadul's mind instantly grasped the situation. Since his superiors were resolute in their determination to eliminate the target at any cost, he shed the last remnants of hesitation. As for the devastation caused during the assassination, or the innocent lives lost, what did those concerns hold for him? Well, let me think. Shoudel refrained from acting impulsively, instead sitting quietly. Confirming the buildings and locations near Longy in his memory, a rough plan gradually took shape in his mind. First, he would recall the personnel from the theater. He could not be left to undertake everything alone. Then, he would position himself in a nearby elevated spot, waiting for the instant chaos erupted to strike with lethal precision. Nodding expressionlessly, Shoudel seemed quite satisfied with his hastily devised plan. He touched his dagger, shouldered a large bag of new explosives, and quickly melded into the shadows of the street, his figure vanishing in an instant. Explosions and flames, wild beasts and shadowy stabs, this would be a magnificent funeral. Chapter 91. The Collapse of Paradise Street, Part 1. With their gaudy attire and fierce mounts, the vile slaves paraded through the bustling streets, unchallenged by anyone. In his previous mundane life, Longy had once fantasized about the extravagant existence of noble science. Yet now that he possessed one of the most esteemed titles in the world, he found the pompous display utterly laughable. What did the status of a top-tier noble truly grant him? Only he knew the answer. Behind the flowers and the throngs lay only conspiracy and murderous intent. Beneath the seemingly amiable facade of those around him was a hidden malice, scheming tirelessly to bring about his demise. In the eyes of the Mariewa aristocracy, supreme status must be accompanied by noble lineage. The boy of humble origins stood in stark opposition to the innate supremacy of Mariewa. Intrigue lurked at every turn, and enemies lay in wait at every step. The streets were spacious, bright, and clean. Flowering trees flourished, exuding elegance and beauty. The aristocrats were particularly meticulous about grandeur, sparing no expense to differentiate themselves from the common populace. They relentlessly transformed countless buries into this earthly paradise. Paradise, this was the name of the street. In stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the World Government Headquarters, Paradise Street in Mariewa bustled with noble pedestrians, clad in sumptuous silks, adorned with gold and silver. Their expressions were haughty, radiating wealth. They donned bubble helmets, conversing jovially, either supporting fellow aristocrats or leading cherished exotic pets from across the world. The celestial dragons strolled leisurely down the spacious thoroughfare, savoring their tranquil and opulent lives. Apologies, but this is a noble district. Your slaves and servants cannot enter. As a group approached the street corner, several patrolling guards sprang forth. They first bowed respectfully to Long E and his companions before speaking in hushed tones, their heads bowed. Very well, you may wait for me outside. Longy smiled faintly, sensing this as an opportunity for Verum and Luo to escape the whirlpool of trouble. He helplessly spread his hands and offered a gentle smile to the two. My lieutenant, you must know that wherever you go, I shall follow. Upon seeing the expression on Long Yi's face, Verum's resolve solidified. Today, even if it meant defying the rules set by the celestial dragons, he would remain steadfastly by the side of the target he vowed to protect, never leaving their side. Young master, Luo feels the same. Typically, Luo's eyes revealed little emotion, yet his tone now bore a hint of stubbornness. Adjusting the Navy lieutenant uniform draped over his slight frame, the youth had made up his mind. Alas, what a bother. He muttered with impatience, yet warmth coursed through him, regardless of their motives. Long he cherished this bond of friendship. My guards truly lack decorum. It seems they have become the source of amusement for my brothers. Long Yi smiled faintly, his eyes gliding over Jack and his companions. Oh, who would dare to mock you in Mariewa? Jack and the others could only respond with hollow laughter, their insincerity evident. In truth, they wished fervently for the two bothersome guards to remain outside, as it would save them considerable effort in eliminating witnesses. Is that so? The empty flattery from Long Yi elicited no response from the head guard, who lowered his gaze in silence. Long Yi stepped forward, tugging at the guard's uniform. Judging by the emblem on your collar, you must be of noble descent. Which family do you hail from? The Moore family, for some inexplicable reason. As soon as Long Yi posed his question, the leading guard tensed up, a chill creeping up his spine. Since you are of noble lineage, you should be aware of what this emblem signifies, Long Yi remarked, gesturing to the Nightblade family's insignia on his chest, a smile dancing on his lips. I understand. You are a significant figure in the Nightblade family. The guard's throat involuntarily bobbed as he swallowed, his head bowing even lower. Well then, it's good to know. I have no interest in slapping you to make you more aware. Establishing rules is meant to bind you, not me, nor the Nightblade. Do you comprehend? With his right hand gradually firming, Long Yi strode into Paradise Street alongside Lolo and Verum, and the patrolling guards dared not obstruct them any longer. Once Long Yi and Lolo entered Paradise Street, Jack Angrouse exchanged glances with his companions, sharing a subtle smile, and quickly followed suit. Shoudel, we have entered Paradise Street. Prepare to act when the opportunity arises. Oh, and don't forget to signal before we engage. From a distance of over 10 meters, Jack Angrouse dialed Shadel's phone bug again. No response came from the other end, yet Jack couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a pity. After his laughter, he gazed at the bustling street, letting out a slight, regretful sigh. Unbeknownst to him, at the forefront, Long Yi was also chuckling. There are advantages to not having engaged in combat. Had he not maintained a facade of cordiality, how would they have remained oblivious to my mastery of observation hockey? With a slight flick of his ear, Long Yi squinted his eyes, subtly leaning closer to Verum. Just as he turned his head, he met Verum's gaze, which held a shared understanding. If the chance arises, eliminate Jack first. The gesture of a throat-cutting motion accompanied a chilling smile from Long Yi. Startled, Verum's expression remained unchanged. Closer, even closer. Shoudel lay prone atop a tall tower, a long rifle cradled in his hands. As a professional assassin, he possessed extensive experience with various weapons. With remarkable vision, he locked onto the conspicuous figure in white, silently calculating how much longer until the target was within range. All personnel from the four great families had been deployed, lurking in every corner of the street, under the premise of achieving their goal at any cost. Shoudel had no doubt this time he would succeed. Number 7. Inform young Master Jack to find an excuse to distance himself from the target. If any of the young masters are accidentally harmed, we wouldn't have enough lives to repay that debt. He pulled out another phone bug meant for communication and whispered hoarsely. Number 7 understood and promptly ended the call. Shoudel relaxed his shoulders, raising the rifle once more. He awaited the moment when his target entered the kill zone, ready to pull the trigger without hesitation. If all proceeded smoothly, he wouldn't even need his backup plan. Come now, let me send you on your way. He licked his slightly parched lips, an unusual excitement flickering across Shadel's face. He had taken many lives for the Angrouse family, but this would be the first time he targeted someone of such high status as Long Yi. Chapter 92. The Ruin of Paradise Street, Part 2. The silk banner swayed with the wind as the youth, hair tied back, donned in white with a black blade, wandered carelessly along the street. Long Yi concealed his right hand within his broad sleeves as he strolled with Lolo and Verum behind them. Jack and his companions no longer feigned enthusiasm, quietly trailing Long Yi. Such patience, still no action? Long Yi murmured to himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips. While Jack and his allies awaited, he too was biding his time. In the chaos of the street, when the enemy made their move, it would also be a splendid opportunity for him to seize the moment. Though the white-clad youth appeared to survey his surroundings, his attention remained fixed on Jack and his group. At the slightest indication of their intent, Long Yi would demonstrate the fruits of his training since arriving in Mariewa. Lolo, this is for you. Take care of yourself. As they walked, Verum suddenly recalled something, producing a silver dagger from his sleeve as if performing magic. With a gentle smile, he discreetly pressed the hilt into Lolo's palm, adding with a hint of apology, I don't know if you'll find it comfortable to use, but it's better than being unarmed. Lolo dared not make a sound, tightly gripping the dagger's hilt. The unfamiliar yet familiar chill of the weapon sent a peculiar sensation through him. This was the first weapon he held since following Long Yi. as the previous assassinations had led Long Yi to harbor reservations about fully trusting him. Thus, during his time with the Nightblade family, Lolo had only assumed the role of a servant, never taking up arms, seemingly forgetting his identity as an assassin. To be honest, Lolo did not dislike this peaceful existence. Rather, he found some enjoyment in it. However, given the events of the day, it seemed he would have to revert to the mindset he held during his time in the slave arena. Keep your distance, and you will be safe. Long Yi interjected suddenly, having overheard Verum and Lolo's exchange, arching an eyebrow. Such words are only meant to deceive this Navi boy. Do you think I would believe you, my lieutenant? With Verum's insight and experience, he could easily discern that Long Yi was merely feigning ease. Just as he was about to speak, he raised his gold-trimmed top hat, his gaze sweeping over a particular spot on the street, discreetly signaling Long Yi. With Verum's cue, Long Yi felt a jolt in his chest. Following the gentleman-esque gaze, he indeed spotted a noble celestial dragon adorned in opulent attire approaching them. Are you the esteemed Long Yi of the Nightblade family? The noble, of ordinary appearance yet wearing the distinctive bubble helmet like other celestial dragons, seemed exceedingly agitated upon seeing Long Yi, hastening to his side and preparing to bow. Who are you? Long Yi chuckled coldly, fully aware of the situation unfolding, discreetly utilizing his observation hockey. He sensed a momentary disarray in the aura of Jack and his companions behind him. I am Sevan Dels. I did not expect to encounter you. The esteemed Nightblade god Long Yi here. Why are you not resting properly to attend tonight's festival? After striking up a conversation with Long Yi, the self-proclaimed nobleman Sevan began to ramble on, embellishing his words with exaggerated tones and expressions, attempting to capture Long Yi's undivided attention. It is nothing. I merely wish to take a stroll. As he engaged in conversation with Sevan, Long Yi subtly placed his left hand upon the hilt of the sword at his waist, his smile radiant. Now is the time, let us go. Observing that their comrade had completely captivated Long Yi's focus, Jack quietly urged his companions and, without a second thought, turned to flee. Bang! Just as Jack and the others began to change direction, a gunshot rang out from the pinnacle of a tower approximately 500 to 600 meters away on Paradise Street. Trying to escape. Shura evil light slash. Having keenly monitored Jack's movements, Long Yi was not about to let them succeed. In a flash, he drew his sword with his left hand and swung it backward with all his might. At the moment the blade was unsheathed, a tremendous beam of sword light surged forth, slicing through the air. In a sudden twist, Long Yi turned